What's up, y'all? Good morning. We are here. It's 9 a.m. Pacific time. We've got the Market Leader Summit starting right now. I've got my man, Mr. Adrian Nez, on the other line across the country, about as far away from Oregon as you can get. Adrian, what's up, man? Good morning.
Good morning, man. It's about that time again. Last year was a big success, and I don't expect any different. Probably even better this year because, we'll everything play out. But I'm super excited, not just as being part of the Carrot team, but also as a wholesaler, as an investor, right? Just like anyone else, we want to be ahead of the curve, and what better place to be for the next few days, today and tomorrow, than here to see where things are going and make sure that you're ahead of everybody. So I'm excited.
Love it. So guys and gals, hopefully you guys can see this. So we just popped the comment through the thing, but if you can't see this, obviously you can't hear what I'm going to say, but refresh the video stream. We're live now. If you're on Facebook, I'm going to say this a bunch of times throughout the stream. The best spot to view the event is off of Facebook. It's actually over on the live stream page. So go to carrot.com/summit. Put in your information over there, and it's going to redirect you over to the live stream page. Okay, guys. So if you already did opt in and grabbed your ticket, just go look in your email. It's going to take you directly to the live stream page, which has the actual live stream, the actual opt-in, or the actual chat box. We're going to be engaging with a bunch. There's a bunch of people already in here. Oh, what's up, Angel Home Solution? What's up, Heather? Awesome. Heather says, can see you loud and clear. I love it. So awesome. Guys, get off of YouTube, get off of Facebook, come over to the live stream page. Just go to carrotsummit.com. and put your information over there. It'll forward you over. And like I said, if it doesn't forward you over there, if it takes you to a page that says, hey, here's recordings you can grab, then just go back to your email. So before we dive in fully, I've got some housekeeping items here. So I've got my fancy notepad here, housekeeping items, and I've got my water. I really highly suggest y'all go grab your water. Okay, get your water. Adrian's got his water. You guys need to get your water. Get hydrated because we're going to be at this for 2 full days. And I know many of you guys will be out here at this for 2 full days as well. But I also understand, y'all, that a lot of you guys are going to have to go. You have commitments. You got to pick up kids from school. You've got calls to go on. You've got houses to show. You've got houses to buy. You've got dinners to go to, things like that. So I fully understand, y'all, that that you're going to be kind of waving in and out as you can. So we're going to show you the full schedule here in a bit. And that way you can make sure that you've got on target which sessions you want to show up to live. And then also, if you guys can't show up to it live, we do have the recordings available for purchase. So we've made it so it's insanely affordable. The recordings during the summit are only $100. Okay, so you can buy them after the summit. They'll be more expensive after the summit's over, but they're only $100 during the summit. And if you're on the live stream page, there's actually a link that says something like summit special offers, and you're going to be able to go there, and there's one of the offers for $100 for the summit recordings, and then there is another offer we'll talk about later. This summit is not a pitch summit. There's no one pitching anything in the summit, but we also strongly feel that when you implement the right strategy and use the right tools, you'll get an advantage and a better result. So if you do want the recordings, you can buy them for $100, so you can go back, check out them later, send them to your team. There's gonna be some sessions, y'all, that can completely change your business and your life in these next 2 days. And we don't want to have you guys miss any of it. So only $100. And also we're throwing in a bonus. If you do grab those, we're also going to give you last year's summit recordings for free in there, which all of those sessions are still relevant. We checked them out. They're also very relevant, showing you how to drive more leads and how to really set up a business for freedom and flexibility. So you're going to get both year summit recordings only for $100. Check out the summit special offers page. If you want to get them for free, we do have an offer we'll talk about around lunchtime a little bit that gives you those for free, gives you a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to dive in right now. Calendar. I'm going to switch over to share my screen really fast. And this way you guys can see it. So up here, y'all, at the top of this page, a little bit of housekeeping work as you guys are piling in. We've got hundreds of investors and agents in here. Right here is where we're going to see the summit schedule link. This is what you're going to be able to use to make sure to guide what learning you're going on. So for the next hour, Adrian and I have got you. Okay, we're going to be diving into this framework back here. I'm going to be zooming in here so you guys can see it, but talking about the market shifts that are going on. We're going to be talking about what we're seeing in our data and how you can stand out as an agent and an investor, and what you need to do to stand out against the iBuyers, to stand out against the big competitors in your market, and to really push past all the competition that's in there. So that's we're gonna kick this puppy off strong. But then after that, we've got Max Maxwell. For those of you who don't know who Max is, if you're in the investor space, you likely do. If you're in the agent space, you might not. But Max is one of the top authorities in the entire real estate space around house buying, hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram, on YouTube, just an amazing guy. And he's going to talk about how he's built a fan base of hundreds of thousands of legit followers. Not one of them was bought, y'all. Okay, not one of them was bought or gamed. How he's built hundreds of thousands of legit followers through social media, through Instagram and through YouTube, just by creating great content. Okay. And he's going to talk about now how he leveraged that into amazing business. So if you're an agent or an investor, it's going to be heavily valuable to you. Next, Tom Kroll, one of our partners, he's going to be coming on live at 11 o'clock Pacific time. And he's a big wholesaler. Okay. He coached a lot of our clients on wholesaling. He is a very active investor, Carrot member. We see all the leads come in. He's closing lots of deals. He's going to be talking about what needs to shift in this market for wholesalers. Now, if you're an agent and you're looking at this going, well, I'm not sure if that session is relevant to me. I can tell you 100% it is, because a lot of agents I talk to, honestly, kind of have your head buried in the sand around investors. You know, we're going to talk about that in my session here in a little bit, that I really feel investors and agents should be tightly working together or one and the same. And so if you're an investor, or if you're an agent, and you don't know what wholesaling is, and you don't know other solutions, ways to solve sellers' problems, then what is going to happen is other agents who do know that and are partnering with other investors, or they are also an investor, they're going to be coming in and taking business away by solving the problem their sellers better. So you got to learn what techniques are out there. Next is a couple agent investors, Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett. They're both agents, they're both investors. EXP for Tyler. I can't remember what Jeff is in, but they also run their business using investing as their primary model with agent on the back end. So how are they turning a lot of their Carrot leads into listings, sellers into listings, very consistently? Listings every single month happen for Tyler through his Carrot leads from his Motivated House Seller Investor website. But then he has multiple six figures a year that come in on a niche that he's really focused in on, mobile homes, and he does it all online with content through Carrot. Jeff Fassett's a land guy. So how do you niche down in a big way? He closes hundreds of land deals per year using the internet and using a little bit of offline marketing, and then he lists many of those properties. So next, guys, other agent investors. These guys, one of them is an agent. I think Earl's an agent. And then they're partners with househeroes.com. How have they generated over 3,000 leads that are seller leads for houses and and land? How have they generated over 3,000 seller leads 100% online by creating the right content online, attracting the right people, and converting them? He's going to be showing exactly his 3 types of content he does and how he's getting them ranked in Google really well. Aaron and Christopher, they are amazing. We've been Carrot customers for a year or two, but they started as agents not too long ago. Their very first year in Spokane, all online with just social media. They did over $600,000 in commissions, and now they parlayed those relationships, the social media, the cash, into over $20 million in real estate investment projects with other partners in Spokane. So how do you as an agent grow with social media, or an investor grow with social media, but then parlay that into long-term wealth building with investment projects? They're going to be talking about exactly what those projects are, exactly how they found the projects, how they partner with the people, how they're growing as an agent, how they're running their social media, all that. Near the end of the day, Eric Young, he's an agent investor. He works with other agents also. He's got 15 transactions going on right now in Denver, one of the most competitive markets in the country. Of the 15, y'all, only 2 are wholesale deals. Okay, he's also a wholesaler. Only 5 are listings. What are the other 8? We're going to be talking about what the other 8 are. And the other 8 are actually the most profitable deals he's got out of all of them. And the cool thing is, y'all, those other 8 are happening because no one else in his market is solving the seller's problem the way that he is and adding way more money in the seller's pocket. Okay, it's not yanking more money out of the seller's pocket, y'all. It's adding more money in the seller's pocket, and it also adds more money in his pocket. Everybody wins. Okay, what is Eric doing? That's at 3:30. Then Adrian and I are going to close this puppy up. We've got some special guests coming on towards the end of the day, both days, to come on, answer questions. We're going to do Q&A throughout. So Adrian, before we dive into our first session, man, what are your thoughts on our schedule for day 1, dude? Anything that you're excited about? Anything that you're wanting to dive in and learn as I am?
I think it's the opportunity. I'll say, obviously we focus for years on the investing side, but I'm excited for every agent that's on this call and really understand the other model, because I think there's huge opportunity there, and that's where things are going. I looked at a real quick story early this morning. I actually looked at a fourplex, and it was really cool. So this guy, his family owns one of the biggest. They're the Keller Williams in this county, and we're talking, and it was really interesting to see his intrigue with wholesaling, not more or less because he was all about providing more solutions for his clients. You know, he wants to work with more investors. So and he made a really strong statement. Like he goes, it's not necessarily I want to do wholesaling or start working with investors. I do, but he goes, I feel like we have to, right? So he's beginning to see that. So like you mentioned, you know, guys, jump on Tom Krol's. If you're an agent, begin to understand. So I'm excited for everyone that's going to be able to kind of cross over and really understand the other half of it, because this is just where things are going. I'm seeing it. Other people are talking about it, and now's an opportunity to really have that true understanding. So I'll be honest, I'm more excited for the agents than the investors, because I'm an investor too. Because as investors, we need your agents as well. My business this past year has changed because we added our disposition position is an agent. So we've been able to, I mean, it's changed everything. So I can feel it firsthand.
I love it. So guys, we're going to dive into the first session here. And like I said, the next guest is coming on at 10 a.m. Pacific time, Max Maxwell. And then the next one's at 11 o'clock. Now, a lot of you guys are on here. I want you guys to pop in wherever you're watching this, Facebook, YouTube. If you're on Facebook, get off of Facebook and come over to the live page. That's where all the action's happening. That's where the extra resources are. So if you're on Facebook, someone on my team, if you can pop into the Facebook part of it, a link to the live page, get them on over here. And guys, that's where we're going to be engaging you in the comment section, all that kind of stuff. Lots of good resources over there on the actual live page. But if you came from Facebook, amazing. It worked. We grabbed your attention. Now we need to get you over here to change your business and change your life. So there's a couple things throughout the summit, housekeeping items before I dive into the first session. We've got some cool giveaways, y'all. We've got some cool giveaways right here. The Positivity Tee. We're going to be giving away some of these t-shirts during the whole summit. And you guys can't see it quite. I'll see what I can do without being awkward here. I've got like the out of the bullhorn right there, or the words positivity shooting out of the bullhorn. And you can see like that's one of our core values, to be a beacon of positivity and possibility. And so we're going to be giving away some of these Positivity Tees. We're going to be giving away some books. Here's one book right here. It's an awesome book by a friend of mine, Chris Cooper, Founder, Farmer, Tinker, Thief. We're going to be giving away a lot of those books. And we're going to be giving away some other cool things. You might be asking, how the heck do you win prizes? How do you win prizes here? Well, it's with this hashtag, okay? So carrotsummit.com or Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. I'll say it one more time, y'all. Hashtag Carrot Summit on Instagram or Facebook. What we want you guys to be doing is taking out this cell phone of yours, snapping pictures of sessions that you're on, and then hashtag Carrot Summit on Instagram and Facebook. And throughout the both days, we're going to be announcing prizes. And those prizes are going to be coming from those who are doing the hashtags on Instagram and Facebook, okay? We're going to be giving away t-shirts. We're going to be giving away books, all kinds of stuff. The next housekeeping item right here, guys, is like I said, if you're just now coming on and you're like, I know I can't hit up all the sessions, go check out the summit schedule, see what sessions you can make. There's a really good mix of agents and investors. But if you're an agent, don't just show up to the agent sessions. Okay, like Adrian was saying, the ones you need to be on are the ones where it's the agent investors, which is the majority of these. If you're an investor and you see sessions that are just agents like Noel or Krista, you need to be on those to see how they're marketing to get in front of more sellers and buyers, and how they're leveraging video. Because in general, y'all, agents are way better at social and way better at video than investors are, like light years ahead. So you guys need to be paying attention on the investor side to what agents, the best agents are doing to build authority, build brand with video and content. And like I said, the flip side, agents need to be paying attention to investors to see how they're generating motivated seller leads in an amazing way online, but also how to pair up with them. So Adrian, before I dive into this framework, the shift that's going on in the industry, anything that you've got to say to the crowd? Hundreds of people, almost 300 people on live right now.
No, man, I'm excited. I just get into it. I'm excited about what you're gonna bring, because again, I'm here as an investor too. So, but like I said, main thing is, guys, learn how to cross over. I mean, it's kind of like this right here. I'm not gonna get too graphic, but these two, you got to bring these two carrot butts together, right?
Jeez.
I mean, that's as far as I'll go with that. But yeah, I'm excited.
Awesome. I love it, guys. So Brady, put it over to my screen here. So guys, what I'm going to be walking through here is this is going to set the stage for the whole rest of the next 2 days. Okay. And so this is going to make all of the content the next 2 days make sense, make a lot more sense to you guys. And if the camera's in the way, or if the mic's in the way or anything, I'll move out of the way. But here's what's going on right now, right? Everyone feels shifts that are happening in the industry. Now, if you're an agent or an investor, you feel the shifts, right? And one of the things that started to creep up years ago. So I remember about 4 years ago. So Carrot started at the start of 2014, end of 2013, and around 2015 to 2016, we were seeing Zillow pop up these pages on their website that were instant offer pages. Then they would go away the next month. Then they would pop it up and it would go away. Then, to early 2017, we saw Redfin put up pages. Hey, we'll make an instant offer on your property. We'll buy it. And then they would go away. And so we were noticing this trend years and years and years ago. And we were looking at things going, that whole iBuyer thing, which iBuyer wasn't even a phrase back then, but that whole thing where these big competitors are coming up there, the well-funded tech giants, that's not going to go away, y'all. That's only going to get stronger. The thing is, they just couldn't figure out the business model at that time, and they're still trying to figure it out right now. And so we're in this weird, like, perfect storm in the real estate industry where the past decades, 50 years plus, it's the real estate agent industry has done such an amazing job of solving the problem of the buyer and sellers in the market and saying, hey, this is the way that you need to go to buy or sell. Go through the MLS, go through us, right? We're licensed to do this. Now, if you look at the stock world, the stockbroker world's the same, right? For decades, y'all, the only way you could get a stock was by going to a stockbroker who was licensed. They were kind of the gateway in the middle. You couldn't go direct to the end source. And then in the late 80s, what happened, and we're seeing something very similar right now in real estate. And it's very important that you guys pay attention to this, because if you don't know what's happening at the high level, if you don't know what's happening at the macro level in real estate, it's really hard to know if you're doing the right marketing at the micro level to drive your business forward. Because it's really easy to get distracted by the next sexy, little tool where you can push a button and all this automation happens. Automation is cool. We'll talk about that here in a bit. But the problem is, if you're getting marketing tools without the understanding of the fundamental shift in the industry, you might be picking the wrong marketing tools. You might be picking the wrong marketing strategy, and you might be left behind in 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So right now you've got the tech disruption, right? iBuyers, Silicon Valley is insanely well funding lots of stuff, and you see Keller Williams. Push it in. Oh, push the button. One sec, guys. Technical stuff here. Is it good? Cool. Awesome. Got to get my mic on. So right here, guys, what we're seeing insanely well-funded Silicon Valley money come into the real estate market for the same reasons that Silicon Valley money came into the stockbroker world in the late 80s, early 90s, because the inefficiencies in the real estate transaction, we're going to talk about it here in a bit. And there's probably a lot of agents on here who are going to have some exception to what I'm about to say, and some investors as well, right? But there's some massive inefficiencies to the real estate market where tech people see that and they see an opportunity. They go, man, technology has finally caught up with these inefficiencies, and we feel we can go in there and solve it better than an agent can. We feel we can go in there and solve it better than a mom and pop investor can. Okay, now can they is the question. That's what we're going to be talking about, right? I've got my opinion on it, and you guys have yours, and I'll talk about my opinion here, but that's their opinion. They feel they can solve it better than you can with technology and with a bunch of money. And so that's what you're seeing here in the middle. That's your Open Doors, your OfferPads, your iBuyers, Keller Williams partnering with them, Coldwell Banker partnering with them, EXP now building up their own iBuyer network. Now, why are iBuyers important right now? Well, the first thing here, y'all, is there's always been two sides of the real estate market. There's been the retail side for decades, which is agents, the license, the MLS, the agent being the gateway to get on the MLS. And then there's been the wholesale side, which is, man, I can't or don't want to sell it through that avenue. What are my other avenues? Well, it's selling directly to a home buyer, right? It's selling to someone who professionally buys houses, or sometimes it's someone who is picking up a house. It's a fixer-upper, and they're just wanting to do a fixer-upper to live in, right? That's a very small percentage. Most of them are the mom and pop home buyers. Now, the past 5 years, we've been exclusively working, before we dove into the agent market 2 years ago, we'd been exclusively working with investors with this side of things. And thousands of deals came through our system per year, hundreds of millions of dollars in acquisitions per year. So if agents are looking at this going, that's just piddly, that's not much. Guys, about 80 or about 90% of all real estate transactions, depending on what stat you look at, are happening through agents and through the MLS, right? That's amazing. Where are the other 9 to 10%? Well, a big hunk of them are here. Depending on the metric you see, it's anywhere between 4 and 6% of all home sales are being sold directly to a home buyer. And then the rest of them are kind of some for sale by owner, right? So this segment here, what you're seeing is you're seeing retail and wholesale here. We're going to see them squeeze together. Okay, the next decade, this is going to happen, y'all. They're going to squeeze together. And then over here on the retail side, because of the disruption, because of all the competition that's popping up, and we're going to be talking on the summit, how do you beat your competition? Because of all the competition that's popping up, agents started to get some of their commission eroded. Agents started to go, well, rather than 3%, I'm 2.5% now. Or rather than this, I'm going to do this. Their brokers started to take more commission, right? And that's when you saw your EXPs pop up, your Compass pop up, your Big Block Realty pop up, which are higher commission models. Why are so many agents moving over to the higher commission models? Well, it's because they're getting some market share eroded. And the way to continue to keep your income where it is or growing is by giving away less commission to your broker. So you're going to see this happening more and more. You're going to see that happening more and more on the agent side of things is commissions to the brokerage, I feel, are going to start to shrink. Commissions, you guys as agents are going to demand higher commissions. And by doing that, you're going to be moving to different brokerages. A lot of you will be, right? Or starting your own brokerages. Now over on the wholesale side, how is it going to be impacting you guys? The thing over here is it's been mom and pop investors primarily the past 30 years. iBuyers are not new, y'all. Like iBuyers are not new at all. Okay. iBuyers have been around for 30 plus years. The only thing is the news media the last 2 years coined a term around it. And for them, iBuyers are the well-funded tech giants that are out there buying properties that they're losing tons of money doing it. We can talk about the business model later, but why I feel they're going to continue to gobble up more market share, but how can you play with them and how can you beat them? Okay, so we're in a phase right now where the next 5 years, you're going to see commission compression. You're going to see more agents jump over to the digital type of brokerage where they can get more commission. Sometimes that means less resources and support you're going to get. With Big Block, they have amazing resources and support. And then you're also going to see more and more of these people, the iBuyers, creep up and crop up and put more money into it. Now, you guys might be asking, are iBuyers good for the market? Okay. On the wholesale real estate investor side of things, I think short term, many people are going to get freaked out and scared because they're going, man, these big companies are coming in to Denver and to Phoenix and to Atlanta and all these markets. They're coming in and gobbling up deals. I was looking at a stat the other day where it was like 5% of all, I think it was it was even more than that. I think it was like 5% of all transactions in this one area, it was a big area, were coming from iBuyers. That's huge. In a matter of 18 months, they've gobbled up 5% of the market share. Guys, that's 18 months, okay, in certain parts of the market. One big market, 10% of all home sales came from iBuyers, okay? So for agents that think that's not going to happen, it is going to. For investors that think that's not going to happen, it is going to. But what I'm going to walk you through is how do you now beat them? How do you not just work with them, but how do you now stand out and win in that market? Because just like in the stockbroker world, y'all, okay, stockbrokers didn't go away. There were a million newspaper articles, a million interviews back in the early 90s that said the death of the stockbroker, the death of the blog, the industry's going away, right? Did it go away? No, it didn't go away. It just shifted. It shifted. Now, the stockbrokers who chose not to shift, they did go away. Okay. The stockbrokers who said, well, I've got the license. I'm going to hang my laurels on the fact that I've got this license and I'm not really going to stand out and specialize. I'm not going to really stand out and build authority. They went to be call center employees at Charles Schwab, at E-Trade, things like that. Right. But the ones who shifted and did great, they recognized, they said, man, just because we have a license doesn't mean we're going to continue to be relevant. We've got to add more value. We've got to help even more. How do we specialize? How do we build authority so people want to work with us? That's when you saw your certified financial planners pop up. That's when you saw your registered investment advisors pop up. That's when you saw all these specialized designations pop up. And now that industry is bigger than ever. Right. So for agents and investors, we're in that phase that stock market world was in the early 90s, where there's a lot of action happening, a lot of crazy stuff happening right now. But I feel agents and investors are going to be bigger than ever in 20 years. Okay, not smaller. Okay, you guys are going to make an even greater impact. My prediction is within 10 years, all of the houses that are sold in the United States going from 90% to agents and 10% being a mix of iBuyers, house buyers, FSBOs, things like that. I really predict it's going to be more like 80% in 10 years, houses sold through agents, and then 20% sold through the other routes. Now, the question is, agents, you look at this and go, well, does that mean we have less houses to compete over to sell? Our population is growing a lot. There's more houses being built all the time, even in down markets. Okay, people need houses. Obviously, the population is growing, so that alone is going to add more units to the fold. But the next thing is, y'all, if you now figure out how do I work with the house buyers? Okay, if I'm a house buyer, how do I work with agents? Then all those leads you're getting there right now, you're throwing away and saying those are tire kicker buyers, those are tire kicker sellers. They're not serious about the value of their price. You're an investor, you're talking to a seller, and you're going and joking to your acquisitions manager in the back office going, man, this person's so unrealistic with what they want. It's a garbage lead. I'm going to go to the next one. That person who is unrealistic with what you think that they want, you're trying to fit everything into a little wholesale box, but they're a perfect person to help solve their problem through the traditional real estate market as a listing. How do you make it to where rather than throwing those leads away, you're working with the retail side and either becoming an agent yourself or working and partnering with an agent in your market to help that seller even more, rather than saying, hey, I'm going to cast you aside and say, you don't fit my pretty little box, I can't help you. Why don't you come over here and say, you know what? There's multiple ways we can help you out. And we're going to be talking about, guys, the 3 ways that you as agents and investors can help sellers. And you're probably not doing 2 of them right now. And those 2 are going to be the most profitable for you. And they're going to help your sellers the most. Okay. So there's so many agents throwing leads away, so many investors throwing leads away because they don't fit in your pretty box. That's got to end if you want to be relevant. So the next thing here is, if we know that these shifts are happening, now, how do we now win, right? That's the big question. How do we now win? And guys, I want you to pop through the comments box. If you're watching this on the live page, if you're watching this in Facebook or YouTube, number one, get over to the live page. Our team will post up the link again. What's up, Tyler? Our team will post up the link again. Get over to the live page, y'all. We've got over almost 400 people on this live stream right now. That's where all the action's happening, the comment box, everything. But guys, post in there right now if you're getting good value so far. Have you had an epiphany so far? We're only like the first 30 minutes in. Pop in here what your takeaway is so far, and if you're loving this. Okay, next thing. So how do we stand out during this disruption? Okay, if you don't choose to make a shift, the market will shift past you, and you'll become a commodity. Okay, your commission and your profits as an agent or an investor will get compressed, and you could die a slow death, like a lot of the stockbrokers did back in the early 90s. But instead, you can shift. Okay, that's what we want all of you guys and gals to do, is shift. And how do you do that? Well, you specialize. Okay, just like the stockbroker world did. They didn't say, well, I'm just going to send out more direct mail pieces. I'm going to do more cold calls. You can do that stuff, okay? But here's the deal. If you're not showing up with a fundamentally different offer, if you're not showing up with a fundamentally higher value offer to your sellers and buyers, then they're going to look at the ones who are coming to them with a better value, better offer, and they're going to work with them. And slowly you're going to go, man, I don't know what's going on. Like, my lead to close ratio used to be X, and now it's X lower. Man, I don't know what's going on. All these sellers I'm talking to, like, I call them 8 minutes later and they've already decided to work with somebody else. I don't know what's going on. I did a great listing presentation, or I did a great offer presentation to them, but they decided to go with this less experienced agent or investor. What was it? Well, it was likely that they came with specialty. They came with authority. We're going to show you guys how to build authority in this summit. Okay, especially leveraging the internet. And they also came with a fundamentally better value proposition to that seller. Okay. Jonathan down there says, the new wave of agents and investors must add more value by solving their prospects' problems. Y'all, we're going to be talking about that the whole summit right here. Okay. Keith, what's up, dude? Ready to get my real estate license, guys? And that's that here. Let me challenge wholesalers right now. Okay. Okay. There's been a lot of like legal stuff going on in the United States lately that has been making wholesalers nervous, to say the least, right? And so in the state of Illinois, as an example, they passed a law recently that made it really hard to do traditional wholesaling, and they required you to get a real estate license. Now, a lot of wholesalers, literally the week that came out, we got several emails from customers saying, I've got to cancel my account. I'm in Illinois. They're making it too hard for me. Y'all, guys, that's the shift. Okay. Yep. That's you choosing not to shift. That's you dying a fast death because you're choosing not to shift with the market. Get the damn license. Okay. Get the license. Get it. Just get it. Okay. So over here, number 2, those who specialize and build authority win. Okay. So we know the shift is happening. We know this will happen if you don't shift with it. Now, how do we partner with investors and agents better moving forward? Okay. But now how do we win in our market? Well, we specialize. And so I'm going to bring this a little bit closer. And during the summit, we're going to have sessions that talk about how you specialize and talk about how clients of ours are doing that. And also, y'all, the cool thing is if you're an agent And you can specialize. If you're an investor, you can specialize. And we're going to show you guys ways that both agents and investors during the summit are doing that, and how all of them are using the internet. Now, you can use offline. A lot of them are using offline too, but we're mainly talking about how you can do this with the internet. So I've got this little graph here, and hopefully you guys can read this. Okay. So this little graph shows on the y-axis, I think the up and down's a y, right? X. I'm not a mathematician here, but the up and down axis, and then the horizontal. This one is revenue. It's money. Okay, so that's your potential to earn income. And of course, the higher you get up here, the more revenue you earn. Down here is influence. So what's your ability to influence your market, influence your prospects to work with you, and you can solve their problem better. Well, down here at the bottom level is a tactician. Okay, that's someone who's an agent, who's an investor, who knows the steps, right? You might have the license as an agent. Maybe you went through the training or the coaching as an investor. Maybe you've done some deals and you've processed some transactions. But you're not really an expert. You know the steps, but you're not an expert. A tactician is valuable, right? But they're only so valuable, and they only have so much influence. So they have the least earning potential, and they have the least influence. It's, hey, I've got the license. It's Aunt Betty over here who's got the license, but she really doesn't know a lot about the different market. She doesn't really know a lot about the different houses. Or it's Uncle Benny who's the investor over here, and he really doesn't know the values in each neighborhood very well, and he really doesn't know how to calculate the thing, but he can kind of process the stuff, right? The next step up is expert. Okay. And I want you guys, when you're on this thread, I want you guys to pop in here. Where you are. Are you a tactician? Are you an expert? Are you an authority? Or are you a celebrity expert as I go through this? I want you guys to let us know. Okay. So right here, expert. Expert is someone who obviously has the license if you're an agent, or you have done a bunch of transactions if you're an investor. And not only do you know the tactical parts, but you're actually a really amazing knowledge base in a certain area. So I'll give an example. If you're an agent and you know these 3 neighborhoods really well, and you can recite off all the stats, and you know the values off the top of your head as soon as you hear a property, or if you're an investor and as soon as you get a lead in this area, you know the value that it's going to be. You probably know what you're going to offer. You know exactly what your repair costs are going to be for this type of kitchen, that type of kitchen. You know exactly how to position and work with your sellers and buyers. You're an expert, right? That's amazing. All of you guys and gals should be experts on here. Okay. But here, the next thing up is authority. And this is where I want you guys to focus in on. An authority is simply just an expert who a lot of people know is an expert. So now let me say this again, guys. An authority is an expert who a lot of people know is an expert. So here's an analogy. College campuses have a lot of experts in them, right? All of those professors are professing to be experts in this field. And that's amazing, but most of them are not authorities. They're experts when people show up to that class, but outside of that classroom, hardly anyone in the world, or hardly anyone in their nation, or hardly anyone in their area knows that they're an expert. So they're not an authority. They know a lot about a topic, but not a lot of people know that they know about a topic. So how do we become an expert? How do we become an authority? Well, first of all, continue to study your market a lot. Continue to show up to a lot of seller meetings, a lot of buyer meetings if you're an agent or an investor. Okay, continue to study values of properties. Continue to work with coaches and hop on our weekly coaching calls that we have as for our Carrot members for Concept Pro and Advanced Marketer plans. But then over here, you've got to publish your expertise online and do things in person that put your expertise out there to your market. Guys and gals, the only way, and I'll give someone on this call $100 if you guys can tell me a legit way that is not this. Okay, $100 giveaway here. The only way to build authority is with content. The only way. Okay, guys, the only way to build authority is with content. Now, let me give you some examples. Now, this right here, we're building authority, right? We're giving content. You could be in person meeting with someone at a coffee shop one-on-one, walking them through some things in your market or walking them through an offer. You're building authority through them. Okay, that's content. That's in-person content. You could be at a local RIA, Real Estate Investor Association club. You could be at a local charity auction in your whatever it is, you're espousing some content. The only way to do it is with content. It could be Instagram content. It could be Facebook content. It could be direct mail content. It doesn't matter. Content is content. Okay, but the only way to build authority is by putting yourself out there with content. Okay, now the top level up here is your celebrity expert. They got mass distribution of their name. I'm sure many of you guys see those house flippers on TV or see the agents on TV, and you're like, I'm way smarter than that person. How are they making so much money? How are they building such a great business? I'm way smarter than they are. Well, you might be an amazing expert, but no one knows about you. Okay, so that's why they're making so much more money, because they did a good job getting their content out there to people, right? I love it. So authority, guys, that's what we need you guys to lock into. So can you guys commit to building authority? Can you guys commit to building authority? I want to connect the dots here for you. If you don't do this, okay, this will happen to you. If you don't build authority, this will happen. Now let me walk it backwards for you, and I'll answer some questions. Okay, why is this the only option to do that? Okay, and I really feel it's the only option. It's not just the best, it's the only option. If you aren't building authority, and there's 5 other house buyers that show up to your seller's place, and one of the house buyers has an amazing Carrot website that ranks really well on Google. The person found them through a Google search that landed on content that taught them their house buying process and built trust and credibility with them. They went and checked them out, and they checked out their reviews. They had a bunch of reviews online. And you know what? They also found some videos on YouTube and videos posted on your website. And they checked out Facebook, like, are these people for real? They saw those same videos on your Facebook page. That person's going to win the deal all day long, even if you're more experienced. Even if you're a bigger expert than this other person, they're seen as the trusted authority. They're going to win. Okay, so over here, if you're an agent, okay, you're showing up for a listing agreement, or you're showing up to work with a buyer that's your cousin Billy or a friend from college or whatever. Okay, so if you're an agent, what's going to happen here, y'all, is there's 5 other agents. Every single person knows 5 to 10 agents personally, likely, or at least they know their names. So how does someone choose you if it's outside of just a personal relationship? Well, a lot of people, you know, the stats always show that something like 70 or 80% of real estate transactions happen from a referral. That's awesome. But what happens with those types of transactions that are more complicated, more complex, and that buyer or seller needs an expert in that area? Well, how do they know that you're an expert? They do some Google searches, they ask some people, and then it's your authority because you put out content, you put out things teaching your expertise, you put out testimonials, you put out other things where they understand, like, oh, this person is the person I need to work with. Okay, that's the person I need to work with. Guys, authority is your key. Authority is your key. Okay. Jonathan says celebrity experts view marketing and advertising as essential. They go hard to get attention because they know that the money follows attention. And you know what, guys? Here's the deal. Like, we're going to be talking the whole time about how to make amazing incomes here. Okay, guys. There's almost 400 people on right now. There's going to be thousands showing up during the summit. We're going to be talking about how to grow your income in an amazing way. We're going to be talking about how to stack bricks. I'm going to go into stacking bricks here in a second. Then we'll answer some questions. This is the key. Okay, this right here is the key. We're building everything up to have you shift your entire mindset around your business, around your marketing as an agent or as an investor. And then the whole rest of the summit, y'all, we're going to be filling in the gaps now with the experts showing you guys how to do it. Okay, that's going to be the cool part of it. Okay, so I want to ask you guys this question. Who on here do you believe you are an authority in your market? Who on here is an authority? Pop it through the questions box, okay? EXP Maria says, people trust and know you provide value via social media, which strengthens your local presence and build authority in the long run. And yes, 100% right, Maria. I'm going to challenge you a little bit on this right now too, because social media is one small segment of the bucket, but that's where most agents have put all of their content, eggs in the social media basket. Now, let me walk you through and have you picture how this works, okay? And then we'll walk through this last section of how do you create evergreen content, how do you create evergreen marketing rather than hamster wheel marketing, and how do you get freedom, momentum, and flexibility. We're going to talk about that here in a second, but let me walk you through something else, because this can be insanely applicable to you, Maria, and lots of others, okay? So out of all the ways that people look for information online about you or about your competitors, here's the deal. So here's social media over here, okay? So here's your Facebook over here, okay? People don't come to Facebook to find answers to their problems, okay? People come to Facebook to browse, to kill time, to look at the food that their brother ate, to watch funny videos, to just honestly kill time, right? So Facebook is not a place where people are motivated to go solve a problem. It is a place where the vast majority of all adults are inside of Facebook. So it's a great place to get in front of them. Can you imagine if 90% of adults read the same newspaper every day? That would be the Facebook. Okay. Facebook by itself, honestly, is not a great spot to get motivated clients. It's a great spot to get in front of a mass amount of people. Okay. So Facebook is one route. They're unmotivated. I'm just going to write unmotivated. Okay. In general, they don't go there to find a solution, and they're also browsing. Okay. That's not real writing. That's not like English. I'm quick writing here. Okay. And they're not that motivated. They're trying to pass time. So the other place that people go, right, is they ask friends and they ask for referrals, right? So if they have a problem, that's where a lot of people go, is they go to trusted friends and they say, hey, How did you do this? Okay, what did you do here? We all do that. We all reach out to friends and ask their opinions. But then what do we do next, y'all? What do we do next? Next, we go here. We go up to Google. Okay, we go to Google. And so Google is the place where all of your clients, or the vast majority, at least 90% plus, are going online to research, whether you know that they are or not. So yeah, we can put our content eggs in this basket. And I love social media. You guys are on social media right now, right? You guys are on Facebook. You guys are on YouTube. We love it. Okay, but you want to know where the majority of our business comes from? You want to know where the majority of Tyler Ford's business come from that's coming on later? You want to know the majority of House Heroes 3,000 plus seller leads came from? It came from Google, because this is where people are motivated. Okay, people are motivated. They're actively trying to find a solution to their problem. Okay, this is where people are seeking answers. Okay, they're seeking answers. Now, what do you need to deliver in front of them to solve their answers? That's content, right? Content. Okay, content. Over here, you're trying to get attention. Okay, and then you build value with content. Over here, you're just trying to deliver value. Okay, first. Okay, because you've already got their attention because you're showing up high in Google. So we're going to be talking a lot about how do you not just have a one-legged marketing stool? How do you make it so it's not just social media down here, but how do you now add just a little bit of offline, but add the inbound side of it, where the majority of your most motivated, highest profit, the people that want to work with you, the people that are seeking you out, the people that these leads are going to close at a much higher percentage than any social media lead. Okay, so you might get 300 buyer leads through Facebook, and they cost you 80 cents a piece or $1.50 a piece, and feel all great about yourself. And then maybe there's only 6 leads over here that come through organic. These are going to be way higher quality because they're actively seeking out a solution to your problem. Okay, so guys, we're going to be talking a lot about how to mix in both of these together so you're building up more freedom, flexibility, momentum. All right, so now let's go back to your industry shifting. Authority is the answer. The only way to build authority is content. If you don't do it, here's what is likely going to happen over the next 5 years: commodity, commission compression, profit compression, and potentially a slow death. Now down here, this is the key: evergreen, momentum, flexibility. What we want to do, guys, is get off of the marketing hamster wheel and start stacking bricks. Now, what does that mean, and why is it relevant to you? Okay, this was about 6 years ago, before my transition to work with Carrot, not with Carrot. I started the company. But my previous businesses did well, right? Like they made money. But the problem was I was always stressed at the end of every month. I was always stressed at the end of every quarter going, man, like we did great last month, but I don't know where my business is coming from next month. And at the end of the year, I'd look at my tax statement. The tax statement was great. Like it looked like I did good, but then I would start to pull back and go, if I did good income wise, why am I so discontent? Why am I so stressed? Why do I feel like this business has trapped me? Okay, why do I feel like I am supporting the business rather than it supporting me? Who can relate to that right there, guys and gals? Who feels that you are supporting your business rather than your business supporting you? Who feels that you're kind of stressed where you don't know where your business is going to come from next month or 3 months out? Okay, pop it through the comments box, y'all. Pop it through the comments box if you're in that spot. Okay, Jonathan says this shouldn't be free. So much value. I appreciate it, man. So here's the deal, y'all. Here's the deal. Okay, we did not start businesses. We did not become entrepreneurs as a real estate investor or as a real estate agent or a software company owner or whatever it is. We did not become entrepreneurs to be trapped in a business. We became entrepreneurs for freedom. Okay, we became entrepreneurs for flexibility. We became entrepreneurs because we want to make an impact, right? And we can't make an impact if we've got a business that is a boom and bust business model that stresses us to crap out all the time. That's not what I want. That's not what you want, right? That's what I had before. I had the income, but I didn't have the happiness. I had the income, but I didn't have the consistency. I had the income, but I didn't have the momentum. When you don't have momentum, everything feels off. So what I did is I looked back at my marketing. I said, what marketing was the marketing that gave me the most consistency? What marketing was the marketing that gave me the most predictability? What marketing was the marketing that gave me the most momentum in my business? When you have positive momentum, y'all, like everything feels great. Things feel light. Things feel fun. Business gets fun again. When you're stagnant, you kind of panic a little bit and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what I need to do next. When you're going backwards, that's when things hit the fan and you start to panic and start to do a million different things and you go backwards even faster. Right? Keith says, I still feel that way, but a lot less since Carrot Camp. Dude, that's part of it. Like we can help you guys get leads. Like why am I talking about life and business model stuff right now, guys? Because I can help you get 1 million leads. Okay. I can help you guys get a lot of leads, but leads only compound your business model. The more leads you get, the more it compounds the business model that you have. The more leads you get, the more it compounds the mindset and place that you are in life. Okay. So we want to make sure to build a strong strategy for your business moving forward, where then you can choose marketing methods that then support that. So as I was going back in my journey, this was 2012, 2011. And once again, looking at the marketing that gave me the most consistency, gave me the most predictability, gave me the most momentum. And honestly, were the best clients to work with, were the most profitable, the most fun. It was always content, right? It's like, I was writing articles, I was doing videos, I was putting out value to people online, on social media, and on Google. They came to me, they begged me to work with me. And I'm like, how do I get more of that? And so that next 5 to 7 years, we really tucked away and said, well, let's make the models that attract the right people. Let's make the models that paid marketing is only icing on the cake for us, right? Like me and my best clients, y'all, paid marketing is like less than 5% of our leads and our revenue. Okay. The other stuff is stacking bricks. Now, let me tell you this last analogy here, and then we'll answer some questions. We'll bring in Max Maxwell here in about 15 minutes. So imagine you've got a hamster wheel over here. Okay. It's a nice, pretty hamster wheel. The bearings are lubed. It's going to go fast when you jump on that thing, right? Over here, you've got a stack of bricks. Those bricks are dirty. Those bricks are, man, they're hard. They're going to get your hands dirty. You're going to work on them a bunch. And you're going to crack your hands, all that kind of stuff. So over here, you hop on the hamster wheel, you get immediate feedback. Okay, the hamster wheel gives you immediate feedback. Sterling says, is it better to pay someone to build the authority versus you doing it yourself? Dude, I'll answer that question. That's an amazing question, okay? We'll answer that one for sure. So the hamster wheel is over here, and you hop on the hamster wheel. It feels good. You start walking. It gives you immediate feedback. It starts spinning right away. Okay, but eventually you get tired. Eventually, you've got to hop off the hamster wheel to go do something else, or to take a break, or to go do your other business, right? So then you get off the hamster wheel. What does it do? It slowly turns to a stop, and it comes to a halt. Now, picture that hamster wheel being your business or your lead flow, okay? Now, if you need more leads, what do? You're getting back on the hamster wheel. You're hopping in the hamster wheel. You're doing activities. It's working, but then you get tired, or you have to go do these other things because you don't have the right process, people, or systems, and then it stops again. And that's how many of your guys' businesses are, where you're getting this boom and bust. You're on the hamster wheel. It's working. You get a bunch of leads coming in. You close some deals as an agent or an investor, but then you don't have the systems, the marketing systems, the transaction systems to support it. So your business goes down. Then you hop on the hamster wheel again, and leads come in again, That's stressful. Who on here can relate to that? Are you guys in this mode right now of the boom and bust mode of the hamster wheel? Pop it in the comments box if you are in that right now. Okay. Let's see. DJ, dude, awesome question. DJ says, I don't know why you're comparing your past business adventures to real estate investors. Dude, I'll tell you why right now. Because business is business. If you think that you're in the business of real estate, you are 100% flat out wrong. If you think you're in the business of real estate, dude, you're 100% flat out wrong. You're in the business of marketing. You're in the business of building a business and systems and processes with people. Real estate just happens to be the vehicle you're using to help people. Okay. So I'm comparing it because I learned that when that your marketing, the way that you market completely influences the type of business you build. If you are marketing using hamster wheel marketing, I'll talk about stacking bricks here in a second. If you're marketing using hamster wheel marketing, it's going to completely influence the happiness you get in your business, the profits you get in your business, the stress, the impact. It's going to influence all that. Okay. And I can tell you too, these exact methods that we use, y'all. So what I took from those previous businesses, I'm a real estate investor. Okay. I buy and hold properties. We bought a historical building next door. We're going to be renovating that, apartments, retail. That's what I do. I'm not a house flipper. I'm not a wholesaler, but I am a marketer, and I know how to create content, how to attract business. So what happens is you take those same marketing methods. Now you take them and you apply them to a new market. That's exactly what we did in the real estate investor market, and exactly why our customers bring in millions of leads every single year, mostly sellers, because we applied what works over here. And we said, now can we apply it over to here? Business principles are business principles, whether you're selling toilets, selling real estate, selling jets, you're a fisherman, it doesn't matter. Business principles are business principles. Marketing principles are marketing principles. Okay. What changes is the message you put in there and the actual transaction you're making. Okay. I can do the same strategies to sell bubble gum over here and crush it as I'm going to use to sell $1 million house over here. It's the same strategies, different message. Okay. Different budgets, things like that. Okay, guys. Awesome. Andrew, what's up, dude? Says, dude's always on fire for this annual summit. Makes me want to hit heavy bag and do push-up. Dude, do it right now. Do it right now. Okay, so I'm going to go back to hamster wheel versus stacking bricks. Okay, so most of you guys are doing hamster wheel marketing right now, which is you're doing an activity that requires you to continue to do it to make it work. So posting on social media all the time, every day. That's great. It works. I'm not saying not to do it. Jumping on a hamster wheel creates immediate feedback. It works. But eventually you've either got to plug someone else in to do that process, or you're going to get burnt out, or you're going to have to go to do another activity. And then you're going to stop doing that and your business is going to go down. Okay. Direct mail, cold calling, text message marketing. These are all hamster wheel marketing. You're going to send out a direct mail blast of 5,000 pieces. It's going to work, but then it's going to have a lifespan where it's going to eventually go down to no results. And you got to do another one. You got to do another one. Now, I'm not saying to not do these. Guys, we think that offline should be a key part of your overall marketing mix, okay? What I'm saying is don't build your business off of hamster wheel marketing. Otherwise, you will get this, okay? You will get this right here, and you will eventually get burnt out. So now on the other side, imagine there's a stack of bricks, okay? And that stack of bricks, like I said, it looks like work over there. This looks like it's easier over here on the hamster wheel. I'm going to pick up that brick. I'm going to lay it down, slap some mortar on it. I'm going to pick up another brick, lay it down, slap some mortar on it, pick it up, slap it down, lay some mortar on it. Eventually, I've got a whole row of bricks below me, and I put all this work into it. My hands are dirty. My muscles hurt a little bit, and I've got a row of bricks. I'm like, man, I did a bunch of work here, but that one row of bricks isn't doing anything for me. That's not a wall. I can't do anything with that. I've put the work in, but I'm not getting the result. And that's what happens with content. That's what happens with building authority, is you're putting up videos, you're putting up social posts, and sometimes you feel like, man, am I doing the right things? Like I'm doing these things, but it's not really getting me the result. Now, the problem is what most people do is they give up at that point. They give up where they maybe put out a dozen or 2 dozen pieces of content. Maybe they optimized them right. Maybe they didn't. We'll talk about how to do that here later in the summit. But then they go back and get in the hamster wheel and they get back into this up and down cycle, which is going to keep you in that routine and always be stressed, always feel like there's something more in business, never have the freedom, never have the flexibility, never make the true impact. Instead, here's what I want you guys to do. I want you to reach back over and grab another brick, stack it, grab another brick, stack it, grab another brick, stack it. Now hop over to the hamster wheel, get some action coming in right now, okay? That works. Get some action coming in. That gets leads, that gets income coming in. But now don't ignore the stack. Come back over, stack it, stack another brick, and I'll talk about what bricks are, stack another brick. Eventually, y'all, you've got an entire wall for you. That wall now is going to do all the work for you. That wall is going to bounce everything back to you. You can step back, and after a while of stacking bricks, putting content out consistently on social, putting content out consistently that gets ranked in Google, which is what we do best here at Carrot, is help you control Google for your most motivated, highest quality prospects. But use hamster wheel marketing as icing on the cake, okay? So I'm not saying y'all to not do the hamster wheel marketing. It works. We do it too. But our business is built off of bricks. The marketing that we create today is going to be around in a year, in 6 months, and 5 years. Okay, we have clients, y'all. Literally, you're going to be hearing from Earl White and Lucas Machado with House Viewers here in a little bit. And you're going to be hearing from Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett. Guys, they started creating content and creating the right pages we'll talk about here in a little bit and marketing them the right way. They're getting leads and deals today from marketing they did 4 years ago. Okay, they're getting leads and deals today from marketing they did 2 years ago. Okay. How many of you guys are getting leads and deals from the social media posts you put up 3 years ago? How many people are getting leads and deals from the Instagram story you put up 2 years ago? Probably not any, right? So stack the bricks for the long-term momentum. That's going to give you your freedom, flexibility, okay, help you make a greater impact. And then use hamster wheel marketing to fill in the gaps and get momentum whenever you want to, okay? Guys, stack bricks. Now, some of you guys are probably saying, what are bricks? Like I said, it's anything that's going to live on in an evergreen fashion on the internet or in front of people in some other way, okay? Building relationships. Building relationships locally is stacking bricks because those live on. They're going to impact as you. You've got to foster that relationship, but it is stacking bricks, okay? Adding location pages on your website as an agent or an investor that are hyper-focused for keywords in a certain area. Sell my house fast, XYZ neighborhood, or homes for sale, XYZ neighborhood. Ranch property, horse and ranch properties for sale in blah, 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 Kentucky. Those are bricks. Launch those content pages online. People are searching for those. Those are going to be up for years. Follow the processes that we teach or use our tools to make it easier. Okay. And those are going to be up there for years, attracting leads and deals while you're doing this other stuff. We're going to talk about that more later, guys. But I'm going to wrap this part of it up. We're going to help you guys build a better, more stable essentially marketing stool. And if you can kind of picture this analogy here, that your business is essentially a stool. And picture a stool below you. Picture a stool below you guys. And if you guys are using one marketing method, if it's referrals, or if it's social media marketing, or if it's direct mail, or if it's only SEO or in online content, imagine yourself sitting on that stool, which is your business, and it's got one leg. Okay, one marketing method, one leg. That stool works as long as you're sitting on it. As long as you're supporting the stool will support you. But the second that you get off of that stool, it falls over. That's what's happening. That's the businesses that most of you guys have, is you have one or two marketing methods that are there and they're working, but you can't take that month-long vacation, because if you get off of the business then goes like this, right? So instead, we want to help you guys add 3 legs to that stool. Okay, maybe social media is going to be part of it. Inbound should be a part of it. That's how you get your momentum. That's how you stack bricks. And then offline. And if you have a stool with 3 legs now, picture that same stool, you sit down on it, and that stool now supports you. You can get up off of that stool, and it's going to stay there. It's going to do its job. It's going to stand up for you the same way that your business will. When you add stack bricks, you add multiple marketing methods we're going to be talking about here, your business now supports you. That's where freedom comes from, guys. Okay, so guys, we're going to turn it over here in a bit. But any questions popping in here? Sean says, I'm contemplating using the concierge service. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Tyler Ford's had done the concierge like 3 or 4 times. Tyler can tell you. Bo Hollis is on here. He's done the concierge. Yeah, guys, just let us know. Hit up our team. If someone on our team can jot down Sean's number, connect with him. We can connect with however many people you want us to connect you with to talk about the concierge side of things, for sure. Anything that pops up in your mind, Adrian?
No, good stuff. I mean, everyone in this call is a problem solver, so I don't think there's going to be a problem people knowing that we got to be problem solvers. I think all of us came into what we do, whether we're an agent or whether we're an investor. But I think it really, if anything, this session is there has to be a mindset shift. Right, you have to kind of look things outside the box and not just kind of be in that one lane. You can't be a one-trick pony anymore if you want to run faster, right? That's why we love using that term. Just the term of where you're able to work faster. Get to where you need to be faster, and you're leveraging, right? You're leveraging. A lot of times we talk about that, but it's a big mindset shift, guys, and you got to make it if you want to not only stay in business. I mean, that's a strong statement. If you want to stay in business, you got to have this mindset shift first.
I love it. So we've got a few minutes before we're going to bring Max Maxwell on here, guys. He's one of the biggest authorities in the real estate investor space, but also agents need to pay attention because he's taken video and content to another level. Now, I want to address a couple questions on here before we bring in Max. The questions here that we've got, let me look at the calendar really quick. So we've got, okay, cool. Max is starting in about 10 minutes or so. So guys, a couple things here really fast. We do have a special going on. There's a bunch of people asking, hey, in the comments box, is there a special? What is it? What's the 30-day challenge? Things like that, right? So we do have a special. I'm not going to go into it now, but there is a page. You guys can check it out. The summit is not about selling you guys stuff. It's about giving you guys insane value, but also on the other side of the coin, if we do not give you guys the outlet then to implement this stuff, then we are not doing you guys a service at all, okay? So right here, y'all, go check out the link on the thing. It's a big orange link to Summit Offers. And number one, you can get the recordings. So if you don't want to miss any of the sessions, grab the recordings. They're only $100. Okay, you're going to get this year's recordings and last year's recordings. You can check them out. You're going to get the MP3s of them too. Brady and I were just talking about that. You're going to get the MP3s so you can listen to them and the videos. It's only $100. Okay, but here, if you guys wanting to leverage our system, our tools, I'll talk about this more around break at lunchtime. But we do have an offer, a package. It's going to save a bunch of money. It gives you 6 months of our advanced marketer plan, which is a high converting website, our industry best tech stack. Your website's going to load faster than anything else. It includes our content marketing tools. We'll talk about some of them on here a little bit. Includes a 30-day challenge. So there's a bunch of people in here saying you got to take the 30-day challenge that have taken it. Guys, that's normally $100. We're including that in here. It's every single month we do a cohort of clients where you're going to have access to that group of clients. You can network together. There's daily action items to build authority. We show you exactly how to dial in your website to build authority, what content to create, even how to launch your first ads while your authority is building. Okay, you're gonna get the recordings for free with this offer too. So rather than spending $100 on the recordings and $100 on the challenge, that's $200. You can just get this, and that includes it. 6 months of the advanced marketer plan is $894 by itself. So if you were to pay the $149 a month for 6 months, that would equal $894. So you're going to get websites, you're going to get our whole marketing system, weekly coaching calls, 10% off any of our services. So if you just want to have us do some of the work for you, you'll get 10% off any of those services on our marketplace. And this is the last thing that I'll point out here. As someone did mention, hey, what is the $1.2 million ad campaign? So we're going to talk about PPC here in a little bit, Google pay-per-click. And so whenever we go in and launch, this is Hamster Wheel Marketing, right? But whenever we go in and launch an ad campaign on Google, Google's the most consistent, most predictable way to pull motivated sellers out fast online. And then we use SEO and content for the long term. But we have a campaign in our services division where whenever we're starting a campaign, we take this file, we upload it to the Google Ads account, has all the ads, all the targeting, all the keywords, everything in it. And then it takes about 15 minutes just to tweak up, put your URL in there and a couple other things. We're giving you guys our entire campaign that's made over $1.2 million in profits for investors to get motivated sellers. Now, if you're an agent, you might be saying, well, how do I work this? If you want motivated sellers, y'all, and you're willing to work with investors or do the hybrid model we'll talk about later, this right here is worth thousands of dollars for you. And then there's a bunch of other things too. But right here, guys, you're going to get the positivity t-shirt. So go check out that. That's all I'm going to be talking about it for now. I will make the transition to Max here in a second. But here's the last thing that I've got. Then we're going to have a quick commercial break, and we'll bring Max in, y'all. Is I want you guys to make sure that you are taking notes. I want to make sure that you guys are taking action on things today, not just soaking in information. And we are going to be engaging everywhere in the chat box. So if you guys have questions, pop them in. I'll be in there engaging. Adrian will be. Other people on the team will be engaging as well. If you guys have questions, let us know. Prestige Homebuyer says, what if I'm already a member? What's the special? You can take the same special. And what we'll do is we'll bump your billing back 6 months. Okay, so if you're already a member, we'll upgrade you to an advanced marketer plan, which gives you access to premium website designs, weekly coaching, phone support, which is new, a bunch of other features, video posts, which the House Heroes guys are going to talk about how they're crushing it in Google with short videos that our system turns into written content. We're essentially going to pause your billing for 6 months, which is an $894 savings right there, and give you all the bonuses. So it works great for people too. Terry says, if we're already a Carrot Advanced member, is there a different cost? It's the same cost. We just pause your billing for 6 months. So we essentially waive $894 in payments and give you all the bonuses is what we do. Yep. So just let us know, guys, and we can help you guys out. All right, guys. Yvonne, we'll answer all the questions, guys, in here in chat. You say monthly payments are all up front for the special. The special pays for the next 6 months, and then after that, it renews at the normal advanced marketer rate monthly, and you can cancel anytime. All right, guys. Sweet. So we're going to hand it over to a brief break. We're going to bring in Max Maxwell. Thanks, guys. What's up, y'all? Hope you guys are enjoying the Market Leader Summit. Now, I've got my trusty orange notebook with me, and I carry this thing with me all the time. I just got back from a trip recently back east, had it with me all the time. And what I do, guys, is whenever I'm at events or I'm on airplanes or I'm just walking around, I put my notes in this. Now, as you guys are going through the summit, one thing that's probably happening is your mind is just like exploding with all the stuff going through, exploding with the ideas you're getting from the summit attendees, exploding with the ideas and things that we're tossing at you on what you need to shift in your business. And one of the biggest tips I can give you right now to get the most out of this summit is this. Grab a piece of paper or your notebook or whatever it is that you use and draw a line down the middle of the piece of paper. Okay, just like this, y'all. And so throughout the rest of the summit, what I want you guys to do is use this tool to make sure that you're actually implementing things from this to make something happen in your business. Just like this says right here. Okay, I've got this canvas on my wall. Actions express priorities. And what happens with so many of us is we get so many things that seem like they're high priority that we get stalled on action. We actually take inaction. We don't take action because everything's high priority. So what I want you to do is this. On the left side is ideas. Okay, so ideas, right? Ideas. On the right side is actions. Okay. So as you're going through the summit, on the left side, write anything that's a big idea that jumps out to you. Hey, I think we should do this marketing method, or there's this big mindset shift that this person said, or man, I really need to do this. Write all those ideas over there and do day one and day two. Okay, so there's day one and day two. All right, just like this. And then as you're going through idea one, idea two, idea three, idea four, each day I want you to drag over only one or two ideas to actions, and that's it. And the things in the actions column are anything you should do in the next 2 weeks. Okay. So as you're going through day one, awesome. drag through, I'm going to do that one there, and I'm going to do that one there, and then write about how much time it's going to take to do that one thing. This thing's 1 day, this is 2 days or 2 hours or whatever it is. Guys, that right there is how you actually turn this training into action. Don't become a librarian. I love librarians, but librarians study information and they don't do anything with it. And let's not have you become that person where you study and don't do anything with it. All right. Actions express priorities. And as you're going through with this summit, I want you, if you're an agent, to look at this and go, okay, how am I going to stand out in my market this next year, 2, 3, 4 years? How am I going to make sure that I'm not being commoditized as an agent this next 1, 2, 3, 4 years? How am I going to become a hybrid agent investor and either become an investor myself also and really help more sellers and more buyers, or work with investors in my area? Now, if you're an investor and you're watching this, how are you as an investor going to become a hybrid agent investor and help more sellers and capitalize and capture more revenue and more deals than you currently are? How are you going to actually go out there and build a business that gives you freedom and flexibility and momentum? Okay, we want you to have this. We want you to get out of this. And in order for that to happen, you want to go from point A to point B. There's a bridge, there's a shift, there's a change that has to happen. And you're going to get that change during the summit, guys. Ideas on the left, actions on the right. Last thing for you right here. If you want that bridge, if you want the thing that's going to help you do that, we have something called the Authority Day Challenge. The Authority Day Challenge, the 30-day challenge, okay? What it is during 30 days, we guide you through step-by-step, day by day, with daily action videos and tutorials, exactly how to build local authority in your market, how to win your market, how to win more deals, how to get in front of more sellers, more buyers using the internet, okay? But do it in a way that's going to help you stand out and win more of those deals. So that is going to be a big, big bridge for you. It's only $100, guys, okay? So go to carrot.com/challenge, carrot.com/challenge, or click the link somewhere on this page. There will be a link that takes you to all of our event offers, including the 30-day challenge. And guys, go through after this event with us and sign up for the next challenge coming up here in a couple weeks. Okay, carrot.com/challenge. This is going to be the bridge for you to kick off the rest of the year to build authority. And hopefully that's one of your actions for the day. All right, so I'm going to toss back over to you guys, grab a glass of water, get out your notepad if you don't have one, and I will see you in the next sessions. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the summit. I've got an amazing guest with me, a returner from last year's summit also. And many of you guys on the investor side of the world have definitely heard of this guy. I'll reintroduce you guys too. But those of you tuning in that are on the real estate agent side, the retail side, Max may be new to you. He may be someone who you haven't had a chance to cross paths with. So I think you're going to be pumped that you do, because on the agent side of the world, guys and gals, you guys are really, really, really used to influencers using social media. You're really used to influencers using video. But on the investor side, that's semi-newer. There's not a lot of influencers going out there and really creating content and building audiences and building brand, because honestly, investors feel like we don't have to do that because there's the churn of the leads. I can close deals. But I think people are starting to find differently. So I'm going to introduce everybody on the summit right now to amazing guest and friend, Max Maxwell. Welcome on to the summit, man.
Trevor, I appreciate you having me, and always I'm glad I made it back for round 2 of the summit, man. It was awesome last year, and I know this year is going to be even better.
Dude, so one of the reasons I want to bring you back on the summit this year, of course, last year, your business, you haven't been doing this for 20 years. We'll give people the quick update on, if they're not familiar with who you are, really quick. But last year, we really talked about the shifts in the market that you were seeing. And dude, one of the things that you were talking about is you said, man, there's a lot of competition in the market and we're seeing more and more. And we're looking at a model of how can we collaborate with people more. So we're going to talk about that in a big way here, dude. And you standing in your new office, that we're going to show people why that matters and how you're doubling down and collaborating with other investors and agents rather than trying to go up head to head with them. But Max, why don't we give people context? So who are you?
What do you do for business? You're on the real estate side. What else do you do? And kind of a brief, 2-minute version of your journey. Then we'll kind of catch up into what people are doing today and how agents and investors can do more of what you're doing.
Yeah. So the quick version of my story is, military kid, went to the military young, got out. I actually got my broker's license and became a licensed real estate, broker. Had my own shop for a while. 2008, 2009 happened. Went to go do some other stuff for a while and decided I wanted to come back to real estate after hitting rock bottom, doing everything else. In late 2016, I got my first deal doing some wholesaling stuff. And we've, since then we've done hundreds of deals on the investor side, whether it's wholesales, hotels, strictly, fix and flip, and we have rentals and all that stuff like that. So we've been doing everything since then. It's been nonstop. Picked up a camera one day, started recording myself, and I think we're at 165,000 YouTube subs, and it's just been crazy, man. It's been a wild ride, and I've enjoyed it and documented every part of it. So it's going to be great for my great grandkids to go back and watch. Like, look at this crazy guy.
Dude, it's so fun. I know we've talked about this before on the last summit and some podcasts too, where I remember the first time you and I connected, I was driving from Phoenix to Sedona, Arizona. We talked on the phone, and you've been a Carrot customer your whole time as an investor.
Whole time.
And and you guys are amazing at cold calling and a whole bunch of other types of marketing too. But Pete and Adrian on the team had a chance to hang out with you in Phoenix at a Sean Terry's event. And dude, after that is when you really started to blow up. I think around the time I talked, you were 10 or 16,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah,
YouTube wasn't even in.
We had like 4 videos up by then. That was it.
Exactly, dude. So one of the things that I think is so fascinating about this, I want agents and investors to pay attention to, is we all know that we're in the digital age, as people say, right? Like, we're all packing these things around. As Gary Vee would say, that each one of us has a channel. We have like a TV channel. And there's Facebook, there's Instagram, there's YouTube and all that. And we have a chance to now put content on a channel. Dude, let me dive into this with you. So once you start to post on social media, Instagram, YouTube, and document what you were doing, what did you start to see happening in your business as far as your business starting to move and progress even further, and your life? Like, what did diving in and building a brand through content start to do for you in business life?
For me, one of the most important things in the beginning was it started to create a accountability partner when I had done, which was essentially my YouTube personality, myself. And I had to put these things out. And I became an authority very quickly in this game. But even though I was openly saying I was just beginning, but if I'm 10 days into just beginning, I'm still 10 days ahead of anybody else that's just started. Yep. And as I dove into it, it rapidly grew and grew and grew. So becoming an authority and fielding questions and really then having deals just thrown at you because you're that market expert in the area was another plus for it. And then ultimately I was able to build software companies based upon the influence and the things I was using to solve my internal company problems. But becoming an authority in the space, in a niche, in something that is so small is so valuable. And who would think that in early 2017 that I can create a YouTube channel that grows. You're thinking YouTube's dead, right? Nobody can't get on YouTube. But just through that and Instagram, and then I found Gary Vee and I started doing it intentionally. And I started to make things intentionally for the people that were my audience. And then it just sparked, man. And I'm just saying it is the best thing I probably did in the last 10 years.
Dude, so one of the things that pops up for people is like, what do I do content on? How do I do content? And one of the things that was so inspiring watching your content, dude, it wasn't you up, teaching in front of a whiteboard. It was like documenting what the heck you're doing. You're going to properties, you're showing normal stuff. But the cool thing is, it's kind of like the HGTV shows or the TLC or whatever. People are interested in other people's professions, other people's lives. And so when you're starting to build that audience, whether it's through Instagram or whether it's through YouTube, what were some of the things that you were creating content on, and why do you think it resonated with people so much? Because you didn't just get a couple thousand followers, dude. You started to grow really fast.
Rapidly. We were doing like 10,000 subs a month.
Hmm.
on YouTube when we first started, and that's insane for the number of people that's actually hitting the subscribe button, much less
Yep.
watching. I mean, 5 million minutes of content is watched each month, each 28 days. But you know, we were just doing regular stuff. I mean, I made a video about how I bought a piece of land for like $250 or something like that, and that went viral. But like you said, I was doing everyday stuff. I wasn't, you know, whiteboard teaching. I was going through my life and kind of explaining what I'm doing today. Here's this problem I'm working on. Here's something that went well. Here's something that went bad. And really just, like you said, people are kind of fascinated with, you know, well, I always wanted to do real estate.
Mm.
And sometimes they're satisfied by just watching it. And then there's a lot of people that I've never met, but that send me messages and say by watching me, they've been able to excel their own life and their own business.
Hmm.
So it's been awesome.
Dude, and one of the things that you did too, and we're talking about a lot at the summit, guys. I'm gonna pull the whiteboard up again. You guys are gonna see it a lot during the summit here. But we talked a lot about the shift and of course specializing. One thing that Max did really well is he hyper specialized in not all of real estate, not all of real estate investing, but hyper specialized in like wholesaling, right? But you do a lot of other things too.
Yeah.
So when you guys were, I guess let's pull back to do this would be way valuable for me too. I'd like to talk about how you guys plan your content. If you know what you do to plan what you're going to put out, both back then when it was just you without a videographer. Now you've got a video team. But what do you do to plan content? How do you know what type of content to make? Where are you putting the content once it goes online? And anything else you're doing to get people to engage in the content. We'll start it with this. How do you plan your content, dude? Like, how do you know what you're going to be putting out?
Yeah, so a lot of the content in the beginning just arranged around my day.
Mhm.
And I ran a whole business by myself and some virtual employees. And it was literally planned about what I was doing for the day. And as I became more intentional with the content, I started to see what people were more receptive to and what I had more questions on.
Mm.
And typically it's, you know, how you got started, how do you negotiate? A lot of the pain points even you and I had when we first started with anything.
Yep.
How to negotiate the sale, how to ask for the sale, how to talk to people, how to fill out a contract. These basic things that are just not out there in the world.
Mm.
People start asking. So when I would test content, I would test it by, you know, putting out a video, and if it did well, then I would do another video more in depth on that subject to continue the education or continue the study on that. But when we started doing things real intentionally, we would take a topic, you know, let's just say negotiating and then we would take, and that would be like it would turn out to be like a 20-minute blog or 15-minute blog. And then we would take the best 60-second clips out of that vlog, right? And then edit it so that we can put it on smaller platforms such as Instagram, small Facebook videos, Snapchat, even LinkedIn, that would lead people to go back to watch the macro content, which was the long formatted YouTube video.
Yep.
And that's what we started doing, which is what I learned from Gary Vee. And then people, because what happens is people digest content in wherever they want to digest it in.
Mm-hmm.
You can't force them to go to YouTube, but you kind of can if you tease it by putting out trailers and good 1-minute clips. And then it's going to lead them back to your long format. And you can just talk about the community you live in, such as, you know, if you're strictly a realtor and you're just looking to say, hey, I'm going to become the authority figure in this neighborhood, in this niche neighborhood. I'm going to tell you everything that's going on, blah, 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 and dive in that content because people are going to be searching when they're moving into that area.
Yep.
So just become very micro and take your time with it, but have fun with it at the same time. It's like a double-edged sword. Move fast.
Dude, the fun part, that's one thing I'll talk about with a lot of agents and investors. They get kind of caught up in the in the part of, well, shoot, everything's got to have this business objective behind it, you know? And so an average real estate investor, they're like, well, shoot, of course Max can do that, right? Because he's talking to other wholesalers. He's trying to educate other wholesalers. But what would you tell to an investor who maybe doesn't want to be a person who's educating other wholesalers? What type of content should they be doing, and how would it be valuable to those other wholesalers out there?
You know, what I did, funny enough, was I took the Carrot blogs that you guys wrote
Yep.
and I reorganized them into my own words for video.
Sweet.
So I would take the pain points, because you guys have obviously done the research on what keywords matter. And I would say I want to talk about people inheriting property.
Yep.
Then I would talk about the inherited property blog that you guys wrote, and I would rearrange it and make it local to what was, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So I would talk about the probate office, but I would call it the actual, what we call the probate office, and where it is, and just all of that stuff. So I didn't have to think that much when I did that stuff, because you guys already wrote it. And I would just take it and break it down, and then take out the parts that were generalized and make it very local.
Dude, that right there is good, guys. Write that down. So if you're a Carrot member, to dive in a little bit more, and y'all, I'm starting to lose my voice. Hopefully I can carry it through the rest of the summit. But write that puppy down, because one of the biggest blocks that people have from creating authority and creating content is the ideation side of it. And like Max is saying, in our system, we have something called our automated blog content library, Content Pro system. It's through our Content Pro plan and our Advanced Marketer plan. And if you're watching the summit and you're not a Carrot member, we have a special going right now at the summit where you can get 6 months of the Advanced Marketer plan with that feature and our video post feature that turns your videos into written articles for you. All kinds of cool stuff. Just go check out the link on this page somewhere. You can go find it. But go into that library, like Max is saying, schedule those up on your website. They'll automate amazing articles. We kind of do a basic little spin for your location just with keywords and titles and stuff. But then go in there, like he said, now that's your guide. Like, just cool, here's 4 blog posts that are going out this month. Awesome. I'm going to do a 4-part series on probate investing, because we're just going to follow what Carrot said. Dude,
you're going to sound like a genius.
It's a great idea, man. I love it.
You should know what it is anyways in your market, but then to summarize it in a story format or in an education format, like you guys write it, is much different than just kind of, blabbling from your own mouth on how to do it.
Dude, I love it. So all you investors and agents, go do that right now. You guys have no excuses not to do it. And the second thing that Max mentioned is just kind of that average day, right? It's like going out there and people are interested in following you. And one thing too, and I've got this question for you, man, is did you ever have sellers who would, of course, Google you? I mean, obviously sellers are going to Google you, but that would find your content online that teaches wholesaling to other investors, and would that then help with the sale, or would it hurt the sale with working with you?
I think I've never had it negatively impact me. I had people look me up and say, "Oh, I've seen you on YouTube, or I've seen you online. You actually are an investor."
Yeah.
And I've never had people I don't think they're interested in diving deep into the content, but my authority in that space goes to both sides, whether it's people that are bringing me deals to close for them, or actually when I'm in a house, trying to buy somebody's house.
Dude, so Bo Hollis, he was at Carrot Camp with you when you're out here, and he's on the summit too. So Bo texted me today, and he texted me earlier today, said, I had a seller call me who had declined my offer last week. She said she talked to me, or she stalked me online and looked for me everywhere. She said she couldn't find anything bad about me, asked if I really owned simplysold.com. I said yes, and she said that she couldn't believe it. She loved what she saw and accepted my offer. This one wasn't a Carrot lead, but he said, I got the deal because of the Carrot site and the credibility and the content. He's been putting out videos on it. So guys and gals, what Max is talking about, y'all, even if you're not planning on using the video to generate lead, this alone for Bo is going to make him 20K plus in that deal, because he had content, was building authority online. It's just, got to do it. Got to do it, dude. So you're in a new office. I want to let's dive into this, because this is exciting. When we were talking a couple months ago, you were talking about this vision that you had for this plan. I want you to tell people about it. But when you were telling me, I'm like, dude, that's a big idea. That's like, I
forgot how long ago that was, man.
Yeah, it was. It was probably longer than a couple months ago. You were telling me about it, about the whole concept of piloting it there and seeing if it works, and maybe seeing if it goes to other cities. So what are you guys doing now? So the market, of course, has changed a lot in the last year for many people. Some people are having a better time. Some people are having a tougher time. But I think everybody can agree on the fact that there's more competition. And when there's more competition, you have to be more creative in what you do. And one of the biggest things that I'm a massive advocate for is in collaboration versus competition, dude. So tell people about the amazing office you've got right now in Winston-Salem. What are you guys doing with it?
So it's crazy. So we took the idea that, there is competition in the market, right? And I think for us though, even our deals were starting to get better. Our team is real good at what we do, but what we decided to do was open up an office like a WeWork facility, where we can house about 100 people. We all have desks, we have breakout areas, we have huge printers, we have phone booths that you can go into, have private conversations, we have conference rooms. I went out and hired a full-time attorney to work just for us to close all our deals. I've got transaction coordinators that make sure our deals go from A to Z. We've got some of the best dispositions and softwares and the way we generate buyers. And we literally said, listen, if you're a wholesaler in North Carolina and you don't have an office and you want to come work in this collaborative place, come work in this place. You'll get, you have a desk. It's your own company. You don't work for us. And you go out and maybe once a month, every other week, we may do some live training right here in the office to help you get better. And if you go out and get a deal and want to sell it to us, we'll buy it from you cash, or we'll help disposition it for you. And, it's going to be great. We've had a ton of people sign up already. We actually, like, as I'm sitting in here now, the furniture's getting put in just earlier today, and the TVs are going up in the conference room. So it's beautiful. It's like 8,000 square feet. So it's huge. And it's just a place where we all could come together as investors and agents and make money together and solve problems on a much bigger scale.
Dude, so one of the cool things about this is once again, as a market shifts, we've got to get creative, right? With being a part of the disruption. Because if you're not doing the disrupting, then you're likely on the side of being disrupted.
Right.
And one of the things that Max is doing, guys, which I think is so great, and all of you guys can kind of emulate a part of that in your local market, is how do you be the connector of other people? And I've done this in other businesses of mine, where you go in and go, okay, if I can be the person that is kind of that center of gravity for these people, and I add a lot of value and I help connect them and I help to improve their lives, what ends up happening is, yes, there's competition. Yeah, there is. But at the end of the day, if I'm the connector, everything will pass through me. And if I can get a little sliver of all of that and help build this bigger thing, not only is there a big business opportunity there for you, but also there's the brand building and the equity building side of it, which is huge. So with your model, man, they're coming in, they're paying, is it like monthly rent? Is it kind of,
there's a small, like $40 fee. And the only reason we did that is to separate their company from ours.
Yep.
So if they go out there and do anything crazy, we're not liable. They're literally renting a space. But in reality, the $40 means nothing to what we're providing. And it's just that we want to be able to, typically what I see being in the space and doing events and shows all the time, I see that people are having trouble closing the deal, finding the deal, how to get the numbers right. They're walking away with much smaller checks than we're used to in the same market. Now, great, you're grabbing deals and I'm grabbing deals. My average deal size is 5 times your amount, right? Or 3 times the amount you're getting. So there must be something I'm doing right, and I want to be able to help you. And I think it's a win-win situation. If I can get a bigger spread, and we either buy it from you or we split the spread or whatever that may be, but you're going to come here, and if you have a good attitude and a positive mindset, and you think in the abundance, you're going to be able to come out here every day. You get your own key card, walk in and walk out. Use the attorney that we have here. Use the transaction coordinators that we have here, and grow your business to be huge. But we want to be a part of helping that, and then making this community a tight-knit place where everybody can get a piece of the pie.
Dude, so with that particular building there, we've got some other guests here on the summit that are taking down big commercial properties or doing all kinds of cool stuff like that there. So I saw the pictures of it a while ago. You're in kind of a bigger building there in downtown.
High-rise tower, yeah.
Crazy view, dude. So if you're cool with it, let's kind of break apart what some of that looks like. If you're cool with it, you don't have to give me all the details, but what type of outlay, investment are you having in making this vision happen?
Yeah, I can even walk you around too.
Cool, dude. That'd be sweet.
So we put about 155 grand into the upkeep, or the tenant improvements.
Yep.
So this is the kind of our entryway here. We got a new sign here. It's called Venture Atlas. This is our front door. Got a break room. Our realtor, in-house realtor, is in this office. My attorney and his assistant is in that office. My executive assistant's in here. That's my office here. And as I'm starting to walk down the hallway, you'll notice some desks. These desks are our disposition size of the team. It's a large conference room we have. This is my VP of sales. She makes sure everything is cohesive and we run well. And then you have my brother, who's the operations. If you look down here behind me, there's
Dude,
so
that
many
looks
desks.
sexy.
There's so many, and we haven't even got all the furniture in. But so this was an investment of about $250,000.
Mhm.
But the thing is everybody doesn't have to do that big.
Yep.
You know, I wanted a particular feel. I wanted to feel like you were in a WeWork. I wanted to feel like, you know, so I spent just as much money in furniture as I did in building out the space.
Mhm.
We signed a 5-year lease. It was pretty cool. But, you know, I could have bought a building, but I wanted the feel of all glass. And if it was in the daytime, you guys will be able to see.
Dude.
We literally have a 180 view of the city. And it's pretty cool. But I think the investment is worth it because I think that, one, we're gonna be stronger as a unit.
Mhm.
And what I'm also going to be able to minimize is any bad players in the market and make sure people are using the right contracts so that we're not doing something because we don't have we need somebody, we need a glue, and I want to be the glue in North Carolina for that, to make sure that everybody's doing everything correctly.
Dude, that's such a big deal too, because guys, there's a lot of validity in making sure that, number one, you either become the glue or you go find the person in your community that is that. Here's a good example. So here on the Carrot team, Alex on my team, he's been my operations guy for since day one, and he set up a Carrot site probably 3 years ago here in Roseburg, small town. It's a town of 25,000 people. He got it ranked number one in Google for a lot. Like, dude, all of page one in Google in almost all of Oregon is all. But Alex just happens to be number one for a lot of good phrases. So he gets leads coming through. It's not like 40 a month, but he gets good leads coming through. And so Alex was getting the leads coming in, but he didn't know how to close them. And so he partnered up with another Carrot member here who's just a closer, man. He's an agent and investor. He's on the summit here as well, Anthony Beckham. And Alex closed his first deal 2 weeks ago with Anthony. And the reason I'm saying this, guys, is Alex didn't know how to close the deal. He got the lead, and he wouldn't have been able to negotiate it well. He wouldn't have been able to get the profits. But by going with a person like Max in his market who knows how to do that, who has already been there before, and they can share in that profit, both of you guys are winning, and that seller is winning. So they got their solution solved, their problem solved, instead of having to go try to find someone else who may not have been as ethical. And so, dude, I love the model because there's gonna be so many people as the market, it is really solidifying in even more competition. There are going to be some of those part-timers that are going to be kind of struggling a little bit because they don't have someone by their side. But if all of you guys are banding together and this person over here sees a win, that guy or gal will close something, well, shoot, they're closing something right now. I'm going to hustle harder because I can see it here. I'm in this environment.
Yeah.
And also, man, now I can go over to Max's team and say, dude, I don't know how to negotiate this thing. I don't know how to do X. And now you guys can both share in it. I love it, man. It's everybody rising together.
Yeah, my salesperson and my sales team, they're there to help people say, hey, look, I got somebody here. I need help negotiating this deal, or I need help, blah, blah, blah. What do I do in this situation? And we're right there to be able to help them so that they can just go out and, keep performing. Because what we see a lot is people go out and find a deal, and then their business shuts down because they're out there trying to find a buyer.
Yep. Dude, so right down the street here, the G team, they're an EXP team now. They came over from Century 21, Carrot customers. And Ricky comes to the Carrot gym every week to work out with us. But they took over a building down here. It's a big old space as well, way bigger than they needed. And it's like a micro version of what you've got. And so they started recruiting all the EXP agents, and they've got like, hey, this is EXP agent land here in Roseburg. And they've got all the desks and offices. Hey, you're an EXP agent? Cool. You come like underneath me. Awesome. You just come work here, work with us. And guys, that's going to be one of the big things I want everybody on here, agents, investors, focusing on that. As the market gets tighter, because it will get tighter in some spots, not every spot. One of the biggest ways you can cut through that is by collaborating with people and finding those pods of people you can share. So make that one of your big takeaways, not just from this session, but also just the whole summit. So we've talked about content with Max, and I want you guys for sure to go follow him on Instagram, go follow him on YouTube. If you're an agent and you're looking to learn about wholesaling and you're looking to learn about the house buying business, Max's YouTube channel is probably one of the best for that.
Thank
which
you,
a
man.
lot of you agents need to be doing that right now, at least learning about it, even if you're not going to do it. For sure.
100%. You know, I was an agent, and I just didn't think it was possible. I was stuck in the agent mind frame, and it's. I'm telling you, over here, if you're a dual threat, if you have both options, if you have many exit strategies, you'll be able to increase your business. But not only that, you'll be able to help most of anybody that you come in contact with as a real estate professional.
Mm.
Because if you only can list the beautiful, pretty things and wait for it to get fixed before they do X, Y, Z, that is where the method of people wanting to sell their house quickly comes into play, because they don't have the funds to fix it. It
Mhm.
might not be in the right time, but you're not ready to list something because it doesn't fit in your agency's cookie cutter model of what you like your listings to look like, right? Because I used to be an agent. We
Yep.
used to want to see all the pretty listings. Nobody wants to see a house that's run down. That's they list all the rundown houses. But remember, at the end of the day, when we come professionals and we decide to do this for a living, we're there to help the customers. It's not about what we look like as the practitioners of it.
And dude, and we've talked about that here in the summit. We'll continue to talk about it too, where I truly feel like, dude, I just recorded a podcast that some people are going to love and some are going to absolutely hate it. Because I'm like, man, there's this ethical dilemma that I keep hearing from many agents where they're like, oh, well, aren't wholesalers the underbelly of real estate? I heard that from a person I really, really respect, and I love the person to death. And I'm like, well, no, it's misunderstood for sure. And there's a lot of bad information out there. There's a problem. Now, just like with any industry, there's definitely people who probably aren't following some of the rules they should. Agents, you hear that all the time with agents, you hear it all the time with attorneys, and you're going to hear it with any industry. It doesn't matter.
Period.
But at the end of the day, the ethical dilemma that I see, Max, is if an agent or an investor goes to a seller and they know that there's other options that might be a better fit, and they're only giving them one option, dude, I think that's where the ethical dilemma is. And so if you're an agent and everything's got to fit in that pretty box that Max mentioned, and you're not saying, hey, or there's this other option that can give you cash and can close very quickly and way less hassle. It's going to take less money for sure, but maybe they don't care about that money. There's an ethical dilemma not presenting that avenue, and vice versa for investors. There's the ethical dilemma of presenting them a low cash offer, but maybe they don't want that. Maybe they want the most cash in their pocket. You're not giving them that option of saying, hey, work with my agent. Like Max says, there's an in-house agent there. Or I am an agent. Here's what we can do. Here's a couple options. That's the ethical dilemma I want you guys to think about for sure. For sure.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
Well, cool, dude. So here's a couple things. When with the summit being live here, you just wrapped up the We Live event. One of the biggest things I want people to be looking at when they're going away in 2020 is who should I start to follow? Who should I start to follow and learn from? Who should I start to follow and model in the investing world if you're an agent? Let's say other than Max Maxwell, everyone definitely needs to go follow you, man, for the wholesaling side of things. Who would you direct an agent or a new investor to go follow information-wise? Where should they go learn? Your channel, first of all, and then next, are there any others kind of that are your hot spots? Like these people definitely follow.
Really, this is going to sound crazy. I don't consume content.
Mm-hmm.
But, here's what I would say in choosing the right person. I may not be a fit for everybody that wants to get started in wholesaling. And there's many people out there that are, giving out free information at this point in time. Find somebody you can relate to. Find somebody that is the same type of character and same type of Swift, or somebody you just personally like from online, and start following their teachings. Now, what I would say is don't go follow a bunch of people, because everybody has their own way to get to the promised land, or whatever it is, whatever to get to that goal. So don't take, advice from everybody. Latch on to 1, 2, 3 people you like, and then go out and do it. I mean, there's definitely a lot of people out there, but for me, I am so busy running everything. I don't even get time I don't even get to watch Gary Vee anymore. Not at all. And I paid him a ton of money to speak at my event, so I don't even get to watch him anymore. But whatever you do, find somebody that is like you, that you like, because you're going to spend a lot of time with them through virtually.
Totally. I love it, man. Dude, a couple more questions, dude, and then we'll bounce for this session of the summit. But one of the things you've done amazingly well, and we've kind of talked about it and alluded to it, is your content creation. Like, you're really consistent. It's great stuff. And you started off doing it yourself, and now you've got a team.
Yeah.
And a lot of agents I talk to, that once again, they have figured out, hey, they've got on staff videographers. Investors aren't doing that yet, hardly at all.
Yeah.
So number one, if someone is looking to have someone on staff to help them on the video stuff, really build that authority and expand their brand and just build that influence, what should they look for in that person that's going to come do that video work for them? Like, what are the skill sets? Where should they find them? Things like that.
First, you got to find somebody that's passionate about what they want to do, because you want them to follow you as much as possible. You want them to really actually like this and not just doing it purely for a paycheck.
Yep.
Typically, you can find somebody young that doesn't need a lot of money, that is going to allow you to grow, that allows their pay to grow down the road. So find somebody like that, and then just be open and genuine with them, and let them record and be creative, and then have some of your own creative influence on top of that. That's funny you say this, because my director of content, my director of creativity, Dave Harden, he is actually creating a course not for people that shoot the camera, but for the exact same question you asked, was how does the CEO, how does the business owner create an actual program, or what do they go out and look for when they're going to go hire somebody? What does that look like? What does content should look like? Because it is a big thing. And I think that's where a lot of people get stopped. Well, what do I do? I don't know anything about video. How do I know if this person's going to get over on me? You know, how do I know if this person's doing good or bad? And kind of directions you need to do. So make sure you find somebody young, they're really passionate about their stuff, pay them fairly, but make sure they know that this is the beginning pay and that it's going to grow as you grow. And right now, my YouTube content, my YouTube money alone takes care of all my staff in that department. And I have 4 full-time employees that work for me, that shoot my video, edit my video, do my podcast and all that stuff. So obviously it's grown into something great. And there will be a time where the delta would meet, and then you're going to not be paying out of pocket. YouTube's going to be paying, and then you're going to be taking home some checks. But outside of that content, being able to have the confidence to build an 8,000 square foot, WeWork type facility for other wholesalers is what it gave me, to that have the authority to say, hey, go here and sign up. And when they go here and sign up, I can fill this place up in 2 weeks of like-minded individuals that want to get things done. And that's the true value of being able to do it. It's just a beautiful thing. You got to go out there to it and just move quickly.
Dude, so one of the things you said there, I think a lot of people probably let it fly over them, that I think is so important here, dude, is you were saying, as that brand is building, you can send an email or do whatever it is and fill all those spots because of the authority you've built. Guys, we're going back to this, right? Those who specialize and build authority will win. And what's happening here, guys, Max saw an opportunity as the market was shifting, as he came in to come in. And it's not him trying to go to the middle, but he said, I'm going to go disrupt things a little bit. I'm going to do content in a different way than other investors are doing. I'm actually going to go out there and do content like people in other industries are, but it hasn't happened here yet.
Yeah.
And so he was the first one to really do that big and do it well in this industry. No one is doing it as well as he is still. But then now down here, those who specialize and build authority wins, right? So once again, guys, there's the tactician, the expert, the authority, and then the celebrity expert. And Max in this world is, bridging those two right there. And so the cool thing is, the further you get up this influence ladder, the more your income goes up and the more influence. And here's the deal, guys. So many people are looking at video and they're going, hey, I don't know how I'm going to make money with this video. They're looking at their metrics and likes. They're looking at their metrics and, well, this video should equal this sale or this result over here. But when you stack them on, I want to toss this over to you, man. But when you're stacking bricks down here, guys, you're stacking bricks with video and building that audience, you can then start to use that influence and leverage in amazing ways that are way more valuable than selling an extra deal. Dude,
oh, yeah.
Talk about that. Talk about the influence and the authority that just being consistent with content has built for you. You already talked about businesses that came out of it and things like that, but how important has that been for you as an asset?
It's been very important. And let me kind of explain to you, because we're talking about in the real estate world. Mm-hmm. Some of my older videos outperform some of my rental units. Mm-hmm. Let me put that. The cash flow that comes from a video I put out 2 years ago, outperformed the cash flow of a rental unit that I have. Yep. And that's crazy, because people are still, what happened is the content you're putting out is evergreen. Yep. There's a new person coming in the cycle every day, and it's just going. And like you said, and I have over 225 videos.
Mhm.
Right. And we put out between 3 and 4 videos every single week. You don't have to go there. I started out with 1 video a week.
Yep.
And then as it grows and grows and grows. But being that authority and being, and one tip that I forgot to mention, ask questions in your videos, which allows people to engage a response. Go down below and type blank or do X or, what was your favorite moment in this video? Timestamp it. Those are little tips that you have for engagement for people when they do it. But the content, it's that little drawing you have down there. A brick is a brick, and it really is, to the point now I have a 5,000 square foot studio. People want to fly in now and be on my podcast.
Yep.
And it's just like being in that authority space and walking into the rooms. From I was a fan of Trevor, then I became a friend of Trevor based upon my content.
Yep.
That allowed me to get into rooms that I would never been able to get into, because even the people of authority see me and recognize me as an authority. So I was able to break that time gap between, all the work that Trevor had to put in, not saying all the work you put in to get where you are.
Yep.
I crushed it down to 2 years to get in the same rooms, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Now, our businesses are way different, but now Trevor and I are peers.
Dude, that's so important, guys. So once again, we're going to be talking about the entire summit here, guys. We're going to talk about how do you get off of the hamster wheel in your business? How do you stack bricks? Stacking bricks is hard, though, right? It's like stacking bricks is dirty work. Your hands hurt. You stack a whole row of bricks and you're like, man, there's a lot of work, but I'm not seeing results from it yet. And that happens. But eventually you're going to keep stacking bricks. Like Max said, he started with 1 video a week, and then he amplified them over on Instagram and some of them on LinkedIn and on Facebook. And then he's like, as it started to work even better and he got more resources, okay, let's do more videos. Let's add a podcast. And the thing I want people to think about, once again, if you're an agent or an investor, it doesn't have to be you teaching other agents to be an agent. It doesn't have to be you teaching other investors to be an investor. No. It can be you hyper focusing on your niche in your market, like Max said, of I'm going to be the community expert of all things with this community. And I'm going to put out 2 videos a week about something about this community. I'm even do a podcast interviewing like business owners in the community and make it fun, make it like events that are going on, have fun with the darn thing. And you are going to be that authority and possibly celebrity, like micro celebrity in that community. There's amazing things that comes with it.
Dude, there's people in my city that write so much about food places that they are celebrities when they walk into restaurants. I don't think they even pay for food anymore. Now, it doesn't, that doesn't like, it's not on the big picture what we're talking about, but that niche that they're in, they're the person. So when a new restaurant comes out, everybody in the city, everybody's waiting for this person's review.
Yep, exactly. And dude, and that then decommoditizes that person, right? So you as Max, dude, let's say for some reason the whole wholesaling thing goes kaput soon. Like let's just say it does. Or agents, let's say for some reason all of a sudden the iBuyers take agents out of the picture. Like that's not going to happen. Let's say that they do. By becoming the authority, you now leverage that authority. You're decommoditized because now you're offering something of value other than just the license. You're offering something of value other than just the fact that I can do a wholesale deal. And you're coming out here and saying, yes, I can do those things, but I also have this own brand equity that comes with this that I can leverage into other things, which is just magical. That's where that long-term evergreen freedom, momentum, flexibility stuff comes in. I can talk about this stuff all day long. Dude, so one last question for you. iBuyer stuff. I saw a video of yours a month ago, something like that. Yeah. And you're with the dude in front of a house. I think you guys are talking about Opendoor. And I had a chance to watch a part of it, not the whole thing. This is a question that does come up from a lot of people is how is Opendoor? How is OfferPad? Those types of things impacting wholesalers and even agents. But we can go in as deep as you want, or, just as brief as you want. But how are you seeing those iBuyers impact wholesalers, impact investors? And what are you seeing on the deal basis? Are you guys like overpaying? Are you guys outpaying iBuyers? Are they paying way too much? Kind of what are you seeing in the market right now with them?
Yeah, so I could go real deep on this topic.
Cool.
Spent a lot of time talking about it, researching it. First of all, you have to understand let me give you some context to this. So iBuyers are funded by Silicon Valley money. And these guys don't have to make a profit for a long time, right? So you have companies like, just look at a company like SoftBank. SoftBank is a group of investors they overfunded WeWork to the point where they dominated the market. Even the buys that they were doing didn't make any sense. The real estate they were buying, the things they were doing, and they went from an $80 million valuation, I think, down to like an $8 billion. I think it was something crazy, right?
Yep.
So the point is you're going to have these. It's about time that Silicon Valley money got into real estate.
Mhm.
It was coming.
Yep.
But the reality is that algorithms can't solve this problem.
Mm.
Algorithms can't walk into a house and see XYZ. They can't talk to the family member. I just did a deal where a lady was 8 months pregnant. She was going through a divorce, and it was 20 days before Christmas.
Mm.
Algorithm can't do that negotiation like I can.
Yep.
And she needed a car. She needed a $6,000 advancement on the sale to go get a car so she can go back and forth to her doctor's appointments. So those are the type of things that you will never be able to be defeated by some algorithm in the sky.
Yep.
So remember, if we keep our business hyper local, and we can dominate a market by people trusting and knowing who we are, nobody is really going to continue to sell their house to these iBuyers. Now here's the situation. Yes, they're gonna overpay, they're gonna get properties all the time. But the reality is that these guys don't have to make a profit, and they're all they're trying to do is retrain people on how you should buy a house.
Yep.
Or how you should sell a house. And so literally they're putting money in retraining the education of regular home sellers on how that you can just click a button and do it. So it's the verdict's in the air to see if they're going to succeed or not. I personally don't think they do. I think this model here, they can never beat it, where you have 100, 200 wholesalers, and they can never beat a situation like this, especially if we come together and do things. But they're going to affect everybody in the beginning. But I think they have an even bigger picture. I think this is all my theory. I think that these guys want to get into the mortgage business.
Yep.
So I think they're heading down that road, but they need to be able to control a certain amount of deals and really see how things go. They're not making any money. And then their products are terrible. As a flipper, if you go back and watch that YouTube video, Jamil and I went inside. We were in Phoenix. We picked 2 random properties. One was done by an iBuyer, one was done by a local investor. 2 different price points. The iBuyer was a higher price point. The local guy was a smaller price point. I would rather much stay in the finished product that the local guy that redid versus what the iBuyer done. They just don't buy right. They don't do the product right. And it was consistent across a lot of Phoenix. So I'm probably going to say that's what they're doing across the country.
Yep.
The end product is crap.
Dude, and we're going to see that more and more, guys. And so this is what we've been talking about for a while, right? That the iBuyers in the middle are trying to go, hey, we're trying to deliver a direct buy option, but while doing it the quote unquote mainstream, closer to a mainstream way, something that people are comfortable with, right? Rather than the mom and pop. And they are going to get people in there. But just like guys, if you look at the stock market, if you look at mortgages, the same thing happens. So what's happening right now is not new. It's just the inefficiencies in this market, particularly the technology just finally caught up with these inefficiencies. But in the stock market, it happened in the 90s. In the mortgage market, it happened in the early 2000s. And you can keep on going down the line on when these happen. And every one of them said the end of the stockbroker, the end of the mortgage broker, the end of the whatever.
Yeah, you're right.
Dude, and the funny thing is there's a crap ton of mortgage brokers still, because a lot of people don't want to go online and punch some buttons and work with someone across 4 states over. They want to go talk with the person who can guide them through it. And same thing with stocks. It's like, I had a Charles Schwab account, dude. I barely use it because I don't know what I'm doing on it. Like, I don't want to do the research. I don't have the time to do the research. I just don't want to do it. So I go to my buddy down the street. I know I'm paying more to him, but he's an expert in it and I like him, and there's the relationship. And the same thing's going to happen for investors and agents here, guys, is you're going to have a certain segment of the people who are those Charles Schwab, the E-Trade people who are comfortable going and buying stocks and doing all the research themselves, and they're experiencing it, and they're willing to, they want to get that cheaper rate. But most people are still going to go to the expert, the authority to do the work with. And I'll wrap it with this: is the authority, guys, is the person who stands out and builds content. And that's one thing that Max is the best in the real estate investing world that I've seen. be it building content, relating with people, doing it in a way that's not, it's not complicated. It's not crazy big fancy videos. It's Max being Max, educating people, going out there, documenting what he's doing. So Max, so pumped to have you on the summit, dude, for year 2. I'm so excited about what you're doing there. I'm really excited for all the wholesalers that are going to be there doing work with you. I'm going to get my voice back here in a second on the break. But dude, any parting words for all these agents, all these investors out there who are going, hey, I'm wanting to tackle the market. I see the opportunity. I also see all the things I've got to contend with. What are some pieces of advice you would give them around whether it's, you know, how to deal with competition, content, or anything else?
You know, here's some words to the wise. Investors are not going to go anywhere. We're the backbone of actually real estate.
Yep.
Do more transactions than the typical, you know, home buyer does. So what I would do is, if I was still an active agent, I would educate myself on all aspects of real estate. And I call wholesaling the gateway drug. And remember that we only know, as an agent, you only know one part. And you need to educate yourself on other sides as well of the industry, and work together with wholesalers and even just learn from wholesalers itself. And wholesalers work with agents as well too, because it's going to take us coming together to solve this problem, to make sure that there is no end of the mortgage broker, no end of this, no end of, because as an agent, I've been saying for a long time, Zillow's number one goal was to get rid of agents. And if you don't see that coming, you're crazy. But they took a little pivot in the market because this iBuyer topic is real hot right now. So as that dies down, they're going to go back to getting rid of the agents and start doing listings at 1%.
Yep. Dude,
So,
100%.
be
One
ready.
thing that just popped up in my mind, I think is really relevant, is if you think about, like Max is saying, investors aren't going away, and I don't believe agents are going away either. Now they're going to shift, the ratios are going to shift, right? But if you guys look at like electric cars, okay, 10 years ago, no one wanted an electric car. Like no one wanted one. But what happens is you have Tesla who comes in here, and here's all other electric cars. You know, it's like taking a crapper. And then you have Tesla that comes in here, and they go like this. Now, what happens, guys, is when one of those people goes in there and starts to change the market, then this line down here is going to start to also go up, right? So you're going to see all the other crappy electric cars start to sell more, because Tesla is making it acceptable in the market to buy electric cars. Electric cars are not nerdy now, they're kind of cool. And so the same thing's going to happen with iBuyers. Well, a lot of people are afraid that iBuyers are going to get more of the market share. Guys, here's the deal. Especially if you're an investor, this is amazing, because iBuyers are the Tesla. They don't have near as good product, that's for sure. But iBuyers are the ones that are going out there saying, hey, here's this other option. They're spending all the money educating for you guys. Okay, they're the ones spending all this money educating for you guys. And then now it's going to drive up the business for all the wholesalers out there, because now it's a viable option to more people. Not only is it going to be, it's not now going to be 5 to 8% of all home sales. It's going to be pushing 10 to 20% in the next 10 years, which means it's a bigger pie for you guys to chase out.
Yep. Perfect example. I'm going to use that somewhere.
You should, man. I love it. Well, Max, dude, I appreciate the heck out of you, dude. Really, really appreciate what you're doing in the market, in the world, in your local community. It's inspiring people. Thanks, as always, hopping on the summit with me. And guys, we have another amazing guest coming up. I'm going to take a little break, get the voice back. Max, have an awesome day, buddy. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you, and thanks again.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Go right here. Hashtag Carrot Summit. What'd you get from this session? Hashtag Carrot Summit. Go follow Max Maxwell on Instagram. We'll put his information down below in the chat box, and follow him on YouTube too. All right. See you guys in the next session. Thanks.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Grab my water, my trusty water bottle here. Get the voice recouped. And right here, guys. So I'm big on mindset. This is something I've got a little mug here. And thoughts become things, y'all. So we're seeing a ton of great comments pop through here. And the comments are awesome. There's lots of good questions. We'll answer questions around our lunch. We're going to do like a working lunch break. But the biggest thing here is you guys are going to hear a lot of things that are challenging you. You're going to hear a lot of things that are challenging your current assumptions, challenging your current abilities that you think you have. And at the end of the day, whatever the thoughts that you have, that's what is going to manifest in the results. It's what's going to manifest in your life. And this mug reminds me, my team members gave it to me. Thoughts become things. Choose the right ones, y'all. All right. So we're going to dive in now. I've got a great friend of mine, and he's been a Carrot member for years and years and years. But when I think about the top wholesaling coach that I want to send people to, it's this guy. It's Tom. And he didn't start as a coach. He started as a wholesaler. And now a lot of our customers are working with Tom. And Tom's company still closes a lot of deals using Carrot, building authority, and all kinds of other stuff. So I'm going to make the official introduction, then we'll bring Tom in here. But guys and gals, hopefully you guys got some amazing nuggets from the session with Max. And what I want you guys to do is go to social media right now. Okay, go to social media right now. #Carrot Summit. #Carrot Summit. What did you pull away from the from that session with Max? And then link up carrotsummit.com. Okay, #Carrot Summit. What's the big takeaway you got from Max? What are you going to change in your business? What are you going to change in your life? Link up carrotsummit.com. And we're going to then be entering you into the contest to win positivity t-shirts. We're going to be announcing at the end of the day and at lunchtime books like this one here, Founder Thinker, Founder Farmer Thinker Thief, and a bunch of other really cool stuff, guys. So #Carrot Summit in Instagram and Facebook. I see a bunch of people doing it in the YouTube thread, but the YouTube thread does not qualify you for it. Okay, Facebook and Instagram. Okay, and then #Carrot Summit. What was your big takeaway? Tag me to it too. Tag me to it on Instagram. Go follow me over there, and we'll make it happen, guys. All right. So if someone on my team can pipe in my link to my Instagram feed in there, tag me in there, guys. So guys, we're going to be diving into wholesaling now. So if you're an agent and you're wondering, hey, should I sit here for this wholesaling session? The answer is 100% yes. Now we've talked about over here, the tech disruption that's going on and how retail and wholesaler need to squeeze together. That means agents and investors need to be working together a lot more. So if you're not sure what wholesaling is near an agent, this is a perfect session to kind of get some more insight there. If you are assured that what wholesaling is, and you want to be able to work with wholesalers better, this is going to teach you what's working right now to help sellers who need to exit a property quicker that they don't want to wait for the MLS. And without further ado, I'm going to welcome on the top wholesaling coach in America. Working with tons of our clients, Mr. Tom Krol. What's up, man?
Bam! Top wholesaling coach in America.
I
like that title. Very cool, man.
So guys and gals, before we really dig into Tom, one thing that you guys are going to feel on this right here with Tom is his energy. So we got some history. We've got a podcast called the Carrot Cast. The first ever guest on the Carrot Cast is Mr. Tom Krol, which I love.
Honored.
No, go for it.
No, what an honor. Absolutely. Thank you for having me on that first episode. I can't believe it.
Dude, the first one. And then, so you guys heard Tom's victory bell kind of ringing over there. He mails us a victory bell that we have in our office over there in the common space. And I need to ring the darn victory bell more, man. I need to celebrate my wins more.
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely. Well, you have so many of them. Absolutely. No doubt about it. And all the Carrot customers do. They all have a reason to ring the victory bell. No doubt about it. So absolutely. We'll send you another one. We'll send you some for your audience. Absolutely.
There we go. I love it. And there's some comments coming through here. A bunch of people saying, bam, Tom Krol, so much energy.
Bam.
Mr. Excitement. I love it. So guys and gals, what we're going to be talking about during this session here, and then we're going to, after this one, there's going to be Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett. They're both agent investors coming in next, showing how they're pulling in multiple hundreds of thousands a year in wholesale fees, but also adding in the agent commissions from their Carrot leads. And they're going to show how they're niching down. But on this one, we're going to focus on wholesaling 100%. We're going to focus on what's working right now, what types of shifts wholesalers need to make, how agents and investors can collaborate more together, what marketing is working right now with Tom and his company and the people that he's working with. So before we dive into that, Tom, for those who don't know who you are, which is probably not a lot of them, who are you? Where do you live? What's your family situation look like, man? And then also, what's your business? What do you do?
Yeah, so name is Tom Kroll from I'm founder of Wholesaling Inc. I was a lawn care guy and got fired from that. Went into wholesaling real estate, had a lot of success right out of the gate. I love wholesaling, whether you are an agent, a broker, a stay-at-home mom, or work a 9-to-5 job, doing whatever. It is the greatest stay-at-home business in the country. I absolutely love it. I am enthusiastic about it. It's my wife and I, Julie and I, we got met in college, and we have 5 beautiful children: Logan, Lacey, Lily, Lucas, and Levi, and our dog Luna, who's around here somewhere, a Bernese Mountain Dog. And wholesaler and wholesale coach. And we have our students, our rhinos. So for all the rhinos out there, there's a rhino salute, which is from the book Rhinoceros Success by Scott Alexander, which is one of the favorite books of our tribe of Wholesaling Inc. students all around the country. And that's the quick, short story of where we're at.
Dude, so I've got a few questions for you, and we'll kind of take this convo during the summit session wherever it goes. But the first one I've got for you is kind of laying the ground for, there's hundreds of agents on here, hundreds of investors on here. Really quick, as simple as you can, what is wholesaling for those who are agents or brand new investors who really don't understand it, or they misunderstand it? Because there's a lot of agents I'll talk to, and they're really, really smart. They're kind of getting fed a line that is not true, that
Right.
wholesaling is illegal or whatever. It's not even close to that, guys. So what is wholesaling? What value are you adding to that transaction that maybe the traditional route might not add to that seller?
So key, because it's a fundamental, foundational piece of this, and this is what it is.
Mhm.
Wholesaling is the art of consistently finding discounted properties.
Mhm.
That is it. It's the end all be all. And if you are an agent or a broker, you have a tremendous opportunity and a foot in the door, because every single person in this country, from the time they've been alive, from the time they came onto this earth, they have been trained that if they want to sell a property, to call an agent. So no matter how much wholesalers market and send out mail and billboards and bandit signs and PPC and SEO and every other channel, cold calling and all of that, agents always have a little bit of an upper hand, because when people want to sell a home, whether they are needing to sell quickly for a discount or wanting to sell it full retail, they always will, most times, reach out to an agent or a broker. But the biggest confusion is that sometimes people will think that wholesaling has something to do with doing an assignment of a contract. It doesn't. That's called an assignment of contract. Wholesaling is the art of consistently finding discounted properties. If you can get good at that, if you can continually find properties at a massive discount, which are everywhere, you will reach financial freedom very, very quickly.
Mhm.
And the logistics of wholesaling, of what wholesaling is this. And if you just want to keep this very simple, business simple, and it's this. It is a pawn shop. It's an exchange of speed and convenience, which is what we bring the seller, in exchange for a low price. So the seller knows that they're in a pawn shop. They know that if they go with an agent and they list a property for X amount of months and do showings, that they'll make more money. So you don't have to be really good at sales and really good at negotiating. All you have to do is understand the simple concept of a pawn shop, that you are there to offer speed and convenience, and they are there to offer you a low price. And that's what wholesaling is. Whatever your exit strategy is, whether you are going to buy it and put it on MLS, or sign the contract, or be a landlord, or be a rehabber, it doesn't really matter. Donald Trump or Robert Kiyosaki, if they do a good deal, it starts with a discounted property. That's what wholesaling is.
And dude, that's such a good explanation. We'll kind of dig into what marketing is working, all that kind of stuff here in a bit. This won't be, guys and gals, this won't be a workshop on what wholesaling is, but I want us to really start with that, because there's a lot of people where this is new. And like I'm talking, guys, I'm going to keep on referring back to this, right? Like I'm talking, y'all, the retail side and the wholesale side are going to be converging a lot more over the next 10 to 15 years. And the iBuyers in the middle, the tech giant iBuyers, right? They're trying to make direct selling more mainstream, which I feel like I said in the last session is going to benefit all wholesalers, right? It's going to benefit you guys all, because just like that analogy I used with Max in the last one, no one wanted an electric car before Tesla. And then Tesla did the job of making that mainstream. Now everyone wants an electric car, right? Same thing with direct home selling, is a lot of people didn't know that was an option. These guys are putting tons of money into that, which then makes it an option for you guys and gals as wholesalers to go out there and reach more sellers who need your help. And this is the last thing I'll toss a question your way, Tom, is with some agents, we definitely need to break down some barriers there, and also with some investors. The main barrier I've heard coming up with agents is, well, shoot, do these sellers know that they're getting it, that they're selling a house way cheaper than they think the wholesalers are kind of taking them, right? Which isn't the case. Right. And I just recently bought the first new vehicle I've ever bought. I bought a new truck a few weeks ago. Love it. I'm always a used car guy. I'm like, I'm just going to celebrate something finally. It's a new truck.
Congratulations.
Thanks, dude. And I knew that I could sell.
Wait a second. Do we pay cash for it?
Yeah.
As long as we pay cash for a depreciating asset, we're good, brother.
Pay cash for it, man. Dude, that's why I just can't buy stuff for myself like that. I bought the building next door, which is an investment. We're doing a bunch of other things, but anyway, bought the truck. And so then they came to me with an offer for the trade-in, right? And I'm like, well, yes, if I can get it for this price, which I know is fair, and I did the Kelley Blue Book thing, I know that they're going to sell it for around $19,000. My old truck, I sold it to them for $16,000. I'm pumped about that because I don't have to do anything. I can just give them the keys and I walk away. And guys, it's the same thing. So if you're an agent wondering, like, why on heaven's earth would a seller give up 20, 10, 30, 40, $50,000 of equity? There's a lot of reasons. What are some of the reasons that are the most common on your guys' end, Tom, of sellers that you guys are able to help where the traditional market on the MLS just won't fit them? Like, what situations are your best sellers coming into?
Yeah, it really depends. There's a lot of different reasons why a seller would want to sell quickly. It's not that sellers want to sell at a discount. It's that they are typically people who have had a problem property or a problem with a property that they've ignored for a very long time. And this little problem has now gotten much bigger and is almost always time sensitive. So a little trick that we teach a lot of our students is they'll say, well, I can't really get down to the brass tacks of why is this seller wanting to sell? What is the real motivation? Which is important to know when you're doing wholesaling deals is how do you do that? And one little trick we learned is that the when reveals the why. The when reveals the why. And what that means is if you just have a really nice conversation with a seller and they won't tell you why they're selling, typically when you ask them, when would you like to sell? They'll say, oh, well, I really have to sell by March 1st because of the tax auction. And you're like, wait a second, what tax auction? So if you can remember that the when reveals the why, that will help you get to the reason. As far as the reasons themselves, it's really a variety of reasons. But I think that's one thing that's really important as a wholesaler is two things. Number one, it doesn't matter too much that you figure out why, but it matters that you ask the questions of why. The reason is it makes it very, very clear that you are buying the home at a discount. And that is so key. You're not, again, something we just talked about. You don't want to use sales and negotiating. And a lot of people disagree with me, but I don't care. And you don't want to use your sales and negotiating because no matter how much I talk to you, Trevor, you are never going to sell me your home at a discount. It's just not going to happen, right? So I just need to know, why do you want to sell? But a real quick way to understand real estate wholesaling is just watch Pawn Stars. The guy comes in, hey, this is a really nice watch. Tell me more about the watch. Why would you consider selling it? Why don't you just put it on eBay? Why don't you keep the watch? Your grandfather gave you the watch. So going through all of those questions, you can really then say, hey, listen, you're better off with a real estate agent, which we do all the time. Or, hey, I can make you a cash offer. It's not going to be full price, but we can close immediately. And I think that's the key.
Dude, and that's the thing. I want to really drill it into everybody too, that there was some comments earlier asking why I was making comparisons that were outside of this industry. I'm like, man, guys, there's wholesaling and there's retail in almost any industry where there's two ends of it, right? If you look at groceries, there's wholesale on groceries where there's a person that's the middleman that's taking on all these unwanted groceries from the grocery store that they weren't able to sell. They sell them at a massive discount. Then those wholesalers have connections on the other end to sell them to other grocery stores or things. Cars, of course, houses. I mean, you can just go down the list. Wholesaling is insanely common in the world, and there's a need. Like, there's a reason there's a wholesaler there, because the retail side of things doesn't always fulfill the problem.
100%.
So, dude, let's kind of look at 2020 now. What's working right now? So you guys obviously have an amazing business there in Florida. The wholesales a lot of houses. You guys work with tons of wholesalers. Is there anything that you guys are either gearing up for this year or have already geared up for this year to make any shifts in your businesses, shifts in marketing, the way your team is structured, anything at all that you're kind of like, hey, these are things that we got to do this year?
This is a common question that we get a lot. And, I was thinking there's a few things that we have done differently, but the reality, Trevor, is that the answer really is no.
Mm-hmm.
There are no shifts in wholesaling at all. And I know people are like, what are you talking about, Tom? That's crazy. The reality is that everything that has worked is working right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that that's important is because doubling down and tripling down on what we know for sure works. And it's all the same principles, Trevor, that you know and live by and that I know and live by. Everything that pays off, we already know. There's nothing new under the sun, right? All of the same old, tired, boring, beautiful principles that, like, whatever everything you think of becomes your reality, right? What you were talking about on the cup. So make sure you're thinking good thoughts. We know what pays off. What pays off? Laser focus on one thing, right? So a very common mistake that new wholesalers make is they're trying multiple channels simultaneously. We know that doesn't work. We know that if I say direct mail is the best and you say that PPC is the best or SEO and I say billboards, the bottom line is if I go with one, or if you go with one channel and I go with 4 and I'm only 20% in each one, because you can never get 100% when you're diluting your efforts across multiple channels.
Yep.
What happens is you're going to outperform me every time. So direct mail still works, cold calling works, radio ads work, billboards, bandit signs, working just with agents and brokers and property managers, most importantly, still works. I think it's just a foundational principle of there is no such thing as competition. There's only collaboration. So for the first time ever since I've ever been wholesaling, in my little sleepy town in Florida, I saw an ad on television for Zillow offering to make you a cash offer on your home.
Yep.
And because I've read The Go-Giver and The Pumpkin Plan and the 4 spiritual laws of prosperity and Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning and every single other thing that we already know of all the great men and women who came before us, my immediate thought was, oh man, wholesaling is going mainstream, just like you were saying. Like, this is great. But if you're new, that could be scary. If you see, sometimes people say, well, there's too many wholesalers in my market. No such thing. I think that there are no shifts in the market. I think that everything is working just the way it's been working. You have to continually watch your KPIs and get better about your marketing channel. But comparison is the thief of joy. So if you're starting right now, and you pick one channel and you just say to yourself, I'm going to make this channel work to find discounted properties no matter what, it is going to work. No doubt about it. It's just your attitude and your belief system. It doesn't change the facts, but it changes who you are and how you respond to the facts. So as much as I love to say, all this technical data, I got a 990 on my SAT, Trevor. So I'm not a good technical chart guy, but I could tell you this: if you want to find financial freedom quick, pick one channel and get really good at finding people who want to sell their home at a discount, and everything else will work. Just every single day, boom, boom, boom. Just focus on that.
Dude, that's amazing feedback. So I'm going to draw this little graphic. I read a book. This is probably 4 or 5 years ago. Have you read the book Essentialism by Greg McKeown?
I have it. It's right behind me, right there. But I don't have it.
Dude, the only thing I remember from the whole book is this one graphic. And I've drawn this graphic a million times. And this one graphic, this is the power of relay. This authority, guys. We're talking about authority, right? Greg's an expert on stuff. He put some content online. I read it. Now he's an authority and he gets paid a lot more.
There you
He
go.
helps a lot more people. So essentially, there's 2 different people here, right? There's one person here and there's one person here. This person here chooses to focus on one thing, one path, like Tom was talking, right? Now there's this person over here that sees all these opportunities and they're going to do this thing, they're going to do this thing, and they're going to do this thing here, and they're going to do this, and they're going to test this out because someone said, and they went to a mastermind, and they tested that out. And they're on the summit and they're going to do that, and they're going to test that out. And this isn't perfect math, y'all, but when you add up those little lines together, they equal the length of that one line. So you're still putting the same amount of energy in here, but you're not really getting anywhere. You keep on hitting blocks and you stop that one early and stop that, and you're getting discouraged because, like Tom said, you're just not making movement and momentum on any of these. You're not investing enough time and or energy or resources into getting momentum with any. But if you instead Pick one item, like Tom said, pick one and go, cool, I'm just going to focus on this one for the next 90 days, next 6 months, whatever it is. I'm just going to cold call 8 million people, or I'm going to just really jam on PPC and just like tweak the campaign and show up on Carrot's coaching calls and get Carrot's PPC ad campaign to start. Like, I'm going to do all that. Whatever it is, they all work, right? Brian Rockwell, who's coming on later, he's moving over to multifamily. He's been a part of acquiring hundreds of doors this past year in multifamily in Texas. Now he started on the PPC and SEO side. He's like, I'm going all into that. Did over $600K in wholesale fees in Dallas, y'all. Like one of the most competitive markets in the country, where people always say you can't do it, because he focused. He said, I'm going to just crush it on PPC. I'm not going to get distracted with all the other stuff out there. And now after he set those in a good process, then he goes, cool. Now there's people in process holding that up. Now I'm going to go do another one. Now I'm going to like dial that one in. Then people in process hold the next one up. Right.
Wholesaling is so easy. People are complicated, because if you look at this problem, Trevor, of what you just the diagram you just created, this is 110% an emotional problem. This is not a logical problem. There is not one millionaire or no one in the 1% is going to disagree with this. But again and again and again, if you go to a RIA meeting and you go to the people who are making consistently 50 to 100K a month, and you ask them what they're doing, they're going to say, I do this one channel, I totally dominate it, I love it. And if you go to the people who kind of have a roller coaster, they'll always say the same thing. What do you do to find your? Well, I do some direct mail. I do a little bit of this. I also cold called on credit. So I get it, because maybe you're running out of resources and you're struggling and you're motivated, and somebody tells you one thing is great and somebody else tells you something else is great. But yeah, I absolutely. And what's great about all of this, because you talked about the book Essentialism, and what's great about all of this is another commonality outside of it. Doesn't, when you look at the 1% of the 1%, there is, when you look at their gender, race, nationality, industry, age, fitness level, it's all over the map. But one thing that I learned when I started wholesaling, and when I started really looking at what people were doing who were where I wanted to be, every single one was reading books. Every single one. It's the only commonality outside of every other commonality of the 1%. There you go. And yeah, I've got them all over. But I'm telling you that if you guys, if you want to take one thing away from this whole thing that Trevor is putting on, the one thing is, pick up a book, commit 8 pages a day. It will change your life. I am telling you. I love it. I mean, it's so easy. It's, it's just like, just do what the people who are where you want to be do. And it's just no brainer.
Dude, I love it. And I want to celebrate everyone here on the summit, right? There's 400 plus people watching live right now. There will be thousands who will tune in today at any given point. And you guys are investing, like while other people are out there, not choosing to improve themselves or not choosing to do that, you guys are. So kudos to you guys. So there's a couple questions that have come in, and then we'll kind of dive back into the wholesaling side of things and some more specifics. So one thing that Tom had mentioned, guys and gals, is that all of these methods work, right? Someone asked, hey, what is Tom's one channel he uses? And I'm going to let him dive into, if he were to go into any market tomorrow that's new to him, what he would do. We'll start there. So think about that one. But what I want to walk through is kind of what he was illustrating of. They all work, right? They, in my opinion, there's not life cycles, but there's like ebbs and flows of outbound marketing methods usually, right? So in a market, we'll just kind of look at this on the motivated house seller side in the investor space, but agents are similar too. In a market, maybe direct mail is working insanely good right now in this market because not as many people are doing it, and everyone starts to hear about it and see it, and all of a sudden there's 25 postcards and letters and whatever on the desk, and then all of a sudden someone goes, well, shoot, I'm reaching people better with cold calling, right? So the direct mail part, crushing it here. A lot of people use it. Response rates go down a little bit. Then someone goes, oh, cold calling is this quote unquote new thing. So they're going to start cold calling. They cold call. Then all of a sudden sellers are getting like 14 cold calls. It still works. Response rates might go down, but then it keeps on ebbing and flowing based on what's happening in that micro market. With the online side of things, it's got its own ebbs and flows too, but it's based on the demand that people have when they're going online, right? So they're going to do Google searches, which then take them to Google, and it can be the pay-per-click ads, the ads up top. That's one way to get in front of your sellers or buyers really effectively, especially for investors or agent investors. I'll talk about Google pay-per-click for agents here in a bit. and for investors later in the summit as well. But with the online side, it has less of an ebb and flow because it's inbound, because people are like seeking you out and the internet keeps on growing. It takes a while longer though. Like this is stacking bricks versus hamster wheel marketing, where you can spin up direct mail, cold calling, text messaging today and have results coming in like ASAP. The online side, unless it's Google pay-per-click, paying for the ads, it's going to take a little bit more time, but it's got a little bit more installation, which Tom jumped into the online side with us a couple of years ago. But his main gen is not online. His main is something else, and we'll talk about what that is.
Yeah, I think the key is that just because what you're saying is such liquid gold, because what is behind that chart that you just made is that in order to know that there are ebbs and flows, you need to be tracking your numbers. And this is so key, because if you are picking a channel and you don't know, you're doing it kind of haphazardly and you're not looking at KPIs, which are key performance indicators. The people who struggle are the ones who don't know that they're struggling. They have a high gross number, but then all of a sudden there's inconsistency. So they're pouring back in. The one thing that I've learned, again, from books is that whatever you measure will do better. Whatever you measure will do better. Absolutely. So the key is, and whatever you ignore will deteriorate and will corrode and will rot and fall apart. This is true if you're a landlord, and if you think that you can create passive income from rentals, I love that, because I'm going to be sending you a postcard very soon to buy your property for 60 cents on the dollar, because there is no such thing of ignoring something and it doesn't corrode. It's just the nature of this earth. So I think the key is to know that it's ebbing and flowing, is to track your KPIs. But to answer your question, mine is direct mail. I love direct mail. And the more people who don't love direct mail, I even love direct mail more. Yeah, I mean, direct mail, consistent. And this is true with any marketing channel. I don't care who it is, because wholesaling is a numbers game. Most people do not want to sell their home. That's number one. Of the people who do want to sell their home, 99% want full retail price. Mm-hmm. So it's a numbers game. So when you have your marketing, it has to be, number one, consistent. So every single week, no matter what, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, New Year's, Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July, every single week, your marketing has to be going out consistently. Number two is it's got to be big. You got to go big, not small little drips. You got to go big. Spend your money, risk your money on your marketing, because it's a numbers game, and you got to have a fast response time. So all of the marketing channels share this burden of having to, this criteria. You have to make sure that you're hitting this. But I love direct mail because if Julie and I want to buy a vacation home, I just need to know what is the price of the vacation home. I know what my response rate is. I know what my average deal size is. I know exactly how much mail I have to mail, and then we buy the vacation home. And it's just that easy. So I'm making it a little more simple, because wholesaling, you get a lot of rejection, and it's difficult for the amount of rejection that you get, and it's a numbers game. But direct mail to me is the most simple to track, and it's the most simple too. So I love direct mail. But whatever marketing channel you think is the best is the best. It's like having a kid. Like it's like your kid's the best, my kid's every kid's the best.
No, for sure. And guys, if you guys have any specific questions on, like Shane's got a great question on, or he's got a statement on direct mail. If you guys have any questions on any of this stuff, pop the questions through, and we'll see if we can't get to some of them. We likely won't be able to get to most, but we might be able to pick out a few here and there. So one thing you mentioned, Tom, was KPIs. And so here's a couple things I'd like to guide us on. We've got about 30 minutes left. Is you opened up a couple topics that I think would be really valuable for people and that they'll love to dive into. One of them you mentioned is KPIs, which that's something we've never talked about on any of the podcasts you and I have done together. So this would be good. Yeah. And then the next one is you talked about kind of how you have a model now for direct mail, because you know that really well. That was your one thing that you're like, I'm just going to dominate this. And then you started adding on the online side and other thing. You've tested lots of stuff, but direct mail is still your one thing. Yes. And you test other things in Stack. But then I'd like to kind of dive into what are some of those things you do with direct mail. How do you find those right lists? What types of response rates should someone look at? And we've talked about this before, that they're going to be averages, guys. Things differ, right? But as a wholesaler, so we're going to be talking for wholesalers here. But if you're an agent, once again, guys, and you're wanting to get in the game of serving your sellers better and having them have 2 to 3 options rather than hey, it's a listing. It's a, here's a listing, but also here's what I or a partner of mine, you know, local investor can make a cash offer for. Like that's what all of you agents should be doing. You guys need to be showing up with not just a listing presentation, but a, hey, what is your problem? How can we serve you? Here's multiple options. You choose the one that fits you best, right?
Yeah.
So KPIs. If you're a wholesaler, what should they be tracking?
Oh, brother, this is my favorite because this is so true. I mean, this is the true separator of who is going to make it and who is not. Even if you have some beginner luck, like the Dip talks about with Seth Godin, great book for new wholesalers, by the way. Here's what I would say. I'm going to give you 3 KPIs, and then I'm going to give you the 4th one, which is the most important one.
Cool.
So the first 3 are this. If I owned your wholesaling business today, if I wrote you a check for $1 million and I bought your wholesaling business and you worked for me, I would call you every day and I would say, hey, Johnny, how's it going? Good, good, good. I don't really care. Here's what I want to know. Number 1, how much marketing went out last week? That's the first KPIs. I want you to, you got to track your marketing. Your marketing has got to be trackable. So how much marketing went out? Number 2, how many sellers were you on the phone with today? That's the second KPI. So the first thing is I call you, I own your business now. So if I'm going to hold you accountable to this, you should hold yourself accountable. Number 1 is how much marketing went out. Number 2 is how many sellers did you speak with today? And number 3 is how many sellers did you meet with today? Now, if they're out of the city that you live in, how many did you send a mobile notary to get that house under contract? So if I owned your business, the first thing I would do is I would call you every week and I would ask you 1, 2, and 3, because that's the only way I get my money back. I don't care how good you are at creating a Podio field and taking lots of notes in your CRM. I don't care about your pretty logo, your glossy business card. It's all garbage. It's a total waste of time, because if that's not getting done, you're seeking comfort and you're designing a logo instead of seeking discomfort and actually making a real difference. So that's number 3. That's the first 3. Number 4, go ahead. Did you want to?
Nope, you're good, man.
Okay.
Keep
Number
going.
4 is the most important one of all the KPIs that will totally change your whole life, which is this. How many phone calls does it take to get a deal? That is it. If you can figure out how many phone calls it takes to get a deal, and don't divide your phone calls into who left a voicemail and who didn't leave a voicemail and what did they say, and is it a hot lead or 1 or 2 or 3, a red hot, a ice cold blue, forget all that. Just keep it simple. Wholesaling is simple. Wholesalers are complicated. So how many phone calls does it take to get a deal? Because if you know that, and you know the response rate of your channel. So for instance, if you put in $1,000 and it creates a certain number of phone calls, you literally can reverse engineer a Rolls Royce.
Yep.
Literally. So that is the most important KPI of all of them, is how many phone calls does it take to get a deal? And if you really know that, you can really just, then you don't mind saying, you'll say, hey, let's put $25,000 into marketing. Who cares? Because who cares? Because we know the ROI. So those would be some of the most important key performance indicators that I would suggest to track.
Dude, I loved it. And you said the words key performance indicators at the end. There were a couple questions on what are KPIs. So yeah, y'all, they're essentially, what are those metrics that you look at on a consistent basis, weekly, daily, monthly, kind of thing, quarterly, to measure, hey, are we doing the right things? Are the things working? And also the big thing that Tom had mentioned too is this helps you know what's not working, right? Because you may find right here that this represents the marketing you're putting out. Okay. So this could be a direct mail piece. It could be, a Google ad. It could be a Facebook ad. It could be a cold call. So that's my little telephone. Whatever it is, like whatever your marketing method is over here, you're getting X amount of people to engage with your piece, right? So we're just going to go with the direct mail example here, but this applies to anything, right? If it's Google ads, it's you got 400 people to click your ad. Or if it's Facebook ads, you got 42 people to click your ad. If it's phone calls, how many people did we physically call, right? How many calls did we make? If it's direct mail, how many pieces did we send out, like Tom said, okay? So the first one is, how much marketing are you doing that you're like actually getting out there to the market, and how many people are seeing it? Then the next thing is from there, once they engage with the marketing, is how many people are actually like engaging with your call to action. They picked up the phone and called you from the direct mail piece, or they texted you, or they went to your website and submitted. Or if it's a Facebook ad or Google ad, they actually went to your website and submitted as a lead, right? That became a lead. So then there's a percentage here. Okay, there's a percentage. So if you sent out 10K pieces, or I'm just using round numbers, guys. If these numbers don't match yours, we're just doing math here. Okay.
Right.
So you send out 10K pieces. Let's say you got, 100 people on the phone. Okay. So then that's whatever that is. It's a 1% conversion rate, whatever that number is. Okay. Which for direct mail, that's kind of where a lot of things are, right? Somewhere between 0.5% and 2%, depending on a lot of different factors.
Right.
So right there's a 1% conversion rate. Cool. Now the next thing is awesome. How many of them did we actually get to meet with? We spoke with them. They submitted the information. That's a conversion rate from my marketing piece to actually becoming a lead. But now, what about the ones I spoke with? Okay, cool. Well, I got 42 opt-ins on my website, but I was only able to get on the phone with 35 of them because the other ones just didn't answer or whatever. So that's another percentage. Okay, so you figure out what that percentage is, and then you can always improve that moving forward. Then the next thing is, how many sellers did I actually meet with? So I booked appointments with 35 of those, 46
Right.
I got on the phone with, and I actually got to meet with 30 of them. So 5 of them kind of fell off the map somewhere, right? So that's another percentage you put down on your thing. And then the last thing is then which one's closed into deals, right? So I make an offer and then closed, all right? And there's a lot of other things you can do here, but that's another percentage. So I met with 35 sellers, I made 20 offers, and I closed into 2 of them. So then there's
Right.
a percentage there. So at the end of the day, I mean, there's 4 metrics here. You can have 4, 5, 2, whatever it is, track something. And when you're doing it this way, y'all, then you know what to focus in on, right? Because if you're sending out 10K pieces and we're saying you should get somewhere between 0.5% and 2% response rate, and you're getting no response rate, it's probably the issue is here. It's your list or the actual mail piece.
Right.
Or if you're getting a bunch of responses, where people are calling, but they're just not turning into appointments, it's several factors. Either the list was bad and they're pissed off, or it's the person that's on the phone just not interacting with the person well to set appointments well. And you can keep on doing on down the line. Is there anything that you guys do, Tom? Do you guys use like a spreadsheet? Is it just even simpler than that, and how you guys teach your people to report KPIs?
Yeah. So, and this is why, when you say, are there shifts in the market? Well, the market is like time, right? But you can't manage the market. You can't manage time. These are things that just move on without us. But what we can do is when we're watching KPIs, and this is why people who do multiple channels go broke and don't have success, is because every time you cut that board, you lose a little bit of it in sawdust, but also you'll never be able to see what isn't working. Right. So that's the biggest problem with multiple channels simultaneously before you've really dominated and automated one or delegated one. So that's the biggest problem. And the way that we've done that is we say, okay, well, why, Tom, why have you gone on to do other channels? Well, here's the reason: because our direct mail is up and running like a machine. So one thing we did is we put a sequence together, and this is something that is very simple to do. We on average send out about 5,000 postcards a week now. You don't have to start with that number, but we're able to do that, and we're able to go through a whole bunch of lists, break them up, a whole bunch of different lists, which we can dive into. But essentially, those lists are getting broken up into about 5,000 piece segments. And we have right now, I think, an 11-week cycle, but that tends to fluctuate year over year. Sometimes we have an 8-week cycle. Sometimes we have like a 16-week cycle. And what that means is, on week 1, we send out list 1 with postcard 1. On week 2, we send out, and it just goes so on and so forth until we get to week 8. And then if we're on an 8-week cycle, on week 9, we just go right back to week 1. And it's just a repeating sequence that we're constantly watching the KPIs on. And if you do that, things become reversible. And that's really, I think, the biggest takeaway on this, Trevor, is people get confused with KPIs. I'm not a numbers person. Here's what I would tell you. If someone is in your business giving you a KPI, if you cannot reverse engineer it to get the same result again, it's a total waste. It's just numbers on an Excel spreadsheet, and it's totally meaningless. So the way is the market shifting? Yes, the market's shifting, but the only way, what do you do differently? Nothing. You just respond to your KPIs, and that will tell you what to do.
Yep.
That's your compass, right? So I think that as you get better and better of reading the tea leaves, you'll know, hey, you know what? The water turnoff list has stopped working. Let's move more towards the inheritance list, where we know we're getting a bigger ROI. But if you don't know that, you are going to be very, very slow to respond to things that are not working. And and never be able to compete with somebody who's actually has their eye on the KPIs, no matter how good of a salesman or a marketing person they are. That is the biggest takeaway.
Dude, this is good, and I want to unpack some of the things that you're finding with lists and things like that here in a second. But one thing that I'm seeing pop up here, y'all, is there's some really good questions in here about, hey, well, guys, how many calls would it take to do this, or how many mail pieces does it take to close a deal? So I'm going to give you my rough numbers from what we see from working with thousands and thousands of real estate investors, tons and tons of real estate agents. And here's the numbers that we see on averages. Now, guys, don't hold me to any of this stuff because there's a lot of variables, right? It's like, it's the marketing piece. It's the website you're sending them to, or the direct mail piece you're sending them. It's the quality of the list. It's the way you're answering the phone or way you're negotiating. Like, there's so many variables, but I'm going to say, for assuming all these things are done well, okay, that's what we're going to make an assumption of. All these things are done well: the right message, the right list, the right website, the right, for the conversion, the right negotiation, like all those are done well. Here's the numbers we see on average. Okay. So down here, I'm just going to type averages. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see this here, but I'll read it off. Is what we see on the more mass media that your marketing is, just the more prepared you should be that you're going to have to get a lot more responses for a deal, right? So if we're talking, let's say TV, radio, okay, it works great. TV and radio works great. Now, it's a different kind of marketing. I probably wouldn't stop there. I wouldn't start there. Like, I would not start at TV and radio. Do that after you've built up great brand, great authority. People can find you everywhere, find your credibility. But what we see from those people who are doing that great is it's about 1 in 50 to 1 in 75 phone calls turn into a deal. Sometimes 1 in 40 to 1 in 60. Okay. So we're just going to say, 1 in 75. Okay. So 1 in 75 phone calls from a TV or radio on average, plus or minus, turns into a deal. Now, you might be on here saying, "Now we're doing 1 in 40. Amazing. You're doing some things right. Your marketing message is better, whatever it is." Okay. So now over here is we've got direct mail. And this is what we see on averages, and Tom's numbers might be different and some other people might be different. There's a lot of variables. The more mass market you send that mailing piece, the lower your response is going to be. That's not a bad thing, but look at your KPIs and make sure you're making a profit with each mailing. The more niche you get, the better your close ratio is going to be. So we see direct mail on average somewhere between 1 in 30 to 1 in 50. So probably about that 1 in 30, 1 in 40 phone calls turns into a deal. Now, a hunk of those people are going to be, "Get me off the list." That's fine. Like, cool. Now, take them off the list. Cool. That's awesome. That's a good call. Okay. So that's there. And then we've got cold calling is kind of similar. It's somewhere between those ones, right around there. So cold calling, same thing. There's a lot of variables there. You see PPC, so Google pay-per-click. So actually advertising for the ads at the top of the pages for sellers. And we're talking about sellers here, y'all. So if you're an agent or an investor and you're like, "Oh, well, shoot, I'm not converting that because it's buyers." Buyers, you're going to get a lot more volume to convert a buyer. PPC, we see 1 in 15 to 1 in 20 is about what we usually see. Now, I talked with some people like Brian Rockwell, who's coming on a little bit. His close ratio, I think it's better than that. I can't remember. I'll talk to people where they're 1 in 8 with Google pay-per-click because it's really tightly targeted, all that kind of stuff. And then SEO, who there's a couple sessions here coming up with Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett. Tyler Ford focuses almost exclusively on SEO, which is content on his Carrot site online. He attracts really motivated sellers. They come in, that converts really good. So that's somewhere between 1 in 8 and 1 in 15.
Bam.
Yeah, for sure. And then same thing later. I'm looking at the list here. I'm looking at the schedule. Lucas Machado and Earl White, they're around that range because they're all SEO. But then also Brian Rockwell, who is, I think tomorrow, he is doing both PPC and the SEO. So he's somewhere in here. So I know you guys can't read the numbers, but the more mass market you get it, the more responses you'll get and the lower your ratio will be. So if you're cool with it, Tom, one thing that I would love for people to do is kind of, here's a calculation I like to do. We'll walk through and then we'll talk about your marketing methods in more detail. So Tom mentioned earlier, guys and gals, hey, if you have the right numbers, then you can replicate that result over and over again. And he said a few things that I want to pull out of what he said. He said, if you know what my average profit per deal is, and I know what my response rate is, and then you can reverse engineer it. And I can go out there and find a vacation home or whatever it is he's looking at buying. So the first thing to start with is, what's your average profit per deal? Or if you're an agent, what's your average commission per transaction? So write that down. Let's say yours is 10K, right? So $10,000. That's what I make on average on a wholesale dealer on a commission, whatever it is. Awesome. The next thing is one of the metrics Tom mentioned. How many leads does it take you to get one of those deals on average? Which kind of depends based on the marketing you do, right? So leads per deal. Okay, and same thing. If you're an agent, the same thing works. How many sellers do you have to actually like get a lead for to do listing presentation with and turn it into one of those commissions? So let's say leads per deal. Let's say you're doing PPC. I'll just use that. We'll just go with let's go with a number of 10 because I can't do quick math in my head. That's not easy numbers here. So let's say it takes you 10 leads to close one of those $10,000 deals. The next thing I like to do is I like to go, cool. This is like very unmathy, but it works. I like to say, awesome. How much money in marketing would I be willing to trade to get that $10,000 deal? Would you be willing to trade 10 grand to get 10 grand? Probably not. There's too much risk there. Would you be willing to trade 8? If it was 100% guaranteed and the work wasn't very much, yeah, but this isn't 100% guaranteed. I like to use a number of about 25%. So in this case, yeah, I'd trade $2,500, right? 2.5K. And I could probably scale that up a little bit. And that's my max number. Now, if I get a deal for 3K and I profit 10, that won't be a bad thing, but I'd like to shoot for 2.5K. So cool. Now what this is saying is I'd be willing to pay $2,500 for a $10,000 profit deal. It takes me 10 leads to get one of those $10,000 profit deals. And now I want to do a quick calculation. I'm just going to divide that 10 by the 2,500 to figure out what my max cost per lead should be. Okay. So my max cost per lead, okay, equals, in this case, 10 divided by 2,500, which is $250. Okay. So cool. So this calculation essentially for agents and investors, and guys, this works. I don't care. This works for a software company. Like we would just change that and say, hey, what's our average purchase price? Hey, how many leads we need to get? It's fundamental for any marketing.
And you know, Trevor, another point as you're doing that is that one thing that we have learned is that the money is in the database.
Yep.
Because what we're looking for is, hey, this is money in, money out, right? Mm-hmm. But what you tend to find as a wholesaler is that the longer you go, the ROI is exponential because you have people calling you from 6 months ago that you've mailed that are saying, hey, you know, I put your postcard on my refrigerator. And that's why you just create this complete total domination that only happens when you are focused on your one thing, right? And that's the key, the pumpkin plan and Gary Keller, the one thing, and, you know, Rhinoceros Success and Charge It one thing. All these men and women are telling us the same thing over and over. Nobody deviates from these truths, right? I mean, it's so easy to, you know, out of fear of missing out, or maybe even jealousy, or maybe just, you know, whatever it is, you hear somebody and they're, you know, they just leased a brand new Lexus and they, you know, they're like, oh, you know, billboards, you know, and then all of a sudden you're putting your face on a bench, you know, on a bench somewhere in the city when it's not even your one thing. So, you know, knowing these KPIs and staying focused on them, and then, you know, getting it to work for you exponentially and compounding it over time is so critical, because we're only talking about the immediate in and out. This is the ROI, but there's really a much bigger effect here. And I like to call it, you know, momentum, right? You really build that momentum, which is so amazing.
Dude, what you're saying, oh, I love it, man. What you're saying is so important here, guys. And I'm going to wrap this thought and piggyback off of what Tom just said there, is when you have the numbers, it's then easy to make those investments. When you're not, it's emotional. And this is something that I talk about a lot is we need to trust math, not emotion here. Right. And so if you take out your piece of paper and write these numbers, what's my average profit per deal? What's my average commission? You know, per transaction, how many leads does it take me to get one of those? Now you're going to have to define what a lead is, right? For us, if we're doing online marketing, a lead is anyone who submits the form or calls through the website. If it's direct mail, Tom, is it just anyone who calls on the phone number or goes to your website and submits?
So we do two things. We do kind of rank the leads, but if you're just starting out and you're brand new to real estate investing, the most important KPI is how many phone calls, no matter what the voicemail says or doesn't say, or if there's one at all, if they call in, that's a lead, or what we call an opportunity. And how many of those does it take to actually get a check? And if you can track that KPI, and you know, the other thing too that I just want to point out here is that even if those numbers aren't so hot in the beginning, and you're looking at this and you're going, well, you know, that's not really much of an ROI, and I might be able to make more having a 9-to-5 job. Another thing that we're not even talking about is that all of those calculations that you see behind Trevor, they get better as you get better and as your team gets more effective. And as you understand that, hey, I don't have to pay X amount for this list because I can send somebody to the county for half the price and get it myself. Or you get better at closing more deals and not wasting time with people who are not a deal. So these are things that you're going to have in the beginning as you refine your craft as a business owner. And that's also a whole nother point of this is that, so anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that things just get better and better and better as you do more and more deals.
It's momentum, right? And like over here, y'all, we talked about momentum. We talked about stacking bricks. It's continuing to refine and it gets better. And one thing Tom mentioned too, like you said, is you start to build that pipeline of other leads you can go back to and nurture months later. And that's one of the benefits, y'all. Like if you're an agent watching this, one of the coolest things about doing the cash offer side of things too, is with an agent, oftentimes it takes 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 months for one of your leads to turn into an actual transaction because they might not be ready to sell or buy. And it takes a lot of time. That's great. Once you build up that pipeline, you're putting content online, which we're going to be talking about in the next 2 sessions. Once you're doing that, it gets momentum, and 8 months down the road, you're going to be so glad. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I did all that marketing, that content and doing the other stuff 8 months ago. But what happens is on the investor side of things, you can literally get a lead today, be on the phone with them in 3 minutes from now, be at their house in 20 minutes, help serve them by going through and make an offer and close on it next week, and help the seller immediately and put cash in your pocket within a week. Like that's the power with paid marketing for sure on the investor side. So if you're an agent and you're looking at this going, well, these numbers don't work out, it's because your model as an agent takes longer to take that lead through the life cycle. As an investor, these people are usually have some sort of urgency. That's why they're willing to sell the house quick. It's speed and convenience, which means it shrinks that down way, way, way far. Okay. So right here, just finishing this thought, then I'll race this. We're going to dive into a couple more things with Tom in the next 10 minutes. Is as long as you have this calculation down and these numbers hold true, you're saying here, hey, I would be willing to spend up to $2,500 to get one of those deals, right? And dividing that out, I can buy leads for up to $250 per lead. That's what you're saying. Now, a lot of people are all proud of their $30 leads that they're getting from Facebook or $2 leads, and they're comparing them against their buddy and like, oh, my buddy's getting leads over here for $14 and mine are $97. As long as you've done your math, and if this math says that you can win and crush it for $250 or under, and you have yourself decently dialed in, guys, I would scale it up and spend more, not spend less. I wouldn't switch my marketing method. I would put more into that marketing method. You're probably not putting enough into it, and really scale it up.
That's what happens is it gives you the confidence.
Yep.
It's, I don't even look at the checks that go out for the marketing because I don't care, because I have absolute confidence. The only difference between an investor who is really making a lot of money and an investor who isn't is confidence, because I know if you drop me in the middle of a city and you give me only 10,000 with me and Julie and my 5 kids and my dog, I will spend all of it on marketing because my belief system tells me that it works. Yep. I know that people are out there who want to sell quickly at a discount. So I'll take every bit of it, buy 1 can of Spam for $1 that we could all eat, and I'll be up and doing deals tomorrow. So I think that's the key, is the numbers give you the confidence. It gives you your, I can hear like the Rocky music in the background, because when you have these numbers, I love what you said. You said, trust math, not emotion. And Trevor, it's so true. It's like, if I tell you, hey, there's a broken ATM machine and it's legally allowed to, you could put in $100 and every time you do, it kicks out 1,000. To me, that's what wholesaling is. That's what real estate investing is. It's a machine that you just put money into, and the more money you could put into it, to a certain amount of reasonability, because you have to be able to have enough time to call people back, and there's certain things about population in your county. But that's what the math gives you, the confidence to just send in the money to marketing, because once you get it to work, it works. It's like, I love it.
Dude, and one thing too, to close this thought, kind of going back to that graphic where it was all those little things, is one mistake I see coming up, and I'd like your opinion on it, working with a lot of newer wholesalers, is one mistake, and this is a very bad representation of that graphic I drew earlier, but one thing that I see is people have an emotional budget in their mind of, well, I've got $1,000 set aside, and man, I'm already $500 into this thing, or I've already sent out whatever mailing pieces, and it cost me $800 and they didn't close their deal. But if your math, y'all, showed that your average property deal is 10K and it takes you 10 leads, and if you don't know those numbers, ask other wholesalers in your area, ask other agents. If you know that you should be able to spend up to $2,500, why are you stopping that marketing method that you know works? Like, we can show you guys the data that all these work. You just need to pick one, like Tom said. Why are you stopping that at $500? Like, you're going, well, shoot, that didn't work. So that's that one little line. And then you're going to go over here and try this other one kind of half-assed. And then we'll shoot, I'm going to stop that one too early too. And then I'm going to do that one. I'm going to stop that one too early too. And I'm going to stop that one too early. Then you get to the end of it going, this wholesaling thing doesn't work, or this thing doesn't work.
It's all emotion, right? Because I'll give you some really good advice. If you're just starting wholesaling, one question I always get about is how much should I spend on marketing, or how much marketing equals a deal?
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this. Here's the best marketing advice I ever got. Go broke marketing.
Go
big, go broke marketing, because we want you to come out of this thing in a very short amount of time, death by the sword, where we say, hey, it doesn't work in your territory. You stink at it. You're not good at it. And let's leave it and tear the Band-Aid off after 6 weeks instead of 9 months of $900 at a time or $200 at a time. So if you're wondering how much should I be marketing, the answer is more. If you're wondering how much does it take to get a deal, all of it. Yep. If you, and another thing that's really important, Trevor, is if you're just starting out and you have like a business suit on and a fancy logo, but you're like, you look great, but you're broke. Let me just tell you, treat this as if one of your kids are kidnapped and you've got to give everything that you've got to find one person, just one person who's willing to sell their home at a discount, because they're out there and you can do it. But not if you're broke and you have a 65-inch television and a couch. And I know that sounds a little crazy, but you don't want it as bad as you think if you've got a big sofa and a big couch. Because if your child was kidnapped, right? So Trevor has a beautiful family. I guarantee you guys, if I kidnapped, God forbid, I wouldn't do this, Trevor. If I kidnapped one of his beautiful children
in the world, man, you'd be too happy and joyful.
The kids would want to come with me. I'm like, come on, guys, we're gonna have a blast. But the whole thing is that if I said, Trevor, your ransom to get your kids back is that you got to find one person who wants to sell their home at a discount. And if he was totally broke, would he not sell his couch and his television? But so it really, all of this stuff that we're talking about is simple if you're in the right state of mind, that you are going to make this work no matter what, that you're going to be sending Trevor and I a testimonial with a big check saying, this thing was amazing, Trevor, thank you for putting on, here's how much I made. Or him and I are going to be attending your funeral because you died trying. And it sounds silly and elementary and amateurish, but it's not. Because if you took my top 100 students and you said, what's a commonality? You know what a commonality is? They started at rock bottom, and that's the strongest of foundations, because they just said, that's it. I am making a decision. I had to make a decision between groceries or the mortgage, and I'm just done. So this is, I would just say, get out there and find a way and sell your 65-inch television, because you could buy a 165-inch television once you get real estate investing working, which is so great.
Dude, I love it, man. I love it.
Guys, I love it. It's great.
Dude, guys and gals, there's tons of great questions in here. So our team is doing their best to answer them. A lot of the questions you guys are asking, we've already created content on, or you know what? I've got 2 podcasts that I've done with Tom already that dive in deep on his market, like what lists he's using, all that stuff. So we're trying to use this event to dive into stuff we haven't touched yet. We will link up Tom's previous 2 Carrot Casts, which dive deep into those topics. And there's a couple questions that have popped up in this last couple minutes. So one of the questions is basically, so how does the offline stuff work with online? Well, the thing is to me, it's not one or the other. Tom is a Carrot customer. He's got a Carrot website. There's a reason.
Love it.
Right? Because all of the offline marketing you do, whether it's like cold calling or text message marketing or direct mail or radio and TV, whatever it is. Okay, all that stuff, when people get those pieces, it then elicits online demand, even if you don't have the website on there, right? People are going to go and look up anything that's identifiable on that mail piece or in that cold call or that text message. They're going to Google the phone number you're text messaging from, y'all. They're going to Google the phone number you're cold calling from. They're going to Google your name, the phone number that's on the direct mail piece, and they might find your competition. We have a lot of our clients who are actually piggybacking off of all of your guys' marketing, of your online marketing, because you're doing all this offline marketing, but haven't nailed the online side. So people are going to pick up their cell phones. They're going to Google all this stuff. They're going to go to Google, They're going to look up the results. It could be the phone number. So here's a little tip, guys. Put your phone numbers, all of your tracking phone numbers. I don't care if they're CallFire, CallRobo phone numbers. Put all of your tracking phone numbers in the bottom of your contact page in little small font in the bottom and say, hey, you might have found us from one of these phone numbers. Awesome. It helps us track how you found us. Continue to browse the website and see if we can help you out. Okay.
Trevor, if I could, I just want to say one thing, that there's some people who I know are watching who are saying, well, I can learn how to do this on my own. And I would just say, this is something that I learned directly from Robert Kiyosaki and from everyone who's where I want to be, guys, is that I just think it's so important to ask who, not how. Right. And don't become a technician in your business. So yeah, it's just so critical to ask who, not how. And, if you own the cruise ship, you don't want to be the pilot or the navigator. You want to be the captain. And I wouldn't waste a lot of time trying to figure out how to build your own website. I mean, using Carrot is a blast. And, Trevor just said something really quickly. I don't know if everybody heard it, but it's liquid gold what he just said. He said, there's a lot of other wholesalers out there they're capturing all of your hard work online. It's so true. It's so true. So that is absolutely, I don't know if you want to explain that more, but that is a huge advantage to wholesalers who have a Carrot site, is that, all of those cards going out, people start to put in search terms that, I don't even know what the search terms are, because I don't, I ask who, not how, which is, I leave up to Trevor, but, when they're looking, they're finding our stuff. So it's a total game changer for us.
Dude, I love it, man. We're wrapping the end of our hour. We've got our next guests coming in, Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett, which I'm insanely pumped about them two coming in. And so, guys, I could talk with Tom for the next 8 hours. Like, we could have a 2-day summit with just Tom and I think we could fuel it and power the thing. But what we're going to do, guys, is our team has linked up the previous 2 CarrotCast episodes with Tom. Tens of thousands of people have already watched those. Go dive into those, because Tom talks a lot more about his mail pieces, his lists, the list size, where he gets them, his own journey, because he's got a journey just like a lot of you guys, where he wasn't in the spot where he wanted to be in life, and he found out a way to make it happen. So go check out those links in there. And also, guys, there's going to be more talk on some other marketing methods. Tom, to wrap this puppy up, where can people find out about you, man? Because you've got a lot of content online that answers all their questions they're asking.
Wholesaling Inc., wholesalinginc.com. Check out the website. Check out the podcast. We're absolutely just really having a great time with the podcast. We just moved to 5 days a week, and you could hear about a whole bunch of new wholesalers, new real estate agents who just became wholesalers, or who are out there killing it, finding deal after deal after deal. And we go right into the meat and potatoes, no BS, no fluff zone. So, Trevor, thank you for having me on, brother. It's been a blast, and being with the Carrot community is always a good time. So thank you for including me.
Dude, thank you. Let's finish off with the victory bell, man. There it is. Awesome. Thank you very much, man. We'll see you soon, dude. Thank you.
God bless, brother. Thank you.
Awesome. Y'all,
Bye-bye.
so we're going to transition over to Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett. And in that transition, we're going to launch this puppy live. But here's the deal. I brought up this graphic right here, and we talked about the transition to the online side, right? So Max Maxwell talked about building brand, building authority. That's all online. And then Tom talked about more the offline side. But now we're gonna go into the next couple sessions 100% online, okay? Because the online side is really what fuels that momentum building. It's what fuels stacking bricks and gaining consistency, predictability, momentum. And when you talk to Tyler Ford's an agent. He's an EXP agent. He's also an investor. He earns multiple 6 figures a year doing both, and it's 100% online. Okay, so how is he doing that, y'all? Well, he's driving people to his website that are highly motivated sellers and buyers that are landing in Google. They find his Carrot site that's ranked really high. He did certain things we're going to talk about in the next session with him. I will ask him some good questions. And then Jeff Fassett is also on the next one, where he's doing similar. He's doing some offline stuff. He's working online in to close a lot of land deals. So if you're looking to niche down and find some new niches that are less competitive right now in this market as an agent and as an investor, they're going to be talking about 2 niches that are not as competitive right now, that are really profitable, but also helping a lot of sellers that are being underserved. And then they're also going to talk about the online side of things. How do you scale up things online and capture all these leads here that are the most motivated types of prospects possible? So I'm going to hand it over, take a quick little 20-second break, then we'll bring in Tyler and Jeff. Thank you, guys. Keep the questions. We'll be in there. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Market Leader Summit 2020. I've got a couple guests with me. I'm going to introduce you guys to here in a second that are Carrot Camp alumni from the previous Carrot Camp here coming up, and they're both coming from the same state of Arizona. And I'm really excited for this session here, y'all, because we've talked a lot, about, I'll bring the whiteboard back over, but we've talked a lot about the changing market, what's happening in the market, how are things getting disrupted. If you don't start to shift with the market, you could become a commodity or have your commissions pressed if you're an agent, or possibly make it harder to close deals if you're an investor not shifting things. And what I want to talk about now is the second part, is specializing, because one thing when I talk with a lot of agents and investors, the last several years have been easier to close deals where you don't have to really specialize as much. And so as you're leading into a potentially harder environment, for some people, it's not going to be much of a change at all. For some, it's going to be a little bit harder to sell houses or buy houses. But specializing really, really helps. And both of these guys have done a great job adapting their businesses to add a specialty to their business. Now, they don't focus only on this one thing, but they specialize in these things that add amazing, amazing income streams to their business. So I'll introduce both these guys to you guys. I'm crazy pumped to hop in. So first of all, I introduce Jeff Fassett from Phoenix, Arizona. But Jeff, why don't you tell people who the heck you are, what your business is, and of course, where you're calling in from.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Trevor, for having me. It's an honor to be here. So I was born and raised in Arizona, up here in Phoenix, Scottsdale. Went to school down in Tyler's neck of the woods, Tucson. I've had my license as an agent since 2001. 2009, we were doing a ton of houses, flipping houses, got into a lot of probate stuff. And then the last few years have really transitioned to becoming a specialist in just land. And I've fallen in love with rural vacant land of all things, big acreage, 10 acres plus. And it came about, I had a probate deal. They had a house and they had some land. And we got them both. I sold the land in half the time and made twice as much money. And I, opened my eyes up to be like, what am I doing? I don't know how many pieces of land I've stepped over, over the previously. And so we really shift our focus on just focus on bigger, larger, rural acreage that the competition's a lot less, and it's been a lot of fun.
Dude, so I'm so pumped to dive into that topic. We've done some Carrot Casts on land, and you guys can check it out. We'll put it somewhere in the Market Leader Summit notes somewhere. But land is an amazing topic, and so we're gonna dive into that. But let me shift over to Mr. Tyler Ford, also coming in from Arizona, but a different part of Arizona. And Tyler's returning. He was on last year's summit, been on a couple of Carrot Casts. And Jeff, I'd love to get you on a Carrot Cast where we can really dive deep on the land.
Yeah, that'd be great. Be great anytime.
Tyler, introduce yourself for those who do not know who you are yet. Where are you calling in from, and kind of what's your focus right now in real estate?
Yeah, so Tyler Ford here, Tucson, Arizona. Been a licensed agent for, I'm losing track, going on close to 30 years now. I got my license while I was in college. Always loved the investment side of things. Bought my first foreclosure right out of college, which got me hooked. I've owned quite a few rental properties, but my strategy is low cost per deal, all organic SEO. So literally my monthly expense is Carrot and a few other just products that I need, Podio, things like that. So, I spend a couple $100 a month on fixed costs and generate anywhere from 3 to 5 organic deals per month. And that's really my focus, low cost per deal. And like Jeff, I kind of stumbled upon, I was getting all these mobile home leads, and I was always kicking them to the curb just because I didn't think there was any demand. I didn't think that there was a lot of profit in them. So for years, I was kicking those mobile home leads to the curb. And a couple of years ago, I got a mobile home lead and I just said, what the heck, I'm going to give it a go. And long and short of it, I bought it for 40, did some light cleanup, put it in the MLS, and I had like 10 offers within the first 48 hours at like between 75 and 80,000. And I was just blown away that I was able to turn it that quick for that much profit. So since then, I've kind of fallen in love with mobile homes, like Jeff's fallen in love with land, and focused in on the organic side of it. And it's been a big focus of ours.
So guys, before we dig in, I want to kind of wrap this together in the minds of all the attendees here in the summit. So once again, what we talked about was the tech disruption, how the retail and the wholesale side of real estate
is starting to come together. Now, I've been predicting this for several years, and we're starting to see more of it with the iBuyers coming in the middle. It's forcing things towards the middle, right? So why do I have both of these guys on who are both investors and agents, but then also they found things to specialize in to stand out? It's because as you're going into the market, whether you're an agent or an investor, you guys need to figure out ways to stand out. And some of the standing out is building authority with content. Tyler's been amazing with that. Jeff is starting that as well after Carrot Camp, which I'm really excited for that. But then also one of the big things is, how do you specialize in something? And so we're going to talk about how these guys are specializing in these methods, how you guys can do the same thing if you want to do land or mobile homes or find something else. But guys, if you're an agent and you're not going out there to try to find ways to also invest in real estate, I can tell you that you're going to be on a fast track over the next 5 to 10 years to become a commodity if you're not either investing or collaborating with a guy like Tyler or Jeff to make those investments happen. Because the way that you look at it is, you're getting sellers coming in the door. And if you're looking at everything in this little tight box of it's got to be an MLS listing, and you're tossing things that aren't that over the fence or just throwing them away, then you're not actually helping that seller as well as you could have. So we're going to be diving into what they're doing. So I'm really fascinated here, guys. So you guys both had made some shifts. You guys were both flipping houses, wholesaling houses. Jeff, are you still doing any houses at all, man? Or are you like full on land right now?
Man, we finished up our last few houses the last quarter of this year, but I'm not actively looking for any. They're a big headache, honestly, compared to after doing the land. You got to manage so many other things. So I'm not. I'll do one if it comes across and it's a really good deal, but I'm not actively marketing it.
Mm-hmm. Dude, so let's kind of break apart some of the land stuff. And once again, guys, go back and listen to some of our previous land episodes to get even more education on that. But what do you see the biggest differences are for you, Jeff, between doing land and doing houses before? Like, are there certain things that are better and easier in your business when you're doing land? Are there certain things you enjoy more about land than the real estate side of it?
Yeah. So like I said, I really liked, I'd done a bunch of different land, a few hundred land deals, and some of them have been like infill type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the things I really like are the farther out rural, 30, 40, 50. We've got one, we just bought 318 acres, and we're going to split it. We bought it for 50 grand. I got a buyer on half of it for 125 right now. He's going to finance it. And then I'm going to take the other part. We're going to split it, and I'm going to take the other part and maybe hold it for a mobile home park. Something down the road, but I'm out of it. And so the biggest things I love are the cost. The barrier to entry is virtually, it's a tenth of what you could do a house for. And the spreads are as good. I don't have to go visit it. I don't have to maintain like a crew to do it. And it's fun to go visit. Like we've got some up in northern Arizona in the summer. We'll go up and camp for a weekend and drive around, look at the land. And then the competition isn't there. I mean, like we were doing a probate deal, and the guy said, "Oh, I got 28 letters, in a matter of like 2 weeks." Like, how are you going to compete against that? And so, when we're sending letters or building our organic stuff, it's just a little bit less competition. So it's not quite as stressful to have to get out there and make an offer and see the house and do everything within 24 hours. So those are the biggest things that I really like.
So with the land side, to break it down, you guys aren't going out there to see the land. Like with the house, you'd have to make the appointment to go out there. Are you guys actually talking with the sellers over the phone? Are you guys talking with them in person? Is a lot of it just digital? Kind of how's that interaction happen with the sellers?
Yeah. So, you're talking about differentiating yourself and trying to find a niche. So we take a lot of pride in talking to every single seller, personally, or, in the office to build that rapport and build that trust and get those touch points. I know I've heard you talk, previously, where coming back to that it really differentiates yourself, because everybody wants to be totally automated and not have to talk to anybody until they get farther down the road. So it's been a real focus of ours to focus on being the family-run small business that's right here in the state, and really like communicate with the people and try to build the rapport early, and that's helped us a ton in terms of things. Most of the sellers are out of state, and so we don't ever meet them. I meet some if they want to meet if they're here, but typically it's just all over the phone and email.
Cool. And then Tyler, I'm going to toss it over to you now on the mobile home side. Then I'm going to kind of wrap it together with how you guys do it as an agent and investor, because that's a question that, as I'm talking with a lot of agents, they kind of a little bit fear the investment side of it. It's a little bit more risk, that perceived risk on their end. And so they're grinding away at trying to list transactions. And so I want to talk about that mindset of investor first or agent first, and how you guys do that in your business. But going over to you, Tyler. So once again, people are probably familiar with your story. Go back, guys, and listen to Tyler's story. How was it 20 years ago? I think it was. Why don't you tell that brief version of it, where or several years ago you were about ready to throw in the towel on real estate and try something new. Tell that brief story, and then what shifted to the success you're having now.
Well, I have to thank Carrot and Trevor. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have been doing something else. But I was more on the investment side. Also had my, I had my license, but I had a really, really rough year. And long and short of it, my wife and I were going out of town for a good couple of weeks. A guy that I'd worked with for about 10 years he was my main guy in terms of our fix and flips. The property was going to be done while we were gone. And it's the first time I ever done this. I prepaid him and loaded up a Home Depot card so we could get everything. And I came home and nothing was done. And ended up losing about 20,000 on that particular deal. And I don't know, it was kind of the low of just, I was tired of living at Home Depot. My model was fix and flip. And at that point, I just made a huge shift and focused on organic SEO, and then changed my model from a fix and flip model to a hotel model. And so buying stuff and then wholesaling on the MLS, it works well with EXP in the model, the brokerage that I'm in. And so literally over the last couple of years, I've done, I think, one full rehab. But during that time, I was soul searching, and Trevor, I was looking at Carrot because my site was doing really, really well, and just for ranking for a couple things. And all of a sudden it got super, super competitive, and I started getting pushed down, and leads started to slow down. My site wasn't converting. And I was really nervous at the time because my site was performing pretty well. But I jumped on the phone with Trevor, and he convinced me that it was well worth the switch. I basically went on a 2-week road trip and showed up at Trevor's doorstep. Just because I wanted to look them in the eye and see what they were all about. And
dude, you were one of the first customers to come into Carrot HQ, and it was funny, y'all. Tyler hit me up. He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna be in the neighborhood. Kind of. You mind if I stop by?" And I learned later that he wasn't really in the neighborhood. He was driving up from Arizona to Oregon to vet Carrot out, and it's such an amazing chance to meet you in person, start that friendship. It's cool.
Yeah. So again, it was the best thing that I could have ever have done. We're going on probably a little over 2 years now, and just put everything into organic SEO content, just listening to everything that you guys have told me in terms of the coaching, and just have really, really dove into taking the Carrot platform and optimizing it to the best of my ability, and learning and again, we're generating, I would say, 60 to maybe 70, maybe 80 organic leads a month. And from those, maybe a little bit less, but we're buying 1 in 15, 1 in 17 deals. And we're doing anywhere from 3 to 5 deals a month. And again, it's all organic SEO. So my cost per lead, my cost per deal is very low. And I've just made a decision that I'm going to exchange my time for leads. And what people don't understand is organic SEO and creating content is an income producing activity. And I look at all the stuff that I do as an income producing activity. And a lot of people don't see that up front because it takes a while. It's not something that happens overnight. So that's been my focus.
Dude, I love it. And I want to kind of focus in this number 3 part now, and for both of you guys, because when I was making a transition away from my previous businesses to Carrot and to other businesses I've got, one of the big things I was looking at is like, man, I want consistency in my business. I want predictability. I want to be able to grow momentum, because when you finally have those things, you get freedom, you get flexibility, you can really make an impact. And so I started to look at the marketing activities I was doing, y'all, and was I stacking bricks and building a wall, like something that could do the work for me? Or was I hopping on a hamster wheel and having to continually be on the hamster wheel to make results happen? And then I get off the hamster wheel, it slowly slows down, results start happening, I get back on. And so what Tyler's talking about there is his previous business was primarily focused on hamster wheel marketing. It was doing all these activities that while he was doing them would work, but as soon as they stopped doing them, you'd have a slow trickle down to no results. And so he started stacking bricks instead, launching location pages, following our training, launching content, optimizing it. He did the work himself. He put in a lot of work to do it, but over time, stacking bricks created this effect. Momentum is what he's got now. So he could even stop marketing for the next 3 months and he would still have those leads come in. Eventually he'd have to get back on the horse so other people don't beat him out. But then on your side, Jeff, with the land side of things, I know you do a lot of direct mail. We'll dive into that because that's one of the best ways to get the land sellers. But you're also stacking bricks with your owner finance stuff, right? Because you have owner finance cash coming in where you're not just having to every single month hamster wheel deals like that all the time. You can get freedom because owner finance. So let's switch over to that side of things because you guys are both kind of talking about how we get freedom here. What have you done on that side of things, Jeff? Are you owner financing primarily as one of your exit strategies? Is it something you're using part of the time, and why do you do owner finance?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the other huge benefits of the land is it falls outside of the Dodd-Frank and some of the rules in terms of residents. And we probably do honestly about 60% of our deals are owner financing because the larger acreage, it's like a recreational, and this market's really good for it, especially this time of year because people start getting their tax returns back, and they've got $5,000 they can put down on a lot and pay $200, $300, $400 a month and pay it off over a few years. And so we're seeing a ton of success in the recreational type land seller financing stuff. So that's been really really great. And the nice thing is I can generally get purchase the land at a good enough deal that I'm made whole either with the down payment or within the first 6 to 8 months, and then it's just pure cash flow for the next few years.
Dude, and that's such a big deal, right? Because once again, guys, we all get in business for probably the similar reasons: freedom, flexibility, grow the finances, make an impact. And somewhere along the way, all of us, including myself, get caught up in growing and systems and this and that. Then we start to invest into these, which remove freedom, which remove flexibility. And so, guys, if you are an agent or an investor looking for more freedom, if you got in the business so you can have freedom and make a real impact and do the things with your time that you really feel is worthwhile, you need to be baking into your business something that builds momentum. You need to be stacking bricks. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. On your lead flow, Tyler talked about how he does it with Carrot, where he's using the organic side of things to stack bricks to make his lead flow consistent, predictable. And Jeff's talking about how he's making his income consistent, predictable with stacking bricks with owner finance stuff. When you're doing owner finance, Jeff, and I'll kind of wrap this up into a bow, what do you tend to do? How do you tend to structure that deal? So let's just say that bigger deal that you sold for, you bought it for $50K, you split it into a couple, you sold it one for $100, $125K. What are you taking down as a down payment, and then approximately what might a monthly payment be?
Yeah, so on that one, he's putting $40,000 down, and his payments are going to be like $600 a month for. Well, we structured it with like a 15-year amortization schedule and like a 5-year balloon, and so it's. But and the really cool thing is he's an authorized dealer of Polaris, and so I'm trying to negotiate in a razor as part of the down payment to for myself to take out and look at land. So that's on that. But typically, like, it's just a few $1,000s down, and then a 3 to 5 year type of just a straight amortization schedule, and then no prepayment penalties or anything like that. So we try to make it pretty easy and work around the payments. Early on, we used to try to be a little bit more hardball with like, no, you need this down and this many payments. And then people started missing payments because it was, at the upper end. And so I'd rather, extend it out an extra year and let them be in a comfortable place with their payments. But it's,
and you're getting most of your money back up front, like with that one there, and you still have half the property to figure out something to do with.
Yeah.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah, that's kind of a unique one. Most of the time we just straight sell the property. But the other real benefit is there's not a lot of lenders that will loan on land. So even a $20,000 or piece of property, you can't go down to the bank and get a land loan on recreational land that you're just going to go camp on. And so what it's done for us is it's really opened up a bigger buyer pool. And so now we're not competing with just other cash sellers, but we're offering the financing that opens it up to a lot more people.
Tyler, are you doing any owner financing on mobile homes, or are you straight up just selling for cash?
Everything that Jeff said is another reason why I love the mobile home side of things. So I would say 90% of the mobiles that we're buying, we're getting our initial. So like, for example, last month we bought one for 40, sold it for 80, got 40,000 down and carried the balance.
Mm-hmm.
And so the nice thing about the mobile home community, there's a lot of mobile home buyers, especially with the Hispanic community, where they've got the cash, but they're not, for whatever reason, the mobile's not lendable or they're not lendable. So they're willing to put that kind of money down and then carry the balance. So just our note income just in this year, I think we're up to a couple $1,000s just in interest income just from the mobiles that we bought, got our initial investment back, and then carried the balance on like a 10-year AM. No prepay, typically no balloon, so just a straight 10 to 15-year AM based on their budget, and just carry the balance, service it through the title company, and just get a nice cash flow stream.
You guys, here's one thing I want to point out, and then we'll kind of shift over into some of the specifics on how you guys are doing the deals, and we'll wrap it with how do you do business as an agent and investor? You investor first, agent first, and why? But we'll get there. One thing I want to really point out here, y'all, because I know there's a lot of agents on this summit. Last year, our summit was specifically for investors, but like I've talked about a million times, and it's up on the board. I fundamentally believe the industry is going to be compressing because of technology and competition, where agents need to be investors need to be agents who are collaborating with the other. You don't have to be the other, but you need to be collaborating with each other a lot. And one thing that I'll hear a lot coming up, and I want to kind of get your guys' opinion on this, is when I talk to just pure agents, especially some of the bigger agents that don't do any investing, they think the investing side of things is like there's some ethical problem with it. For some reason, oh my gosh, you're profiting way more than I am on this stuff, and well, shoot, I could sell their house for this commission and whatever it is, or you're offering way less for the thing. What's your guys' mindset around that? And what should agents who have that current mindset start to shift towards? What advice would you give them?
I mean, I think one of the best examples you could ever use is like a pawn shop, right? So like if you have something and so we're fitting a need where they don't want to wait, or we're solving a problem, we're giving them the cash up front, and they're willing to take a little bit of a discount for that. And so I know personally, I look at everything as an investor first, and then, if an agent role fits out better for them, like whatever is going to benefit the seller or the buyer better, that's what I'm willing to do. But I typically look through the prism of an investor first and solving a problem. And if their problem is they need to sell something quickly and are willing to not have any of the hassle of dealing with, listing and all that kind of stuff, then it's a good fit.
Tyler, what about you, man? And I think this is a good example of the direct mail piece you shared earlier too, on a real world example there. But what is your mindset? And what would you tell an agent who's got that kind of ethical issue in their mind?
Oh, I would disagree. I think as an agent investor, you're actually able to provide more benefit, provided that you're in a position to always do the right thing.
Yep.
And as an agent or as an investor, not both, you're not in the position to do the right thing. So provided that you're coming from the mindset of always doing the right thing. And yesterday I was out on a appointment as an investor, and I basically said the right thing is for you to list retail, and you're going to get more money. And he agreed, but at the end of the day, he said, I'm willing to trade speed and convenience for a discount in price. So I gave him that option just because I wanted to feel good about it, and it also gives you the ability to do the takeaway close and create some urgency. So again, it's about always doing the right thing. But if you look at, iBuyers, Open Door, OfferPad, Zillow, they're doing it, and they've got the same type of model. And if you're not going to do it, they're going to do it. And at the end of the day, you got to be competitive. So I just think that you put yourself in a position to be that much more competitive. And I like the investment side because you can control your time better. As an agent, to do the right thing for your clients, you're on their timeline, not yours. So I would disagree.
Guys, I want every single agent and every single investor who's just doing that to go back and listen to that last 3, 4, 5 minutes from these two, because these guys are professionals, have been doing it for a long time in both. But here's the deal, guys, and we've been hammering this home, and the more guys and gals like Tyler and like Jeff that we talk to, the more not convinced, we're already fully convinced, but the more we're just convicted that if you want to truly serve your sellers, especially, you've got to be coming at that with, how do I solve their problem, not how do I list their house?
how do I solve their problem, not how do I buy their house. And when you're just an investor coming at it with, hey, I'm gonna buy their house, and if it doesn't fit my pretty box, I'm gonna go over here, you're gonna start to find your lead to close ratio start to get worse. And if you're an agent, as competition gets higher, and you go out there and you're doing listing agreements, and you're not giving the seller the other option, you're gonna start to see guys like Tyler and Jeff, or iBuyers, or another agent who's able to do both, come in and take up that transaction to help the seller, because they're better equipped to help the seller. And so if you guys are in that mode still where you're like, oh, well, investing, it's this other thing, and there's more risk. Number one, if you do it right, like these guys have talked, there's very little risk if you structure it right. They got their money back immediately on those, helped people that normally could not have been helped through the traditional real estate path. They normally would not have been able to sell that in the MLS, well, possibly. Those buyers normally wouldn't have been able to go get a bank loan on that. And so these two here are playing a massive service in the middle that most agents or most investors aren't able to serve that. So I want to talk now about how you guys both talked about you're an investor first, and then you look at it, but you give them the options. You're very clear, very transparent. But now, how do you make that transition to where if someone does feel that listing on the market is the right fit? What do you guys do? I know, Tyler, you showed a direct mail piece that's working really well on that transition. Jeff, your broker as well. You guys get the lead, you look at it. How do you now make the transition to the brokerage side of things, and what does that look like? Do you guys get listings monthly? Is it consistent? What does it look like?
Well, I've got a strategy. So we're buying probably 1 in 15, 1 in 17 leads. And a big, there's 50% of them still want the retail price.
Mm-hmm.
And so for years, I've always struggled with the minute you flip hats on them, then you lose some credibility because they're questioning your intention and, what do you really want to do?
Mm-hmm.
And so although I've balanced the two and I've done both, over the last year, I made a change where any lead that comes in that I don't buy, I've got an agent in our office that I actually give that lead to, and we put together a direct marketing postcard I created it for him. His name's Jay. So basically, I give him the lead, and then he sends this postcard out. And so yesterday, I got a check for the first one that we've done a couple, but this was the first big one. It was a $225,000 listing. He got it sold. I got a 25% referral fee. Plus, with EXP, I get rev share. So I was able to double dip in that respect. He just got another listing yesterday. This one was actually on a mobile where they wanted the retail. Motivated. I mean, they want to get it sold. So, again, the numbers are starting to kind of show the same thing, like 1 in every 15, 1 in every 20 leads that I give him. He's able to get the listing based on the unique selling proposition that we're actually sending out in a postcard.
So correct me if I'm wrong in these numbers. So you're closing about, that 1 in 8, 1 in 10 leads into something, it sounds like, either a listing or a purchase, or my numbers wrong?
Well, that's a good way to, so yeah, 1 in 15 to 17 we're buying. And then it's kind of too soon to tell, but so far the same. So yeah, if you divide that, so yeah, 1 in 8, 1 in maybe 10 at most, we're able to either buy it or get the listing.
And you guys are focusing on sellers primarily, right, Tyler? Because I know you're building a buyer's list with your Carrot site, and we'll talk Carrot here in a little bit on both of you guys, but you're primarily focused on sellers, and that's how you're closing this. Because most agents that I talk to, man, they're like buyer all over their website instead of focusing on the seller. Are you primarily sellers or buyers?
Yeah, we are pretty much 100% on the seller side. I've done my buyer's list totally different than a lot of other Carrot people. And I just was one of those things that I accidentally stumbled upon in terms of using your location page, which is not something that's often talked about, but I've been able to build a huge wholesale buyer's list on accident. But the majority of the leads that come in are on the seller side.
Cool. I love it. So let me break this down to you guys, and we'll hop over to Jeff on how he does that on his side of things. So a lead comes in, they're mostly sellers. Tyler then talks to them from the investor perspective. At that time, Tyler, are you going with your EXP stuff on and saying, hey, we can buy it or list it? Or are you just going on the buy side when you're talking to them?
Well, I do disclose that I'm a licensed agent and I'm here to buy your house as an investor. So that's my primary approach. And it just depends on the conversation. Some people are open to it. Others I can tell are not. So again, it's just asking good questions. trying to understand their motivation, what they're wanting. And at that point, then I kind of navigate between, strictly investor agent, and or sending that lead off to somebody else. So
Cool.
again, it just depends based on the conversation, based on their motivation.
So then you take those leads, the ones that you have a chance to buy. You're buying 1 in 10, 1 in 15 or so. I think 1 in 15, 1 in 17 to
Right.
buying. And then you're taking the ones you don't buy, which is about half of them, and you're sending those over to your agent partner there in the office. And now
Correct.
that person sends out a direct mail piece to connect with them in a completely. It's so good because they're not connecting back from Tyler. It's like, oh my gosh, look at this. It's retargeting essentially, right? It's like, oh, you showed interest in selling. We're going to one of my agent partners, and they're sending out a direct mail retargeting piece that's going to see what your interest is, and you're getting a good hunk of those, which is awesome. I love it,
Yeah,
man.
it's been good.
I love it. I love it. So Jeff, on your side,
But for the last 2 years, I was wasting those leads.
mm-hmm. And this is the key thing, guys, because as we're entering into this type of a market, we're already in it. As this starts to compress from retail to wholesale, and there's more competition, that's where everybody needs to start to really pull back and run their businesses better. You can no longer throw away all these really valuable leads. And also, I think ethically, it's your duty to serve those sellers well. And that to me is an ethical dilemma that a lot of agents and investors have. That your ethics, I think, is to serve that seller well. And that's where you need to not throw the lead away and go, man, this person's got a mobile home. How do I help them, instead of leaving them to languish and find someone else that might not be as ethical as I am? I love it. So going over to you, Jeff, on your side, what do you guys do on the retail side? Are you guys listing a lot? Is it kind of, you just got the agent license in your back pocket, don't use a lot, or do you use it consistently?
Well, I'm a broker, so I've actually got some agents underneath me. I really like Tyler's idea, because I think that probably makes the transition even easier to say, well, it's not going to be a good fit for me as an investor, but I've got somebody that's really amazing that could help you out on the listing side. So I might try to implore a little one of the other agents. But typically what we'll do is, we always approach it, we make the offer first, and then if they counter, or when we're following up, or if we make a second offer, we like to make multiple offers. If at some point I like them and they're realistic in terms of their price, then we'll switch over and see if maybe a listing would be a good fit for them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't get a ton. I probably got 6 to 10, land listings last year. So it's really not a primary focus, but I really like the follow up and being able to, pass it over to a colleague that could take it, because I think that sets up really nice. That's a really good idea, Patrick.
Guys, I'm going to toss something at you. It's interesting. I was looking at a Carrot site a few weeks ago up in Denver, and he's crushing it. Denver property flip. He's going to be on the summit after you guys here, Eric. And I was diving in and going, man, you're getting some good consistent leads. What's your deal flow look like? And he ended up having way more deals in transaction, like in progress, than I thought he was going to have with the leads that he had. And he's got a really strong close ratio. And he said, man, as soon as I switch to this one offer, and he's also he either is an agent or he collaborates with one. But he has 3 offers now. He's got the traditional ones like you guys are talking. We can buy it or we can list it, and here's what that looks like. But he said the majority of his deals now, because the market dynamics that are going on in Denver and likely similar across the country, or he has a 3rd offer, which is the majority of his deals right now are taking this 3rd offer. And he calls it a list, or he calls it a flip and list, or fix and list is what it is, a fix and list. And he's not the only one doing it. I know other people that are doing this, where he'll go in and say, hey, you guys need to tune into this episode of it. Go check out the schedule for the summit, because you're going to love this one if you're an agent and an investor. But basically he says, okay, here's the offer I can pay for the house, and here's why, and here's what I think we can list it for in the market. And let's just go with the number. Let's say we can get, $250,000 on the market for it right now in its current condition. But if we fix up the kitchen and do this and throw some paint on it, I think you can sell for about $295 pretty confidently on the market. Well, it's probably only about 15 grand in repairs or whatever it is to get it to where it can get to that. I'm making up numbers, guys. These numbers might not be realistic. Just go with me here. So, and then he says, here's the good thing. I'll bring in the money. I'll bring in all the money to do the repairs. I'll bring in the crew to do the work. And here's some pictures of the work they've done. I've worked with them on a lot of different projects. And then he has some sort of a split with the seller over and above the other retail price, over and above the $250. And so he's able to earn a really good commission helping the seller on the sale, but then he earns an extra split
higher than the normal split over and above the 250. And so it's really, really effective right now because a lot of people are like, well, I do want to list, but I also would like the cash. And they oftentimes feel that the property is worth more than the agent thinks it is. So the agent brings in no risk to them, and the agent investor brings in no risk to them, and they fix and list, which is really cool. So have you guys experienced that? Have you guys done anything like that before in your market?
Yeah, we've done some joint venture type stuff similar to that, and I have an agent that actually does that a lot. Like she'll come in and she'll put 5 or 10 grand into the deal, almost like form a mini joint venture on everything above the list price, and then she gets the listing. And she seems to do really well with it. I haven't played with it too much, but that's awesome.
I love it.
Yeah, I've done a little. I just tend to get bogged down in the rehab.
Totally. No, I get it.
So I've done it. I just 2 years when I made that decision, I just decided not to be dealing with it. Because if something goes wrong for me, you're still responsible. And
yep.
if they don't on fix ups, I mean, if you do one thing, then it leads to something else, which leads to something else. So if it's like carpet and cleanup and that kind of stuff, I would say yes. But if it's a major overhaul, I would stay away from it.
For sure. Well, guys, let's kind of make a quick turn, then we'll wrap this puppy. For everyone that's listening to this, hope you guys got a ton of value from what Jeff and what Tyler are doing in their markets. They're both tackling different niches. They're specializing in certain things, and they're starting to build those brick walls, y'all. They're getting off the hamster wheel on some of their stuff and building those brick walls so you can get that freedom, so you can get the flexibility and get the momentum. But Tyler talked a little bit about how he's using Carrot. He's using Carrot for the organic side of things. He put in the work to do it. He showed up to our coaching calls. And now we're bringing him on to train people because he's really innovating on stuff, which is great. And then Jeff, on your side, let's kind of break this apart for people. How are you getting your seller leads? And then how are you using Carrot to add value to your business?
Yeah. So we had been just, pretty much all direct mail. And so after coming up to Carrot Camp and getting to spend some days with you guys and helping me mind shift and realize that it's not, out there, the SEO, everybody, it's a little bit complicated for me. But just having it broken down. So we started adding the specific pages and really trying to focus more on gaining some more organic type leads to build those bricks. And so we're doing that. We're adding, because we focus so heavily in terms of a family run, small local type business, we're adding some more video content to be able to relate back to the people so they can see, who we are and what we're doing. And so that's been the real focus. And like Tyler was saying, it's a longer play game. And so it's not the instant gratification of you drop a mailer and 3 days later you get the phone ringing. It's a little bit longer, but that's totally worth it for me.
I love it. And guys, I'm showing my screen really quick on here. It's kind of browsing around. The cool thing about it is Jeff's just using the default design. He can make it fancier with the other ones, but they work, they convert. And so he built out, like he was talking about, the location pages for the different counties for land, because that's how people search down there, it sounds like. And then, like I was showing before, he's really using it to list his properties on here. Not list, I guess that's the wrong word, to post his properties on here for sale. And you use it in conjunction with a lot of the land sites out there, right? So you're putting it on the other land sites and you put it here?
Yeah, so we're here, and then we advertise on LandWatch, which is a paid deal, and then Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist, some of the free ones. But we get as many leads, from this as a direct source is probably land.com. Like LandWatch is probably the other really big one that we get a lot of leads from.
Love it. I love it. And so on the organic side of things, Jeff, let's connect after this, man, because I definitely would love to dig in with you and see if there's any things we can guide you on to kind of boost that up.
I'm sure there's plenty. I think, as I said there, man, I don't even know what I'm doing half the time, and we're still generating a bunch of leads through Carrot. So, the last few months we've actually been focused, and I took a screenshot of our sites right when I got back from Carrot Camp because I wanted a baseline. And then now after 3 months, I need to do it again and just see, where we've improved and grown and stuff. But it's been, doing the tag, the or the whatever they were, the property tags or whatever. It's really cool to see because now I can see, oh, this property generated 5 leads and this one didn't, and this is getting views. And so it's helped us a lot just on the back, detail side of things, seeing, where we're getting our leads from and what kind of properties that I really need to be focused more on.
And dude, what you're talking about there was the campaign links, right? Because we're sitting here in the office and you're doing a lot of different marketing and posting on all the other land sites. I'm like, hey, do you know which ones are performing better? And most of our clients don't know about this particular feature. My connection is dragging a little bit. But if you guys go to the campaign tracking link feature, you can see here that you can go in here and create certain campaign tracking links for every ad that you're posting online. So this one here, that's a crazy, crazy good conversion rate. You have 47 clicks through this one, whatever that one is, 11. So it's about 20% or so conversion rate on it. This one here, that's about a 10% conversion rate on that puppy. So guys, leverage the campaign tracking links. When you're on the advanced marketer plan, you get unlimited campaign tracking links. You're using the heck out of it, man. I love it.
We went on a little blitz there. So that's been awesome.
I love it. And then this is the part that we'll connect with after this to see if we can't boost some of the SEO side of it. I got some ideas for you. We'll get these rankings popping up. I love it. Going over to you, Tyler. So just kind of quickly recapping, guys, what we'll do, we'll link up in the show notes here for the summit. We'll link up Tyler's past episodes. So he's dove into this in deep detail in some of those past episodes. But I just did a search for Sell My House Fast Tucson. You're ranked #1 in Google there. You've gone through the concierge program a few times. I think you're the biggest repeat concierge client that we've got, man, because it's working for you. I love it. But what's your overall
3
strategy?
concierge sites now.
I know, man.
About ready to do number 4.
Oh yeah, sweet. And guys, for those that are curious, when Tyler says concierge, we have a service in house where we can go in and do the work for you. We can do the design work for you, build out your credibility, make all that happen, and look amazing, so you stand out in your market for you, which is great. But what's your focus now, Tyler? Because people can go check out the other episodes where you dive in and what you're doing on SEO, how you're leveraging Carrot. But why do you have 4 sites? I guess let me ask that question. People might be curious.
Well, 4 sites. So there's quite a few different reasons. So if you go to Sell Tucson Home Fast, this will.
Yeah, let me pop.
Well, you can keep that one up, and I'll show you. So it's on there. It's number
1.
Yeah,
so you're number 1 and number 2 here.
Number 1 and number 2.
Dude, love it.
So this one is me. So my wife and I work together as a team. She is. About a year and a half ago, I got a letter from the Arizona Department of Real Estate in terms of, having to do things the right way, which, in terms of disclosing brokerage, all that kind of good stuff, even though I was disclosing. So Mimi takes all the leads on the We Buy Homes in Tucson. And then I created Sell Tucson Home Fast. If you go to the About page, and this is one thing that if you do nothing else, you need to focus on your About page, because it is our number 1 on any page that I have. It's the number 1 visited page. So people go there and they look at you, and it pays to have a really, really, really good About page. So on the Sell Tucson Home Fast, I'm on there. It discloses EXP. We got all that kind of stuff. And then Mimi rather than mess up the branding on the We Buy Homes in Tucson, we left her on there. And if you go to the About page there,
yep, cool.
She is there. So that was originally, we created the 2 sites because of that. And then it just started to happen to where on all the major search terms for our local market between the 2 sites, originally it was by accident because I had to fix the site based on my brokerage. And it actually turned out, at the time I was kind of, I put so much time into the site and to have to change things, but in reality, it was the best thing that ever happened.
Dude, I love it. Well, guys,
we've done the exact same thing for a couple other different things, but that was the reason. But you want to have a really, really good About page.
Guys, everyone listens to this. I don't care if you're just an agent, just an investor, or both. Like Tyler's saying, the About page is critical. In our data, it averages between the 2nd and 3rd most visited page on all of our sites across the network. It doesn't matter what type of site, buyers, sellers, land, notes. It doesn't matter. The About page is always number 2 or number 3, top 2 or number 3. Some sites, like Tyler said, is number 1. And it's because that credibility, that online trust issue. Hey, people look first. Can this business solve my problem? Does it look like they have something that can solve my problem? Next, they might say, who is it? Can I trust them? Or they might say, what's the process look like? And then they're going to inevitably go to who are these people? Can I trust them? Things like that, which your reviews, your About page, is critical. And both these guys have done a great job building up really good trust
And
on
the other awesome thing is I'd say half of the leads that we get, they opt in on both pages so I can judge motivation.
Yep.
So
Love
we'll get the same person opting into both pages. When that happens, we're on it.
I love it. I love it. Well, guys, I definitely would love to bring you guys back, and everyone listening to this session of the Market Leader Summit. Go check out the other interviews with Tyler. Jeff, we'll get you back, man, where we can dive in more deeply. It'd be a blast. And we'll connect with you and get those SEO rankings cranking like Tyler's got them. But everybody, what I want you guys to pay attention to, and we're going to wrap this session, is there's a couple big themes here that they talked about. Okay, they have recognized that there were certain things happening in the market, a lot of competition, a lot of things in certain deals. And they said, well, here's these other ones that we stumbled upon that have a little bit less competition. We can really serve and fill this need that isn't being filled very well. They started to specialize, and then they started to stack the bricks. Jeff on the Jeff and Tyler on the passive income from the notes, the owner carry, and then Tyler and Jeff's starting to ramp it up on the passive leads that are coming in, getting off the marketing hamster wheel, or adding on that consistent, predictable momentum building stuff. And they're investor first, and then they work with their agents, their brokers that they work with, to then help people on the retail side. So guys, any parting words for any investors, agents who are looking at 2020? How do I stand out more? How do I really build a business that gives me more freedom? Any parting words from y'all?
I would say real quick, it was a little bit earlier, but being an agent actually gives you a lot of advantages, and a lot more knowledge, and a lot more, to come as being an investor, because investors are pretty well unregulated. And I know a lot of investors that they don't have to do the continuing education. They don't have to do some of the ethics stuff. They don't have to do any of that stuff. And so being an agent, you have a distinct advantage. Plus you have access to a lot of tools that just a non-agent doesn't have access to. So I mean, why wouldn't you try to take advantage of all that? You spent the hours in the classroom and doing those continuing education classes. I mean, put that to use, and I think it makes you a stronger investor, because you've got all that extra knowledge that some guy that took some course on how to flip homes doesn't have.
I love it. I love it. Tyler, any parting words, man?
Oh, I would just say put in the time and do it. It's worth it. It takes time. And on the organic SEO side, a lot of people, I think, start it and they quit just because they don't see immediate results. But you got to be patient. And
there we go. We're back. I think it was my connection. You got to be patient.
So you got the majority. You just got to put in the work and be patient. With organic SEO, it takes time.
Yep. I love it. Well, guys, I appreciate the time. I appreciate you sharing your journeys, and so proud of what you're doing, and pumped to work with you more. Everybody, if you want the recordings of the summit, go to carrot.com/recordings, carrot.com/recordings. Grab the recordings so you can go back through this session here. And if you're in Arizona, connect with Tyler, connect with Jeff, see you guys can work together. But guys, thank you very much. Have an amazing rest of the week. Talk soon.
Great. Thanks for having us.
Trevor. Yeah.
Sweet. What's up, y'all? Hopefully you guys enjoyed that session with Tyler and Jeff Fassett. And so what we've got right now is we've got a little bit of time where our next session, I'm going to bring up Brady, if you can bring up my screen share, I'm going to bring up the summit schedule real quick. And so guys and gals, hopefully you guys enjoyed that session. Just like always, go to social media, go to Instagram, go to Facebook, hashtag the heck out of this stuff, because I'm going to be giving away stuff right now. So if you guys want to enter into the contest before I give away some positivity teas and some books, you've got to go to Instagram. You've got to go to Facebook, one of the two. Follow me on Instagram. Okay. Just find Trevor Mauch, Trevor Mauch. So follow me on Instagram. You got to do that to qualify. Follow me on Instagram, Trevor Mauch. I dive into a lot of this stuff, share a lot of the behind the scenes of how I'm growing my business, and you can do the same. And then take a picture of something during the summit, and then hashtag Carrot Summit, what you learned from it and why. All right, guys. So I'm going to go through right now. Right after, I'm going to go through right now and review the rest of the summit schedule for the rest of the day. And then we're going to give away some cool stuff. And then I'm going to answer questions, because we're halfway through day one right now. We've got a lot of questions that are coming through. And there's some really good things I want to dive into to build upon what the previous guests have talked about. And also, there are some questions that were coming in about how Jeff and Tyler are using the online organic side. How long does it take? What do they have to do? Things like that. So I've got the schedule popped up. And if you guys want to know the schedule, right up here, here's this link next to Summit Offers link. Pop it right down there. And where we are right now is we've got through the first half of the day, and we're kind of mixing it up a little bit, as you guys can see, with topics. So we start off with the mindset this whole shift of what's happening in the market and how do you win. And then we bring in authority like Mr. Authority, Max Maxwell, showing how he's built massive authority with content. Tom Kroll, we brought him in way early into the game because we want to make sure any of you who are newer on the investor side of things, or your agents and you're wanting to learn more about how you can help the sellers who are wanting more of a cash offer price, we want to educate you what wholesaling is. So that's why we brought Tom in really early. And then Jeff and Tyler, how do you now stack bricks and really build momentum? One key thing that Tyler said, y'all, which was really cool, is he said basically the reason he loves the investing side, he's an agent, right? But the reason he loves the investing side is because it gives him the freedom and flexibility that he was looking for. As an agent, I think a lot of y'all can probably relate that a lot of the day, unless you have a big team, right? Unless you have a big team, a lot of the day tends to be driving around and really busy all the time. And I know a lot of really successful agents and they're working 6 or 7 days a week. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying you have to look at what type of business and what type of lifestyle you want to build, and then look at the business model and say, is this business model serving it? So if you are able to add the investing side of it to the mix, then that's where it's going to give you more freedom, more flexibility. It's going to give you more long-term wealth as well. And honestly, guys, it's not just about that. It's honestly about serving your clients better. Because like Tyler said, he talked with the seller just recently where he was really pushing the listing on him. He's really saying how you can get the most money by listing it. But the person said, you know what? I don't want that. My problem will be solved better if you can just buy it now and I can get cash quick. I'm willing to give up money for it. So let's make that mindset shift, y'all. If you're an agent, we've got to get you over to the other side, make the mindset shift to collaborate with investors or be one. If you're an investor, we've got to make the mindset shift to go, I need to either be an agent or collaborate with them heavily because you're throwing tons of leads away. So let's look at the schedule. Right now, up until about 1:30 Pacific time, I'm going to be taking questions, Q&A. I'm going to be doing some giveaways. Going to be prepping you guys for the back half of the day. Y'all, it's been insane watching the comments come through. And last year's summit, pretty consistently, we had somewhere between 100 and 200, 250 people on. Y'all, you guys have been crushing. We've been consistently between 350 and 420 people on live right now, which is insane, which is really cool. Okay, so the rest of the day is this. Lucas Machado and Earl White from House Heroes, househeroes.com. One of them is an agent and the other one isn't, but they're partners on this business together. They generate hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of motivated seller leads, both house and land per month. All organic, y'all, like all from people going to Google, typing up phrases, typing up problems they're having as a house or land seller, and then them landing on their website. Now, how do they do that? Neither one of these guys are like content experts. Neither one of them are SEO experts. Earl is an attorney, and he left the attorney side of things to build a business that gives him more flexibility. You learn about that. And then Lucas Machado is a product manager from like the tech world, but he's not the guy building out the sites. So we're going to be learning how they're doing that, the 3 types of content they use. Then next, Aaron Farr and Christopher are going to be coming in around 2:30 Pacific time. They're agents first, investors second, but they're investors for long-term wealth, agents for active income right now. They brought in $615K in commissions in the first year alone, 100% through online, but not online through Carrot. They joined us later in the game through social media. Facebook, Instagram, all kinds of cool stuff. And Krista pulls away exactly how she thinks about Instagram. And all of you guys need to follow them. But they parlayed that into $20 million plus in projects that they're collaborating on with other investors in that local market, including a duplex project they're doing right now to build long-term wealth. And then Eric Young, we're going to be talking about the hybrid model. How does he go in there and offer 3 offers to every seller? Many people take the listing, many people take the wholesale, but the third offer that you guys are going to learn about on here is the most successful of them all. It's the most profitable for him, and it puts the most money in the seller's pocket. So right now what we're going to do is this. If you can bring the camera back to me, Brady, we're going to give away some stuff, guys. And then I'm going to dive into a couple things with online marketing. There's some people asking some things Carrot related. So we'll hammer through some of those and I'll ask some questions. Nicole says a Carrot discount. Yep. I'll tell you guys what that is here in a bit. Moolah says, does the Carrot discount go until tomorrow? Yeah, I'll answer all those questions today. Okay. But what we want to do, y'all, is we want to add so much value to you guys during the summit and give you guys so much stuff to chew on, but also execute to change your business, to change your life this year, that's our number one goal. And number 2 is we know that we can serve you better than anyone else with helping to build online authority, especially through the Google side of things, and get that organic inbound traffic when people do Google searches, but also have those other types of marketing methods, your direct mail, your cold calling, your social media, have it all convert way better by having your Carrot site. We'll talk about that. But let's give away some stuff. So who wants a Carrot tee? Pop through the comments box, y'all. Pop through the comments box if you guys guys want one of these Carrot Positivity tees. So it doesn't really have Carrot anywhere except for just at the bottom of the little bullhorn thing there. And that's it. That's it. But I want you guys walking around being a beacon of positivity and possibility. Right here, this is little positivity beacons that are coming out of it. I want you guys being that beacon. So pop through the comments box right now, wherever you're watching this. If you guys want one of these t-shirts, I'm going to give away 2 of these t-shirts now. I'll give away 2 more tomorrow. I'll give away some books later this afternoon. But what you have to do to enter is, and you've got another minute right now, is go to Instagram, okay, or Facebook. But I'm going to do Instagram right now. We'll do Facebook at the end of the day. Go to Instagram. Pull this puppy up right here. Pull it up. Right there, I've got my friend Russell Brunson, my little brother right there. You guys do dog. So go to Instagram. And what I want you guys to do is take a picture and snap a picture of this picture or one of the other summit sessions. And then follow me. So find me right here. Just find me, Trevor.mock. So I'm up in there somewhere, Trevor.mock, MAUCH. Follow me on there. And then do a post that has hashtag Carrot Summit. Okay. And then what your biggest takeaway was. So I'll give you guys 60 seconds to go do that picture. Follow me on there. Make a post with that picture, hashtag Carrot Summit, with your biggest takeaway. We'll give away a couple of these Carrot t-shirts. Now, while I'm giving you guys some time to go do that, also put the URL to the darn summit in there, carrotsummit.com, if you want to drive some people over there. But there's a bunch of people in here. Man, I want the t-shirt. I want the Carrot tee. Let's see. Sign in as my son. Need info on the concierge. Sierran. If someone on our team can grab Sierran's info, looks like they're wanting to kind of do what Tyler's done on the concierge side. We'll dive in and see if there's a fit there. David Wright, want the Carrot T1 positivity. Yes, I want it. Me, Carrot Summit. So if you put it in here in the YouTube chat, that doesn't qualify. You got to do it over on Instagram. We'll do the Facebook ones here at the end of the day. Want a t-shirt. Love that shirt. Wear it all the time. Jonathan Tran. Jonathan Tran was at our last Carrot Camp. So twice a year, y'all, we have an event called Carrot Camp. It's a very small event. Only 15 people, agents and investors. They're top people. We take one what we call up and comer every year, which is essentially someone who doesn't meet the income qualifications yet, but they got the mindset, they got the passion. And Jonathan Tran was the up and comer in this last one, and he's got the positivity tee at Carrot Camp. We just opened up the May Carrot Camp slots, y'all. Carrotcamp.com, carrotcamp.com. Looks great right here. Can I have 2? I look good in black and positivity. I love it. What's up? Already done. Beautiful. All right, guys. So we're going to pick it right here. I'm going to go, and this will be just completely random. So I'm going in here. You can see, I see a lot of golf stuff. I'm going to search hashtag Carrot Summit. All right. Hashtag Carrot Summit. You got to be following me. So if I pick your thing and you're not following me, then I'm going to give it to somebody else. So I see some things coming in through here. We got some pets on there. We got a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to randomly flip up here. I'm going to pick someone to do a tee, and then I'll announce another t-shirt winner at the end of the session, right at 1:30 Pacific time, as we head into House Heroes. So here we go, guys. I'm just going to flip up and down. Bam. So whatever that one is. So I got out of it. Okay, here we go. So I really guys picked that one. Hopefully I picked one. All right. So I've got Angel Home Solutions. And he posts right here. He posted a video, went above and beyond. He's building authority. Look at that. He posted a video of the summit. Angel Home Solutions said, we get training to be the extra so we can serve you more. Amazing leaders share their experiences, reminding us of the big picture and discover more ways to help. I love it. So you win positivity t-shirt. We'll reach out to you, Angel Home Solutions, and I'm going to save that on my thing right here. And we'll get your t-shirt size, your address, and we will hook you up. Awesome. So I'm going to dive in and answer some questions now. Okay, guys. And Sierra says, Carrot Camp's on my list. Jonathan Tran, Carrot tea, please. Can I buy a carrot bud? Cheech, my dog loves to snuggle with his toys. I love it. Terry, so for Carrot customers, let's get some. If you're a Carrot customer, let us know. We'll get you an address and we'll get you a carrot bud. So the team will connect with you there. But yeah, let's connect with you. All right, guys. Terry needs a pull toy. So we send out thousands of these darn dolls every year. And here's a little departure, guys. I'm going to talk about business and branding here in a bit and how it can relate to what all of y'all are doing, whether you're an investor or an agent. And I don't care what business it is. Once again, if you're selling toilets, if you're selling paper airplanes or real estate, it doesn't matter. Building brand right now is important. Building brand is really important. And the way that you do that, kind of going back to here, is you become an authority through content. It's exactly what we're doing here. That's what Tyler and Jeff did on that last session. They gave content. Now they're more of an authority in your mind in that thing. And building authority doesn't have to take a long time. It just takes consistency. You have to get in front of people and add value. And so one of the things that we like to do with Carrot is we want to always stand out, right? Like there's when we're looking at our brand, we were looking at brand colors. We're looking at things that we can do to stand out. And one of the things was we didn't see a lot of companies that were orange colors in our marketplace. And also at that time, and then also we didn't see a lot of companies in our marketplace in the real estate investor space, but agent space too, that really had fun brands. You know, it's like a lot of them were boring. It was kind of like the company name was just stating what they do, real estate investor websites or whatever it was. And so we said, what is the name of the company that we can come up with that's fun, that can be brandable, that has a real meaning? And so we started to think of what should a website be? What should a website be for any small business? I don't care what kind of business, but especially for agents and investors. Well, it shouldn't be just a brochure, right? It shouldn't be just the broker provided website that you get from Coldwell Banker, and it's got your phone number and your email and your pretty glamour shot and your listings. That's not what a website should be, right? That doesn't help you stand out. That is just the bare minimum of what anyone expects you to see. And if everyone else has the same content on their websites, if all the other agents are just using their broker provided website or web page with their information and the listings, how are you going to stand out? If you're a Keller Williams agent and you're using KW Command, which is a great tool, and all of you have the opportunity to automate the same things, and you're not building content and you're adding content, you're not building authority, how are you going to stand out? If you're an investor, okay, and you launch a Carrot site and you don't do any customizations to it, it's going to convert better out of the box than anything else. But what if there's 6 other investors in your market that also haven't customized things? Now you're getting like a race car out of the gates as far as structure wise, but how do you now stand out? Well, part of it's brand. And so we came up with the word carrot, where really what a website should be is it should be a carrot. It should be a customer carrot where like people actually go out and grab it. They go out and grab it instead of it being a brochure. And so we went all in on it. And I want to see you guys do the same thing. How do you go all in on your brand in 2020? How do you go all in on your brand as you, or your brand as your company? And it doesn't have to be like a carrot name. A really good example you guys are going to see later with Aaron and Chris DeFar from the FAR Group in Spokane is they've gone all in on brand. I want you guys to show up to that session at 2:30 Pacific time, because they're going to show how as an agent, they brought in over $600,000 in commissions using social media and branding, but then how they're parlaying that into big real estate projects as an investor. So agents and investors need to pay attention. But they have branded the FAR Group, so it's their name, but they've got a distinctive color. They've got a distinctive design. They celebrate things. They have core values. They really go out there and build the brand in an amazing way, okay? So guys, one of the ways that we do it is we make dolls. And I know it sounds funny, but we send thousands of these dolls out. We have Coach Carrot, we have Carrot Bud, Carrot Gal, we have other Carrot dolls. And for Carrot customers, one of the things we want to do is we want to get things in front of you all the time that remind you of us, but also they're things you enjoy. They're things that make you smile. They're things that give you a feeling of our core values. The very first core value at the top of our sheet over there is have fun and be different. Okay, always genuinely care. Be a beacon of positivity and possibility, and it goes on. And we want to have our brand be that for you. So it isn't just something that helps you get leads, but it's something that helps give you positivity during the day, helps you give a better mindset and a better map for building your own business to be a beacon yourself. Okay. So yeah, if you're a Carrot customer and you've hit certain milestones, we will get you out Carrot dolls. We're probably not going to even away Carrot dolls on this. Unless you're a current Carrot customer, reach out to us. We'd love to get it to you. Shane says, I'm a Carrot customer. Dude, awesome, man. So let us know. We'd be happy to get you some swag in the next few weeks. All right. Awesome. Karen says, great site or great event. Love my site. Just need more help to promote it. Karen, so we're going to dive into that. Let's do this right now. Okay. So I'm going to bring up my screen and I'm going to be showing some things that you guys can all do, whether you're a Carrot customer or not a Carrot customer. Okay. The things I'm going to be doing, some of them are exclusive to Carrot that make it easy, but then you guys can try to duplicate these in some other systems. Carrot just makes it easier, but I'm going to give you guys some action steps right now that you can do on the online side of things to start to build authority leading into the House Hero session right after this, because they're going to give you very specific things that you can do with the 3 types of content. You don't have to be a writer. Okay. One of these types of content, they're actually creating it from scratch. One, they're just modifying content, and one, they're hardly doing any work at all, just 10 minutes or so on content, and they're getting leads and deals out of this 3 types of content. Okay. So I'm going to bring up my screen. And while I'm doing that, y'all, a lot of people are asking about, well, how can Carrot help me, right? So we do have the summit offer. I'm not going to push this offer, y'all. It's just going to be right here. There's a big orange link in the page. If you feel like you want to join Carrot to get a higher performing website, to be able to have a higher chance of ranking really well in Google, to be able to have the content marketing tools to better attract people to your website through organic, and you want the coaching, then that's there to help you. And you do save a bunch of money. you're essentially going to get the advanced marketer plan, which normally is $150 a month. So if you were to times $150 times 6, so if you were to have the advanced marketer plan for 6 months, that would be $894 in actual payments. The value is a lot higher because the features you get. But what we're doing is with this package is we're giving you 6 months of that plan included in this. So $894 of real money right there is already included. Next, what we're doing is we're giving you the summit recordings from this and last time. That's $100 real value. If you've already bought the summit recordings, y'all, let us know if you want this package, and we'll find out a way to include that $100 that you already paid in this package. We'll figure it out. Just let us know if you already got the recordings, you want to get the package. We'll find a way to make that $100 you already paid for the recordings in it. Next is the 30-day challenge. There's been a bunch of people on here who have talked about the 30-day challenge that their customers, their agents, or investors way at the beginning of the session, like, man, you guys got to do the challenge. The challenge is amazing. It's a 30-day class essentially where we dive in on the daily, taking you through how to set up your website correctly, how to dial in the credibility so all of your marketing works and converts better, how to map out your content plan, how to start to execute your content plan, how to get your first leads. And it's in a very tight cohort of other agents or investors. We put agents together and investors together in their own cohorts. That's normally $100. We start them at the beginning of every month. We're going to give you tuition for that next one coming up here in March, or you can do it in April. That's a real $100 we're taking right off of there. Our AdWords campaign. So Brian Rockwell, who's going to be on tomorrow, he's going to talk about it on there. But in the month of February, y'all, he had his biggest month ever as a wholesaler, over $200,000 in wholesale fees in 1 month. Okay. Now that cost about $25,000 in Google Ads. Now he didn't start there. When he started 2.5 years ago, he started with just a couple grand and got a deal done. Then he parlayed that into more ad budget. Then he got another deal. Then he parlayed it into more. And now he's doing multiple 6 figures per month in one of the most competitive markets in the country with PPC and with SEO. So all of it through Google, none of it through direct mail or anything like that. Okay, so that ad campaign that we start all campaigns with when we're running traffic for somebody, you're going to get that campaign. You can literally upload it into your Google Ads account. It's for motivated house sellers. So if you're an agent and you're looking at this, you might go, well, that's awesome, but how is it going to help me? Well, it will help you if you're aligning with an investor, or if you're becoming a hybrid, if you're going to talk with those sellers, make them cash offer, but then do the listings where they're not ready. That's where that's going to be amazing. This campaign is set up for the motivated house seller looking to sell their house quickly. And you can help them. A lot of those turn into listings, but you should partner with an investor or become one yourself. 10% off any marketplace items. If you want to have us do some work for you, setting up your website, the concierge service, all that. So if you want the concierge service, that right there is going to save you several $100s, just this right here. You're going to get weekly coaching calls, guys. So if you like this, every single week, every Tuesday, our team is on for about an hour and a half coaching you. And you get those weekly coaching calls. You get phone support with this plan as well, with the advanced marketer package. That's the only package that gets phone support. You're going to get our content automation suite. The guys next, Lucas and Earl, they're going to be talking about how they've crushed it, bringing several hundred seller leads a month. And they're going to be walking through the 3 ways that they do content with our content automation suite that's helping them get that result. Okay. Video post is one of those ways. Video post is essentially you take your short YouTube videos, 3 to 5 minutes, 3 to 10 minutes. And if you don't like writing content like I don't, you essentially take those YouTube videos and turn them into written content that rank well in Google. I'll show you a couple of them. That thing alone is going to save you hours and hours and hundreds of dollars per month. You're going to get a positivity t-shirt if you take this package, and access to our premium designs that help you stand out more. So all this valued is almost $8 grand. You're going to get it during this summit for $997. After the 6 months, what happens? Well, your account will automatically renew into the advanced marketer plan. At that time, you can just lock down and get to work, or you can downgrade, or if you just feel it's not a fit, then we can part ways. But you do get 6 months where there's no monthly payments at all for 6 months. It's all included in here. Then after 6 months, you just start to renew the monthly payment of $150 after that. Like I said, you can cancel, you can downgrade, you can upgrade, you can do all kinds of cool stuff. So just go click that big orange button if that's something you guys want to do. This will stay active until the end of the summit. After the summit, it's going to go back away, and you won't be able to get access to those bonuses of the recordings included, of the 30-day challenge included, or the AdWords campaign. Those are all going away as far as this package goes. So I'm going to dive in now and share my screen and walk through some video post stuff. So one of the quickest ways you guys can start to build authority, in the session with Lucas and Earl is going to be a great example of this. And this is something, y'all, guys, this is something all of you guys can do today. Okay, all of you guys can do this today. what I would do is I would go to Google, and we talk about stacking bricks, right? We talk about how do you put content online, things online that are going to be around for years, not just days, weeks, or months, but marketing you do today that is evergreen, that's going to be around in a year, 2, 3, 4 years, building momentum where you look back and you go, man, I'm getting leads coming in because of the work I did 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago. That's where you get real freedom, y'all. That's where you get flexibility. And one of the best ways that I know of is, in addition to whatever offline marketing you're doing, and in addition to whatever social media marketing, hamster wheel marketing you're doing, there's a flood of your best prospects who are going to Google every single day, right? So if you're a real estate agent and you're looking for house sellers, what are house sellers in a certain market? Let's just kind of do this. The first person that names the market that they're in, we're going to use you as an example, okay? So let us know, guys. What markets are you guys in? I'm going to use you guys as an example. Pop it through the comments box, all right? And then we'll go through and answer some questions. The next session comes on at 1:30 Pacific time, which is House Heroes. But someone pop in the market that you're in. I'm going to show you guys actual keywords that your sellers and your buyers are typing in right now. And then we'll talk about some ways that you can get in front of them with content and by building authority. All right. So I'll wait for the first person. And there's a little bit of latency and a little bit of drag just with hundreds of people being on this live stream. So we'll pick the first one that comes in here. So I'll keep talking as the system updates here. But what we're going to do is this, is as soon as I get a market coming in, we're going to look at sellers first, and we'll look at buyers. Okay. So what would a seller type in here in Roseburg, Oregon? Sell my house in Roseburg. Okay, so you can see this. What is Google showing me? Google is showing me suggested searches. This means people are going to Google every day and typing in these phrases that Google suggests to us. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, because things don't make it in the list unless enough people type those phrases in every month that it matters that Google says, hey, you might be searching for this. So I'm in Roseburg, Oregon. Okay, Rosebud, Oregon doesn't exist, but it looks like people might be searching it wrong. But right here, sell my house in Roseburg, Oregon. So all I typed in here was sell my house in Rosebud, and Google is saying, oh, you might be looking for this, because there's a lot of people every month that are typing that. So I know for a fact that sellers in my area are typing those exact phrases. Now, wouldn't you love to get in front of those people, right? Or right here, real estate agents in Roseburg, Oregon, or the G Team Roseburg, Oregon. They're a client of ours. Okay, they're a client of ours on the agent side of things. So sell my house in Roseburg, Oregon. There's some people paying for ads up here. This one here is a client of ours. You're going to hear from Anthony Beckham in a little bit, actually. He's going to be coming on, I think it's tomorrow. Let's look at the schedule really quick. I think it's tomorrow. Where'd the schedule go? Right here. Yep, cool. So Anthony Beckham and Robert Grand are tomorrow. And look what I'm showing you guys here. I made a search, sell my house in Roseburg, Oregon. I have the intent of selling. This is not the same quality as a social media lead where you're interrupting them from their leisure, right? This is a person with high intent to take an action very soon, usually. And so sell my house in Roseburg, Oregon. Awesome. Anthony is paying to get ads up here. He's driving to his website, his Carrot website. These are other competitors. That's a national one. That's a national one there. But then right here, what do you see? Sell my house in Roseburg, Oregon. The number one result in Google is G-Team. They're a Carrot customer. The number two result in Google is G Styles, Carrot customer. Number 3, Anthony, Carrot customer. Number 4, these are Carrot investors now. So all of page 1 is owned by Carrot. And now essentially you as a Carrot customer have those same tools to get in front of people in a better way. Now, your next question that pops up is, well, what if I'm in Roseburg as an example, and there's already 6 Carrot customers on page 1? Brian Rockwell is a great example. He's coming on tomorrow, where he was probably like the 80th person that was in Dallas as a Carrot customer. And he came in where everyone else was saying, well, Dallas is already competitive. There's already a bunch of Carrot customers in there. Well, how am I going to win against them? They've been doing it for years. He came in and just executed the plan. Literally, guys and gals, he followed our 3 lead per day training. Okay, it's a training that you'll get with that package as well. He followed our 3 lead per day training. Well, I don't think you will get that. You'll get other stuff. It's only $100, but you'll follow that training, and it teaches you on the SEO side of things. And he hired a firm in our marketplace to do the PPC for him, the Google pay-per-click, the ads. Okay, and he ended up becoming the #1 ranked website in Dallas, Fort Worth, in about 8 months to 14 months by executing the search engine optimization plan. Now, he carved away several hours a day the first 3 to 6 months. That's something that he wanted to do, and he outsourced the rest. If you don't want to do that, you need to outsource it. But he's the #1 ranked website for many search phrases for the most motivated house sellers in all of Dallas. And he wasn't the first, he wasn't the 12th, he wasn't the 50th there. He just out executed people, and now he makes hundreds and hundreds of thousands and is buying big multifamily. Now that you'll learn that tomorrow. Okay, so a new Carrot member could come in here and out execute these people and just outrank them, but you're going to have a tool that sets you apart. So let's look at some of the markets here. Let's look at Reno, Nevada. I think Reno is going to be really, really good. Zip says you need long tail keywords. You'll be paying too much. Yes and no. Like I'll show you how I think that's a limiting belief. You'll be paying too much is all relative. That's a massive limiting belief. So Brian Rockwell, he brought in $200K in wholesale fees this month in Dallas alone, and he'll talk about that in a session tomorrow. Okay, with about $20,000 to $25,000 in ad costs. The majority of his deals, y'all, are not coming from long tail keywords in PPC. The majority are coming from the Sell My House Fast Dallas, Cash Home Buyers Dallas, things like that, because that's where your volume is. What's happening is most people have a limiting belief around their paid marketing. If they say, oh, that's too quote unquote expensive, but they're not going back to what Tom Kroll and I talked about earlier with knowing your KPIs. If you know how much your average profit per deal is, which Brian's is somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 right now, and if you know that you'd be willing to spend between $3,000 and $5,000 to get that $20,000 deal, and then you work the numbers backwards, how many leads does it take me to get one of those deals? For Brian, guys and gals, he can spend up to $500 per lead. Okay. He can spend up to $500 per lead and still hit his numbers of costing him less than $5,000 for a deal that brings him in $25,000. Okay. So he's actually doubling down on his AdWords. He's actually doubling down on spending more, while a lot of other people are scared, saying the costs are getting too high because they don't know their numbers. So I texted Brian a couple weeks ago. He texted me and he's like, man, look at my numbers for this month. That's crazy. About 8 months ago, he was hitting a panic because he saw things dip a little bit. And I said, man, competition's heavy, but what you need to do is you know your numbers, you know how well your website's converting. You need to actually invest more into your paid marketing right now. Don't scale back. If you scale back, that's the first thing that's going to lead to your demise, man. You know your numbers, and you know that you're pulling out deals right now in Dallas for $3,500 to $5,000 a deal. You know you're profiting between $20,000 and $30,000 per deal, depends on the deal. You need to spend more money. Your cost per lead right now is only like $200. A lot of people are scared of the $200 cost per lead. They don't know their numbers. Brian's like pumped. He's like, I'm going to put more money into it. I don't care if my lead cost gets to $250, gets to $300. It doesn't even matter if it gets to $500. Now, do I want to pay $500? No, but it doesn't matter if it gets to $500, because the math says that everyone else is going to start quitting way early because they're looking at emotion, not math. And he's going to keep investing. And he's going to win. And a lot of other people are going to stop their pay-per-click, and it's going to make his cost go lower. The next 18 months, I predict, for the real estate investor and real estate agent space, you're going to see your pay-per-click costs go up over the next 6 months. Okay. But then I think they're going to start to tail off over the next year as more people think it's too expensive. They tail out, they stop that marketing. It's going to make it easier for you. All right, guys, cool. So we're going to go into right now. What's up, Christoph? Christoph is at our last Carrot Camp too. We're going to go into right now, share my screen, and we're going to do Reno. Okay. So sell my house in Reno. Let's look at this, guys. So sell my house, Reno, Nevada, sell my house fast, Reno. So right there, the word fast is awesome because that indicates that someone is looking to do it quickly, right? So if you're an agent or an investor, this is amazing. But where this is the most amazing is if you're a hybrid agent investor. If you have the license and you're willing to make a cash offer or wholesale it, okay? So sell my house fast, Reno, Nevada. You've got the ads up here, which you can get into those immediately. Okay. And you can pay anywhere between, $5 and $100 a click. Now it's probably going to be somewhere between the $20 and $50 a click. The key as a real estate investor and agent, but as a key as an investor, you got to have a website that converts really, really high. So if you're sending all these really expensive clicks to a low converting Wix website or a custom WordPress site that's not set up to convert really well, that's where it gets expensive. But guys like Carter Steph from Oklahoma, he's 1-800-2-SELL-HOMES. He's got a brokerage, and he's one of the top home buyers in all of Oklahoma. He moved over from his custom WordPress site that looks pretty and amazing, but it wasn't as profitable. He was getting leads, but he moved over to a concierge Carrot website. He had us do all the setup for him in our concierge program, which is not cheap. That program's not cheap. It's a few $1,000s, but we dive in, we do all the design for you, write all the copy for you, set up all the location pages for you, dial in your strategy, have a couple strategy sessions with you, kick you out the door with a fully optimized site. If you don't want that, guys, just do it yourself. Like, we have training, we have great tools. We can do it. The vast majority of our clients do it all themselves. And they crush it with it. Just use our support and use our training. But what he did is he moved over from a very pretty WordPress site to a high converting Carrot site. And in a case study we did with him, you can go look it up, Carter Steph, CARTERSTEPH. We'll link it up. He essentially added about $20,000 a month in new revenue to his bottom line with no extra traffic. Okay, not any extra marketing method, just using his current marketing methods, but making his current website traffic convert better. So a lot of people that are saying that the PPC side is expensive. They don't have their numbers down. They're looking at emotion, not math, and their website might not be dialed in to convert as well as it can. If you're a Carrot customer, all of your PPC traffic should send to your homepage, not to other pages. Your homepages are set up in a very specific way to be a high converting landing page and mini site. We don't use squeeze pages from PPC here. We've tested it. The high converting mini site drive to your homepage is what's going to work best. Okay, so you can pay for ads up here, but you got to have a high converting site. You got to load fast. That's what we specialize in. But down here's organic. This is where it's going to take some work. It's going to take somewhere between 4 and 14 months, depending on a lot of factors, probably close to the year. But you can execute the plan probably 2 to 3 hours a day for the first 2 to 3 months. And then after that, probably 2 to 3 hours a week, or you can hire it out. And then you can start to try to rank really high. Now, I don't know if these ones are Carrot sites here, but you'll find in general, the majority of sites ranking the top of Google across any city in the country are likely Carrot sites because of the tech stack that we've got and how we make it easier, better coaching, better training, but the tech stack is better too. Okay, so that right there. What about buyers? Like what would buyers be typing in? So let's say, let's see, homes for sale, Reno, Nevada. Okay, so if I'm a buyer and I'm going to Google, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start really, really broad. I'm going to go, cool, I'm just looking for homes for sale. Almost every time what's going to pop up for generic homes for sale or generic investment properties for sale is going to be either Zillow or Realtor for homes for sale or LoopNet for investment properties for sale. They dominate those really high level searches. Okay, so it's going to be really hard to unseat Realtor.com or Zillow or Trulia for homes for sale, Reno, Nevada. But let's look at this. Down here, Google's giving me other suggestions. Hey, they're going, there's these other things that people are searching in that market that you might be searching too. So condos for sale, cheap homes for sale in Reno, Nevada. So I'm going to click this one. So that's going to be easier to rank for. You can see there's already people that are outranking Zillow and Redfin there that are going there. The more niche you make the search, the more easy it is to outrank those big national people. So that's what we really want to teach you guys. How do you build authority with content, with the right pages on your guys' websites to get in front of those niche searches so you are the niche authority? How can you be the niche authority of cheap homes in Reno, Nevada? Well, if that's one of the niches you really want to focus in on, what neighborhoods in Reno, Nevada are the lower cost neighborhoods? Become an expert in those and start to post videos, start to post content on your website about those neighborhoods. I'd take out my cell phone and say, hey, this is Trevor with ABC Realty and ABC Home Buyers. Now, you might be looking for cheap homes in Reno, Nevada. And you know what? There's 5 core neighborhoods in Reno, Nevada where you're going to get the best deals for properties. Now, in this video, I'm going to walk through the 5 at a very high level. But you know what? I've got a series below that walks through each of the 5 neighborhoods in more detail, kind of shows you on the ground what they look like, where to look in those neighborhoods, kind of special traits about houses in those neighborhoods, and what to look out for. Because if you don't look out for these things in these neighborhoods, it could cost you tens of thousands of dollars buying or selling a house. So here's the 5 neighborhoods. So that's going to be like a 6 to 8 minute video just on your cell phone. Okay. Upload that puppy, y'all, to YouTube. Okay. Throw that puppy into YouTube. And then what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pop in here. I'm in the back of Tom Kroll's website. Here's some leads that he's got recently, but I'm going to pop over here to the content section. When Earl White on this next session with House Heroes talks about how he's using something called Video Post. What Video Post is if you don't like sitting down and writing content like I don't, and you're like, man, I understand this authority thing. I understand I need to put content out, but I don't have the time to write content. Or, I don't know what to do content on. You don't have to write any content. You have to know what to do content on, but I just gave you some ideas right there. Just do some Google searches and then scroll to the bottom and look and see what the suggested related searches are. That might be content because people are searching those things. You might as well be the one to get in front of them. Okay, so record a short video. Upload that to YouTube, title that video, essentially whatever that keyword phrase is right there that you got from Google. So I would title that video, Cheap Homes in Reno, Nevada, the top 5 neighborhoods for the lowest cost houses and how to find the best deals. That's what I would name it. So you can see I put the keyword as the start of that YouTube title when I uploaded it. And then I put dash and then something that is kind of an extra qualifier. It'd be a boring title for those cheap homes in Reno, Nevada. But Cheap Homes Reno, Nevada, the top 5 cheapest neighborhoods in Reno. Okay. I'd upload that to YouTube. And I'm just going to go to YouTube right now. And we'll go to YouTube. You're probably going to see a bunch of like teenage girl videos up on here because my daughter just takes my cell phone and watch stuff all the time. So we'll take this Michael Jordan eulogy video from the Kobe Bryant service recently. Okay. And I'm just going to go into the back end of Tom's website here. And I'm just going to go to posts. And we have a tool called Video Post, like I said. So I'm just going to click Add New. And we have some cool things rolling out that are brand new, y'all. We have something called our drag and drop editor. So this website hasn't been converted to it yet, but we have a fully drag and drop visual editor now that we rolled out in beta a couple months ago. Guys, it's drag and drop. This one, he's still got the old version, but you can click right here, video. I'm just going to paste this puppy in here. And these are things we're going to make even simpler. Our system automatically imports that in. And if I was logged into Tom's account, there'd be a big orange button here. Click that button. It's going to now say, cool, it's making your video post. Our system's going to go out there, yank every word out of that video. It's going to yank a transcription of the video. It's going to yank every word out of it. And then it's going to make a full written blog post for you, like this right here. So I think this phrase is one that they're ranking well for. I'm not sure. I can't remember. So look at this, guys. Farmland in Roseburg. Okay, farmland in Roseburg is a pretty competitive phrase. There's a bunch of national phrases. If you're an agent or an investor that specializes in farmland, wouldn't it be amazing ranking #1 in Google, getting in front of the most motivated prospects there? Well, this right here is a video post where this client just spent 3 minutes and 26 seconds, 3 minutes and 23 seconds shooting this simple video with a cell phone. Okay. They took the video. They just talked about farmland. They're out there on a piece of farmland, like nothing fancy, y'all. Okay. This was created in 2017. So this is 3 years later. This is what I talk about, evergreen marketing. 3 years later, this is up ranking #1, getting them leads and clients. Okay. Our system then took the video, it yanked all the words out of the video for them, and then it sent them an email saying, hey, your video post is ready. So these are the words from the video. When you're saying your video, say some of the things, like say, hey, if you're looking for farmland in Roseburg, like say the location, say the keywords. And then that takes your content marketing from an hour down to about 8 minutes, less than 10 minutes. Okay. So I would click that, bam, it's done. It's going to be published on your site. Now you took less than 10 minutes to research some topics that you can be an authority on, to upload it to YouTube, just grabbing the keywords from here, and then adding it into our system to turn into a full written blog post. Take that now, share it on social media, share it on Facebook, share it on Instagram. You're building authority with content now. Make that a Facebook ad even, okay? And then now there's a lot of other advanced stuff we can do, but now that's going to help you start to get in front of the Google searches as well. We'll dive into this even more with Earl and Lucas. But guys, I'm going to be doing another Q&A session at the end of the day. I'm going to be taking up as many of these questions, cataloging them. We're going to answer them at the end of the day. But without further ado, I opened up that segment. I opened up that session. I opened up that loop in your brain about content, about how do you create content that's around for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, building momentum, stacking bricks. That's going to give you the freedom. It's going to give you the flexibility. Well, these two guys have done it. They're agents and they're investors. They bring in several hundred seller leads per month. They close a good number of deals, and you guys can learn exactly how they're doing it. Let's bring in Lucas and Earl. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to another session here in the Market Leader Summit. Coming at you guys with a couple guys that I had a chance to meet digitally probably 5-6 months ago, because I was so impressed with what I was seeing behind the scenes on the consistency, on the predictability of the leads that they're bringing in through the Carrot platform, through SEO. And they're doing it kind of on a national scale in certain parts. And they've got a ton of leads coming in, guys, for land leads, house leads, all kinds of stuff. But I think it's going to be awesome to bring these guys on from househeroes.com to talk about what they're doing to bring, to build momentum, to build predictability and consistency in their business so they can have more freedom. So I'm going to welcome on these two guys here right now. So we've got Earl and Lucas. And Earl, Lucas, why don't you guys introduce yourselves really quick and let people know who you are, what you do, and where you guys live. Kind of what's the business look like?
So I'm Lucas. I'm the president of the company. I'm actually based out of South Florida, which is where we do the bulk of our deals. Prior to that, I lived in San Francisco, where I was a product manager in the tech space. And now I'm still a project manager here, except the product is a house instead of a piece of software.
I love it. I love it. And then Earl's kind of more on the marketing, the tech side of things. And I just learned a little bit ago, you've got your real estate broker license too. So what part of the partnership do you pull, Earl?
Actually, I do most of marketing, most of the marketing side, and also overseeing the acquisition staff, which we've kind of grown now. It used to sort of be one guy, then we brought on a second acquisitions manager. Now we have an acquisitions assistant and like a full-time VA who supervises 3 other VAs. So between like my regular duties plus like 4 direct reports, that's pretty much like a full-time kind of, I guess, full-time plus gig, along with actually the content creation, which is pretty much like I don't want to say my hobby, but like, you know, creating content is kind of, I create content all the time. I create content in my sleep, actually. You know, I usually overbook myself a lot on creating content. Like it's that much of a focus that I'm like, I'm going to create all this. But if I get like 10% of it done, you know, the benefits will be great.
Dude, and I want to dive into that in a big way on this session here. Because one of the reasons I wanted you guys on the Market Leader Summit is here on day 2 that we're talking about. We talked on day 1 a lot about the shifting industry. You know, the retail and the wholesale side of the industry kind of compressing because of technology accelerating that. You've got the iBuyers in the middle, kind of trying to play that middle ground, but you still have a really strong wholesale side and the retail side. And I really feel that if you don't start to figure out a way to collaborate with one or the other, if you're an investor working with agents, if you're an agent working with an investor, you're likely going to start to be commoditized a little bit. Next thing is pick things you specialize in and build authority. One thing that these guys have really gone all in on that I really admire is the content side. With Carrot, and they do a lot of offline marketing too, but they've really said, hey, we're going to specialize in these areas and we're going to specialize our marketing in doing this stuff. And the big thing here, guys, I've been banging this drum the whole summit, is stacking bricks versus hamster wheel marketing. So hamster wheel marketing works great. We'll talk a little bit about what they're doing with SMS marketing right now in this market. That works great. It's what I call hamster wheel marketing. You put something out, it works, but it will only work as long as you're continually doing that. When you stop doing that, it eventually goes off. But when Earl's creating content, stacking bricks, that content's going to be up there next year, next month, 5 years from now. And if you do the right work, it's going to be capturing your leads years down the road as long as you do the work. So let's start and kind of set some basis of comparison for people here. When did you guys start House Heroes, and what does the business look like today? Like, share whatever you guys are willing to share to set context for people, but are you mainly doing houses? Are you doing anything else? And what does the volume look like? Whatever you're willing to share.
We actually started the business in 2013. That was towards the end of the year. We didn't really do anything that year. It actually took us like 15 months to close our first deal. I was full-time. Earl was part-time, just working nights and weekends after his job as an attorney. And took us 15 months to do the first deal. So, you know, first 3 months, the first year we did 0. Second year we did 1. The next year we did 4 or 5. And things didn't really take off until we actually built the website, which was in 2016. That was kind of really the birth of House Heroes. Before we had the website, we were operating under a different name. Once we went to build the website, we said, you know, we need to get a friendlier name, something you could really build a brand around. So that was 2016. We launched the website. It was actually right at the beginning of the year, I believe, in January. And then since then, we've been, you know, above 20 deals a year. We're not those like super high volume guys, right? We're not out there giving sellers the best price typically. So we prefer to do, you know, fewer, better deals.
I love it. I love it.
One of the things for us is that like one of our pitches is that our close rate is like ridiculous. I don't know, like, you know, just knowing, you know, there's, you know, with wholesaling, there can be a lot of offers sometimes and people backing out, coming back and asking for a reduction, that type of thing. Our close rate's probably above 90%. So we take pride in that. We tell sellers like, look, you get an offer from us, we're gonna close.
Yep.
So like, yeah, we're not submitting 100 offers and closing like 50%. You know, when we submit an offer, there's a 90% chance that deal's getting closed.
Guys, and that's such a big deal. We've talked about it here in the summit and in a lot of my other podcasts as well, of how do you stand out right now in this market where there's so many investors, so many agents. And one of the ways to stand out is by building trust, building credibility, building authority, and those things right there. I mean, if you can say, hey, this is one of the ways we stand out, even though our price isn't, you know, as high as the next guy's, you can guarantee that we're going to close on this puppy. This property will close. Have you guys found deals closing just because of that, where you're paying less than the next guy, but they trusted you guys to close on it more?
Absolutely. We've definitely gotten deals from people who straight up tell us right out of the gate that we're not the best offer, but they just feel more comfortable working with us, so they're going to go with us.
I love it. So let's kind of go back. You mentioned, Lucas, about 2016. You guys decided, hey, we're gonna go with the website side of things. We're gonna see what we can do online. And one of the primary reasons I want to bring you guys on is talking about this part of it down here. I'm gonna move wrong way. There we go. Move to this side. Is when you stack bricks in your marketing, and that's something that I've really been hammering. That we've done it here at Carrot as well. You truly get more freedom from your business. You truly get more flexibility. You can plan ahead if you know that this stream of income or the stream of leads is going to come in, whether you do a big marketing campaign this month or not. And in my previous businesses, one thing that really frustrated me and made it to where I made it part of my mission moving forward to help entrepreneurs save time so they can do things in their lives that matter and really make a greater impact, get more freedom, get more flexibility, is my previous business trapped me. You know, the way that I was doing marketing was kind of boom and bust marketing. I'd have a great month, really good month, and then I'd like have to pull away and fulfill, and then we had to go market again. We'd have this big old boom and bust. And I said, man, I'm not going to do that again. What marketing of mine was the most consistent? What was the most predictable? And also what gave me the best customers? And it was almost always organic SEO and getting in front of those people. So going back to 2016, you guys found Carrot. You got House Heroes, which I love the brand. It's really cool, guys. Check it out, househeroes.com. But what did you guys do after that when you first started to dive in on the Google side of things? Earl, did you have experience in Google and SEO and creating content?
No, absolutely no experience in SEO, Google, or creating content. Pretty much picked it up, as an as needed basis. So no experience whatsoever in that.
Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of funny. I've got your website pulled up on my end. I'm not going to show this because it's sensitive information, but you guys get a lot of leads. Like you guys get hundreds and hundreds of leads per month, all the way from land leads to other stuff. And so I want people to see the scale that you can do. Let's kind of cast that vision out for everyone watching this on the summit. Cast it out there to go, what can you do with organic? Because a lot of people say, well, you can only get this far with Google. Well, yeah, you got to expand to different markets or expand to different keywords. We'll talk about how they're doing that, but you can grow an amazing business from it. So you didn't have background coming into it. What did you guys do first? Did you have a goal for how many deals a month you wanted to close through organic through Carrot? Did you just start doing work and then you got that first deal? Like, oh shoot, we want more of these. Kind of did you set goals early on and how'd you get that first deal?
I think it kind of also really started from, Earl had no experience, but he had a big challenge because when we were first deciding how to get a website, we had seen, Carrot and some other companies that did similar stuff. And then they had, we went to people, developers, right, who were building websites for people and also had an SEO department and would manage your SEO. And all of them told us the same thing, which is like, first things first, got to set clear expectations. Your market is really hot. Don't expect to even sniff the first page for a couple years. And then, don't expect to be at the top of the first page for many more years after that. And I think Earl just took that challenge and that's really what got him going. He said, I'm going to do it myself and I'm going to do it faster.
I love it.
They're saying. And I think Earl really just sat down and just decided what kind of website he wanted to build and how it should be structured. And then it was just a matter of really filling in the blanks.
So what made you guys choose the Carrot site? Sounds like you guys talked to consulting firms that build sites and do SEO. Why'd you go this route versus, building a custom site or setting up a WordPress yourself or doing Wix or something like that?
Because I've managed tech projects before, and I knew that we wanted to do real estate deals, not also manage a website.
Yep.
So we wanted to simplify that, and we figured, hey, the fastest way to get this going is to go with Carrot, set it up, see how it goes. If we decide later on that we need more flexibility, more control, then we could pivot. But we'll never really know if Carrot is good enough for what we need unless we give it a try.
So what have you guys seen now? Let's fast forward. You guys have been implementing. Then we're going to kind of break apart the plan so other people can start stacking bricks and get more momentum with their leads. But fast forward to today, what have you guys seen? Both with the Carrot platform, but what have you guys seen as you've been executing the strategy? I want to talk strategy first, and then how it's working on the Carrot platform. But what have you guys seen in the business?
So for strategy, there's a few ways that I kind of pick what content to create. Everyone has the sell my house fast, quick, and landing pages, which those are hard to win. Like usually we'll rotate depending on some cities will be number one, some cities will be number two, number three. I think last time, for one point, we were number one across all Florida. Then we shot down to number two. I think we're there now. So usually we're within 1 to 5 on all the city pages, but there's only so much you can do on those pages, I found, because look, you make them once, anyone can kind of make one good page, right? And they're kind of pitchy, right? So really the content side is the part where I feel you can spend more time and stand out, because if you're going to create content, actually, anyone can make one spammy page. Creating a strong piece of content is a completely different thing than sell my house fast in Miami, landing page. So the last year to 2 years, I've been working on the content side, and generally the way I target the content is, usually there's 2 ways. One, Google Ads. I'll see what people search on our Google Ads, and then I'll create content around those searches. Also, Google suggested searches, and then also just niches, right? Like I'll try to put together a page about a specific niche that's coming up. And so Google suggested searches, Google Ads, also some of the Carrot stuff. I've gotten deals. We did there was a template blog we got from Carrot, which was the tax tips selling your house.
Yep.
That one netted us, and as is, we never even went to the property, like a really solid wholesale deal that we never even saw the property. We made 2 phone calls, made multiple tens of thousands of dollars on that blog, which I honestly spent less than 10 minutes on that blog. So a mixture of the Carrot content, Google searches, things that we learned from sellers. And I'm honestly trying to grow it more and more. I was just talking to Lucas about this, that I want to keep pushing more content, because I feel like that's the path to scale the business in the long run.
Dude, so
you have to do the city pages because that's like the bread and butter stuff that everybody does, right? But then on top of that, we just want to, everywhere we can, insert something that's that's us, our brand, House Heroes, right? It's more our style. And our style is, we're out there trying to help sellers solve problems, right? Where do I go when I have a problem? I go to Google and I Google something. So, we're thinking, sellers are the same way, and we want to try to put content out there that they can find when they're trying to solve a problem.
Guys, so I'm drawing something up really quick because I thought it'd be useful. 1 second here. I'm not a great drawer, so don't be judging my drawing, everybody. But so this right here. Okay. So this is kind of how I look at content is this, and assume that this was all a bunch of other content here, tons of other stuff. Okay. So right here, guys, you've got and I'm kind of breaking it down for the audience here. Then we'll dig in specifically on your guys' strategy. So you've got the home page here, right? So that's your home page. That's going to be focused on your overall high level market. Hey, we're all in all of Florida, or we're going after sellers and helping sellers in Georgia, or all of America, or the West Coast, or these 3 cities within Florida, whatever it is. So your homepage should be focused in on your overall broad market. Okay. And so if you're going after a bunch of different states, you're probably just going to be, a broad message, not pinning down on any one state. You might say, hey, we operate in these states. The next thing is your core pages. That's your about page. That one's critical. It's always one of the top 2 or 3 pages visited on almost every site in our system across buyers, sellers, agents, investors, doesn't matter, because people are looking for credibility. You've got your testimonials page, contact page, how it works page, that stuff. That's your core pages. Those are going to be there that people are going to be able to click at the top of any article, click it and see your credibility and learn who you are and learn what your process is. That's going to help convert people. Okay. So that's your core pages here. Now, the big thing here is then next is your location pages. Okay. So you've got your homepage, then you've got your core pages. These are static. They're going to help you build credibility, help you close those deals. These are your location pages. So that's any city, any state, county, like whatever it is, however people search in your areas. We suggest if you're operating at the state level, launch it at the state. And then you have city ones under there. If you're operating regionally in multiple states, you'll have a location page for a state and then different location pages for every city you're working in within the state. So you might have 10, you might have 20. We have some customers with like 100 plus location pages because they're just building them all over the country. And then here you have your content, right? And this is your blog. This is what Earl's talking about here. This is where most of our clients kind of stop. Okay, by default, you're going to have your primary core pages here, and then you go in, customize them, add your credibility, add your testimonials, stuff like that, your branding, really stand out. And then here, a lot of our clients have location pages built out because that's really where a lot of that results get. But like Earl said, it's competitive because you're going after sell my house fast, insert city, or cash home buyers, or investment properties in insert city, or sell your land in insert state. These are what I feel the way that you're going to scale things up in a big way, in addition to continually adding new location pages as you go into new markets, is a blog post, adding those blog posts as you go. And so when you guys are doing it, Earl, you mentioned using some of the Carrot automated articles. And in that one, it sounds like you did some modifications to it. So let's kind of walk people through this, how you're stacking bricks on here. Because some of the bricks you're stacking, you're writing unique content. I've seen some of it. It's really good. You're sitting there and writing really unique content only to you guys. But some of it sounds like you're modifying our stuff. So in your normal content plan on a quarterly basis, what percentage of articles that you're launching from our automated system, are you modifying those then? And then what percentage maybe are you writing from scratch?
So I would say it's 50-50. 50-50. The ones I write from scratch are the ones that are going to be that I think they're going to be harder to win. Mm-hmm. If it's going to be an uphill battle, then I'll write it myself. If I think that's relatively low competition, then I'll just grab the Carrot one and I'll make some slight modifications. Nothing crazy. I'll probably just do a little research on each subtopic. Add a couple of points of value, mm-hmm. add some photos into it. Rewrite some sections like in the beginning and the end, so it doesn't look like the same article that everyone else has published, mm-hmm. but keep the core of it the same. So that's generally how I do it. One, if it's going to be really competitive, also how value bits. Like if it's very high value, then I'll write it. If it's very competitive, I'll write it. If I think it's easier to win and I don't need to devote time to it, then I'll just take the Carrot thing, do minimal adjustments to it, and post that on the website.
Dude, so a really good example, and I'm going to share my screen for everybody watching this in the summit right now. The one that Earl had talked about, the tax tips one, I think it's something like tax tips when selling a house in Florida or something like that. So you guys can see on my screen, if you're watching this in the summit, you can see what Google's given me with Google suggestions. And that's what Earl had mentioned before. That's one way that he gets his content ideas. And that's such a great way. We do the same thing here internally. It's really good. And it's a free tool, guys. Just go to Google and start using it. And these are bricks. Like when I talk about stacking bricks, guys, and kind of the analogy I look at with your marketing, then we'll go back to Earl and Lucas and the strategy they're deploying, is you've got a hamster wheel over here, you've got a pile of bricks over there. And the hamster wheel looks nice here. Like it's easy. I can hop on it. It starts moving, right? The second I get on the thing, you get an immediate reaction from it. And the thing is though, it works until I get tired. Like you're going to grind yourself into a pulp if all you do is hamster wheel marketing, because you've got to be running it or you have to have someone running it for you. You get off of it, then eventually ends up slowing down to where it stopped. Over here, the bricks, it looks like work. Hamster wheel, I can hop on it, get immediate results. Bricks, it takes work. But if I take the bricks and go, if I build a wall, this wall can bounce everything back for me. But it's going to take some work. So I grab a brick, throw some mortar on it, stack it, grab a brick, throw some mortar on it, stack it, grab a brick, hop over here, do some hamster wheel marketing. Okay, because that works. Let's get some immediate feedback. Grab some more bricks. Eventually, I've got a whole row of bricks and my hands are dirty. It was hard work. I put in real work to it, but you pull back and go, man, I've got this one row, but it's not a wall. It doesn't do anything for me. I'm not getting a result yet. And that's where a lot of people quit, is they put in the work, their hands got a little dirty, they did some heavy lifting, and they sit back and go, I'm not seeing any results, so I'm going to go do a bunch of hamster wheel marketing. And they never get freedom over here. But if you instead push past that and say, I've got a vision for building a wall, so it all bounces back to me, I want to get momentum, I'm going to keep stacking bricks, stacking bricks, stacking bricks, hop over here, do hamster wheel marketing, get money coming in, stack bricks. Eventually, you've got a wall to where it bounces everything back for you. And those bricks are content pieces, just like the one I'm going to show you right now. So tax tips when selling a house in Florida. I think that's the one. Yeah, right here. This is cool. So you guys not only have the #1 actual organic listing, but you guys also have the same the same page that's pulled up into one of their little cards. So this one here, and this is a good example for people, because a lot of people think SEO is just those high competitive phrases, the sell my house fast or we buy houses phrase. This is so good because almost none of your competitors are going after this stuff. Almost nobody is. So someone landed here, and we'll kind of walk people through it. They landed here. You put this out years ago. So this is a brick that's there. It's working years later. It's evergreen marketing. And this is one of the ones, Earl, that you had mentioned that was just one of our articles. You modified it and launched the puppy.
I spent less than 30 minutes modifying this one. It's literally probably one of the ones that gets like a ridiculous amount of traffic. One of our this might get like 300 visits a month or something along those lines, and so that's probably about 5 leads a month. The phone calls are a little bit tricky to track. But usually we get about maybe on this blog I think I get 0.5% conversion rate, and then probably double that for the phone calls.
Yep.
So I would say this gets us about 5 leads a month, which by our close rate that's like half a deal a month or something along those lines.
Dude, that's such a big deal, and I want people to kind of see that vision here, right? Because this was one article. Not all of them are going to hit. Do you kind of what do you expect when you launch an article? Do you have a, hey, 50% are actually going to get me a result and 50% aren't? Or do you expect every single one of them to start pulling you in leads? Kind of what's your internal barometer when you launch content?
So I don't necessarily have an expectation, because it's difficult to know how much traffic any individual blog is going to generate, because there's no real metric for that. Like I've tried some tools that are online for estimating search traffic, and they haven't been that accurate. Like I've put in like search terms that I know people search for, and they say they have no search results.
Yep.
So I know that. So it's very difficult for me to say how much it gets traffic it's going to get. What usually ends up happening is is that honestly, it just goes back to what I said before. Really, is that just focusing on like the suggested searches, the PPC. The PPC suggestions, and also just like what is common sense. What are people going to search about? And now those have been the ones that have led to the most traffic. But yeah, I don't have an expectation, because I haven't found a tool that's going to like specify the exact amount of traffic that any blog is going to hit on.
Dude, and I think that's a great answer, because for everyone watching this, it releases the pressure, because a lot of people go, oh, well, shoot, it's only things that get 1,000 searches or whatever. And the way you do it, man, is the way that I do it too. And I love it, is literally the Google suggested thing. If there's enough people typing that in every month, Google will then suggest it and say, hey, you might be looking for this because a bunch of other people have. Enough people for us to pull it up and say you might be looking for this. And so that's what I go off of too. It's a great way.
If I can add in on that, the one thing that people can do too is when you're looking in the Google suggested searches, just make a big list of all those. Make a big list of all those, and then work them throughout your blog, because you'll find that certain blogs you write just randomly start ranking for something you wouldn't think. Like right now, I'm working on a series that's like selling houses as is, because I picked up. I mean, obviously, right? You wouldn't realize it but I saw on my PPC campaign that people actually very frequently type "sell a house as is" in your market, in market X city. I did a different blog called "Sell Your House," sell a house by owner in Florida, and I'm actually not going to rank on this one, but
No, for sure. I
right.
was pulling up just to show people the suggested search stuff. So guys, look.
Yes. So people search that, and I knew people search for that as is. So if you just do the regular one, I'm probably ranked like number 5 nationally on that. Somewhere it just, I don't know where I'll be on this one.
Yep. The national ones are so hard because number one, it's broad. There's tons of big players competing for it. They tend to bounce around a lot, man, for sure.
Yeah, if you remove cash from it, because it looks like they're targeting all the ones with the word cash.
Oh, I got you.
I wasn't targeting cash. If you remove this as is, I'll probably be first page somewhere for this one.
Yep. You're gonna get there though, dude. Like I said, the national ones are tough. They bounce around. They bounce around a lot for sure. They do. I'm gonna try this one here. Not putting you under pressure. I'm just curious, dude. I'm just curious. It's always fun stuff here. Let's check it out. There's a
this actually, Trevor. This is what I was talking about. Actually, if you scroll up a second. I wasn't intending to rank for House in Florida. I wasn't intending this. It just gave me credit for that. A blog that wasn't targeting it. And the reason I think it did that was because I did the keyword research on what people were searching, right? And so I worked those keywords in throughout this entire blog when I created this one. So
dude, this is good, man. So guys, if you're watching this, there's 2 examples of content that we showed here. Because that's one big block that people have when you're looking at stacking bricks. To go, oh man, I got to sit down and write content. It has to be all this time. I have to be a good writer. So the first example we use, which has closed them deals, and people don't think that you can get deals from those types of long tail keyword phrases. And you can, because they're going to be highly motivated. The first one, he used one of our automated articles. So it was already there. He clicked publish the thing, then he hopped on and did 15, 20, 30 minutes of modifications to it, added an opt-in, more opt-in forms in there, and modified some of the content. So that's like minimal version. Just use our framework. Just do it. Just get those things out there. But to really get that best result, like they said, modify those a little bit. But you don't have to go out there and spend hours yourself writing it, or spend $50 or $100 paying someone else to do it. This is the other example. So when you went to create this piece of content, this is more robust. It's pretty darn long. This one isn't one of ours. You wrote it and you have videos. How did you? I've got my own approach. I just want to kind of dive in on yours. How did you go about writing this? Did you do certain research? Why did you decide to put videos on here? I'm just kind of curious for your approach here. This is great.
Yeah. So my thought process when I choose a topic is to look at like the top five competitive articles and like what do I need to beat them. When I say beat them, I typically mean to be more engaging. Yeah, I'm gonna rack well for that one. I really hit a home run with this.
Dude, number 1 right there. That's
I hit a home run. This was a home run.
I love it.
So if you look at number 2 there, it's actually how I based my strategy for how I designed this one.
Ah, gotcha.
They had some videos on there, and I saw that I wanted to try. They were ranking number 1 before, and I saw that. I believe this. I saw that like they have. I believe yeah. So I saw that they had content here. I knew I could create better content, but I wanted to make sure I had videos because they had videos, and Google was crediting that, right? So I knew I could make something more engaging than this. So this was the barometer.
Yep.
This was number 1, and I'm like, I got to be better than this. So that was, and I had videos. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna create videos for this one.
Dude, one thing I want to do really quick too, because this is getting kind of detailed, y'all, for SEO stuff. I think this is really powerful because I was on a call with a bunch of real estate agents the other day, amazing people, and they were using our video post feature, where it takes videos from YouTube, yanks them out, yanks out all the words and makes a written article for you. And they were wondering why things weren't ranking. And because they want the same result. They want to stack bricks. They want to get that evergreen momentum building traffic that comes in with really highly motivated sellers. And it wasn't happening. So I went through and their content just wasn't long enough. It was really thin.
Trevor, type in Google sell my house and move to another state.
Okay, so look at
another state. Yeah, I think
so this is important, guys, right here, because Earl is saying these things, but he's not just pulling them out of thin air. That's based off of what other people are searching. Google gave us right here. Hey, people are typing that in. So I'm going to click that. Dude, number 1. I love it.
So go in. This is a video post. This is a video post. If you go in.
Yep.
I did make it. I did clean it up for like typos a little bit. but this actually was a video post. I only spent about an hour on this. It actually was a video post.
That's cool, man. So this one here, yeah, so you got a 5-minute video. That's a sweet spot. We tell people, people for sure do 3 to 5 minutes. Don't do like a 10-minute video for video post, but don't do any less than 3. You're not going to get enough words out of the video to make a robust enough article.
But yeah, so this I picked this one up from PPC. People in my market were searching it, maybe because it's Florida. The way I did this one, I actually made one video, but I broke it up into 3 to kind of map 3 sections of the blog. And honestly, I just kind of wrote down some notes on a paper, and I just kind of rehearsed it one time and then just let it go. And then it was actually my first one, and I mean, ranked number 1 nationally, right? So it worked. But yeah, this is a video post. This is an example of one I found in PPC. I targeted it because I didn't want to spend a lot of time on it. And yeah, so I mean, this starts getting this does get leads. I would say this gets about 1 to 2 leads a month. But like my perspective on it is kind of similar to how you look at it. Like I'm like, okay, I get a lead per month. Like that's okay. That's an extra deal. It's a deal per year.
Yep.
Depending on our close rate. Like if we can keep improving our close rate, then because you want to get your close rate low, right? Because that's what this, at the end of the day, like you can do all the content and all the text messages you want, but you need to get the close rate low so you can have that. Okay, look, I'm going to create this blog. It's going to generate me a lead per month, but that's a deal per year if you have a good close.
Exactly. Dude, I'm doing something really, I love that. And guys, that's the thing about stacking bricks too, right? If you take one brick, a brick by itself is like a really powerful thing. It's a hard thing, but it's not going to be a wall. Like you can't build a wall with one brick, and bricks when stacked together are way more powerful than one brick by itself. And that's the thing with content. When you stack pieces of content on your website, it adds up. You're going to get a lead a month here, 14 leads a month here, 2 here, 7 here. And then eventually you start to get that momentum like these guys are, where they have hundreds of leads coming in from all around the country for land, for houses, for all kinds of stuff every month. And now before we hop on here, one thing that I want to help you guys with is taking those leads that you're not doing anything with right now because you're not in those markets or doing land much, and like really deploying them. Because I think you have a big opportunity for capturing more revenue and helping more sellers and buyers. So I'm copying this. The reason I'm doing this, and then I'll toss it back over to you, is when I'm going after a really competitive phrase, and this is getting kind of geeky with SEO, but when I'm going after a really competitive phrase, what I'll do is I'll actually take the word count. So I opened up a Google document over here, and I took this other page that you guys overtook. I took it, I highlighted all the words. I didn't include that, and then did a word count. So it's about 2,900 words. Now, it doesn't always mean that if you just put more words on there that you're going to beat them, but oftentimes if it's decently competitive, that's a good path to go. And so I went over here, and I think I copied that. We'll copy it. We'll paste it back in there. We got it here. So let's do a select all, and we'll do a word count there. And so you're 3,300. So the cool thing is you're about 400 words more than the other one. So, hey, we're more robust. We're answering more questions. We're solving more problems with our article. You had videos. You took cues from that other article that's ranking well and said, hey, they have videos. I'm going to put in some videos too. And then you just took it and went better. You said, here's content that Google likes. Let me just make it better. And when a lot of people do content and they struggle with it, is they think by launching just a quick 2-minute video post with 150 words, it's going to overtake something like this. This is not going to happen. You do have to put in a little bit more thought. So, dude, I wasn't planning on this, but this is such a good example. You gave 3 types of content, 3 ways to do content that people can do. One way that got you deals is taking our automated blog posts and just doing some basic modification. We do all the heavy lifting of the research, knowing what keywords that people are typing in, and we spin it for your area in the title tags and stuff like that. But then Earl went in there and just spent 20, 30 minutes modifying it. Okay, so that's one route. That's the simplest route, and that route is going to get you good rankings. But like Earl said, for the really competitive ones, like the one we're going to show here, for sell house by owner in Florida, that's likely going to need more content than our automated articles have. So he said that's option number 2. Let's write a piece from scratch. Okay, let's look and do the research on what those top 2 or 3 pages are doing to outrank where I am. Let's figure out how many words they have. Let's see what they're doing. Are they using video? Cool. Let's just make it better. That's number 2. And then number 3 was using video posts. Hey, here's something I want to go after, but I don't want to sit down and write all the content myself, but it's going to need a little bit more robust content than some of the automated ones. I'm going to sit down and record a video and put it into the video post feature and have all those words yank out. And he did that really, really, really good, man. So 3 types of content, all of them pulling you results. I love it. I love it. So moving forward into this year, and we'll wrap this here in a little bit. Moving into this year for 2020, what's your guys' focus? Let me figure out how to stop sharing this. First of all, there we go. Cool. What's your guys' focus with your marketing? You talked about some new marketing you guys are spinning up. In addition to the SEO, what are you guys doing in addition to SEO?
So for this quarter, we really want to scale for this year. We really want to hopefully, double our deal revenues per year. And so to do that, we're trying to stack on, multiple layers of marketing. We've always done direct mail, and but now we're stacking onto the SEO and the PPC, which we're doing. We've always been doing that. So stacking on SMS on top of the SEO and PPC and direct mail.
Mm-hmm. And so you mentioned before you launched your first SMS campaign a few days ago. And for those who aren't familiar, SMS is text message. It's reaching out to those sellers through a text message. What are the results so far, man? I'm kind of curious. Sounds like you're getting some traction.
Yeah. So basically I have the VAs. Like we have a great VA supervisor, Shirley, who's a full-time team member. She lives in the Philippines. She has like a team that actually works under her now.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to process like very unique lists, at least try to really, hone down the list. So we're not mailing 20,000 people or texting 20,000 people. Let's get the right 10,000 or the right 5,000. So far we started doing the text messages, trying to get out 150 to 200 per hour for like 7 hours a day. And so far it seems like we're going to be generating on our latest list about 2 leads a day from it. Which is pretty good, right? So if you can combine 2 leads a day plus, 2 to 3 SEO leads a day, all of a sudden you're getting 8 leads a day, 9 leads a day. Hopefully that can result. Remember, not every lead is a good lead, right?
Yep.
So like internally we have qualified leads, like we qualify leads, and we try to close a deal every 15 and 20 qualified leads. So the goal is to get 15 and 20 qualified leads a week. And if we're getting if we're talking to 6, 7 sellers a day, hopefully we got 15 good leads or 20 good leads the whole week.
Mm-hmm. I love it. So you've got the SMS you're stacking on, and this is really important. I talk about it a lot. Down here, you've got, I don't know if you can actually see this. Down here, you've got the stool. And this is another thing, guys. During the summit, I want you guys to focus on how can you build a more stable business? Because when you have a stable business, that's when you get the freedom. That's when you get flexibility. That's when you can really make an impact. And a lot of businesses have a one-legged or two-legged stool. When you think about that, you're sitting on a stool, and the stool cannot stand as a one-legged or two-legged stool unless you're sitting on it, unless you're supporting the stool. If you picture that stool as your business, and that's how a lot of people's businesses are, they are supporting the stool. If they get up off of it and go on a vacation or stop, then the whole thing falls over. So that's where you get really trapped in your business, is you have a business without multiple marketing methods or without multiple legs to the stool. So in this case, they're spinning up some SMS. They've got direct mail marketing they've been running for a long time. And then right here at the core is the inbound, is the organic SEO side of it. A really strong, stable, 3-legged stool where you've got some, what I would consider hamster wheel marketing for those other 2. You got to do those things, guys, because they work. It's immediate feedback. It works really well. But then that consistency and predictability is coming from the organic, which really gives you the freedom. So
they work together too, right? Like
mm-hmm.
the website, the stuff that we do on the website for the SEO has a huge impact in the SMS and the direct mail, right? Because so many people, they get our mail, they get the text, they want to go read about us online.
Mm. And also, if they are doing some of those drilled down searches, let's say it's probate, and if you guys have content online that's in their city or their state talking about how to deal with an inherited house, it's almost like, oh shoot, they see you in multiple spots now. And if you guys, are you guys doing any Facebook retargeting for the traffic that's landing on your site?
Yeah, we do some Facebook remarketing and Google remarketing. It's actually been something that we're trying to improve this quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't paid that much attention to it in the last 6 months. It was more just kind of running on autopilot and just because it kind of works. But It's definitely something we're looking to grow in this quarter. In particular, it's a little bit challenging for us because I live in Jersey, and Facebook is usually better for localized, as opposed to a blog, which is more of a general content type thing I'll do in my office.
Yep.
So, but yeah, we're looking to create more localized content for Facebook this quarter. And hopefully that would then apply to the remarketing channels, like the remarketing in each city.
Cool. I love it. So 2 more questions for you guys, then we'll wrap this puppy up. So why did both of you guys choose to change your careers? An attorney, product manager. Why did you guys choose to change your careers to get into real estate in the first place? Kind of what was that dream you guys were going after?
I don't know that Earl necessarily had that dream per se. I was working in tech, and I was working at a startup. It wasn't a startup by the end of the time I was working at, but when I started, it was. And I had made some money, through IPO there. And once I invested all the stock in the company, it was like, okay, well, now I get a salary. That salary is not going to get me anywhere. And so I had to decide, well, am I gonna, if I want financial freedom, I can either do what everyone else I know is doing, which is try to find the next startup that's going to get bought out or IPO, which is really rare. I got lucky in the one situation I was in. Or do I start something myself? And I've always had more faith in myself than just, hitching my wagon to someone else. So I decided I'd do my own thing. But I'm also not really like a creative, like ideas guy, right? Like I'm the project manager, product manager type. So I'd rather someone else come up with a great idea and I can help them, achieve it. And Earl and I had talked about real estate investing in college. We read Rich Dad Poor Dad and said, someday we're going to own some rental property together. So I went to Earl and I said, hey, what about starting a business in real estate, right? And I can quit my job and do it full time, and I can move anywhere, and I'm not tied down to anything. And you have a full-time job that you can't leave, so you can just keep doing that and help me out on the weekends and in the evenings. And then it just, kept going until we eventually, were doing enough business that Earl was able to quit his job and join full-time.
Love it. What about you, Earl? What was your mindset to leave being an attorney and dive into real estate?
So for a while I was at a big law firm, and in the hours they didn't necessarily bother me, but they were the hours were quite pretty significant. I also wasn't getting a ton of good experience at the big law firm because you're on one person on these giant teams. So I went to work at the Attorney General's office in New Jersey doing child welfare services, which I was really passionate about, and I really enjoyed my work doing that. But my son was born in 2017. And I knew that with him being so young, litigation would be difficult to be able to balance, because truth is litigation, you're at the judge's call. And so I knew I couldn't really be home, for an infant, and at the same time also be, running to the courtroom all the time. So at that point, it made sense for me to pause. I also had been doing law straight for 10 years. So at that point, it made sense to, for me to pause that. And Lucas and I already have been doing real estate like part-time for a while. I don't even like to think about the stuff I was doing back then, but at that point, it made sense to go more into real estate, which we already were doing part-time and having success with.
I love it. So have you guys, this is the last question for you guys, and we'll wrap this puppy up for this session of the summit. Maybe we'll get you guys back on the Carrot Cast so we can dive into even more detail on some other stuff. But are you guys marching towards, getting that freedom, getting the flexibility that you have wanted? And what are you going to adjust this next year to get yourself even more freedom and flexibility in your business?
Definitely. What my top goal this year in the first half of this year is to really transition myself away from the day-to-day activities. Earl's responsible for getting contracts, and then I'm responsible for turning the contracts into money. So I hired an assistant back in the fall, and before then, Earl had his team of 7 or 8 people, and I was solo, the only guy doing the deals. And so hired my assistant in the fall, and working with her, targeting basically first half of this year to have her basically kind of running the bulk of the day-to-day operations, so that I can go do, other things like Earl's talking about, help him make that local content for social media and stuff like that. But then also the idea is just, if my assistant can basically do all the day-to-day stuff with the deals, then I basically have the freedom, right? And I know Earl, it's on his mind as well, because I recently talked to him about, both of us kind of needing to set up, mechanisms, documentation and whatnot, so that we can, as much as possible, not have to be so active day to day.
Yeah, cool. I love it. Well, guys, what I want everyone to do right now watching the Market Leader Summit is there was a ton of takeaways from here, guys. Go to social media, hashtag Carrot Summit. We're giving away prizes every single day during the summit. Both days we're giving away t-shirts, the positivity tee that you see me wearing right here. If you zoom in, where is it? All these little things say positivity, like shooting out of the bullhorn. But guys, get a positivity tee by going over here to hashtag Carrot Summit. What's your biggest takeaway from this session right here with Lucas, with Earl, with House Heroes? What's your biggest takeaway? Okay, was it something from the content? Was it something from the SEO? Was it something that Earl had mentioned on the strategy? Was it something that Lucas had mentioned at the company level, or how they made that shift from their careers? Let us know right now in Instagram, Facebook, hashtag Carrot Summit. We're going to go through every hour and pick prize winners, t-shirts, Carrot water bottles, the whole thing, guys. So go check it out. And also, if you guys want the recording of this event, we do have the recording, because we know there's a lot of things we're throwing at you guys. Go to carrot.com/recordings. That's carrot.com/recordings to grab the recordings of this event so you can watch them, run through them with your team, the whole thing. Lucas and Earl, appreciate you guys, man. I'm so proud of you guys. It's so fun watching what you guys are doing and seeing members like really implement what we teach at a high level. And I'm excited to see if we can't work with you guys to get some of the land leads moving off there for you and some other things. So guys, any parting words for the Market Leader Summit audience today?
Yeah, I would just point out that one thing when it comes to content, because I know we were focused on that, with your marketing content, just keep in mind that, like, just because it doesn't rank, if you're worried about creating content that doesn't rank, don't worry about that, because you just can keep using it in different places on your website, and keep implementing it throughout your content. People will come and visit your content. So even if it doesn't rank, keep linking to it throughout your website, on your Facebook, and it will continue to keep giving you value, even if you're not going to immediately get Google rankings. I know people don't talk about that much.
Yep.
So just you're not wasting your time creating content, as long as you continue to put it in different places on your website and on your social media platforms.
Thing I'd add too is, we love to partner with other people, and we love to give back and help other people. A lot of people helped us in our journey. So, if you're watching this, go check out our website. Don't hesitate to reach out to us and connect and chat with us, ask us questions about what we do. We'd love to, chat with other investors who are doing what we do.
Beautiful, guys. We'll wrap this session. Go check out househeroes.com. See if you guys can work with them. Start to stack your bricks, y'all. Start to stack those bricks, because that's exactly what these guys have done. And that is our purpose and mission here at Cares, to help you as an entrepreneur regain more of that time in your lives for things that matter. Build evergreen, consistent, predictable momentum in your business. When you get that, you finally get the freedom, finally get the flexibility, and you can make a big impact. Lucas, Earl, have an awesome rest of the weekend, guys. Get ready for our next session. Hashtag Carrot Summit. Go get the recordings, carrot.com/recordings. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I kept saying /. What's up, y'all? Guys and gals, I'm so pumped. We are 3/4 of the way through day one. And you know what? You know what's the most amazing thing about the summit? So we could be doing lots of different things right now here at Carrot, and our team is buzzing. Our team is buzzing, doing lots of things, serving thousands of members. And we really wanted to pull away during these 2 days and not just add value. Like we're adding value so you guys know how to wade through this market change, right? That's the big things. We know if you don't make these shifts we're talking about, this is what's on the horizon: being commoditized, commission compression, profit compression, and potentially slow death. And we don't want that for you guys. So the whole summit is to teach you how to be a market leader. Now, there's a lot of different ways, y'all. There's a lot of different ways to become a market leader, right? And we've talked about a lot of them. And so like we've said in some of the commercials, make sure you guys in your notes you guys have your line down the middle of the paper. I'm taking notes as well back here on this other page, but make sure that you guys on your notes have a line down the middle of the paper like I talked about in that commercial. Things on the left side are things you've learned. Hey, these are nuggets I'm taking away. Things on the right side are things you're going to execute. And ideally, don't pull over more than 1 or 2 things per day into that right side. That's one of the biggest things that happens to me when I go to a live event, whether it's an online event or an in-person event, is I've got 3 pages of notes, and then I come away and I'm like, oh man, now I'm overwhelmed. What do I do? So if any of you guys are feeling overwhelmed right now, towards the end of day one, and you're like, I've heard so many ideas. I've heard great ideas from the House Hero guys and how I can leverage Carrot and do content and get hundreds of seller leads per month organically, which is crazy. And those leads are easy to work with. You're not having to fight them. You're not having to, oh man, so you're not going to get hate mail from those types of leads. They want to work with you. And then you've got the other ones where Tom talked about metrics and KPIs and direct mail. And then Max talks about building brand. Krista and Aaron Farr are coming up next, where they're going to be talking about how they have built an amazing brand, local brand there in Spokane as a real estate agent, and how they, as real estate agents, generated over $600,000 in commissions in year one, y'all. Okay, no paid marketing. We're talking Instagram and Facebook is how they did that in their personal local networks. But now how they're parlaying that into tens of millions of dollars in real estate projects by people that they got to meet, by building a brand, building trust and credibility there in the Spokane area. They're taking the agent world, parlaying it into long-term wealth building with real estate investments, which is great. But they're going to talk about the lot. So you're going to get a lot of ideas. Okay, so write them on the left side of a piece of paper. Here's all the nuggets I'm taking away. And then every day, take one or two is all, and then drag it over and say, cool, I'm going to execute this in the next week. Okay, and then come back next week, come back in 3 weeks, come back in 2 months, look at that same note thing and go, cool, I'm going to drag another thing over there now. I'm going to execute that now, but don't try to do everything at once. Now, many of you guys who are just now popping in here, we still have nearly 300 people on live right now. Amazing engagement, y'all. So appreciate you guys. Still love you guys. What we want to have you guys do is a couple things. Number one, look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We have two more full sessions with Aaron and Krista Farr. They're with agents and investors. Eric Young, I think, is going to be one that everybody needs to stay on for. Eric Young has 15 transactions going on right now in the Denver market, all through Carrot, some with Facebook ads, some organic. Okay, of the 15, 2 are wholesales. Only 2 are wholesales. So if you're a wholesaler and you're looking at this going, man, like, how do I add more deals? It's to add more things that are not wholesale to the mix. Only 2 of the 15 transactions are wholesale. Only 5 of the 15 are listings. Okay, the other 8, y'all, are a type of transaction that is completely cutting through the clutter in that market, completely adding a new offer to sellers. It's the highest converting offer he's making. It puts more money in the seller's pocket, and it puts more money in Eric's pocket, and he's really building authority in that way. Guys, this is going to be an amazing session. That one starts at 3:40, 3:45 or so. Okay, so here's the deal. Make your notes, drag 1 or 2 over. Now, if you guys are a little bit behind on sessions, if you're like, man, I missed the session earlier with Max Maxwell, or I missed the session with Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett, where they talked about how they're leveraging niches in mobile homes and land and online to grow. Or if you missed the session with Lucas Machado and House Heroes, how they're generating hundreds of seller leads per month, 100% organic through content with Carrot, all online. If you missed any of those, we have the recordings for sale. So there's a big orange button. Brady, if you can show my screen real quick, please. There's a big orange button, y'all, here on the screen. And what you're going to see is if you're watching the live play page, something says Summit Special Orders, or there's a green one that says Summit Special Order or Offers. Click that. Okay, you click that puppy, and it's going to bring up this page here. And you got a couple options right there. You can grab the recordings for $100. They're going to be $100 during the summit. After the summit, you can still get them, but they're going to be a couple $100. So they'll go up in price to closer to what they should be. When you get the recordings, you're also going to get last year's summit recordings, which are still insanely relevant, that are going to teach you how to market better and scale your business more. But there's a way you can get your recordings for free. Okay, so you can get the recordings completely for free. If you already bought the recordings, here's a way you can get a refund on those. Is we've got the Summit Special. This applies to existing Carrot customers too. It's only $997, down from the value, way over $8,000 in value. But you're going to get 6 months of our advanced marketer plan, the same plan Lucas and Earl are using, the same one that has those features they're talking about, the content marketing plan where they can click some buttons and schedule up some automated content. The same one where they're using video posts, the same one where they're hopping on our coaching calls, things like that. Okay, so you're going to get 6 months of that for included in here. Normally that's $149 a month. So we're going to essentially waive 149 times 6, which is $894. We're going to waive $894 in payments for you with this special. Okay, we're also going to give you the recordings for this year and last year. That's $100 alone right there that we're going to waive. We're also going to give you access to something called our 30-day challenge. So if you enjoy what you're going through here and you kind of like the Carrot method and building evergreen marketing, we have a challenge that starts at the start of every month. It's $100 all that we charge. You're going to go in with a group of other investors or agents. Usually it's several dozen of you together. You can work together on it. We give you daily action items to build your website. If you already have it built, awesome. We're going to show you how to build more credibility, how to build your first content, stack bricks, get your first ads coming in, get your first leads coming in, and get you kicked out the door to momentum. That is normally $100. We're going to give you that for free. And we're going to give you a bunch of other things, guys. Just go click that big orange button and check it out. So that summit special will be available today. It's going away at the end of the day tomorrow. And like I said, if you want the recordings are included for free in that summit special. If you already got the recordings, but you want the special, let us know in support. Go ahead and buy the special and let us know that you already bought the recordings, and we can then credit the recording purchase. All right. So I'm going to show you a couple of things. So some people in here are popping in some questions, asking about some of the things that Earl and Lucas were doing. So I'm in the back end of their site right here. And basically this right here is the visitors that they've had this past week, 2,000 visitors, almost all of that's organic. And they have 145 leads this week, guys. This is 7 days. Okay. 145 leads this week. So down here is the tool. If you're a Carrot customer, there's a tool called our content marketing system. And this is what they use. So I'm just going to spend a minute to show you guys this, just to kind of give you context for one of the ways they're doing their marketing. So one of the biggest things that people have struggles with in their content marketing is like, what do I do content on? Like, what are the ideas? So in my last session during the break, I gave you guys some ideas on how to use Google. How do you use Google to have Google tell you what your best prospects are typing into Google? Well, Google tells you. So go back and check out that recording from the live break that I did a little bit ago to show you how I found exactly what your best sellers, your most motivated sellers, your best buyers are typing into Google, whether you're an agent or an investor. And we can do that later today too. At the end of the day, we're going to do some Q&A. Okay. Adrian is going to come back on. We'll do Q&A. But one of the ways that Earl talked about is he said, well, for the lower competitive phrases, the ones that don't require like a video post, more unique content, he hops in here. And if he's an agent or an investor, he chooses, do I want agent content or investor? And we were the first ones to pioneer this feature, y'all. There's some other tools in the market that have a similar feature kind of now, but we were the first ones to pioneer this over 5 years ago. And we've got several hundred articles, maybe even thousands of articles in here for you guys to choose from. And we release 12 new ones per month for Content Pro members and an additional 12 for Advanced Marketer members. So the Advanced Marketer plan, you're going to get 24 pieces of content per month and access to the archive of past articles. And the extra articles that you get on the Advanced Marketer plan are a little bit longer. Fewer people are using them. We spin them a little bit for your market, and they have images on them, which they're just upgraded. Okay, so let's say you want to do seller tips as a real estate investor. You pop over here. You pick the website you're wanting to post them on. I'm just going to choose this one. I actually use Carrot for my tenant leads and for my Airbnbs. And then right here, schedule one per week. We suggest one a week, and then we suggest scheduling them on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. That's when people read articles the most according to our data. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and select Tuesday. I'm going to say the next Tuesday is when I want to do it. I can look at these articles, and our system grabs a short code and says, what city are you primarily investing in? You're an agent in. We spin that in, and we spin in your phone number, things like that. Then you click add pack. Now, as soon as you did that, what's going to happen is most of our members just kind of publish them as is. And like I said, we do a little localization. We swap out the title tag, the URL. Those are localized for you. So we actually update a lot of that stuff on an automated basis. It's not just the 100% same article as everybody else. It's 98% the same. And then we spin it a little bit. Now, what Earl is saying to really crack through on the SEO side is after you schedule it, then you're going to go into your content section. And I'll show you kind of some of the ones that they've probably gotten there. And you're going to go to posts, and these are things that are blog posts. And let's say this is one that was scheduled. If it was scheduled, it would say scheduled on it. These are already posted. You would just go ahead and pop in here, and then you would just edit it. Okay, you would just use this as the guide to say, hey, cool, guide for selling a house as is in Florida. The way that we come up with our content ideas at Carrot is we do the research I showed you guys earlier. Every single month, our writers pull away and go, what are sellers typing right now? What are buyers typing right now in Google? Look at the keyword data. Then we pull away and write articles on that. And then we add the short codes in that bring in your state, bring in your city, bring in your phone number, bring your company to those articles. Okay, so then what he did is he used that automated article based off the research. Then he went in here and he started posting some videos. He then used videos and he added some extra content in here and he published it. So this one here, if I were to do selling a house as is in Florida, I have no clue if they're ranking really good for it. A house as is in Florida. And I know we've got Aaron and Christopher coming up right now, so I'm just going to wrap this up, guys. And in Florida. So when someone's typing that into Google, sell my house as is in Florida, then the aim is as they publish that and as they start to get it ranked higher, then it'll start to climb up here. So you can see this one's already on page 1. It was published not that long ago, and it's in a really competitive phrase. So it's going to start to climb up there. So that's that feature, y'all. You'll get that with the advanced marketer plan, whether you get the package or get it directly from our site. So now I'm going to make a transition now. Okay. We're now going to now transition to the next guest. I'm insanely excited about Aaron and Krista coming up right now. I'm a couple minutes behind. But y'all, if you're an agent, you're going to be insanely inspired by their story. If you're an investor, you're going to be insanely inspired by their story, because you're going to see how what they're doing as an agent was fueling tens of millions of dollars in real estate projects, and also how they're doing an amazing job building authority and standing out in their market without having to have a big marketing budget. They're hustling, creating content, building authority through social media, and now they're also using Carrot to try to add that onto the Google side, but they crush it at social media. So without further ado, let's welcome in Aaron Farr and Krista Farr out of Spokane from the Farr Group. And then we've got one more guest after that. And Adrian and I will wrap it up at the end of the day. Y'all, where there's going to be Q&A. So I want all of you guys to do this. Mark down in your schedules, 4:30 Pacific time. We're going to be coming back on answering all of your questions until the questions are done. That'll finish up day 1. Then we'll fire up day 2 tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. All right, Aaron and Krista Farr, here we go. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Market Leaders Summit. Man, we're so pumped about the guests that I'm going to introduce you guys here in a second. And I know one of the big things we've been talking about the whole summit is the compression of the real estate industry. You have the retail side on one side that's been there for decades and decades, and then over on the other side you have the wholesale side or the side where the investors are working, and that's been around for a long time too. But the market's starting to compress in the middle, and I've said it lots of times that agents should be investors, investors should be agents. There's a lot of reasons why. One of the big ones for me that I'm going to introduce you guys to our next guests here are Stack and Bricks. And I've got it behind the microphone somewhere. But if you're just turning the hamster wheel of income and you're turning transactions for commissions as an agent or wholesales or flips as an investor, and you're not stacking bricks with your wealth with rental properties or things like that, then eventually the hamster wheel turns into a grind. And that's why a lot of agents and wholesalers especially they don't last. It's because they don't figure out how to stack the bricks and build something special. So I'm going to introduce you to these amazing guests, Aaron and Krista Farr out of Spokane, Washington, which is like one of my favorite cities that I've been to. I love Spokane. And what they're doing on the retail side, because they have an amazing business over there. I've been looking at your guys' cool office downtown, and they do awesome on social media. I love Krista's postings. I'm always following your stuff there. Mm-hmm. But then they have some crazy cool projects going on the investor side too that I think would be really interesting for you guys. So welcome to the Market Leader Summit, Aaron and Krista.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
We're excited.
So why don't we start here? Let's introduce, if you guys can spend a minute or two, just kind of who are you? Where do you live? What's your business look like? We'll kind of unpack that and we'll dive into what you're doing.
Yeah, do you want to start?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're both born and raised here in Spokane. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, owned businesses, a couple businesses for 20 years before I got into real estate. I've been in real estate now for really only 2.5 years. This last year in 2019, Krista got licensed as an agent. And really that was our first year acting full-time as agents. Before that, I was just flipping houses and things like that. Yeah. So, I mean, things have gone from 0 to 100 fairly quickly.
Yeah.
You want to share a little bit about our family?
Yeah. So we are celebrating 15 years next week, actually.
Congratulations.
So, yeah,
That's
thanks.
awesome.
We have 2 boys. We have Parker, who's 14. Colton is almost 13. You know, we love to travel. We love We love the Four Seasons of Spokane. It'll always be home, but we really love getting away to warm, sunny places. So you'll see a lot of us there also.
You guys still have the Costa Rica glow too. Like, guys, they came back from Costa Rica not too long ago. They were documenting on Instagram. You guys still have the glow. You look good.
Yeah.
Krista basically blends in there. She looked Costa Rican by the time we were done. She gets so
It
dark.
takes me like a day, and then I'm fitting right in.
Dude, I've got the fairest skin, so I just like burn and I turn red, and then I don't get to keep any of the sun benefit after that. I just get burned, then it's gone.
Yeah.
So you guys have the real estate brokerage, and this is one of the reasons I wanted you guys to come on here is you guys haven't been doing this for 10 years. You haven't been doing this for 15 years. And Aaron, like you said, you had been flipping houses before that. I want to kind of dive into the whole history there so people can find where they relate to your story, because you guys have a lot of little points where you relate.
Yeah.
So before you guys teamed up officially on the real estate brokerage side of things recently, what were you doing before that, both Krista and Aaron? It sounds like, Aaron, you're doing some flipping, but what were you doing, Krista?
I was sitting at home.
Yeah.
No, I actually was. We were a big part of a network marketing company, which we're still a part of. So I did a lot of that from home, work from home. You know, as a mom, you're kind of in this spot of like, you know, I still want to hang out with my kids and be home, but I don't feel like I'm contributing or doing anything that like lights me up, you know? So network marketing was awesome. It's still, I attribute everything that we're doing in real estate to what we learned there. So it kind of just flowed over. I noticed that Aaron, when he was flipping houses and kind of doing real estate, that he was overwhelmed. And I'm like, okay, like what can I do? You know, and he's like, well, you should just get licensed. So, you know, I got my license in 45 days, start to finish.
Nice.
I just, you know, busted out the class, and that kind of led me into getting into real estate with Aaron. And we can go into it later, but we both have very specific roles that makes this work really well.
Cool. I'd love to go into that in a little bit for sure. So Aaron, so you're flipping houses. When did you start flipping houses? Like how long ago was that?
Yeah. So like Chris said, we were in network marketing. I had sold a business, and then I had about a 2-year gap where we were just doing network marketing, basically living kind of a retired lifestyle. And you know, everyone out there who's an entrepreneur knows that you can get antsy pretty quick. And I'm like, what am I doing with myself? I need something to pursue. And so I knew a guy that I followed on social media. I didn't really know him personally, but I asked him to coffee, and he owns the brokerage we're at. He was heavy into investing and things like that. So I sat him down and said, hey, I want to get involved in this. Maybe start small, flipping houses, buying rentals. And we had a good long conversation. And he said, that's great. I'd love to help you do that. But have you considered getting licensed as well? And so he gave me the pluses and minuses of being licensed versus not. And he said, maybe you can earn some commissions in the gaps of flipping and stuff that you can just take that money and apply it to more investment. So it all sounded good to me. So I got licensed, and immediately I think I found my first flip and dove right into that world and started working on that and realized, you know what, I'm going to be finishing this flip and I'm going to need more. And so I started connecting with the wholesalers in town, and it became very apparent that most wholesalers, I would say most good wholesalers, have their group of really good buyers that are experienced. They know they're going to close. And I wasn't that guy. I was new. So started trying to develop those relationships where they could trust me and send me really good deals. I'm not getting just the scraps sent to me. And so I found a couple deals with those wholesalers eventually, but I also found that, hey, maybe I need to start marketing like a wholesaler to find deals for myself. And that's where I stumbled. We won't go into it now, but that's where I stumbled upon Carrot.
Cool.
And started learning how I could maybe start finding deals for myself, and had success with that for a period of time.
Yeah.
Dude, so I want to break down a couple things you mentioned there. So you had a mentor, friend who kind of gave you the pros and the cons of getting your license versus not. I talk with, of course, tons of investors, tons of agents, and you kind of have your two camps, right? Some of them like, oh, why do I need that thing? I've got an agent buddy who I can get access to the MLS. And so some of them like, well, I only look at the license as access to MLS. Others look at as other things. So what for you guys was were the pros and the cons with getting a license versus not? What tipped you over the edge?
Yeah, so I really didn't know what I was getting into. I had no experience in real estate, and the guy that I talked to is kind of a mentor. Is a very intelligent investor, very good at it, does some bigger stuff, but he didn't have a viewpoint from a wholesaler. So now that I've been licensed and after marketing like a wholesaler and all that, if I wanted to just continue to just flip and just maybe wholesale, I would release my license personally.
Yep.
I think the advantages are not big enough to keep the license. In fact, kind of a funny story, within 6 months of me having my license, another agent turned me in for not marketing properly to the state. I got the warning letter. I got all that stuff. And I'm like, what? I'm not trying to deceive anybody, but they want you to put, basically, I'm a licensed real estate agent in big, bold letters on top of every piece of marketing, the website. I mean, I'm like, geez, I don't want to scare people away. When I do get in their house, I do let them know that I'm licensed.
Yep.
But I think there's a lot of roadblocks to wholesaling and potentially flipping when you have your license. There's so many rules.
And with Krista having her license, so let's say you were to give up your license here, and you would still have that other side of it to where you still enjoy the benefit of that while still kind of releasing the stranglehold that the state has on. The states have that's the thing that we experience on our end is all the states are different. Like every state has different requirements of disclosure and all that stuff. So people really have to look out for it. If you are an agent and you're doing the investing, guys, look up the state requirements because they're all different all over the country. Some are not very stringent. Some are crazy stringent, and it's insane working with them sometimes for sure.
Yeah.
So you got into that. You were flipping a house. You got your first few deals done. The next thing that I wanted to tackle that you had mentioned is you started reaching out to the wholesalers, and you weren't kind of on their prime list. So what did you do, man, to build that relationship with those wholesalers so then they were starting to send you some of their good deals?
Yeah, so I can think of probably 4 solid wholesalers in town that do the majority of the deals, and I took each one of them either to coffee or lunch and just build rapport. I think right away they could tell that this guy's for real. He's not one of those tire kickers, those guys that like to talk but don't act. Just kind of shared my history and business and things like that. And I think pretty quickly they knew that I was willing to pull the trigger if they sent me a good deal. I was, I let them know the kind of capital that I had. I let them know that I was, that I had a hard money guy, a company that's reputable in town that they knew of, that I'm set up and ready to go. I let them know that I could close in as quick as 3, 4, 5 days if needed. So all these things gave them confidence. And eventually, I can think of one deal was not your typical flip. It was on a river in a prime area of Spokane. I'm like, this can't be normal to get wholesale deals like this. I mean, we ended up getting another deal on the river because somebody saw us doing that project. So we did 2 projects in a prime area on the river. One was a little over 500K, and it was a small house. And the other one was 600 or 700K. So not your typical project.
Those are big ones, man.
Yeah.
That is cool. So let's kind of fast forward there. Then I want to jump to the retail side of things because that's where Chris's came in, and I've been seeing all the energy you guys have been bringing, and I love the way that you guys do your marketing. So we're gonna dive into that here in a second. But let's bring people up to speed where you guys are on the investing side now. So have you continued to flip houses? What are you doing now? I know you've got a big duplex project up there. I've been seeing what kind of stuff's cooking now on the investment side.
Yeah. So
Well, I told him he couldn't flip houses in 2019. So he stuck to that.
Cool.
Well, yeah, because the thing is, in the pockets of my time while I was flipping, I was still doing deals, but I wasn't pursuing it. Our network would reach out to us. I was starting to build a network of investor clients. And I realized that, I did 6 figures in 2018 in real estate commissions without even trying, to be honest. Not even trying. I'm like, what if I tried? Flipping's hard. It's a lot of work. It's a job. I didn't have all the systems and processes in place. So I was running around with my head cut off, And I never lost money. flipping was good, but it was hard.
Mhm.
So in 2019, we talked and we decided, you know, we're going to commit to not flipping a house, because typically I would just come home and tell her I bought another house. Like, there wasn't like this. There wasn't like a lot of communication. She trusted me to buy houses, but
Yep.
I said I will only flip a house in 2019 if it's guaranteed 50K plus profit.
Yep.
And we just didn't pursue it so much, so that didn't happen. So no, we didn't flip in 2019, but we killed it in real estate.
Mhm.
And we started some other projects. And to kind of rewind, I never thought I was going to flip for long term. The purpose was to pile up capital, pile up cash to be able to buy bigger properties that would be something we would keep long term.
Yep.
So it was never a long term thing.
Mhm.
And so in 2019, we started a duplex community that's in the middle of the project right now, where we bought a house on 2.5 acres, subdivided the land around it, and there's enough room for 6 duplexes. So it's going to be a 55 plus community, a little bit higher end area.
Mhm.
So that'll be our first bit of rentals that we'll keep.
Cool.
And then along with some partners, we closed on a 5-story building downtown.
Dude, nice work.
Yeah, it's a big project. We're gutting it. It was office. It's going to be multifamily now. So like 20 some units with a restaurant most likely on the street level, and
Speakeasy in the basement.
speakeasy in the
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, and we're about to close on another building downtown, 2 blocks away on the same street, where we will have 80 units in it.
Dude, that's killer. So I definitely want to dive into that stuff. That stuff is really interesting to me. That's
Yeah.
stacking bricks, right? That's stacking
Yeah.
bricks, and that's really building up the stuff where you can have more freedom and flexibility. Let's go to the retail side now, because as you were mentioning, Krista, you came into the business with Aaron. When did you get your license officially, and then what did 2019 look like for you guys on the retail side? As you guys are like, hey, we're going to commit to this thing and make it work.
So I took the test, got my license 2 days before we went to Mexico in December.
Mm-hmm.
So got it, didn't do anything. So we went to Mexico. We kind of mapped out goals, kind of what our year wanted to, look like. And then when we got back January 1st, 2019, we went, and we did not stop.
We should talk about those goals. We had a friend with us on the trip, and he was helping us set goals. And he threw out a number that he thought we should shoot for as commissions.
Yep.
And even me, a big thinker, I'm like, dude, let's set a goal that we can hit. I don't want to fail in my first year.
I love it.
And Chris said, though, surprisingly, he's like, no, Aaron, we need to go for that.
Uh-huh.
And so, our goal was 500,000 in commissions, basically in our first year. I'm shaking my
That's
head.
huge. That's
People
huge
don't do
for
that very
anybody.
No.
Yeah.
And we ended up with 655 in commissions
Oh
last
my
year.
gosh. Congrats, guys.
Yeah.
You guys like a digital high five there. I love it. So what kind of mindset shift did it take for you guys to make that leap? Because I mean, like you said, even the 500 was a big deal, big number for you. So that'd be something in there that shifted in your minds to go, well, not only do we think we can do this, but we're gonna make it happen and go over that goal.
Well, I think for us, being accountable to a couple of people that really believed in us, like Aaron and I are both competitive, firstborn. So if somebody tells you to do something, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it better, right? We're going to do it twice. So I don't really think there was a huge mindset shift. It was just like, all right, and we're going to do it.
And just having the goals written out in front of us.
Yeah.
We knew that roughly we had to close 6 deals every month.
Yep.
72 deals in a year to achieve our commission goal roughly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so that breaks it down. I mean, to just think of that number 6 each month is not that difficult.
Yeah.
And if we're at 5 and we need to just strive for that one more, then we tend to find a way to make it happen.
Yeah.
So
what did you guys do first? So you guys got back in January and you had that goal. Hey, let's get 6 a month. Did you guys already have a pipeline coming in from the work you'd been doing, Aaron, or did you guys have to start from scratch? And what'd you do?
We started from scratch, and I think it was just social media. It was building a brand,
Mhm.
which I mean, I could talk about this all day, but it's
Love
just, it was every day putting out there what we're doing, why we're doing it. I would do, this is what we're doing today. This is, almost too much, but I know from past experiences, if people don't know what you're doing and you're not consistent at it, they're not going to take you seriously.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. We realized this year that the work we did at the Q4 in 2019 definitely impacts Q1 of this year. So we're hitting the ground running a lot faster this year versus last year. So we didn't do 6.
We did 3 in January.
We didn't do 6 the first few months, but we made up for it later. So it's definitely important to have that pipeline filled. Yeah, no one should expect wholesaler, whatever, to just hit the ground running. You gotta give it time.
Yeah.
And it takes time to get momentum, right? It's like you got this fancy little. I'm an artist, guys, like an amazing artist. You got this fancy little chart where it takes time to get momentum and build up when you're stacking those bricks. And that's one thing that a lot of people watching the summit. There's gonna be people on here who are the biggest investor agent in their area watching it. There's gonna be who are just getting started and everything in between. And one of the main things that I see when I talk with people is their ability to make the decision to say, I'm going to do these things consistently long enough to push through the point to where I'm questioning, is this working or not? To where like it finally catches on. So Krista, you mentioned the social media part of it. That's something a lot of people will even come to us saying, hey, I'm posting stuff on social media. I'm not getting the result, or I'm doing the Google stuff. Oh, you're good. You're good. What types of things did you guys start to post? And was there like a real plan? Hey, we're going to post this amount of times a day, or let's just like post stuff and let's just get our stuff out there.
We're very strategic. Am I allowed to say a book on here? Is that fine?
Yeah, for sure.
So the book that really built our business, it's called Building a Story Brand by Donald Miller.
Really good. Yep.
Yeah. So it's really taking ourselves out of the equation as like the rock stars and making your clients or your potential customers or whatever, they're the hero in your story. So it's how do you highlight them every day and how do you become a guide for their problems? The book is great. I recommend it to anybody. I won't go into it, but really there was no plan or strategy. I kind of live in the moment. I never plan out posts. It's just like, what's happening today? How can this help somebody today? What we're doing, how can it help anybody? But it was humble brags here and there. Like people need to know that you are successful, that you're working hard. So it's a mix of who we are, what we do, why we do it. Here's a really great thing we did, still making the client number one. We just help them achieve that. And then it's just being more of like a market expert. So we're born and raised Spokane. We know Spokane like the back of our hands. How can we build trust with people to where they're going to be like, well, yeah, Aaron and Krista know Spokane the best. We're going to go to them. So it's a combination of things. It's never planned. It's just like.
Yeah, and that's the most difficult part about it is people come to us all the time, other realtors, people in the industry, around the nation, even like want some coaching from Krista, or how do you do that? And it's a problem to be able to help them because Krista's so natural at it. And she doesn't need a pre-planned post. Every day she's just comes up with something new. And I would say one of the biggest things are the Instagram stories, which are even less refined. But I'm sure you could talk about that. But essentially, we're creating an online reality show of our lives. Especially in the stories where you see bits of our family dog, our vacation.
We're not like, I was wearing a sweatshirt yesterday and my hair, I just got done at the gym. But people also relate to you when you're real and you're authentic. If you're always perfect and on point, it's sometimes to where you can't be approachable. So people are little, afraid to do that. So if you make them feel like they're welcome, that you're approachable, that you're just like you wear yoga pants and a hoodie too, So it's just like there's a whole bunch that goes into social media. But
oh my gosh, and that's one of the biggest parts I want people to get. So guys, go follow Aaron and Krista on Instagram. So I'm pulling up my phone here, and I've been following you guys for a while, like kind of like behind the scenes stalking you guys because you guys put out really good stuff and it's consistent. That's the cool thing. Like you said before, it is consistent. Krista doesn't go for 2 days and then take 2 weeks off and then go, okay, I need to get the social stuff going again. I think the biggest unlock that I have discovered, at least from my perspective of you, that everyone can take away here is, okay, maybe there isn't like a posting strategy or this many of this or post at this time, but the thing that there is the flip of going, you know what? I know that every day I'm going to be thinking about how I can share with those around me to add value. But also, like you said, that the key is not what cool stuff can I post about me only, because we all kind of run out of that stuff eventually. But then it's like, you know, I'm the guide to them being the hero. And one of the ones I saw the other day, you guys are hiring someone in your office. And Krista pulled away on a story, and she was basically saying, hey, we're doing a lot of really cool stuff and the business is doing great. I mean, paraphrasing, you said it way better. But you said, and we need help, and we have 60 applications or whatever it is, and we're still taking applications through Monday or something. And it was cool because it wasn't just house. It was, you know, we are looking for help, but the underlying current below that was they must be so successful and doing such a great business that they need help. And there's like 60 something people that want to work for them. Wow, they must be amazing. I don't want to work for them, but I want to list my house to them because they must be amazing, right? There's a lot of cool stuff in there. So guys, go follow them. Before we get too far in it, what is your guys' Instagram handle so people can go over and follow?
So it's FARR, F as in Frank, ARR dot group NW. So FARR dot group NW.
I love it. So I know you don't have like a PDF that you can give a person that you're coaching to do this, but do you have anything kind of in your mind, Krista, that you're like, well, you know, every day I want to post something personal and something with real estate? And do you kind of have something like that you're operating off of, or is it all just really whatever pops in your brain at that moment?
Literally, like I posted, if people go to our Instagram, you're going to see my son holding the sign. Right? And it's stuff like I have a lot of like drive thoughts, I call them. I'm in my car a lot. So I see things or I think of things, but I saw, this is probably not politically correct, but a homeless person standing on the road. And I'm like, I am about to resort to standing on the side of a road asking for people for listings because we need them and we can't get them fast enough, right? So we had our son hold a sign that says, I don't need food, you know, I don't need money, my parents need listings. You know, so it's like thinking kind of outside of the box, like what is going to captivate people? How are they going to read that post? Are they just going to, is it just another like sold picture? Are you just talking about how you're a realtor? Like everybody sees that. You know, post things that are going to captivate your audience and like make them laugh or make them think, and just be authentic. Like, don't try to be like everybody else because everybody's already doing that, right? So
and connecting with you, that's the big thing, right? There's some really good local agents here, and there's one that's really active on social. And I pinged her on Instagram. I'm like, I love that you're really active on there, but you never see her face. Like it's always, hey, here's this house, here's a listing, let's walk you through it. Never her voice, never her face. And she's a pretty gal. Like she's got a great personality. I'm like, just show me your dog, or like show me something other than the properties, right?
So you just have to be aware of how much you're posting of something, and is it too much? Or people just, Krista posted another sold sign today, like. You know, it becomes redundant and people just scroll right by. So how are you going to captivate them? What problem do they have that you can solve? And you solve it for them before they even ask.
The other thing I would just point out about social media, at least we're experiencing this, is don't base the success off how many likes and comments you're getting. It's amazing how many we get leads weekly. Not just leads, really. People saying, can you help us find a house? We're ready to work with you. We've been watching you on social media for X amount of time. And these might be people that I've never noticed their name. I've never noticed them comment, never noticed them like, but they watch all our stories. And some people, I don't know, just they don't interact, but they're watching. And when they're ready, they're going to reach out to you. So we've been really encouraged by that because we don't get hundreds of likes on our posts, yet we have tons of success with it.
So when people do that, are they DMing you on Facebook and Instagram? Or are they emailing you, or
Typically a DM on Instagram. we get more from Instagram than Facebook, and you know, both posts go on. Post goes on both platforms.
Yeah.
You know, so Instagram seems to be a little better for us.
That's a good question. So are you guys in your social media strategy, are you guys Instagram first and then you cross post it over to Facebook, or you Facebook first that goes back the other way? I guess it can't go back the other way.
So it goes Instagram to Facebook.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And it just goes to our Facebook business page. So it's just the people that follow. If I love the post, then I'll share it from, like, my personal will share our business one. So more people see it. But Facebook's weird. They, you know, we won't get into that. But we get a lot of interaction on Instagram. So
I like it. So there's probably a couple questions popping up in people's minds because, guys, we're going to be kind of doubling down on our social here too, which technically, right? I mean, it's hamster wheel stuff. You got to keep it going. The second that you stop posting, it eventually will start to have a less and less effect. But here's the key. As long as you're taking that stuff and now moving it to something where it's sustainable, stacking bricks, momentum, where at any given time you could then, if you wanted to, say, well, cool, I'm not tied to having to do Instagram forever. It's working great. Maybe I will do it forever because it's working, but I have the option of this other thing over here that's really amplifying. And there's some things we can talk about at the end of this call that will help do that. But as far as questions that are probably popping up in people's minds is one of those that we already mentioned, which, it's Instagram first, cross-posting over, so they don't have to feel like they're all over on all these social platforms. Just do Instagram in this case.
Well, there's also an app that I use. It's called If That Then This, IFTTT, and it does everything. If you post just something on Instagram, it'll post it on all these other platforms that you want.
What are some of those other platforms that's posted on?
Yeah, so Twitter, Pinterest, LinkedIn, what else? I mean, it can go to your Gmail, I think. I haven't looked at it in a while, but it posts to all of those. So it's called If That Then This. IFTTT is the app.
I like it. Let's write a note here. Cool.
A lot of people also ask Chris a lot about what app she's using in addition to that one. It's like Canva, right?
I use a lot of Canva, but that's just free stuff. Yeah. But I don't use any kind of scheduler. I don't like those. People can read right into those. So everything's organic always.
How are you guys growing your Instagram following? Because of course you had to start somewhere with probably one person or two. You guys liking it and your mom or something like that. But how did it then grow from there?
There's a couple ways. Just locally, just more and more people seeing our stuff. Chris is pretty good at promoting some of the other local businesses here and there. Like, he did a post the other day, like top 5 breweries based on a post she made where she asked, what's the best breweries in town? And then she used that information. Then she did one of the best donut shop in town. So people see us through other ways like that. But I'd say one of the bigger ones are, even things like this. We've had other opportunities with our coaching program with Tom Ferry, where we actually got to be on stage and do a little segment on Instagram last year at their big event. And our coach is one of the speakers, and he uses us as an example. And you know what?
We get a lot of
people follow us.
Oh, yeah.
2 other things that I do. I always tag my location on Instagram. So anybody that looks in that location, they're going to see our stuff. And then I use a lot of hashtags.
Cool.
I try to find influencers in our area to see what hashtags they're using. And as long as it's relevant to what I'm posting, I'll use them. But I use the 30 hashtags that you're allowed. And a lot of people find us through hashtags.
Are you, so when you're doing that, Chris, because that's something I've struggled with where I'm like, oh man, I don't have time to sit here and type a bunch of hashtags. Do you have like a stockpile of hashtags that you then copy and paste over, or use the shortcuts?
Nope, I used to do that, and then Instagram recognized that you were just copying and pasting. So now they all have to be organic.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Don't copy and paste from your notes because they will block your photo that you're posting.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. It's funny because I was using, I think it's called Hashtagger, where you could put something in and give you your 30. And then I just stopped using that. But then someone showed me a little hack. This is a couple months ago. And this shows you how much I've been using it, which is not at all, because I didn't know that it was blocking the photo. But inside of your iPhone, they have something called shortcuts now, where you can do all kinds of crazy stuff in there. and I was using that for a bit, but it sounds like I shouldn't be doing that anymore.
Yeah. So you have to like type it out, and you actually have to push the word that you're wanting to hashtag. You can't just type it out and go on. When it pops up, you have to push it.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
More time.
It does. It takes time, but it's worth it.
So this begs the question, same thing. Other people are probably thinking, cool. Krista, what you're doing is amazing, which it is. Like I said, I followed it, and it's such a great mix. That's why I want you guys to follow them. Number one, if they can help you in Spokane, or if you have a friend or acquaintance, like introduce them to Aaron or Krista, because they're amazing. But also number two, just kind of get a vibe for the different flow that Krista has with the content, because it's a hunk of her, it's a hunk of properties, it's a hunk of cool. Let's show a house that was sold or just listed, and it's a really the family and the trips, and I love that. But they're probably going, how much time is this taking you on the daily? So on an average day, what do you think time commitment to your social?
Down here.
Well, that's right. It'll tell you exactly what it is. That's right.
No, I mean that's so. If you still want to talk about roles, like I said, we have specific roles. Like really, marketing and like client care is my role in the business. Aaron takes care of negotiations, lots of back end stuff. So I really do. I mean, I'm not on my phone all day. I'll post something, maybe 1 or 2 things a day. It takes me less than 10 minutes usually if I'm like flowing. Maybe I would say to work, I'm spending about an hour or 2 a day on my phone.
It's a great investment, though. I mean, you guys already show that.
I'm making sure I'm interacting with people. So I am on my phone more for interaction, because that's so important, that I'm liking people's posts, I'm commenting, because that way I'm going to stay, in the top of their mind when they want to invest or develop or build or buy a house, So you do have to take the time and invest into, because people like your stuff, you need to reciprocate that, So it's really, really important to do that as well.
And here's what I want people to think about too, because there's so many other methods, right? We'll go back to the hamster wheel thing. Like there's cold calling, there's text messaging, there's direct mail, there's all those things. They all take some time, and especially cold calling. Would you guys rather be picking up the phone, cold calling the heck out of stuff, or would you rather like be able to engage in people and have fun and really share story and build connection? The first part of our stated company mission is add humanity, and for us, that's what you're doing there, Krista, where so many agents are all about the property, and you guys are about the human. Oh, and by the way, here's some properties too. Great.
Yeah, we've had a few like tear-jerking type situations, like in a positive way, where buyers have been able to get at the dream house they wanted, in a competitive situation. And Chris does just such a great job of telling that story on social, and it just resonates with people.
I love it.
But yeah, we get 100% of our business, at least last year, from organic postings, our network, and referrals. So we're actually this year planning to grow a little bit of a team, and so we're going to have to delve into more lead generation. We talked about that before, and we need to actually put that in.
I need to follow through, dude. That's what needs to happen on mine. I need to follow through and the holidays are done and we're good now.
But yeah, we, like cold calling and things like that, we've never had to do. And we like that. It's easier. It's more enjoyable.
Well, and here's the thing. You can spend all day cold calling and you get 100 calls, or you can write a really awesome organic post and it reaches thousands. That's an opportunity that you didn't have cold calling or door knocking.
Both have their place, but
that's just not how we work, though.
Yeah, it's not how we built our business.
Yep, for sure. So let me do this. So guys and gals, go follow them on Instagram, follow what they're doing, get inspired by not just the process they're using, but the humanity they're adding, then pull back and say, of course, I've got my own personality. We've got our own life. We have things that are different than Kristen and Aaron, same things that are similar. What things can you guys do to share that add that humanity to your market, that are fun to do? Like, don't do it unless it's fun. Do it because it's fun. Your business should be fun, and it should fuel those passions. So now let's flip it to the other side, where I think a lot of people are probably going, man, so they've been doing this for like legit full time for like a year, really barely over a year. You've got an amazing office. It looks like downtown. Is that office in the building you guys bought, or is it in a different building?
No. Well, yeah, the owners of the brokerage bought this building. I'm not part of the ownership of this, but we have our office here in the
Mhm.
building. Yeah.
It's a cool office. It's way
Yeah, it's
cool.
really, yeah.
And so let's talk about the buildings that you guys are a part of acquiring. So you've got the duplex community over there. You've got the building that you currently have, and you're working on another one. How did you guys, number one, how did you guys come across those deals? And then number two, a lot of agents are probably looking at that going, man, I would love to get out of the hamster wheel of churning commissions. That's great. The money's great, but the freedom isn't there as much. So how did you guys then structure that deal? Because I'm looking at it going, well, it's not a $50,000 deal. Like there's some moving parts there. How'd you guys structure it?
Yeah. So the duplex community, we were lucky enough that house that was on 2.5 acres was owned by a family member.
Cool.
And so kind of had that in to buy that property and do what we did.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we've developed a really strong, close relationship with the owners of the brokerage we're at here.
Mm-hmm.
A few brothers.
Cool.
And some opportunities came up where I needed their help on the duplex community. I cash flowed all the infrastructure, got it subdivided, and then I went to the banks, the community banks, all of them, and I have a pretty good financial picture. But they're like, "Well, you have no experience developing or whatever, so we'll give you the funding to do the first 2 out of 6."
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to do all 6 at once. I don't want this to drag out. I want to do all 6.
Yeah.
And so I was telling that to the guys here, and they said, "Hey, you know, would you want to sell 50% to us? We can bring that kind of credibility because we have a little more history."
Mhm.
And so, you know, we decided to do that, also knowing in exchange they would bring me in on this downtown building.
Gotcha.
So
cool.
that's kind of how it worked. The downtown building they had found, and we were able to acquire that building with 100% owner financing because it was an older gentleman who just didn't need the money right away. And he actually wanted the option, and he gave us the option to either buy him out. He wanted some upside in the finished product where he would have, you know, let's say 20%, or we could buy him out. So the contract states that we get the choice when it's done. We can either buy him out based on the appraised value, or he can stay in the deals as kind of a silent partner. So that got us into the, you know, building with low amount of money.
Yep.
And we found a private money lender out of the Seattle area that specializes in loaning on development type projects. And the terms are pretty amazing. It's expensive money, but you know, you're not dealing with banks.
Yep.
You get it quick, and of course they vetted it. We had to get an appraisal as if it was finished. So I think the numbers, people always like numbers. We paid about 1.5 for the building, which is a good buy. And the construction is going to be about $3 million. So it'll be all in 4.5. And it was appraised, you know, as if it was finished for 6.5.
Dude, that's sweet.
Yeah, 2 million in equity right away. Yeah, there's probably $500,000 in there in money costs, but it all pencils out.
Yeah.
Maybe not $500,000 on that one, but maybe a few $100,000. And yeah, so we're into that project of a pretty low amount of capital. So it's kind of a interesting one.
That stuff's so exciting, guys, because everyone who's watching the summit right now, I want you guys to pop through the comments box, things like that. If you guys want to start stacking bricks like Aaron and Chris are right now, where continue doing a business that you enjoy, right? Like I love what I do with Carrot, and of course it's recurring income because I'm like, my previous businesses were all hamster wheel, and you couldn't have the freedom. Yeah, you know, at the end of the year, you would look back and go, man, I had a great financial year. My tax income or my tax return shows that, but every month when you're out there chasing for the next leads and your business model isn't some sort of consistent recurring something that's building momentum, you're always looking at it going, shoot, where's my business coming from next month? Where's my income coming from like in 6 months? And so that was my big thing where I'm like, okay, I'm only investing in cash flowing property. We just bought a building downtown, the building next door as well. And we're gonna, it's not as big as that one, but it's a historical building. It's an opportunity zone project. We're gonna start.
We saw that on Instagram.
Yeah, we've been following along that too. That's cool.
So we'll start tearing that apart here probably the next month or two. But I want everyone on this to think about what's the right setup for you guys to start stacking bricks. Now, I talk about stacking bricks on the marketing side, right? Because you're marketing, hamster wheel marketing. Keep doing it, guys. If it's working, keep doing it. But then always find, well, how can I also stack bricks while I'm doing hamster wheel? So if I wanted to, I could get off the hamster wheel for a while, and then the business continues to grow and build momentum because I stacked up content, because I stacked up marketing system, because I've got people in the business that are doing things like that. But then at the end of the day, what I want people to think about, talking about the whole summit, is how do you want your long-term financial picture to look? And if it's this, if you're an agent and you don't have that, and you're picturing in 10 years, well, I'm probably just gonna be doing transactions. Awesome, do it, but just recognize what you're building, or in that case, not building.
Yeah.
One thing I would view as stacking bricks too is just relationships.
100%, dude. Yep.
That's how I got into this particular project, and how I'm going to be part of another project that's going to be 80 units.
Yep.
That one's like going to be total of $14 million project.
Cool.
I mean, I never could have imagined 2 years ago when I'm flipping houses that I would be in these big of projects. I thought I'd be buying some fourplexes and stuff, which is great, but just kind of leapt past that. And the reason I was able to do that is relationships I built. I built credibility, I built trust, and basically was just the type of person that they would want to be part of their deal.
Yep.
They don't even really need me. They want me to be part of their business and their lives. Just the value in building those kind of relationships really pays off, I think.
I love it. So that second big project, where, I guess, let's break apart that story. Where'd that one come from?
So I got to give so much credit to, his name's Jordan, the owner, one of the brothers, because he's built a name for himself here in town. I mean, he's only 34, 35 years old. And he has a couple big clients that have built, one of them built a 7-story building from the ground up downtown with 50 high-end apartments. So Jordan is now becoming known in town, right? Cool. And that's also part of that relational thing. He's met a lot of the building owners downtown, and they see that he's doing stuff. So a lot of people just come to him.
Yeah.
And I think this other one, it just kind of came to him like, hey, Jordan, see you're doing all this stuff. Would you be interested in my building? And they tend to be older gentlemen that are ready to move on to something else, right? And this building was a big 5-story building as well. And it was being used for like storage documents, like medical documents, not to its full use that it could be.
Yeah.
And so same situation, Jordan talked to him and said, I'd love to do the project, but I need you to carry the contract. So same situation, same lender, they've already approved, whatever, $10 million in construction money. And the cool thing about this lender too is they carry all interest and payments to the end. So we have no monthly.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah.
That's a big deal there.
Yeah.
So then you refinance out on the back end. Is that what you guys are going to do with conventional?
Yeah. So we do have a really good relationship with a local bank here that will be able to do that.
Cool.
It's just not as easy up front convincing them to do these huge projects.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you guys are overextending yourselves a little bit, but you got to take some risks. And there's such a demand for housing downtown. Plus some other advantages. We get like they're offering tax credits, right? No property taxes for like 8 or 10 years or something.
Wow.
On multifamily downtown. So it's just such a win. That one I think got valued at about 20 million when it's finished, and we'll be all in like 14 or 15.
That's exciting, guys. I love it. I got a couple questions for you guys, kind of more on the personal side, and then we'll wrap this puppy up. What do you because you guys have had a lot of changes this past year, like a lot of changes and it sounds like most of them, or if not all, for the better. What do you guys love the most about what you do? And I'd also like to hear on the other side of it, because it's not all roses, for all of us. What are the things that drain the most energy from you in what you do?
You want to start?
Well, I would do the drain one. It's where I'm
Yeah.
at right now.
I love
Yeah.
I love the entrepreneurial side of real estate. There's no ceiling. You're operating your own business.
Mm-hmm.
Sky's the limit. You're your own boss. All those things that go well with an entrepreneur.
Yep.
For me, the downside though is you still kind of have a boss, your client. They can be demanding. They can be calling and texting nights and weekends, and you need to show homes during those times because that's when they're not working as well.
Yeah.
So going forward, our future is either we build a team
Mhm.
that is a well-oiled machine and doesn't necessarily need us all the time to be working 7 days a week, or we're not agents in the future because we've built those
Your bricks.
bricks. We've
Yeah.
built those investments where we don't need the income from being an agent. So we got that decision to make in the future.
Yep.
Mhm.
I love it. Krista.
So my favorite part is probably relationships.
Mm-hmm.
We've met some really cool people had we not been doing what we're doing, and those relationships have continued. I really love, we're in a great industry because people, it's not like the medical industry, which I was a part of, where people are sad or there's bad things. Like people are buying and selling homes, and they're excited about that. So we get to be a part of their excitement and the process and making sure that they're, well taken care of. So I think relationships for me is huge. And then the downside, because I cried the other night, is it's just we're in a season, and I get that, but the season that we're in, I think we've worked 17 days straight now without a day off. I mean, 12 to 14-hour days.
Yeah.
We have 2 kids. So it's just, for me, it's like, where's the balance? And I know that balance is a bad word. Nobody ever has balance, but it's just time management is really hard for me. It's hard for me to say no. So we're always working. So that's just the tough part, is just the season and the months that we're in right now. It's just a lot of work. And I know that there'll be a time when we have downtime, So it's just, that would probably be the hardest part right now.
Do you guys mind if I drop something on the whiteboard really quick? I think it might be relevant to you guys and a lot of people on the call too. So the Summit guys isn't about me, but I think a lot of you guys are going through a similar journey where you have big ambitions. You want to grow a company, and you want the freedom, you want the flexibility, you want to grow the finances, but you also want to make an impact. And it's really hard to do that when you are number one, working a lot of hours in the craft of the work, and then number two, it's really hard to do it if we don't have the right systems and stuff. And so, Krista, I can empathize with you. I in a big way, like multiple times. I come from a German Catholic family, and like a farm family. There's no criers in this family, right? And it's like you go to family functions and stuff. I'm not saying no one cries, but it's the German farm family part of it. And I remember this is probably 3 years ago. I was going through a period where I didn't know what the right answer was. I up until then, I always felt like I had the answer, or I could find it quickly. And at that spot in Carrot, we were probably 10, 12 employees maybe. I'm racking my head against the wall, and I don't know the answer and how I'm supposed to wade through this phase of the business. And I showed up at home, and I was failing my wife and kids because I was showing up late to everything. I was, halfway present, I think would be an understatement or an overstatement, I guess. It'd be an overstatement. This went on for probably 6 to 8 months. I felt like I was failing at work because I would commit to something and so many things just would not get done. And I'm like, man, I showed up one time at home, and my wife could tell that I'm stressed. And I usually try to keep it in because I'm like, I can fight through it. I'm good. And I just let it go. It was like the second time I ever cried in front of my wife. And it was kind of funny because I'm used to holding her, and she like held me and stuff. I'm starting to tear up right now. But I pulled back and said, I can make one of two choices. I can go take the easy route and go, cool, I'm just going to like buff it down my expectations. I'm going to dial back to when it was comfortable 6 months ago and figure out what that was, and I'll settle in that nice little lane. But then I remember the freedom, flexibility, finances, and impact. I'm like, I can't make the greatest impact if I do that, though. An impact to me is way more important than the finances part. And it's like a trade-off, right? Where if you can have full freedom and flexibility, but if you want to make a major impact, you have to give up some of that freedom and flexibility.
Yep.
And so what I started to learn was, I call it the delegation matrix now, and I'm actually doing a workshop on it here shortly. It's in a few weeks. But the delegation matrix for me is this, and probably can't see what I'm doing. So right here, and if this is relevant to you, Krista, awesome. If it's not, like, say it's not. But it's almost like there's a wheel, right? And you're kind of sitting here in the middle of the wheel. And when you're starting off to run a business, y'all, you first start out to delegate tasks, right? So like way down here at the bottom, it's tasks, okay? So that's the first thing. I've got tasks I've got to do. Post this stuff on social media, or run these things down to the people, or create the flyer that does the thing, like whatever those tasks are. And you can easily manage 7 to 8 people, or that you're working, not easily, but 7 to 8 is like the max. That you can start to manage up here where you're sending tasks out to. Then what happens though, where you start to get overwhelmed, and that's where I was around that 8 to 12, was everything that you're outsourcing to people, whether it's employees or outsourcers or VAs or whatever it is, it eventually bounces back to you when you're outsourcing tasks. You go, hey, I need this thing done, and here's some things. Then you put it out to them. They go, cool, I got this thing done. They send it back to you, and you got to approve it. And then you've got 8 of them bouncing back to you. And then all of a sudden you can't get your own work done. And that's when you're massively overwhelmed and you feel like, man, I'm walking in mud. So the next thing up here is you have to then go, cool, now I need to delegate projects, right? So delegating tasks is the first level, and everybody should get used to that. But then next, it's like, cool, in order to now get out of this mess, I've got to now delegate projects. So now you have a person, right? You're hiring someone. I saw it on Instagram, you're putting that out. Now you've got a person, you go, cool. It's going to take some time to train you up. I'm going to give you some leeway to make these decisions that normally I've been making, which requires me to do 2 things: create process and change my communication pattern. And now you can go, cool, I'm going to delegate these things to you, these outcomes. But now I want you to work with this person. I want you to work with that person. I want you to work with that person. And so now you're working with this person. Maybe you've got 2 or 3 over here that you're still, maybe 4 that are still your direct reports, right?
Yep.
So projects. And with each one of these levels, I found, y'all, that there's 2 things that you have to change in order to unlock each level. In order to delegate tasks, there has to be a communication cadence, and there has to be a process, right? The communication cadence to delegate tasks for me is, let me document how to do this thing and let me send it to you. And then, and that's the process too. But then the communication cadence is on a daily basis. If you're working consistent with me, I want 1 email, and that email should show what you got done today, what roadblocks do you have, and what questions do you have. So that's my communication cadence on delegating tasks. Okay. So now up here to projects, same thing. There's a communication cadence change, and there's a process. So, and I could go through this whole thing, but the next thing here is, I just did this. So it's tasks, projects, decisions, planning, and then vision. Okay. So the vision is the hardest one to delegate. Now that's where you're like the true owner, the true entrepreneur at the highest level, where you're probably gonna have people running the companies where they're doing planning and decisions and stuff. You're delegating vision, they're doing it all. But where most entrepreneurs, they're going to be here in this bucket. And in order to get out of this, if you're delegating tasks, you got to get to this, which means hire 1 key person who's high follow through. They got to be high follow through on the Kolbe score. And then create system and training on those things. They're going to work with them. The next thing is you're going to hit another set of roadblocks, because what's going to happen is they're going to get roadblocked, and then they're going to be passing stuff to you to make decisions on. And you're like, I've got way too much going on again. And then you need then your next process is here. Communication process is what I call a decision matrix. Okay. Is every single thing they pass to you to make a decision, you pull back and go, why can't they make that decision? Okay, let me document how I think about it. And I put guardrails in place. Okay, I want you to see this outcome while protecting this other side of it. And now you go and do it. And that right there is going to be a massive unlock for you guys at this next phase. The planning part, you're going to still be doing this stuff for quite a while. And this is where I'm getting into this now, is I'm delegating planning and results. So that should say results, but this tasks, projects, decision, planning, results, and vision. And so this part's tricky for me. We're getting it, but we're 30 employees now, and you have that leadership team. It's hard to get through this phase, getting over 10 million a year in revenue, 30 employees. It's like, it's hard now to delegate results, and we're going to get there. So I could break this all down and get it to you guys as a resource. It's a lot more
that is super relevant to where we're at right now.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we need a whole hour on that.
I could do it. So what I'll do is I'll send you guys a video. I'm doing a workshop called the Entrepreneur's Freedom Formula. I'll get it to you guys. Advanced marketer members get it for free, and we'll get it to you guys. So you can dive into it.
Yeah.
Well, let's wrap it up. I know we're at the hour. So guys, I so appreciate your time, and just you guys definitely inspire me with the way that you show up and add humanity in the Spokane area, and the way that you're sharing a lot. And I want everyone to make a couple mindset shifts on this Market Leader Summit right now before Aaron and Krista jet. The first mindset shift is this. You guys heard Aaron talk about the big projects they've got going on, guys, but you also may have glossed over the fact that he just said a year, 2, 3 years ago, he never would have thought that he would have been doing those projects. So if anyone listening to this is saying, awesome, Aaron and Krista can do that, but that's way too big for me. The Aaron and Krista 2 years ago wouldn't have thought they could do it either, but they started going out there and meeting people and building relationship and adding value. So you guys can do the same thing. The next thing, guys, is you don't have to have this perfect process for your social media marketing. You just have to be you and do something consistently. That's it. Okay, don't look for the perfect thing. I've got to post 4 of these specific things a day, Just be you and make the shift in your mind to say, I'm going to start telling more story. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to get it out there. I'm going to share my life, share business, and that'll work. Now I want to toss it over to you guys. What are any closing comments, parting words that you guys have for either agents who are, or investors too, who are really looking to move into social and do better job marketing, and or ones who are looking to think bigger and start to stack those bricks on the investment side?
Yeah. I would say just everyone needs to learn to just fail forward more often. Like they think, I'm not good at social media, let's say. People say that to us all the time.
We sucked.
We were, Krista wasn't that good 3-4 years ago.
We were bad.
You know? And I wasn't a very good realtor when I started. I remember running around the office to my computer asking people to help me. I didn't know what I was doing. So just go for it. And even when you fail, you're just going to get better and better and better. And eventually you'll learn that skill and you'll be really good at it.
Yeah.
Take risks. I think taking risks is important. Calculated risks and investing. I meet with a lot of investors who are overly cautious and they can never pull that trigger. You got to take risks.
Yeah. And then as far as like marketing and social media, I think find people that inspire you, who are like you, and follow them and watch them and watch what they do. It doesn't mean you have to be them, but watch what they do. And then I would just say books, podcasts on marketing are huge, and just you listen to them, and the more you listen to them, the more natural it becomes. And like Aaron said, suck at it, suck at social media, but at least you're doing it, right? And the more you do it, the better you're going to get. So
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, go for it, Aaron.
I was going to mention that anyone could reach out to us.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just your average Joes and would be
I'm just a mom, right?
We'd be glad to chat with anyone that if this was helpful or we didn't answer a question someone has, they can direct message us or reach out to us anytime.
I love it. Well, guys, I so appreciate your time, and I appreciate your energy, and just from the bottom of my heart, that's one of the things that shows up the most for me, for you guys, is that energy and just the genuineness behind it. And I want that to rub off to everyone on the summit. And I want everyone on the summit to look at Aaron and Krista. And they're doing great on the business side. But I think the coolest thing is they really are, they're a light in the world. And I want everybody on this summit to, go out there and be an expert and build authority and leverage content to stand out in your market, which they're doing. We talk about content on the organic side a lot, but we wanted to bring into the summit, what about the content on the social side? How can you do that really well? And Krista does that amazingly well. So build that authority, y'all. But use the authority to stand for something, to stand for something. What are those values, and how can you have those shine through in your content rather than just the rigmarole of real estate stuff? So Aaron and Krista, thank you guys very much. Great, guys. #Carrot Summit. If you like this session, #Carrot Summit on Instagram. Go tag and follow Aaron and Krista Farr Group through Instagram. Follow them over there, guys. Hashtag them up. Take a picture of this session. Let us know what you loved about it. And then go grab the recordings. The recordings, you guys have a special on the recordings while the summit's happening. As soon as summit's over, the recordings go back up to normal price. That way, in 2 weeks, in 1 week, in 2 months, in 4 months, you guys can look back at this session with Aaron and Krista and go, how did Aaron structure that deal? Like, I remembered he said something, but I don't remember what it was. You can go back in the recordings and look. Or how did Krista say that she does this on her social? You can go back at those recordings 4 months to check it out. So go grab the recordings, the button here on the play page. So guys, thank you very much.
Yep.
Love the heck out of you guys. Hope to meet you in person soon sometime. For sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, guys. Guys, we'll see you in the next session here in a bit. Take a quick break and we'll be back. Thank you. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. A little commercial break here for you. So right here, we've been talking about this hashtag a lot. I don't know if you can read it here. It's on the whiteboard too, but hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. Now, why do I want you guys to pay attention to that? First of all, we're giving some cool free stuff away, okay? If you guys hashtag Carrot Summit on Instagram, on Facebook, throughout the entire event right now, do it right now. Do it right now. What was your biggest takeaway from a previous session? And later today, later tomorrow, as you guys are going through this, hashtag Carrot Summit. When we see you doing it, we're gonna be picking out 2 or 3 winners per day, and we're gonna be giving people cool stuff. Some of it's gonna be books, some of it's gonna be other kind of cool stuff, but we're gonna be giving away a 30-day challenge each and every day during the summit. Now, the 30-day challenge is something we created this past 3 or 4 months, where it essentially walks you through day by day everything that we're kind of teaching you here, but in a hyper-focused environment for 30 days. We're teaching you how to build local authority as an investor, as an agent, as a hybrid investor agent, so you can win your market, so you can get in front of more motivated sellers, more motivated buyers, so you can actually build momentum, build your evergreen marketing machine. And guys, normally this costs $100, and by entering in the contest, all you have to do is hashtag Carrot Summit. You can win an entry into the 30-day challenge. We're gonna pick 1 winner each day from that, and we're also gonna pick 1 winner each day or several for books and things like that. So guys, check it out. Enter in there, Carrot Summit hashtag. But here's the deal. So as we're going through the summit, we want to make sure we're not just giving you guys a bunch of open loops in your mind to where you go, man, all these ideas are great, but what do I do next to move forward? What do I do next to actually implement this in my business better? Now, one of the biggest things that you have to really focus in on if you're wanting to grow momentum, if you're wanting to stack those bricks and build that evergreen marketing machine, is you have to make sure that your website is set up correctly. And we're not really talking a lot about the website setup or the technical stack or how you should structure your site in this. We have a lot of other trainings on that topic. But what we found is it's so important that the platform, the foundation you build it upon is going to be really important on, is it actually going to make the results happen on the back end? Okay, right here, just like if you're building a house, the foundation that you stack those bricks on, if it's a shaky foundation, the whole brick wall will crumble and fall. But if it's a strong foundation, everything is going to make it easier. And your website is one of the biggest problems I find with agents and investors, where they launch stuff with website builders that are free, easy, simple, cheap, that look pretty, but aren't based on performance. And so years ago when we decided to start Carrot in 2014, that was the thing that popped up in my mind. Actually, a contractor walked into my office right here into this building, and he said, "Hey, Trevor, I know you've got a lot of background in this, and can you take a look at my website? It's not really getting leads online. It's not really ranking well." And within seconds, from my experience, I looked at him and went, "Man, these are the things you actually need to do." And the problem was, he went to a local web developer to have that website built, and you know what? It looked pretty, but it wasn't set up for performance. And that's what 9 out of 10 of your websites are. They look pretty, but not set up for performance. And if you're an investor and your average profit per deal is $20,000, or if you're an agent and your average commission is $9,000, if you lose just one deal, one transaction because of an underperforming website, then that's worth $9,000 or $20,000. Let's say you lose 2 or 3. That's almost a 6-figure loss for an investor or an agent if you're looking out multiple years. Now, how many leads and deals are you okay with losing because of underperformance in your online marketing strategy and your website? Hopefully the answer is none, right? So what we want to do is this, guys. Not only do we want to educate you during these 2 days, free, amazing information. And if you want the recordings, you can grab the recordings right here on this page. There should be a link below and above that says something about Summit Offer. If you're not on the live page and you're watching it on YouTube, go to carrot.com/summit/live. And you can see this live page that I'm on right now where the Summit event offers are right there. But the first thing is you can get the recordings. Okay, the recordings are at the Summit price. Go check out what the Summit price is. It's an insane value for 10 plus hours of content. And we're going to give you last year's Summit recordings as well, which is all investors showing their #1 marketing methods for the year. And the cool thing is, guys, all of these marketing methods are still working great right now today in 2020. So grab those recordings. It's an amazing investment. You can look at them later during the month, hand them to a team member, look at them in 6 months when you're ready for that stuff. Okay, go back and recheck a recording, or go check ones that you missed, because you might not be able to be here for the entire 2 days. Okay, so go over there and check that out. The next thing is the 30-day challenge. If you don't win one of the prizes of the 30-day challenge during this contest, awesome. It's only $100. Okay, we make it insanely affordable. It's $100 for a 30-day challenge, daily action items, help you build authority, walks you through exactly what you need to do to your website, exactly how to create the content that's going to ranking, exactly how to launch your first ads. And there's a Facebook group that you get to be a part of during the whole process, so you can go through it with other people from the Market Leader Summit as a cohort. You guys can cheer each other on and look at each other's progress and help each other out. Okay, that's only $99. But if you want the full meal deal, if you're like, you know what, not only do I want those resources, but I also want the amazing high converting website, the website that outranks, that has a better chance of outranking other systems in Google than any other system. You can Google sell my house fast, insert any city in the country, and you're likely going to find somewhere between 3 and 8 carrot sites controlling page 1 in Google. And that can be you. And even if there's already carrot sites in your market, it doesn't matter. Okay, start with the tool. Start with the tool that's going to give you the same edge your competitors have, or a better edge if they're not using Carrot, and then go through and just do a better job executing the content, building your trust and credibility in the website. So we have an event package you can check out on this page as well. It's a massive discount, y'all. It includes 6 months of our advanced marketer plan. It also includes the recordings for this year and last year for free. Okay, you're also going to get entry to our 30-day challenge, which that alone is $100. This alone is $200. So right there, there's whatever that is, that's $300 in value we're giving to you for free right there. But one cool thing we're also adding to it is our internal AdWords campaign for motivated sellers. So if you're an agent or an investor looking for highly motivated sellers, and you're using the Carrot platform that you're going to be sending people to convert at a high rate, we took our AdWords campaign and we said, let's yank it out of there. Let's put it over here and let's give it to you guys, to where anytime we launch a new campaign for one of our clients in our high level traffic program, we take this campaign, we upload it into their Google Ads account, and then we just make some modifications. It includes all the ads, all the keywords that we're targeting, all the ad groups set up in a way that is proven to perform, that we've been doing this campaign for 4 or 5 years. We've been iterating it. This campaign alone is worth well over $1,000 minimum. Okay, we're going to give that to you for free as well with this event package. Let me kind of recap it really quick. Okay, I want you to come over here really fast. So I'll show my screen. So essentially what you guys are going to get right here is this. You're going to get 6 months of the advanced marketer plan, which is normally $149 a month. That alone, y'all, is $894 in real value. If you were actually going to pay the $149 per month for 6 months, that's $894. Okay, we're going to give you the recordings for this summit. We're going to give you the recordings for last summit. Okay, that right there is hundreds of dollars in value. We're going to give you access to the very next 30-day challenge. We want to see you succeed. Okay, the whole thing with this is we're piling everything we can on it because we want to see you crack through. We don't want to see you become a commodity over the next year. Okay, we're going to give you 10% off of any of our marketplace services that we do internally. If you're like, man, I would much rather have you guys do it, we're going to give you a discount there as well. We're going to give you weekly live coaching calls with our team. If you want to show up or have someone on your team show up and you have questions on how to execute, we're going to be there for you. Okay, and you're going to get access to our content marketing systems. They're going to help you stand out in your market. All right, guys. So on this live page somewhere, there's a link below, there's a link up above. Check it out. It says Summit offers, something like that, Summit specials. Click it, and you've got a couple of options. You can either buy the recordings by themselves, okay, for our Summit recording price. You can go buy the challenge by itself. Okay, any of those are going to be amazing. And if you're not a Carrot customer yet, if you buy the challenge by itself, you also get a free month in Carrot. Or you can get the entire package with 6 months of the advanced marketer plan. You get the Summit recordings, you get the challenge, you get our AdWords campaign, you get all that stuff, y'all, for only $1,000. Okay, so go check it out, guys. This offer goes away when the summit is over, and we want to see you guys succeed. Check it out. Click the link below. Offer is gone when the summit's over. We are crazy pumped to work with you this year. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the summit. We're pumped about this session as well. We have so many amazing guests coming on the summit. And like we've said, guys, this summit's a little bit different than last year. Last year was 100% focused on investors. We were talking about how is the market going to shift. And a lot of people have seen the market shift a good bit in their markets, more competition, different, the iBuyers coming in and how has that impacted things. But also with the extra competition, and the iBuyers and just the dynamics of the shift of the market, it requires us to change our approach. And so we talked a lot about that last year. And this year, y'all, once again, is going to be focused on how do the agents and investors work together, and or my philosophy is agents should be investors, investors should be agents, and truly, truly, truly solve your seller's problem. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. Then I'm going to introduce you to the guests of this summit session. So I was down in California connecting with an amazing group of real estate agents, and this gal, she's probably listening to this, and I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with you. But we were talking about a fellow friend of ours who's a Carrot customer, who was one of the top agents in all of the entire state that she lives in, and I think he was the number 1, number 2 agent for several years in a row. And then they flipped to the other side and said, hey, we really see opportunity for helping people on the investing side. So they joined Carrot. They started coming in and flipping houses and wholesaling houses legally, completely legally and ethically, helping a segment of the user base they weren't able to help when they're just looking at everything in the tight traditional MLS box. And we started talking about it, and it's a very common notion for a lot of agents to think that the investing side is for some reason like the underbelly of real estate, and it's not. It's actually just another way to solve a problem for your sellers and buyers in ways that isn't the retail route. So the reason I tell that story, and the reason I'm bringing on our guest today, Eric Young from Denver Property Flip, is because we were on a call just not too long ago where we were diving into his Carrot site, diving into the results that he's getting. He had hundreds of seller leads in there. And I asked him a question and said, how are things going? Are these turning into deals? And what he said blew me away. He had a lot of action going on. And we dove into how he's doing it. And the way that he's doing it is something that all agents, all investors need to pay attention to. And it's not just about growing your profits. It's not just about squeezing extra dollars out. It's how do you present your offering, your value to those sellers in a way that truly solves more of their problems than you're currently solving? How do you make it to where you're not having to send your sellers bag, packing with their bags saying, I can't help you, and help more of them actually reach their solution while you grow your business too? So I'm going to welcome on this summit session, Eric Young from Denver Property Flip. Welcome on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Trevor.
Dude, so we talked about it before we got on here, and of course when we had that chat a little while ago, just about what you're doing in your business, and we're going to unpack that for everybody watching the summit. We're going to walk you guys through the 3 different types of offers Eric makes, how he made that shift in his business, how it's impacting his company, and also just mindset stuff that I'd love for agents and investors to latch into. But before we do, why don't we give people a little bit of context? Who are you, man? Where do you live? And what's your business look like right now? Are you an agent? Are you just an investor, just an agent? Kind of what's your business look like?
Yeah, so my name's Eric Young, and I fix and flip houses in the Denver area. My company name is Denver Property Flip, and I've been flipping houses for somewhere around 12 years, but about 3.5 years of that have been full time. So I haven't been doing it full time for really that long in the whole sense of things. But I shifted to my current business model about 3 years ago, or 3.5 years ago. And 6 months after doing it the way I do it now, that we'll go over in this session, I was able to start scaling up my business and replace my day job income. And it's just been growing exponentially since then. So at this point, I've got 5 different agents that I'm giving a lead a day to, and they're going out and meeting with motivated sellers. So I've got about 5 motivated sellers we talk to every day, and we're closing a lot of deals. So it's been great. And this is in Denver, so I'm in one of the most competitive markets that I not quite as bad as San Francisco or San Diego, but a close second.
Dude, Denver's tough, and that's something I want to highlight to everybody watching this, because it's really easy to go, well, that'll work in their market, but not my market, because mine's really competitive. And so we're trying to get people from all over the country for you guys on here, big markets, small markets,
We've got amazing guests in all of them. And Denver, dude, it's funny. Every single time that a Denver client reaches out to me that says, man, I'm struggling to kind of get traction with XYZ. I always go, man, like, I know we can get it, but it's hard. It's just a harder market. It's a harder market to crack through an SEO. And even when you do in some of those cities, the result on the back end isn't what we see in other cities. And so you're seeing completely different things, which is great. And we're going to dive into how are you making it happen? There's a marketing mix you're using that's working in a crazy competitive market. But what I want to highlight to people is it's not just the marketing mix. Because if you guys go out and just emulate what Eric's doing on his marketing mix, you're probably not going to get the same result he's getting. Because the reason he's getting this is this shift. And I'm going to use this word a lot, guys and gals, in the Market Leader Summit. The shift that he made in his business recently to go towards what we're going to talk about today, which all of you guys should pay attention to in a big way, that helps sellers better, serves them better than just an agent can serve them better than just an investor can serve them. Okay. That shift is what's making this all work. So let's kind of break apart a little bit your business, the size of it, things like that. So give people context. Are you a one-man operation? Do you have a team? What's that look like?
Yeah, so I started off as a one-man operation, coming to it from the point of view of a house flipper.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going on appointments just trying to find fix and flip deals. But what it's evolved to is from there, I then became an agent. I got my license and I started going on the same appointments, trying to close either listings or fix and flip deals.
Mm-hmm.
And then what that evolved to is a third way to close a deal, which is kind of a hybrid of the two, being a flipper and an agent, which we'll get into.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still a one-man show doing it that way for a while. And what I figured out over the last couple of years is I can make a lot more money and leverage my abilities a lot better by just bringing in leads and then giving them to other agents. So at this point, there's 5 other agents that are fielding the leads and going out and closing the deals.
Dude, so with those agents, earlier in the summit, we had an interview with Tyler Ford and Jeff Fassett, both agents, both investors down in Arizona, different cities. They're not related. We got them on the same call because they're both doing different types of deals. Tyler started to shift to specialize in mobile home, crushing it because there's less competition. Jeff specializes in land, crushing it, closes tons of land deals. But they both take those leads and pass them over to agents. And Tyler had a really good process of working great. So make sure to check out that session. But those agents that he's passing to are kind of like his downline on EXP, and they work in the next office next door to him that work in his brokerage. Are these agents a part of a brokerage you own? Or are they just buddies of yours that you've said, hey, we're all agents together and I'm going to send you these leads? How's that set up?
So I'm in a transition period right now. So before they were all just buddies of mine that were agents. But now I've started my own brokerage, and I'm starting to about half. I've got 2 of them currently right in my brokerage. Another one's in the process of pulling his license over, and the other 2 are kind of undecided. There'll be a point in time where I'll just want everybody in my brokerage, but for branding but right now it's kind of a mix.
Cool. So let's kind of walk through that. Let's do this actually, man. Let's go up a level. And you talked about 3 different types of offers. And that's really one of the key things I want to dive into here. And then kind of how you work as an agent, as an investor to truly solve that seller's problem better than just one of those you by themselves could do. So let's say a lead comes in, and we'll talk about how you're getting leads after this. But let's say a lead comes in and they opt into your Carrot site or they call in. What happens there? Like, how do you determine if they are a retail, if they're a buy, and what 3 offers are you giving people right now?
So when they call in, we collect their information. We really just need address, email, phone if they'll give it to us, name, and it goes into the CRM, and then it gets assigned to one of the agents. The agent will then reach out to them, and the only purpose of that call is just to try to set up an appointment to get in the house. Because I think the 3 offers are it's too much to try to explain over the phone. It shouldn't be on a website, shouldn't be on the phone, should be in person. So we're just trying to get meetings with everybody that wants to sell their house, because I think between our 3 offers, we can help everybody get their best solution.
Yep. And what are those 3 offers? So an agent's going in the house, and what 3 offers are they making people? And I guess
after that, let's kind of talk about how do they determine, are they giving those 3 offers to everybody, or do you guys kind of wade through and figure out what it is that they need and only give them the one type of offer or 2? What's that look like?
All right, so we'll hit the 3 offers first.
Mm-hmm.
The first offer is a cash offer. It's just to buy your house with cash, like Zillow and every other agent there is out there.
Yep.
The second offer is if we list their house as is as their agent, what they would walk away with. So we compare the 2 numbers: your bottom line cash offer, bottom line after commissions, listing as is. And then the third option is a fix and list deal. So the third option, we invest our money into their house, fix their house up, and then sell it for them at the top of the market. And so we'll present to them the bottom line and how much money they'll walk away with if we do that deal too. So kind of based on their situation, most of the time we'll go through all 3 options with everybody. But say we get in the middle of the conversation and they can't wait. They're already, the foreclosure started. We're going to stop talking about everything but cash offer because we need to close that fast and get them out. But if we get through the conversation and they have no equity, it's starting to sound like they're close to upside down, we're going to shift the conversation to just talk about listing it as is, because if they don't have equity, we can't safely do a fix and list deal anymore.
Gotcha, dude. So this is what I want to dive into next is one of the things that wowed me actually was the ratio of fix and lists, cash buys versus listings you're getting with your leads. And share whatever you're comfortable with. But when we talked last time, I said, hey, I see a bunch of leads in here through your Carrot site. And guys, for context, for all of you agents out there and investors, the Carrot site I'm talking about is a motivated house seller website through Carrot. It's not an agent website. It's a motivated house seller website. Currently he's using our new Aspen design up there. I switch over to that. And so it's the, hey, sell your house fast, get the most cash. So that's a difference that you've got in yours. Is a lot of them sell your house fast, you get a cash offer. Yours says sell your house fast, get the most cash, get a cash offer in under 24 hours for full market value without doing a single repair. So you've changed some of your copy, and it really does start to shift their mind there. It's like, oh, cool. So this is me reaching out to just get the most cash in my pocket. And then that really opens up the door for you guys to where it's not just a cash offer. It's like, oh, well, this is another option that can make it work. So out of the leads you're getting right now, how many deals you're working on currently, or that you've maybe done in the past 30, 60 days, what type of volume are you seeing right now through your Carrot site and through the motivated seller leads?
Yeah, so right now we're in the middle of 15 different deals, which is a new record for me. This is the most we've ever had going at one time. And of those 15, 9 of them are fix and list deals. And then the rest of them are, it's 9 fix and list deals. I have 4 that I own that are fix and flip that I took title to. And then I only have 2 more that are, 2 more, that's what comes out, that are just listing and as is listing.
Guys, so this is the math I want you guys to do. Okay, take out a piece of paper, take out a whiteboard, whatever it is, and of the 15 deals, 2 are listings. So if you're a real estate agent and you're looking at your leads and you're going, man, these are all tire kickers, they're taking a while. Part of it's because an actual listing might take a little bit of time for them to get comfortable with, are they ready to sell now? Is it going to be in 6 months? But some of it too, if you don't offer that thing that stands out and is different, like the fix and list or like the cash buy, they might be now just going, well, all agents are the same. I'm just going to go pick my buddy over here, Billy Bob, who I know from church, and I'm going to go with him because he offers the same service. So when you start to come in here and offer a completely fundamentally different service, then it helps you stand out in your market a lot better against the other agents. So he's got 15 transactions going, 2 are listings, which means if you guys are not doing what Eric's talking about, you likely are losing potentially, in this case, 7 times more transactions. You could be doing 7 times more transactions possibly by serving up other types of offers to your sellers. So with the fix and list ones versus the cash buy versus the listings, because the next question people are probably going to ask is, okay, cool, but what does that look like for you as a company? What is your profit model on those? On average, if you're willing to share, on average, kind of what does that profit dollar might look like on average on the direct house buys versus the fix and list versus the listing? What might those look like?
Yeah, so we make the most money off the fix and flips, but it's somewhere in the range of 30, 40,000. 40 is a pretty good deal. 30's what most of them end up being. Sometimes 25, kind of the lowest range of that. When we do a fix and list deal, the profit margin's somewhere between like 20 to 27-ish. I've only been up to 30 on a fix and list deal like once, so it's harder to get up into those higher price points. But the amount of money we invest into the deal to get that is just a small fraction. The ROIs are through the roof because I'm not buying the house, so
and a lot less risk too at that point,
and close to no market risk too. Right. And then on the listings, it's the 2.8. Well, my profit in a straight listing is half of. It's about 1.4% of the sales price.
Okay. And then what's your guys' average sales price right now in your market if you list it on the MLS?
So most of our deals are in the 350 to 400 range, which is a median house prices. We try to stay away from the more expensive, larger houses. Every once in a while, we'll do one. I've got a flip right now that we're going to sell at 700,000, but I try to stay out of that.
Yeah, those are bigger ones. So guys, I want to do some math here really quick, because one of the things that we talked about the whole summit is you guys building a business that truly gives you freedom, right? Truly gives you freedom, builds momentum, adds flexibility in your business. And one of the things I see with a lot of traditional, just flat out wholesalers and agents is you kind of have this boom and bust business model because you're on the hamster wheel of doing deals all the time. Now we have other sessions during the summit that talk about stacking up and building your rental portfolio to build momentum and to build your brick wall there so you have consistency. We have a lot of people on here talking about how they're getting consistent, predictable leads through organic that is, getting off the marketing hamster wheel and building a brick wall. But another way to make yourself safer, guys, is to make sure you're increasing your margins, because if a market does get tighter, and there's a couple different ways to grow your business. You can either get more people in the door, you can increase the average profit per deal, or you can increase the frequency of times that people work with you. So there's 3 ways to do it. Get more people in the door, new people, increase the average profit per deal, or increase the frequency by which your clients work with you. Have them transact with you more times. And so if you're having a hard time getting more in the door, your next option is, how do I now make each one of those deals more profitable for me while adding more value to them? And so I added up the numbers real quick, assuming a $400,000 average sale price in 2.8% commission, that's about $11,000, so $11,200. So both sides of that is about $23,000. And guys, there's only 2 listings out of 15 transactions he's doing. The rest are fix and list and flips, and both of those have a much higher profit margin than the listings themselves. And he's only getting half of that, half of the half, right? But it's better than nothing. Better than throwing those leads away. A lot of wholesalers are straight up throwing those retail leads away. They're not doing anything with them. And you should be partnering with other agents like Eric is. So this is what I want to look at, guys. If you have a target as an agent or a target as a wholesaler of making whatever the income is, let's say $200,000 a year, using Eric's model, you can do fewer deals and get there. Versus the traditional agents can have to churn 3 to 5 times more transactions than what Eric's doing to try to catch up with that. Which that makes a more peaceful business, man. Like, I want to have a business that gives you more freedom, more flexibility, helps you make that greater impact, and just it's a peaceful business. And you can't be there if you're always cranking because you're running on such low margins in a big way. Dude, so what the agents that you're working with, are they doing this model at all either, or are they just straight up the traditional agents and they're getting the leads from you?
So I have a mix. I kind of purposely went out and got, so one guy was a house flipper, one of my competitors that I started giving leads to. That was an agent also. And then I've got a guy that's been a realtor for over 30 years, like real seasoned at it. I have my brother-in-law who sold cell phones and had 0 real estate knowledge, doesn't even own his own home, like just no knowledge at all, fresh, got his license, and he's taking leads too. So we've kind of, and then I've got some in the middle too. So kind of the gamut. It's been my experience that I have the best luck with newer agents that have 0 experience, that I can teach them how I like to handle the leads and go through the same system, so we're handling it the same way. So I'm shifting that way. But yeah, I think I have the best conversion rate actually with the newer guys.
And dude, it makes sense because just talking with an agent, who's been in the business for a long time, like so a lot of them are kind of jaded on the mindset of the investment side of things, which is interesting because at the end of the day, there's multiple different motivations for someone wanting to sell their house, and a traditional listing can't solve all that. And so it can solve a hunk of them, but like you showed with your numbers anyway, is a very, very small percentage, and vice versa. Wholesaling, that's only going to solve a very small percentage. That fix and list is really interesting because that's currently in this market anyway, it's a much larger percentage. A question for Eric. Do you predict as the market moves and changes more and more that those ratios will change, and right now it's just prime for fix and list, or do you think that fix and list is just a strategy that will do great in any type of market?
I think as long as we have house values that are going up, so people have a lot of equity in their houses, the fix and list deal strategy will always be the best. But I think as soon as we have a downturn in the market, so you get people that are upside down or no equity, then they'll want to do a fix and list deal, but I won't do from my perspective, it'll be too risky. And then the shifts, the tides will change, and cash offer I think will be more attractive or an as-is listing.
Dude, so let's talk about the risk side of it now. So protecting yourself, of course, on the market risk side of it, on the fix and list, you mentioned in a market like there is today, there's not a lot of market risk for you there, especially in a market like Denver. But another risk that pops up in my mind that could be there is something happened with the seller, where they, for some reason, somehow back out of it or whatever happens, because you're putting your money in, you're bringing the construction crew in. What do you have in place to protect you as the guy who's putting money into their house? It's hard to go in there and take their kitchen out if you rebuild them a new kitchen, right? So what type of agreements do you have in place there to protect yourself?
Yeah, you definitely can't get a divorce. You can't unremodel the house. You're when you're in, you are in. So what we do is have a note and deed filed against the property, just like a bank would. So just like someone might get a HELOC and they get an extra lien against their property in a second position, we'll put a lien on their house in second position for the amount of what they owe us when we close.
Gotcha.
So for easy numbers to kind of like someone wanted to wrap their mind around this quick. Let's say you had a house that was worth like $100,000 the way it looks right now. And that if you put $50,000 into it, it'd be worth $200,000. So there's some equity there. You would want to do, let's say you made the deal with them that you will fix up their house if they pay you back $75,000 at closing.
Okay.
So you still leave extra equity in there for them. They're going to be better off than selling it as is, because you're going to put 50 in and increase the value by 100. And then they're going to pay you back 75 at closing. Let's say that they owe 70,000 right now. So they have 30% equity in the house. And you're anticipating that it's going to sell for 200. When it sells for 200, the first position at 70 gets paid off. Then your second position at 75 gets paid off. Let's see, what is that? Like 145, I think.
Yep.
All right. And so there's another 65,000 that goes back minus commission. So somewhere in the range of 50,000. It goes back to the home seller.
Cool.
Well, if the market tanks and in the middle of this, and they have to sell it for 150, there's still plenty of money there for the first gets paid off at 70. You're going to try to get your 75. You might take like a haircut of 1,000 or two, but that's just coming out of profit, right? Because 25,000 of that 75 was pure profit anyway. So you're going to come out ahead, even if it loses 25% of its value.
Do you ever see any of the sellers trying to negotiate that split? Because it sounds like your split was essentially, and I don't know if you do this every time, if it's standard, but your split is kind of like, hey, whatever the extra is over and above what we put into it, we're going to split that in half. And so the sellers got a big win because all the other agents are coming to them saying, hey, we'll sell it for 100. And then they're going to get their 30, right? Because they owe 70 on it. Minus commissions, of course. But you're coming in saying, yeah, we could do that, and you'll equal that. But instead, we're going to do this, and you'll get your 30 plus another 25, minus commissions. So rather, we're just going to eliminate commissions for this calculation here. But rather than 30 in your pocket, you're going to get 55 in your pocket. And they look at that going, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I don't have to put any money into repairs. I don't have to do that. I don't have to go find the contractor. You're going to do all this stuff for me. Dude, that's a win. That's a win-win. And for the buyer, it's a win, because now the buyer, if it really does need work, they're likely wanting to come in and have a house that's amazing. You're actually doing the work before they even get there. So now they move into a house that they love, and they don't have to have the burden of doing a bunch of work on it.
Yeah, everybody wins. It's an awesome setup.
I love it. So guys, I want you to pull back and kind of look at that and unpack what we just talked about there, because that strategy is a strategy that I've heard before, before I talked with Eric, but it's very, very uncommon, and there's not a lot of people that are doing it. In your market, do you know of any other agents, investors that are doing the fix and list at all?
The only other people I know of doing it are people that worked with me or associated with me, because I've been doing it for about 3.5 years now.
Yep.
So I've kind of grown my own competitors along the way.
Mm-hmm.
One of them tried to do it on his own for a while, and now just thought it was easier to be an agent working with me. So he's kind of back in house. But
cool.
There's no one else is competing with me with this kind of offer to the. When I meet with motivated sellers, they're surprised. They've never heard about this offer before. They think it sounds too good to be true most of the time.
Yep.
And
dude,
yeah,
even the iBuyer side of things, right? Like, because guys and gals, I'm going to keep on pointing back to this thing the whole summit, y'all, because what I want to show you guys is the darn industry is shifting, right? And right here, you've got the retail side, you've got the wholesale side, and in the middle, that's where Opendoor and all those tech guys are starting to try to come in. Is, hey, you know what? We're going to try to look more like the retail, the professionalism from the retail side, but we're going to try to offer you something closer to what the wholesale guys do. And so they don't, when you look at this guys and go, how do I differentiate? How do I stand out? Well, you specialize, and you specialize. It could be in niches. It could be in strategies. And I'm going to keep on pointing back to this, guys, because Eric is specializing in this strategy. He's specializing in not just fix and list, but he's specializing in solving all of your problems as a seller. That's what I specialize in. I don't just specialize in buying homes. I don't just specialize in listing homes. I specialize in solving your problem. And here's a few different ways I can do that. Then it stands out. Like, because if they were to go to Opendoor's not going to do that for them. They're just going to buy the house, and Opendoor is going to get the profit on the back end if it's fixed up. Or the next buyer is going to be able to have a bunch of equity when they come in versus having a house that's already built out. So that's a big deal, standing out. When you guys are sitting down with those sellers, you just mentioned it a little bit ago about how they're amazed because they never heard it before. What do you guys do to get over that that possible feeling in their mind, like you had mentioned, of this is too good to be true? What do you do to build that trust, build that authority with them when you're sitting down with them to show them, no, this is true, and here's how we can do it, and here's how we've done it before?
Several things throughout the meeting help with that. So one is we all wear a shirt that has Denver Property Flip and the logo on the shirt when we show up to kind of have a more official feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing to keep in mind is most of these people that I'm marketing to, I'm marketing Sell Your House Fast. So my competitors are Zillow, a whole bunch of wholesalers, and other flippers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they show up, they're just telling them the cash offer.
Mm.
And when we show up, we're saying, here's the cash offer, but don't do that unless your back's against a wall, or you're in a situation where the time is really important for you.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like, we have a lot of times people are in a situation where selling for cash and accepting less is the smartest thing for them to do.
Mm-hmm.
But you should only do that knowing that, right? We don't want to take advantage of you. We're not trying to steal your equity. You should only sell cash, realizing you're leaving all this other money on the table. So just the fact that that's how we're presenting things,
mm-hmm.
it really helps build a ton of trust, like right there already. Mm-hmm. Because what they're used to is someone's showing up trying to lowball them and steal their equity. Yeah, and they know it. Like, people aren't stupid. Like, most
mm-hmm.
people understand, even when they take that cash offer, because they're going to lose their house, say like foreclosure, because they have an auction date set up.
Yeah,
they take that offer. They know that person who's giving them the cash offer is lowballing them. There's no it's not a mystery,
mm-hmm.
but the person presenting it often tries to make it that way. Like, they don't pull back the curtain and give them all the numbers. So there's that. And then the third thing we do that really helps with building credibility is on the spot. My agents will go to denverpropertyflip.com and go to the testimonials page and just scroll, right? And we've got video after video after video of like person talking about, and they'll just do a quick scroll when they're there, like on the page. If you click on, there's the main page, which we have testimonials all over that on purpose too. But if you click on testimonial there.
My internet connection is dragging with this stuff. There we go. I got it today. Cool.
Perfect. So we'll just do a scroll. And when you get down to the bottom, you can even click on like show older posts. And we'll start to scroll page 2. And then just say, hey, when we're done after this meeting, go through and watch some of these.
Yeah.
And what it is, it's person after person talking about how they got all this extra money from selling their house, because it's at closing. Like, and most of the time at closing, people still can't believe it's like they're getting the check and they're still like, oh my gosh, it actually worked. Like, so the reactions are awesome, and we get it on video.
Dude, this is so good. And if you guys are watching this right now, I'm sharing my screen. You guys can go to denverpropertyflip.com, check it out. And he's using a Carrot site. It's the Aspen design for advanced marketers. We have premium designs over there that a lot fewer people are using. So as an example, as of the time that I'm talking about this one right here, of the 10,000 plus websites out there, since Aspen's newer, there's only, I think there's like 250 websites total using this, man. So it's something that a lot fewer people are using. You can stand out in a competitive market. Let's kind of make that, let's make this transition a little bit, because people, especially agents, and this is something I want to be transparent on my end, where we have, we launched Agent Carrot about 1.5 years, like 2 years ago. And the model that we approached originally was, we were going to agents, and I'll stop sharing my screen here, but we were going to agents and saying, hey, this is what's working for us really well over here on the investor side to get really well, to get motivated sellers. Now, Carrot's the best in the entire industry at getting highly motivated sellers online through the internet. I mean, there's just more motivated seller leads are coming in through our platform through the internet than any other place at all. And so when we're going to work with agents, we're saying, hey, this is what you should do. We'll do this. And you should shift over to this model of offering different ways for sellers to be helped. And a cash offer can be one of them, But most of traditional agents didn't want to do that. They're so used to the mindset of, well, I've got to put the pretty glamour shot on there and all these big, amazing photos and make it this amazing buyer process, with IDX, which is all really, really good stuff. But then when you really get down to talking with them, you say, well, what type of leads do you really want? And most of them would always say sellers. And they'd be resistance to the model that has worked, that we crush it on, that you're seeing work here too. And so we took that and we kind of built this hybrid that has worked, but not worked as well as the investor side of it has, because the homepage isn't focused on one specific type of lead. And so what we're doing now is we're starting to completely shift that strategy back to what's worked for years for us, and work with agents to go, hey guys, if you really want to thrive in this market, getting motivated sellers, this is what's working really well. And so with you, do you have a real estate agent website, Eric, that you use actively, or are you primarily getting leads through this motivated seller site through Carrot?
I do not have an agent site, so I'm just using the motivated seller site.
Cool. And so if you are an agent and you're selling retail, you're looking for buyers, your agent site is going to be highly, highly important and effective for you, because having a great spot for people to click around for listings and join your buyers list of certain types of properties is going to be insanely, insanely important. But make sure on that agent site, like, so we're going to start to move things over strategy wise to go, hey, let's hyper focus that homepage just on one primary type of lead, ideally like we do on the investor side, and you're going to see a much, much, much bigger lift. And then if you start to adjust your strategy like we're talking about, and you're an agent and you start to become an investor or work with investors, you're an investor and you start to work with agents or become one, then you can start to put that type of message like Eric has in his, where it talks about getting the most cash out of your house. Hey, we have a service that you can sell your house fast and get the most cash out of your house. One of those options is we can buy the house for you, or we can buy the house from you. Connect with us and let's talk and see how we can help you guys. If you as agents start to do that, you're going to start to be able to capture a lot more of your leads and turn them into a transaction where you're truly helping them. You're truly serving them in ways that your sellers are going to be amazed that you even have a service that can do that, rather than leaving them flat and going, oh, well, you're offering what every other agent can offer. Oh, well, you're offering what every other wholesaler does, just a cash offer. Eric's coming in and offering something completely different. And they step back and go, man, you're truly solving my problem, which is what we all want in the real estate profession. Last thing, I'm gonna toss over to you. How important do you think it is, Eric, credibility wise for you in this process, that you as an investor have your license?
I don't think that that's all that important. I actually barely use my license at this point. Like it's very rare that I'll list and sell a house. If I was going back in time, I probably would have even been better off not getting my license and setting up this exact same business strategy and bringing on partners faster so that I could scale up faster. I kind of lived in that one-man show longer than was necessary. And there's a lot of people out there that are agents. So it's not a skill set that is hard to find. There's plenty of agents that aren't very good, but so finding good agents is a little hard. But I think you can partner with other agents and not be an agent yourself and have just as much success, if not more success.
And then as far as on the commission sharing, so is that what you were talking about around the partners, is you would go find a partner who is an agent who wants to grow with you that could then be a partner in the business. So then the commissions could be shared. So the value is shared back and forth.
Exactly. So on a fix and list deal, I'll have 2 profit centers. One is the difference between what the material and the labor cost on the renovation and what they reimburse me at closing. So the difference in our example earlier, it was between 75,000 and 50, that 25K. There's one profit center. And then the other profit center is I gave the lead to the agent. So they give me a referral fee of either half of the overall commission or 1.4%, whatever's less, right? So if they can close it at 6% and they offer 2.8 to the other side and they keep 3.2, I let them keep 1.8 and I take 1.4. But
cool. And you're spoon feeding them highly motivated sellers too. So they're not having to go out there and prospect for them. They're not having to go out there and do a bunch of home value, CMAs and stuff like that, which that all works, guys. So if you're an agent doing this, keep doing that. We're just talking about another modeled out on there and another way to help more of your sellers and create a great business out of it too, which is good.
Yeah. And if you're an agent and you take this business model to what you're already doing, you'd make a lot more money than I'm making per deal on a fixed and list deal, because now you're getting 100% of the commission and the split on the renovations. So the numbers I was saying we're making between 20 and like 27, 28 per deal on a fixed and list deal, you can easily get in the 30, 35 range if you're the agent too.
Dude, I love it. So let's kind of wrap with this part of it now. So we've talked about what you do once the lead comes in. We've talked about how you're presenting 3 types of offers to your sellers to truly help them way better than just an agent could or just an investor could. And you're standing out in your market. You're standing out in a competitive market by specializing in a certain strategy that's jumping out to them. But the next thing, man, is there's 2 things I want to talk about. Number one, are you keeping any of them as rentals, or are you just turning the transactions?
So I try to keep 1 a year as a rental.
Yep.
And that's kind of the other prong of my overall investment strategy. So I make money off the deals. I sock it away. When the nest egg gets big enough, I sink some of the money into a rental and keep that as some passive income. And so about 1 a year. Yeah.
Cool. And dude, and that's critical, because same thing. I'll talk with so many wholesalers who've just been cranking on deals, or fix and flippers who are cranking on deals. And then 3, 4, 5 years down the road, they don't backfill it with what I call stacking bricks, versus hamster wheel stuff. Transactional income, you have to be continually working and doing those transactions to make the income come in. It eventually will stop if you get off the wheel. But over here, if you're stacking bricks, you're buying properties, you're taking that money and investing it somewhere else. So it continues to build, and it creates the freedom. It creates the freedom that you guys are looking for. So I'm glad you're doing that. Last question for you is on the marketing side. So people are probably wondering, how are you getting all these sellers? What's your marketing mix look like right now to get those, as an example, 15 transactions you've got going on right now?
Yeah, so I'll just go over a 50,000 foot view picture of the concept. So I spend a good amount of money on Google AdWords, and that brings in expensive leads. And my Google ads look like all the other investors out there. It's sell your house fast. Some of them I mix in and get the most cash. It really is one or the other, right? So it's a little bit misleading, some of my ads, because I say sell your house fast and get the most cash. Really, you got to pick one. But
Yep.
So I run those ads on Google. That brings in leads. But what's really valuable about that is the pixel. So I have a Facebook pixel on my landing page.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I have, say, 20 people that clicked on my Google ad and I convert one of them into a lead, well, those other 19 people were also all very valuable, because all of those other 19 people went to Google and typed in "sell my house fast." Like, they're my ideal client. And just because I didn't convert off of the first time to the page doesn't mean they're not worth a ton. So where I get a lot of leverage, I'll retarget on Facebook, which a lot of people are doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special there. But I use a lookalike audience on Facebook to find other people that look like those highly motivated people from Google. And those are the really cheap leads. And some months it gets down to like $58 a lead, which is just insanely cheap. But you need both, right? I need to keep Google on to keep the good traffic coming to my site. And then I need Facebook's AI to go find cheap people that are like them and use the mix.
Dude, that's so good. And same thing, guys, if you're an agent or an investor, you might be looking at different lead costs and different areas through different lead costs. But a lot of agents that I talk to, they go after lead costs that are way lower because they're used to putting out these ads on Facebook that churn out a bunch of buyers at $1, $2, $3 a piece. And so when you talk a $58 lead as cheap, what we're talking about here, guys, is a highly motivated house seller. It's someone who's ready to sell their house. They're ready to move quickly on it. And those convert a lot higher than your $2, $3, $4, $5, $10 leads. You might have to get 40, 50, 60 of those leads to turn it into a transaction. But in these ones, do you know what your guys' lead to close ratio is right now, Eric? How many leads does it take to get a deal?
It takes about 10 leads to get one deal.
Mm-hmm. So that right there, that's where the numbers add up, guys. So if he's paying about $58 a lead over there, that's a sub $600, sub $700 cost for those deals. On the Google side of things, in a market like Denver, he might be paying anywhere between $200 and $400 per lead through there. But same thing, let's say it takes 1 to 10, 1 to 15 leads to do a deal. That's still going to be a $2,000 to $4,000 deal cost. But when you're bringing in an average of 20 to 30 grand, all day long, I'd trade $2,000 to $4,000 for 20 or 30 grand. And so when you guys are looking at your marketing, you've got to look at it through the lens of math, not emotion. And the way that Eric is doing is that way. But where I see a lot of people kind of get tripped up is they're looking at the lead costs and going, okay, $1 a lead sounds cheap. I'm going to do that. Like, that sounds good. Oh my gosh, $300 a lead, that's crazy, or whatever the number is. But if you work the numbers backwards, what's my average profit per deal or average commission per transaction if you're just a pure agent? How many leads does it take me to close one of those deals? And then divide that out by your cost per lead, and that tells you exactly how much your cost per deal is going to be, and if it's low enough to give you the profit margin you want for your deals. So guys, that's so good. So you've got your Google AdWords coming in, you're paying higher on those, which you're fine for it because it helps you generate the data with your Facebook pixel. Your Facebook pixel serving up ads that are probably testimonial ads. Hey, here's, you still want to sell your house? Here might be a video of a client we've worked with that we've helped, things like that. But then it's doing the lookalike audience, which are way cheaper. I love that, man. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good. And you're sending them to your Carrot site. Are you just sending them to your homepage of your Carrot Motivated Seller site or something else?
Just straight to the homepage.
Cool.
And cool. I have one other lead gen. One other thing I'm doing to bring in leads that I think is working. It's working really great. I'm still kind of in the testing phase of it. But what we started doing is we ordered a refrigerator business card. So they're little magnets that stick, like they're meant to stick to your refrigerator, and they're the size of a business card. And they just say, we buy houses, Denver Property Flip, phone number and website on it. And I'm hiring the same company that does door hangers for realtors in the Denver area. I'm hiring them to also go stick my magnets on the doors in neighborhoods that I like to invest in. And while they're doing it, they're writing down the address numbers. So they'll go down a full street and they'll write down maybe 10 address numbers on that street for houses that are beat up. Like if what they're instructed to look for is if the yard's overgrown, the windows look old, the siding is shot, or the roof looks shot. If 2 of those 4 is bad, then write down the number. And so then we're going back and skip tracing the information for the homeowners for those beat up houses and creating custom audiences to put in Facebook for those people, and then running ads that are specific to the testimonials from people that have sold in that neighborhood, and like a picture, the Chris Chico digital yard sign.
Yep.
We can say, instead of like sell your house fast in Colorado, which is what we use for our ad for the look-like audience, for this ad, we can say sell your Montbello house fast, for instance. So we buy houses Montbello. We can niche down to that neighborhood, and so then they got our magnet on their door, showing up specific to their neighborhood with videos and the digital bandit sign, and now it's working. It seems to be working really good, but I don't have enough data to share hard numbers on that yet.
Dude, I love that stuff. I love the way you're thinking on it. It's so much fun too, man. Well, guys, we're nearing the end of this session. I could be on with Eric for another hour, and we might bring him on the Carrot Cast and dive into some of this more. But what I want you guys to do is this, okay? Go to Instagram, go to Facebook. You guys know the deal. Go to Instagram, go to Facebook, hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. What did you pull away from this session? What did you pull away from Eric at Denver Property Flip on how he's serving up sellers 3 different offers that truly solve their problem, on how he's shifting and flipping that script in people's minds to stand out and specialize in his market rather than be one of the generalist agents or one of the generalist wholesalers? And if you guys are looking to stand out in these markets, whether you're in a hyper competitive market like Denver or a smaller market like I am, either way, you're going to have to stand out, guys. You guys have to build authority. Okay, you have to build authority right here. You can be a tactician and know how to close transactions or know how to be an agent. You can be an expert. Hey, we know a lot about the topic, but not a lot of people know that we know about it. Then you can be an authority. And one of the ways that he's doing that is with his Facebook ads, by serving up content in front of those people over and over again to build that authority, by cramming a ton of testimonials on his Carrot website to show people exactly what he's doing and how other people have experienced working with him. That builds authority with content. The only way to build authority, y'all, is with content. So this is another way to do it. Other sessions that we've got coming up tomorrow and or earlier ones today are how other people are building authority in different ways, actually doing written content, using video posts, those types of things. So Eric, appreciate the heck out of you hopping on, man. And this is fun, dude. It's so much fun seeing people in a hard market really think about their business model and say, how can I really craft this in a way that's unique and stands out? Because I all the time hear from both investors and agents, oh man, well, I'm just doing what they're doing. How can I stand out? I'm just a wholesaler. Well, you do it by fundamentally changing the offer in your prospect's mind, rather than from a cash offer to we're here to help you and you choose what's going to help you best. And so thank you, man, for hopping on. Any parting words for the Market Leaders Summit attendees?
Yeah, if anyone would like to get in touch with me, they could book a one-on-one call. We can talk more about fix and list deals.
Perfect.
And I put together a free lesson too that kind of goes into the deals in more detail. And then just go over to fixandlistsecrets.com.
I love it.
You can book the call there and watch the free lesson.
Dude, I love it, guys. Go to fixandlistsecrets.com, check it out, implement this part in your business, guys, and follow what Eric's doing. If you are an agent and you're on Agent Carrot and you want to start getting more motivated sellers, go check out our Motivated House Seller websites or work with us to put on our more traditional hero section that really drives the motivated sellers, or watch out for some innovations we're going to be having coming up in next several quarters that are going to help you guys do that even more. If you're a house flipper or a wholesaler, guys, go launch the puppy and don't wait for if you're doing SEO, do it. Like it's amazing. We have so many people that are doing SEO in this Market Leader Summit. They're sharing how they're getting consistency and predictability and momentum. But don't wait for the SEO to take hold while you're to do any other marketing. What Eric's doing is running Google ads, even though they're really expensive, and then partnering it up with building Facebook lookalike audiences that bring in the cheap leads. When you even those out, those overall leads become a lot cheaper. So get smart with your marketing, guys. Eric, thanks, man. You guys have an amazing rest of the time. We're going to see you on the next session. If you guys want to get the recordings, go to carrotsummit.com, carrotsummit.com, and /special, carrot.com.
/summit, and you can access all of the specials, get our recordings from these summits if you wanted to dive into more of this session, and see the special that you can grab here with Carrot. Check out the commercial that we'll be playing here between the sessions that talks about how you can dive into Carrot more, just like Eric has. Thanks, man. Have a great week.
Thanks.
Whew, y'all. We are nearing the end of the day. There's still hundreds of people on here, which is crazy. We've been streaming from, look at this, 7 hours, 35 minutes, and 26 seconds as of right now. Do you know, is Adrian popping back on here? Is he on there? Where's he at? He's coming. Oh, there he is. Cool. Adrian, what's up, man? Look, his audio's not coming through. He'll get him.
Actually, that was my end. That was my end. I've been sniffing, and I don't want like that sniffing noise on. But no,
also, Adrian is getting over a little bit of a cold, and he's still hanging on here with us, y'all, and on the East Coast, man. So, dude, sorry about interrupting your dinner time, and thanks for hopping back on here to help us close it out.
No, this is not anything that anyone should miss. So that includes me too. So, no, what a day! I mean, just a lot of little nuggets, and that's the cool thing. One thing I learned from you, Trevor, is I think you did this with the pumpkin plan, right? What page was it you read, and that was it, right? And you just
16, man. 16,
you took that one piece of information, and it's crazy. I mean, is it safe to say that everything that has happened with Carrot kind of started from that? Yeah. I mean, sure. That's amazing. I mean, I get to see one of the cool things. I mean, I feel like I have one of the coolest jobs out there. Just kind of see and hang out behind the scenes with Carrot and just see all the thing that's happening. You know, I'm a marketer. The website is made for marketers, so sometimes I literally sit there and like, holy crap! Like, even at our last company retreat, I was just sitting there listening to our dev team, and I was like, holy crap! Like, I was getting goosebumps, just knowing just how this gets better and better and better. But I say all of that to say this is just you taking that one little piece of information from that book, right? It just helped you transform. And so, guys, those of you that have been on this summit all day, man, find those one or two things that you can just grab and run with. It's a lot of information, but there's definitely a few things in there that I know each and every one of us can run with.
Dude, I love it. And guys, so there's a few things that we're gonna be doing. I wrote some things on the board here. We're gonna be doing some giveaways. So we're gonna be wrapping this puppy up for sure. My aim is by 5. Okay, we're gonna get out of here by 5, y'all. Everyone on the West Coast, you're gonna get out of here by end of work. On the East Coast, you're gonna get out of here by 8 o'clock, and you can put the kids to bed and things like that. But we're gonna do some giveaways really quick. Gonna give away some positivity teas. Gonna give away this book by my friend Chris Cooper, Founder, Farmer, Tinker, Thief: The 4 Phases of the Entrepreneur's Journey. It's a stack. It's awesome. We're going to be diving into, like Adrian said, focus. How do we make sure we focus on the right things coming out of today? Because you guys can totally have all kinds of ideas. And like I said, you've got to have the piece of paper where it's lined down the middle, right? Line down the middle. Ideas on the left side. Okay, execution on the right. Here's ideas that I got. Here's ideas I got from the summit. And over here is actions, okay? You're going to have a whole list of ideas down here on the left side. What I want you to do right now is look at that list and go, you know what? What are the ones that are the most priority right now? Like Adrian said, the Pumpkin Plan. Who on here has ever read the book, The Pumpkin Plan? Pop through the comments box in the live stream if you've ever read the book, The Pumpkin Plan. Because that book right there changed my life back in probably 2011 or 12. And I want to tell you guys a quick story. Okay, Lynette, I've been on all that. You are a trooper, Lynette.
Wow, that's awesome, Lynette.
Lynette, right there, we're gonna give you a positivity tea right out of the gates. Okay, you don't even have to do anything other than that. That makes me happy. So if someone on the team can connect with Lynette, we'll get your address, we'll get you t-shirt size Lynette. We're gonna hook you up. All right, so you got a positivity tea coming your way. But what I want to talk about here really quick to close it out, and then we'll answer some questions. I'll talk about day 2 a little bit, and like I said, there will be some time for some Q&A. I want to talk about the transition that we all have to go through in order to become the person that we want to be, right? And back in 2010, 11, 12, I was running businesses. I talked about earlier in the summit. I was running businesses that they're in real estate, okay? I've owned rental property since 2004. I'm a buy and hold guy. I've done marketing in this industry to drive millions of leads in the real estate industry myself. And then you guys are helping to do the same thing. But I went through my own transition where I had to fundamentally change who I was becoming, who I was in order to become the person I want to become. And this would have been back in 2011. Guys, I didn't want to wake up to do the work that I had created for myself. Okay. From the outside in, I think everyone was looking at it going, man, he's got his own business, amazing family. I had my first daughter in 2010. We've got 2 daughters and 1 boy now, 5, 7, and 9.
And a dog. You guys just got a dog. Don't forget the dog.
And a dog, and a guinea pig now. And no, we don't have any chickens anymore. They kind of met the maker, which is a bummer. Whole nother story. But so back then, y'all, what happened was I had this thought in my mind of what the perfect business would be for me, right? I wanted it to give me freedom. I wanted it to give me flexibility. I wanted the business to be able to really help to free up my time, but also help me make an impact, right? We want it to be financially fulfilling for us, but also we want it to be spiritually fulfilling more than anything. Because I know so many people, y'all, who have a lot of money in the bank account, but honestly are empty inside. And I was kind of one of those guys back then. And I started to look at things. I started to look internally and started to go, man, why is it that here's the dream that I had set out there. I reached that early stage of that dream. Why is it that I don't feel that satisfaction, I can't even talk right now, man. So many words today. That satisfaction that I thought that I would have. And I really started to look at it and said, you know what? It's because my business wasn't set up in a way to actually fuel that. My business wasn't set up in a way to fuel my passions. My business wasn't set up in a way to enable impact. It was set up in a way to keep me busy all the time. And it was set up in a way to keep me in this little box where I could never achieve bigger because I didn't have the business model to be consistent enough, the lead flow to be consistent enough in order to where I could hire people, create systems, and build something really special. Okay. And so at that point, it's kind of like a tree, you know, like I'm going to get rid of this here, but it's kind of like a tree. If you guys can imagine this, okay. A tree starts with a seed, right? So if I put a seed in your hand, a seed for an apple tree or whatever it is, I put that seed in your hand. Okay. That is not a tree. That's a seed. Okay. There's nothing about that thing in your hand that is a tree or an apple. It has to fundamentally shed its outer coating, completely change what it is in order to become a tree. And then it has fruit on the other side of it. And so now next, imagine that seed, you plant it into the ground, right? You plant that seed into the ground right here. Okay. What has to happen in order for that seed to become a tree? Well, most people think that it's got to go up first. When we're on our journey, most of us think that the journey for success is like this. In actuality, it's more like this, right? And sometimes it's like this, then it's like this. But when a tree is going to be growing, it doesn't actually go up first. It actually goes down first, right? So the roots start to go down. It starts to goes down, builds a foundation. You can't see any of that going on, but you need to water. And then eventually a little sprout pops up. You're like, cool, there's a little something going on, but there's a lot more that had to happen down here. It had to go down before it could come up. And then this tree starts to grow, right? And this is big, beautiful tree. Okay, I'm not an artist. I'm a lead guy and a software guy, okay, and a marketing guy. Kind of looks like the dude, who's that painter? Bob Ross. That's Bob Ross right there, dude. That's Bob Ross. Okay, so this is a tree. So now this tree is grown, and now you've got apples bearing and stuff like that. But then eventually along comes a bird, and a bird makes a little nest right here, okay? The bird ends up having baby birds, and the baby birds are up here opening its mouth for mama. Mama bird's up here somewhere. And what happens here, y'all, is it started with the seed. You then plant the seed in strong soil. You water it. You give it nutrients. You serve it. You're patient. It starts to go down, and then it sprouts and goes up. You continue to water it. And then eventually there's birds in there. And these little baby birds are out there looking at mom, and they're saying, man, I want to get there. I want to be there where mom is, but I have no clue how to get there. I have no clue how to fly. I've never done it before. I don't know what's going to happen when I jump out of this nest. And so then they stand up on the edge. And what happens? Once again, a lot of people want the upward path of success, but what happens when a bird is going to fly? It's looking up there at mom. It's got the vision, doesn't know how to do it, but it stands in the edge, it jumps off, and then it starts to go down. It's flapping, swings. Eventually, after flapping enough, it flies and it's up in the air just like mom. So why am I telling this story? Is one thing I didn't realize back in the day in that 2010, 11, 12 period, y'all, was I didn't realize that oftentimes you have to go down before you can come up. Now that relates to your bank account. Okay. Oftentimes your bank account might have to go down before it can come up. Sometimes your business might have to go down before it can come up. Sometimes your own mindset and mental attitude has to go down before it can go up. And for me at that time, I was making low 6 figures a year, doing good work, right? Proud of my work, but not fulfilled by it. And my bank account went from in the low six figures a year for income to the very next year, would have been 2011 or 2010 to 2011. The very next year, y'all, my net taxable income was $27,000. Okay, this was 2011 or 12. And why do I tell you this? I tell you this because that was intentional. That wasn't me not being able to figure it out. That was me saying, I read the Pumpkin Plan book like Adrian brought up, and I said, man, I've got way too much going on in my life right now. I've got way too much going on. What do I need to trim? What do I need to trim in order to build a business that truly is the business that is like the business of my dreams, the one that can give me freedom, flexibility, grow the finances a bit more than anything, help me make the impact I was truly hoping to make. And I started to look at everything on that list. I started to look at everything and analyze it and say, well, what's giving me energy? What's not giving me energy? And if any of you guys have ever seen my energy audit, that's when I came up with the energy audit. And I started to make a list right here. I started to go, what gives me energy? Okay. And what takes energy? And I would start to write down all the things that give me energy, whether I was doing those things or not. Okay. It could be working out. It could be certain types of things. I love strategy. Okay. I love doing strategy. I love doing this, like content. This stuff gives me energy. We've been doing this for almost 8 hours. It gives me energy still. I'd much rather be doing this than socking away writing email copy or something like that. Okay. And then I started to write a list of what takes energy. And the funny thing is the list at that time was really long. Okay. That's why I was getting burnout, because most of the stuff I was doing was taking the energy out of me. And most of the stuff that gave me the most energy, I wasn't giving time to do that. And so this is something I want you guys to do. And then we'll answer some questions. Is go make your list right now, or make this list, do the energy audit. You guys can go to carrot.com/energy, carrot.com/energy. We'll link it up in the chat box, carrot.com/energy, y'all, and get the energy audit. You don't even have to opt into it. You don't have to put any information. I want you guys to have this. Fill out the energy audit tonight and come back tomorrow and let me know how it is. But then what I want you to do is you have all the things that give you energy in life, in business, everything. The things that take your energy away. What you're likely going to find is a lot of the things that are taking your energy away are the exact things that are making you money in your business. And you can't rectify how you're going to stop doing these things and start doing these things over here that don't make money but give you energy. Okay, the way that the podcast, the Carrot Cast, y'all, came up is because it dragged the energy out of me to write content, to sit there and write 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 word articles that got ranked in Google that brought all of our business. It dragged my energy down, but it made money. Over here, I love doing this stuff. I love training, I love coaching, I love doing podcasts, but I couldn't figure out how I could make money with it. I said, you know, I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to find a way to make a system on this. I'm going to document how I do great content. I'm going to build our system to be even better and making content easier. I'm going to make a system. Okay. I wrote a process. I wrote a system. I then found a great writer. I then paid that writer to do the system. Then I went over here and I said, cool, I'm going to start a podcast, even though I have no clue how it's going to ever end up in income. I just want to do it because of energy. The only reason I started the podcast was for energy, y'all. The back end, when you have energy doing those things, people end up following it. And then the end result over the long term can then be possibly business stuff. Okay, so go through the energy audit tonight, carrot.com/energy. And here's what I'm going to wrap this with. Then I'll toss it back over to Adrian, and then we'll answer some questions and do the final giveaways. Okay, right here, y'all. I always have canvases in my office, and this is one. Dude, I'm going to bring one over that Adrian sent me. I think it's in the boardroom right now. I'm going to swap it out right after Summit. But right here, y'all, this right here, the ultimate goal as an entrepreneur isn't money. It's complete control over your time. Okay, the ultimate goal of an entrepreneur isn't money. It's complete control of your time. Now, what I found is the way that you get complete control of your time is your marketing strategies influence how much freedom your business will give you or how much freedom their business will take from you. Okay, my previous business was boom and bust marketing, and it became boom and bust business. We did great at the end of the year, had a really good taxable income, but it stressed me out. I couldn't get freedom. But when you start to build, you're starting to stack bricks like we're talking about. The guys on House Heroes are talking about doing a piece of content once a week and using the Carrot automation, the Carrot automated content to automate some of those articles. And rather than spending hours writing content, they're spending 10 minutes tweaking it. They're using the Carrot tool to turn videos into written articles. And rather than spending hours writing content, they're shooting a 7-minute video and having our assistant turn it into written content for them. Okay, they're doing all these things to leverage their time better, to stack bricks. A piece of content or two per week over time adds up, and you start to get this momentum. And this is what you're going to see if you follow the plan. At the start, it's going to be very slow. You're going to be a little bit frustrated. You're going to be very tempted to get back on that hamster wheel, y'all. be very tempted to do that. I'm not saying not to do that. And this time you've got to be doing hamster wheel stuff to keep the lights open, right? To keep things going on. But then eventually you're going to see some things like picking up a little bit, and they're going to pick up a little bit. And around the 4 to 6 month mark, if you're executing things well, you're going to get what I call a ranking sprout. Okay. Or usually around the 4 to 6 month mark, if you're executing things well, you're building backlinks. We haven't talked about any of that stuff yet, but you're doing the things that we're doing here. You get a little ranking sprout and it pops up. Then it's going to level off a little bit more, and you're going to keep on doing content. And then it pops up again. And in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, it keeps on compounding and getting bigger and bigger. And rather than being tempted on the boom and bust business cycle like this, where in 2 years you're going to be back where you are currently, you're going to have to put up with right now sacrificing a little bit of time, energy, budget, getting really focused, shifting the way that you're focusing on growing your business to say, you know what, I'm growing a business that is freedom, that is flexibility, that grows my finances and helps me make a great impact. I'm purposefully not going to build a business that traps me, that looks good in the short term, but is like candy. Okay, this is like candy. You get great results. It's immediate feedback. It tastes sweet. You want it right now, but if you keep on eating it, it's going to give you cavities forever. This is like eating nutrient food, right? It doesn't feel great right now, and you're like, why am I doing this? It just feels like a lot of work, and I'm not getting the immediate benefit. But in 6 months, 8 months, 10, 12 months, your energy is going to be there. You're going to be able to run farther. You're going to be able to do whatever you want to do more. This is what we all want. I don't want you guys looking back in 1 year and 2 years saying, I wish I would have listened to Trevor. I wish I would have listened to Adrian. I wish I would have listened to Lucas and Earl and Aaron and Krista and Eric and Tyler and Jeff and Max and Tom. I wish I would have done that. Okay. So make the choice to think long-term today, guys. Bite the bullet in the short term. Continue to do hamster wheel marketing in the short term, and we can help you with that as well. Okay. But then in the long term, stack bricks, create content, build brand, become an authority. So I'm going to toss it back over to you, Adrian, man. What were some of your biggest takeaways you had today? Then we'll do some then we'll do some giveaways, and then we'll answer any last questions.
Yeah. So I think I love all that you said. And I think this is why this is one of my favorite buds is the farmer carrot, right? Yep. I mean, this kind of really represents a lot of stuff, right? I mean, that's why I've always loved SEOs, because you got to be a farmer, right? Like you said, you got to plant the seed, and then there's going to be that period of time to where you're cultivating, right? You're cultivating the soil. The cool thing is what Trevor's talking about, guys, those that understand analogy or even parables, cool thing is that there's going to be a period of time to where you're cultivating the soil, but then eventually the soil should be cultivating for you.
Yep.
Right. That's where everything becomes evergreen. That's when you're able to have that flexibility, freedom, predictability, right? And not just with the marketing channel that provides that, but also is the most trusted source out there.
Yep. And
Google, that's what we're talking about. They don't have booms and busts, right? They don't have their ups and downs. I just can't imagine. That's why you never see a farmer chasing nothing else. They just kind of put on their working clothes and they get to work, because they're long term, right? They're long term thinkers. They know that things are working, even though they don't see it. They know something's happening, right? And that's a cool thing. And then from there, as you kind of get your harvest, now there's a new level of mindset shift you got to do. Are you going to go out there and have a single tool sickle, or are you going to go out and leverage technology and gather your harvest using today's technology, right? I mean, again, it just continues to grow and grow. So I really love Tom's some takeaways. Tom's, just his ability to encourage you to know, what, hey, this is not easy, but it's well worth it. Yep. You gotta keep doing it, and you can't just send out a few mailers and think that you're going to be successful. A farmer, they don't just kind of just throw a few seeds in the ground and just wait and sit back and then they complain, why am I not getting a 100-fold return, right? So Eric, I love his approach. I mean, he pivoted. I think that is the future. Yep. For sure, when it comes to like for me, like why be a one-trick pony, right? I mean, that was something that worked. That was a great place to start, but you have to evolve. You have to pivot. You have to see other opportunities, and that's going to require you going out to network. And also agents. To me, I think you hit on the head. You said it before. The summit was, there's always this kind of love and hate relationship with agents and investors, and I get it. I see why, right? I mean, there's a lot of valid points on each side, but man, it's that point to where now you got to learn how to come together, right? Agents provide resources and relationships and a network that only that they can provide, right? Investors can provide an outside the box solutions that a lot of agents are not taught, right? And can you imagine them, putting those two together and be able to take your business to the next level, to where not only are you staying in business, but you're thriving. Which is, so those are the two really takeaway. Of course, Max always doing his thing. He's definitely changed our industry. I think a lot of agents should be watching what Max is doing. I think if there's one industry that should be crushing it, and a lot of them are. I mean, we had some speakers today that reflect that. But agents, man, they should be crushing it on social media. They should be crushing it with video. It just, you can't rely just on the MLS. You can't just rely on how things have always done, right? So we're all in a position as investors and agents to where if you guys we could just all come together. That is, the next evolution, like if you want to say, in real estate, right? I've been doing this a lot in my business. I rebranded my whole business. Now I'm Chief Real Estate Solutions, right? Not just Chief Cash Real Estate Buyers or investors. We want to be an all-one solution for someone who's in the situation that needs to sell, right? So, but yeah, today was awesome. So those are the two. I feel like, one on each side, and it's really cool to see some of our members doing what they're doing and how they're leveraging, not only our tool, but just technology in general. And they're thinking outside the box.
Dude, I love it. So guys, we're going to answer a couple questions. We'll wrap up by 5, but what I'm going to do first is I'm going to show this right here. Shane, hey guys, we had a ton of awesome comments today coming through, and I'm just sharing this right now. So Shane Garza, you posted this morning. So right after the summit started. So Shane says, hey, we just joined Carrot 3 months ago. I've closed 9 wholesale deals in the past month for over 45 grand in income. It's been amazing. The 3 leads per day is excellent. So here's the thing, y'all. The thing works, but you got to work it, right? Like he mentions our 3 lead per day training. That's a training of ours. And you or someone has to buckle down and invest the 3, 4, 5 hours a week to do it for the first several months, right? But here's the deal. You're going to be so glad that you did, or you invested in someone doing that for you in 6, 12, 14 months when momentum picks up, right? The thing that so many people do is we invest in the short term at the expense of the long term. We invest in what makes us happy and fulfilled now. It's the hamster wheel, right? Hamster wheel gives you immediate feedback. It's awesome. But then we forget on the other side of it that that what we want now is what we should have done a year and a half ago, right? What we want right now, we should have made changes a year and a half ago that changed the way that things were. What we want in a year and a half ago are the changes you need to make now. And if you continue to try new things all over the place, you're going to be exactly where you are today in a year and a half. And I'm saying this from experience, y'all. Okay, I never set out to grow one of the fast growing companies in America. I never set out to grow the fast growing software company in Oregon. I never set out to generate with you guys millions upon millions upon millions of leads through the internet, mostly sellers. I never set out to do any of that. I just set out to build a business that I enjoyed and really helped people. And what ended up happening was I took baby steps. It was like someone at the start of the summit said, well, it's not a fair comparison, Trevor. You're talking about marketing stuff that, you have a lot bigger budget. Guys, when Carrot started, you want to know what the budget was? The budget was me working 16 hours a day. That was the budget. Okay. Now I wanted it. Like Tom Kroll said, the budget was me working 16 hours a day. Now, do I suggest you guys do that? I don't like that, but that's what was required of me in the first 2 years in order to get the business off the ground, because I didn't have the money to really pile in hundreds of thousands of dollars into doing it, or the experience, honestly. I had some money in the bank account, but it's not like I had hundreds of grand, hundreds of thousands to hire a bunch of employees. I didn't know what I was doing as far as building a software company. I knew how to generate leads. I knew how to do SEO and content. I knew how to do conversion rate optimization. I knew real estate lead generation insanely well. I didn't know how to build a software company. I had to figure all that out, right? So it was one little step at a time. And the cool thing is, as you take that next step, all of the unknowns that you currently have in front of you, you find the answers for, and you step into that. You get around the right people, you get around the right training, like Shane did around us and dove into training. Now he's stepped into that, and now he has a whole set of question marks in front of him. Now, what do I do next? You will find out the next step, y'all. I have confidence in you. We're going to be here for you for that stuff. And so, Shane, just really proud of you, man. We'll get you out some swag as well. Let's mark that down. Let's get Shane some swag. Get him a super carrot, dude. Super carrot. He's super carrot status now. I love it.
And I'm sure Shane will be the first one to tell you he is super glad he started when he started. Because if he didn't start when he started, Shane probably would just kind of be a bystander. Who knows? He may not have been on this call. Yep. But that's why we're so. I heard this from Trevor first, so it's not something that I coined. But change your family tree. Literally, just by taking that initial step and just being consistent. I mean, that's really what everything comes down to. Whether it's SEO, whether it's no matter what you did. I mean, really comes down to consistency. There's an abundance of information. I mean, some of you stayed on this call in this summit all day long, so you don't lack knowledge. Yep. The biggest thing that a lot of us are not doing is just being consistent enough, right? And sometimes if you're not consistent enough, that's where you got to evaluate. Like, okay, do I need to trim back? Am I trying to get my hand into 5 different ventures, right? Or 5 different ideas? Sometimes we just got to scale back. And that's what I love about the whole mustard seed or seed analogy, is that it's one of the smallest seeds, but planted and cultivated, it becomes one of the biggest plants in the garden. And so man, and I remember Trevor, like when I joined Carrot years ago at the beginning, man, we would have conversations at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, right? That was him paying the price. That was
I'd be
me paying the
messaging
price.
Adrian going, dude, it's midnight on my end. Like, what are you doing right now? You're in the East Coast.
And that was back in the day too, guys, when like Carrot was starting. I just had to figure it out, right? I'm jealous of a lot of our new current members who have the awesome world-class support team behind them to have all these things in place. I mean, I joke that I'm jealous, but even with that, you just got to be consistent. You got to know when to also ask for help, right? Stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Stop chasing the shiny objects. Choose your 1 or 2 things. Like I said, the hamster wheel. I love how Trevor has always pointed that out. But at the same time, like, you got to look at it you got to have that mindset shift and look at things from a whole different perspective. It's there. We just got to have that mindset shift.
I love it. Well, dude, we're at 5 o'clock, 5:02, so we're going to give away some stuff really quick. So we're going to give away some positivity teas. We already gave one to, I think it was Lynette, right? We're going to give some to Shane. That's outside of this. But we're going to go into social right now. We're going to do one from Facebook. So you still have about 10 seconds, y'all, to do hashtag Carrot Summit in Facebook. Tag me to it. Put a picture of what you learned today. And then on Instagram, you still have about 10 seconds there too. Hashtag Carrot Summit. Make a post. Okay, make a post. Don't make a comment on my thing. Make a post on there. Hashtag Carrot Summit. Post a picture of what you took away and follow me on there. So I'm just going to go here right now and see if I can figure out how to even use Facebook. Apparently, dude, the search box is gone. So I'm going to go to Instagram and I'll do Facebook here in a second. All right, so I'm looking at the hashtag right now, guys. So you guys have a few seconds. You guys have a few seconds to pop something in there, and we're going to give away another positivity tea. We're going to give away a founder farmer tinker thief book, and maybe some other stuff. All right, so here we go, guys. The entries are in. So here we go. There's a lot of them in there too. All right, cool. Bam.
That's awesome.
Oh, look at this. We've got Julian the Investor, Dropping Wealth Knowledge, Carrot Summit. And I made a comment on his earlier today. He had 2 guys. Who has 2 screens up watching the summit? Well, Julian has 2 screens up. Look at this guy. He's like double
awesome.
watching the summit. So, Julian, we're going to get you a T-shirt, man. We're going to get you positivity tea. Team, if my team can jot that down, Julian, the real estate investor. I'm the real investor. I'm going to save it on my end. We're going to get you a T-shirt size to get your address, man, for sure. Next, I'm going to give away a founder farmer tinker thief and a T-shirt over on Facebook. That way we even out the Facebook versus Instagram battle today. Man, it's not showing. Brady, would you be able to pull it up on Facebook, man? For some reason on my end. Oh, there we go. The search box came up. Sorry. I got it now. Okay, cool. Guys, entries are in on Facebook. Hashtag Carrot Summit. Make a post. Tag me to it. Post the link to the landing page. There's a lot of them in here. Okay, here we go. Bam, that person wins. That was Adrian. Adrian already has everything. All right, so here we go.
Oh, is that me? Oh, man.
That was you, man. You won that one. Okay, where'd we go? Okay, here we go, guys. This one came from 6 hours ago. Sean Carlos Azevedo McFalls, Carrot Summit. What an amazing take on abundance and how to work together to work tough markets. Max Maxwell seems like he's really moving North Carolina. Good direction for investors right there, guys.
Awesome.
So Shane Carlos Azevedo McFalls. I'm going to get you hooked up with the tea, and then we're going to do another one for the founder, farmer, thinker, thief. There we go, right there. And we've got Paula Quinn. Paula Quinn, so much value already in this 2-day summit just started. So right there, Paula Quinn, agent, Carrot member, right there. We got you. We're going to hook you up, Paula, with some swag book for you as well. All right, guys, so let's wrap this puppy up. That phone call that just came in, it's my wife. And I think we have ballet for one of the kids here in a bit. So I've got to bounce. But y'all, so appreciate the heck out of you. I'm going to finish today with this, and then I'll pass over to Adrian to wrap it up. Is this right here, okay? And I could do this all day. I could pick up quote things all day long, guys. Like I could do this all day long. There's a lot of them. So it doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true. Because with work, it will become true. Let me read that again. It doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work, it will become true. What does that mean? Okay, there were comments on here today. Going to give some tough love here. There were comments on here today, y'all, where I could clearly see that they didn't believe that what we're talking about is possible. They didn't believe that what the people were talking about could be done or that they could do it. As soon as you have that mindset, this kicks in. It doesn't matter what's true. Like it's not true that PPC is too expensive. It's not true that this thing over here is hard. It's not true that you can't go after really competitive keywords. It's not true that if you're not good at content, you can't do great content marketing. It's not true that if you're a brand new agent or investor, you can't become an authority. It's not true that if you don't have a budget, you can't do this. None of that's true. I could give you a case study or 10 case studies for every single one of those things you mentioned that shows without a reason, with zero doubt at all, that that's 100% true that it can happen. But if you believe it's not true, guys, only what you believe is true, because that's what's going to happen. If you believe that that's not true, you can't do it, you won't be able to do it. So what we want you guys to do is look at this. I want you guys to aspire for what these guests on the summit are talking about. I want you guys to aspire for those results, because those results are happening in the market every single day. It's your choice right now, y'all, to decide, do you want to make it happen for yourself? It's not going to be easy, right? When I talked to Aaron and Christopher in their session, I asked them, I said, what are you not liking about your business? She said, you know what? We're working 6 to 7 days a week right now. We brought in $600K last year in commissions. We're on pace to do more than that this year. We're doing a bunch of developments, but we've got kids. They're busy. We're bringing kids to open houses. She's saying this is not my ideal right now. But you know what she's doing? She's bucking down right now. She's putting in some grind hours in the early days. Doesn't have to be that long. It could be a year. It could be 6 months. It could be a year and a half. It could be 2 years like it was for me. And then momentum's going to pick up. Okay, that right there is what your future can be. If you're already at a spot where momentum's there and you just want to shift and expand things, make things even better, awesome, guys. You need to be building authority. The authority side is going to make all of your content, it's going to make all your marketing work better. Any direct mail you do, any cold calling you do, any text messaging you do, any offline marketing at all that you do, any networking, any Facebook ads, having a high converting website on the Carrot side of things with content on that website that builds value, shows your expertise, is going to make all of your marketing work better. And we're going to talk about some of that stuff tomorrow, guys. Okay. Post that one back up to Brady. That was a good one. I'm going to read that off. Then we're going to wrap this puppy up. Cool. Let's see. Shane, should I email you guys? Yeah, Shane, hit us with an email, support@carrot.com. Give us your address, man, and your t-shirt size. We'll get you hooked up. Ryan says, is there a Carrot members Facebook group on Facebook? There isn't, man. There isn't right now. We're thinking about what the best way is to build community, and that's something that we're looking at solving this year for sure, man. For sure. Awesome. Home Smith, great summit. Thank you. Lots of people celebrating Shane. I like it. Awesome. Great comments today, guys. Any final questions? Lynette, where do you guys get the quote board? So I have my graphic guy, or you could do it on like Fiverr, just have someone make a quote. We find a good picture through like a stock photo place, and then we find a quote that we like online and put the quote on here. And we this one actually is branded to Carrot, but then there's a place called Canvas Pop. So Canvas Pop, CANVAS pop.com. Okay. Yep, cool. And the last one here we'll finish with Allison Scott Egan says, can't wait to see our results in the 30-day challenge and beyond. So much positivity, new mindset, new year, Carrot Summit. I love it. Guys, one last call to action here. If you want to dive in and implement what we've talked about, if you want the tools and resources that Earl and Eric and Lucas and Krista and Aaron and Tyler and Jeff and Max and Tom, if you want the same online and Adrian and myself, if you want the same online tool that they've got, it's Carrot. We eat our own dog food. We use it. And you guys can check out Adrian's results. He does, how many deals a month are you doing right now, man? 100%
So
online.
so 100% online. You know, we are doing anywhere between 3 and 5, but our margins are very, and we choose to be very lean. There's really only 3 of us. Actually 2. I'm part of 3, but really there's 2. You know, like I said, I do what I do with Carrot. I have the time that I do with Carrot because of what we talked about. I don't have to be in my wholesale business. I put into work years ago. I cultivated my soil. Now the soil is performing for me. So, you know, our margins are great. I mean, we are doing some. Trevor, he's investing to one of our flips. I mean, we're doing some really high margin stuff, and you know, it's been awesome. So you can't convince me otherwise with Carrot. That's why I eat, like Carrot said. I mean, with what Trevor said is that, man, I'm all in. This is why I do what I do, because it's literally has changed my family tree. No one convinced me otherwise. This is why we're so passionate about what we do, because we've seen this firsthand, not just with what we're doing, but also many of our members. And man, you just got to be consistent, do the work, and surround yourself with the right people too. That's a big thing. There's a lot of you that are engaging in this conversation. Man, get connected. You know, maybe get a Zoom going. You guys stay connected, share your ideas. That's a big part of a lot of people. They fall out of consistency because they're not surrounding themselves around the right people. Now, there's a time that you're going to have to be your biggest supporter. You're going to have to be your biggest cheerleader. I mean, I started this whole thing in West Virginia in a town of 1,500 people. The only person I had was Trevor at 2:00 in the morning. You know, so man, just be consistent, make it happen. And we're here to support you in any way that we can.
I love it. So I'm going to share my screen really quick, guys. We're going to look at tomorrow's schedule. So tomorrow's schedule is right here. And we wrapped up day 1, y'all. Lots of stuff. Tomorrow is going to be about building a business for freedom, flexibility, profit, impact. Okay. We're going to talk about systems, hiring, some lead gen stuff, some branding stuff. So kicking it off, Adrian and myself are going to kick this puppy off. 10 o'clock tomorrow. Then we've got my friend Aaron Muchstegi. Him and his wife, they're investors, agents, and they've built a 7-figure real estate business. Okay, a 7-figure software business and a $400,000 a month rental portfolio, which is crazy. And it didn't take him 10 years to do it, guys. That's sub 5 years, which is crazy. And what they're doing is they're taking their active income from house flipping, wholesaling, things like that, and their other businesses, piling them into stacking bricks. They're stacking bricks with rental properties, right? So we're going to talk about how he's done that. But the key, the reason we're bringing him on, it's not just about how he built a big portfolio. That's not the key, guys. If you don't want to build a rental portfolio, amazing. What it was how did he build a business while traveling with his family, traveling the world with his family? His kids are homeschooled. His wife wrote an amazing book called, I think, like the 4-Hour School Week or something like that, or 5-Hour School Week. It's great. But guys, they travel all the time and they have a business that allows them to do that. So how did he do that? What systems, what people did he hire? How did he do that? Okay. Next up, Noelle Nielsen, good friend of mine, a really successful agent, not a brand new agent, but a newer agent, but she has a brokerage. It's grown really fast in Minneapolis. 20 plus agents there, but she's amazing at video, at creative video marketing. If you want like one of the most creative video marketers I've ever seen, Noelle is the gal. And come on, we're gonna talk about how she does her content, how she set up her business, and how she really goes out there and creates creative stuff. Next one up, guys.
Oh, these 2 guys are awesome, man.
Oh, they're amazing.
Yeah, these guys are awesome. You guys are gonna make sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, the 2 are gonna be awesome, but these are some. Got a chance to meet them at Carrot Camp, and just really cool how just being there helps them, but also just to see how they've been doing. It's awesome.
Dude, and Adrian mentioned Carrot Camp, guys. You know, we just opened up the Carrot Camp for May. This last week, we've already got 6 of the spots filled, 6 of the 15. But if you're a high-performing agent or investor, and you want to come learn how we do business here at Carrot, see inside of our culture, surround yourself with other high-level people. This is our event every year. We do it twice a year. Just go to carrotcamp.com, apply. We'd love to see you there. Let's pop back over here. So both these guys have been to Carrot Camp. Actually, his brother was at Carrot Camp. He said he's coming this time. But they're both agent investors, okay? They both do that. They're both in Southern Oregon, not in big markets. So you're going to hear from these 2 guys how they're dual agent investors and how they adapt to the changes. But how are they thriving in smaller markets? In the smaller town, Anthony Beckham's here in Roseburg, y'all. He's pulled in 5 or 6 deals on the wholesale side just through Carrot, just through pay-per-click, just through Google pay-per-click in a town of 25,000 people in the last year. So you can do it in small towns, and he's crushing it, multiple 6 figures a year as an agent. I think $300,000 to $400,000 a year there, and doing great and serving his clients really, really well. What we're going to do here is we're going to do a working lunch. Okay, this time it's going to be a working lunch again. It's going to be on my delegation matrix. So if anyone ever has a hard time delegating and figuring out when to delegate, how to delegate, who to delegate to, and how to actually do it to gain back your time, we're going to be talking about how to gain back your time. So we're going to do a working lunch for about 30 minutes on my delegation matrix. I've only taught that at Russell Brunson's high level mastermind, tons of 7-figure and 8-figure earners there, our Carrot Camp once, and taught it in a workshop I did a little while ago. You guys are going to be able to get access to that tomorrow during a working lunch on the delegation matrix. Up next after that, Krista May Shore, one of the best video marketing people that I know as an agent. She crushes it, one of the top, if not the top broker in all of Brentwood, California. And if I were to ask any, or if anyone were asking me, hey, what do I need to do on Facebook as an agent or an investor to build my following authority in leads, I would say go listen to Krista. She's got it down. She does great on the Facebook side of things and a bunch of other things.
And you should be following anyone who has her relentlessness or her mindset. What does she say? Put me in a market and X amount, she will dominate. I love that, because she's not dependent on the vehicle. She's striving to be the best driver, right? Yep. So guys, it's a mindset shift. So that's another one to make sure you guys are catching.
Dude, I love it. Someone's asking the time. It's 9 a.m. It'll be the same time as tomorrow, guys, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Next up, Brian Rockwell. We talk about Brian Rockwell a lot, but we're not bringing him on again to talk about wholesaling as much. We're talking about how he's made the shift to building to stacking bricks long-term wealth, right? He's came on the Carrotcast a lot, talking about how he went from a teacher, having done no deals, dug in, decided to focus, just like Tom Kroll said, on one strategy that was online. He did that. He nailed PPC. Then he stacked on SEO. He's currently one of the top investors in all of Dallas, one of the most competitive markets in the country. And guys, he's only been doing this for a few years. He does multiple hundreds of thousands a year. February alone, he sent me a text message a few weeks ago, over $200,000 in wholesale fees in February, with about $25,000 in Google pay-per-click costs, all through Carrot. And we're going to talk about that on that session, 2:30. How do you do that? Okay, it's a different mindset shift, y'all. A lot of you guys are saying, well, he can do it because he's got a bunch of money. Guys, he has the money because he had this mindset shift we're going to be talking about. Okay, he 8 months ago, he texted me saying, hey, this isn't working as well. Like, for some reason, something happened. I said, you got to stay strong with it. Let's redo the math. Let's get the emotion out of it. Let's stay strong with it. He did. And then they picked back up and he crushed it even more because a bunch of people are giving up in his market and he's crushing it. But the big thing
and two-time Carrot. Is he one of our few two-time alumni?
Yeah, two-time Carrot campers. We've got Timothy Opel, who's one of our team members now, full-time team members, the first two-timer. Rockwell's two-timer. Ed Beck. Carrot Camp twice. I know there's more. So we're going to be talking about how he's transitioning to multifamily. So if any of you are wholesalers or agents, you're wanting to know how you make that transition, he's been doing that this year. And he's been a part of acquiring hundreds of doors in Texas. And he'll talk about how he's doing it, how he's partnering with people, the whole thing. We're going to wrap up with Bo Hollis. He was on last year's. A lot of people loved his energy. We're bringing him back to talk about, honestly, the ups and downs of entrepreneurship, of a high-level wholesaler. Some mistakes he made in 2019, some things he's adjusting for this year. And how do you navigate the ups and downs mentally as an entrepreneur? We're going to close this puppy down. So guys, if you want to dive in and you're not a part of Carrot yet, there are these special offers. Grab the recordings. Okay. Now, hundreds of people have already grabbed the recordings so they can check back to them later. So you're not going to miss one thing. If you miss a session, just the recordings will be there. There'll be an MP3 and video. Or if you want to get the recordings for free, they're included in the Summit Special. So the Summit Special gets 6 months of the Advanced Marketer Plan. That plan's normally $149 a month. That gives you up to 3 websites as an investor, 1 site as an agent. Our content marketing tools that the House Heroes guys were using, that's the plan they're on. Our SEO tracking tools, our video post tool, our weekly coaching calls are included in that. Phone support's included in the Advanced Marketer Plan. And we're also going to, you also get access to our premium site designs that help you stand out even more. But also you're going to be getting 10% off of any services that we do in our marketplace. If you want to do our concierge, you're like, I'd rather pay to outsource a couple things to you guys, you get a 10% off of anything that we do internally. And if you want highly motivated sellers through Google, just like Rockwell, how Rockwell turned $25K into $200,000. His first deals was he turned $5,000 into 20. And then the next month he did 5 to 20 again. And then he took his profits. And then he did, 5 to 30 and then or 10 to 30. It goes up slowly, guys. You're not going to go to 25K right away. You might literally have a budget of $3,000 next month. and then you close the deal and you pile all those profits back in, you keep on scaling up. Now he's trading 25 grand for 200 grand. This AdWords campaign is essentially what he's doing. You're going to be able to get a bonus where it's our internal AdWords campaign. Whenever we launch a new campaign for highly motivated sellers, we start with this. We upload this campaign into Google. It's all of our ads, all the ad copy, all of the targeting, all of the keywords. It's a video showing you how to do it and showing you how to monitor it and maintain it yourself if you wanted to. That right there alone, when people pay us to set that up inside their account, it's $1,000. Okay, you guys can get that, watch our video, and do it, and it's a part of this package. So,
hey, can I say something with that?
Oh, go for it, man.
Yes, sir. But one thing I will say, that will even not just make you a lot of money, but also it can save you a lot of headaches, guys. One thing that I will tell you as an investor, wholesaler who does a lot of PPC myself, don't let someone who doesn't understand the motivated seller lead you astray on your campaigns. I've seen it hundreds of times. We've had so many people come to us and us fix their campaigns, and even Google themselves. Google, I wouldn't trust Google for them to lead you into what's right for you as an investor, because we're not traditional real estate. And I'm talking to the investors. That's what that one is specific for. So just kind of want to give you some forewarning. Right there alone, it has a lot of value right there. Just that by itself.
Cool. I love it, man. Dude, that's amazing perspective. I love it. So guys, this special will be up until the end of Summit tomorrow. So do your research. Like, we're not high pressure people. We just so believe in our product that honestly, I think I would be doing a massive ethical disservice to all of you guys if we didn't like honestly kind of really hard sell our stuff, because we know how great it is. Like, we know when people execute it. Now, it's not going to, you're not going to just launch a site and results happen. Like, that's not going to happen, but you will launch it and have a higher converting site. So any of your current traffic you're already getting from your offline marketing or even pay-per-click is going to convert better right out of the gates. But then content tools and support to be able to start to stack those bricks. So over the long term, you're going to build that evergreen. We've got the best tool in the business for investors and agents. We're building that, and we're already serving amazing results with agents. We're innovating on it pretty hard. So guys, we believe in it. We can send you guys hundreds, if not thousands of testimonials and case studies on it. And we want you guys to stand out. We want you guys to be one of the ones who are specializing, building authority, not getting caught up in the mix. So we put together an insane offer here for you. If you already got the recordings, like I said, and you want this offer, just let us know. Let us know. Grab the offer, then email support and say, hey, I already bought the recordings too, and we will credit you that $99 back. So it really only costs $897 or $898 at that point, because the recordings are included in this offer too. So guys, that's all I'm going to say about it. We'll mention it maybe once or twice tomorrow, but tomorrow's going to be full content day again. So appreciate the heck out of you guys. Love you guys. It's been a lot of fun. Someone here said, this is the first time I've ever, first time I've watched a carrot all day. Hey, Deborah, how was it watching a carrot all day? I bet you loved it. I bet it was amazing. Right here. I love Krista. Guys, Krista's amazing. Go Google her, Krista May Shore. She's awesome. She has a 30-day challenge as well. Just created a fan page. Awesome, Lynette. Gonna go reach out to Trevor's team to see if they'll endorse the group. I love it. As long as you'll run moderation on it, that's amazing. Guys, thank you. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow bright and early, 9 a.m. Pacific time. We'll see you there, or B Square. All right, have an amazing night. Thanks. See ya.